trying, all right? I'm tired. I was going to say, in the middle of the session, Brendan chops us something, and then the therapist goes, yeah, that makes sense. It's like, fuck. Oh, it's fun. He's slowly becoming pretty much that's what he does. The therapist, when he says it makes sense, the therapist goes, like when Brendan says it, or when Brendan goes, it's just, it's atrocious. The therapist goes, Brendan's like, what are you doing? And there's, nothing. I'm not watching your Reddit. And then the therapist does shit like this. He wears one of those COVID masks because he's laughing, but Brendan thinks he's gay for having. Why do you want a mask? I'll guarantee you I won't wear a mask. The therapist is like, called it. He says Brendan shots up by accident. Oh shit! But Brendan is too stupid to ever realize. How was your son's baseball game? He won. The therapist is like, called it. So you've been going to a lot of baseball practices, huh? It's like, I don't know. Did I talk about that? And the therapist's like, yeah, you did, yeah. So you talked about it in the last session, yeah. What? That makes sense. What? Keto bitch. It's keto bitch. That's like a real.
Alright, I'll say good morning.
What's up, sluts? Day 42 of this bitch. It's like, hey, where are you? I'm right here, you stupid bitch. Alright, are you done? This is the worst. Are you sure it's 42 days? Dog, nobody fucking knows. Why? Because everything sucks. It's 285 days until Grand Theft Auto. 42 days. Yo, dog, we don't have to keep doing this fucking Grand Theft Auto.
Sponsors for the month of ER, Habani Latola Shmuel Rabbi Karakin, inspiration of the yard site of Shmuel's father Leonard Karakin, Nikla Ben Yecheskel Hakoin Zichrono Livracha.
Alright.
Sponsors for today.
Alright, is that the end of your story? No.
To the shear to come but Kiva callbacks and Hashem and for continued Slacha in this beautiful endeavor. Let's say again,
no one knows. No one really knows for sure. But this is the Mazor we live by.
Continue to bring our hostages home.
Alright, folks. Oh, I had this asshole come in. Fucking, I don't want to label him, but this dude sucked. And he came into the Discord and he's horrible. I'm like, oh, you just had a Chumash class? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, oh, do you do Daf Yomi? He's like, no. He's like, do you know Yiddish? He's like, yes, some. And then he's like, oh yeah, well, say something in Yiddish. And I was like, Machai. Really? Yeah. He's like, we'll say this, such and such and such and such in Yiddish. And I was like, you say something in Yiddish. And he's like, then he showed his true colors. He had like, he was just being douchey. So he had to feel my wrath. But I was very much, oh, for sure. But that just tells me that we gotta learn, like, maybe speaking
take that away with money.
My language is really well, but they want me to
Little
fucking
translated
struggle.
again,
Push them
essentially, based on
struggle
stipulates,
through this shit.
based in essentially said like this, only the stuff that is
What
used,
am I?
only the kavanos,
Really?
the animals that are used, actually attain the full
Alright.
measure of physical sanctity, right?
So now-
Everything else does not. Everything else does not. And therefore, Allah Khalamaysa, you're not really retaining physical sanctity because the unused animals
Okay.
never attain physical sanctity.
I'm a
And
guy
if that's
that's
the case, then why would
something
you
so
do it at all?
pleasurable to
Because you
bring
can't
life
just
to
take an
some
animal out of the
alibi.
and just start using it for
And to
money.
wish
So
you should
therefore,
go.
you go through this
Yeah,
model, this
that's kind of a
mechanism of
fetish
what
of mine.
looks like redemption,
Talkative
but
bitch.
in reality,
Calculus
animals
brain tax, motherfucker. Nah,
invested
munching on pussy. Glass
because
shirt.
they were never
Shirt up.
never used. That then raises a couple of questions to this.
Which so
We
many
find that
mishmash.
Allah
Just
this
taking
concept
about
that
some
says, well,
bunch of shit.
really,
Well,
labor
this
days
nothing
in
good, you know.
Masnalim is only used in a shchiach case, in cases that are common. In cases that are common. And that's why, again, in the cases of lost carbonos, which Baruch Hashem is good to hear,
Good.
are uncommon occurrence. So the concept of labor days in Masnalim doesn't apply. Good, that's where I'm picking up. Now the Gemara challenges this idea again. The Hardy Para. What about Paraduma? What about Paraduma? So watch this. So Hardy Paraduma the Loshit.
Let's look that one.
So
For a
Paraduma
second
is an
time.
uncommon situation. Right, to get Rabbi, I remember that it's the whole Kappa Paraduma.
Really? I mean,
It's not
I know
that
what it
everything
means,
occurs,
but
so it's considered to be
doesn't it mean good,
a
good,
little
you know?
shchiach, and yet, the time we learn Paraduma, this is very interesting. Para niptis al kol psul sheba. A paraduma could be redeemed for any type of disqualification that develops within it. Okay, so that's fine. Rashi says over here, the Chulul Shchita for Rashi says it's about halfway down in the short lines of Rashi. Doesn't
it mean, doesn't good, you know, just mean good, good day instead of just good day?
There were only 7 paros adumos.
Good Yom
Only
Tov
7 red heifers all those years.
literally
right? Hundreds of
translates to
years,
good day
7 paros adumos.
in
Okay.
Hebrew, but in the
Rashi
context
goes
of
on,
Jewish
Al kol psul sheba.
holidays, it specifically means good holiday. When translated directly in English, because Yom Tov already means good day.
Okay, that's not.
The repetition is done a mistake, but a reflection of the original Hebrew terms meaning. Yes, good Yom Tov means good, good day.
It just dies. Then halacha l'maisa.
There we go.
If it was slaughtered,
And
now
during
Rashi points out
Chol
over here,
Hamoed, good, good festival
let's say it
period.
was slaughtered outside of its prescribed area.
The greeting is used for major holidays such as
That's not a reference to
Nah.
Midos. That's like a
Fine.
reference, to again, you find, not a more amicable
Really?
part of it, again, you find a better part of redeem, you could redeem the old one and utilize
what
the new
holidays
one.
do you say
Shachar
Chag Sameach?
Now, once the para aduma has been shechted, right now, once the wood has been shechted and placed on the fire, ain Allah kadiya. Now, I will say, here's just the thing with Rashi.
What do you think there?
Rashi says, "Ragal marach, the hekshem para mishkat, the makom habadatan."
I wouldn't say it necessarily.
Where is para aduma? Or where is it offered up? We go to the site where para aduma now, unfortunately, it's a monastery, but you can see the actual site where para aduma was offered up, and you can see exactly how mountain.
We say that we're
Parabayis
sealed.
is a mountain. The incredible part of
You don't
the
want to say
end
good.
of where the part that was offered up is directly
It's like
across from the
it's
end of there. So part
that's
of
why
it
you
is
be.
so when it says the guy Marok,
Oh,
that
what the
means
fuck?
on the pyre, but not releasing the brushes. On the pyre in Harazesi, where it would have been offered, finish that Rashi. He said that home, fine, end up the what do you see from his rice up? Pretty much you can redeem part at any point in time, and for any reason, right? It dies, you can redeem it.
It's
You can't redeem it.
form
It's
some
pretty much once it's offered up on its designated pyre. On Harazesi, it doesn't
three
look nice.
associate
Right? It's a
three
Ginai.
pilgrimage
It's a
festivals.
Ginai. Now, actually, not
That's over
necessarily
Shavuot,
Ginai,
Mexico.
Let's see, well, it doesn't look nice. It's been offered up on its pyre since. It was now, what do you see from here? Now,
So
the
not
assumption
Rosh
is
Hashanah.
paraduma has kedushas haguf, and yet again, it seems to be that you could redeem it for what? For any purpose.
But I
For
mean,
any
no one's gonna
purpose,
flip
even
on you.
without it developing a law.
Really?
Now again,
They shouldn't.
this would have troubled us
Okay, so
much more
you know,
yesterday.
good. I think
Because I
people should start
understand
saying
how
good
could this
day.
happen? How can you
Really?
redeem
Why?
something
Because it's
that has
a
a
fuck get
physical
away. It's
sanctity,
good going.
kedushas
It's good
haguf,
day.
even if it doesn't have a law? How do
Part
you do
of
that?
neutral, black culture, smooth,
What's
mensch,
the problem? We just said
giant. Dude, what are the girl ones?
only applies in a situation
Seducus,
where it's shchia, where it's common. But
Freud,
this is an uncommon situation. In
Ishai
that, we're still saying
Chayil,
ladies and
Work,
mazes. What's going on over here?
Woman of
No,
Valor.
no. It's fascinating. Shiny para, the kache beda kabayis. Wow, that's quite fascinating. The Gemara says, no, you got it wrong.
This should just be like a
It's
female
not
mensch
kedusha
word.
It's beda kabayis.
Mensch.
Beda kabayis is a sanctity that is associated with things that are for temple upkeep. Temple upkeep. So for some reason, if you look at Rashi,
really?
Kedusha's beda kabayis. Iklomar, eina mekache mizbech lekaddish kedusha saguf.
Neutral already.
Lefichach niftis b'lomum ve'eina tzricha le'vezdin.
Alright, and then Gil, Viking fam.
It can't have physical sanctity. Why? Well, it's going to be Gemara. If it had physical sanctity, then what? It would have to be offered up in the Beis Hamikdash. Like the fact that it's offered up outside of the temple would seem to indicate that it's more financial sanctity, monetary sanctity. Either one, we'll call it kedushas lamim or kedushas bekabais.
This one's fucking wrong.
But not actual physical sanctity. So
there are three words. We would read three confusing words yesterday. Hillel, that's the rabbi.
That concept is only necessary for items that possess kedushas haguf. Items that possess monetary sanctity.
That's
those
praise.
that's a lower form of kedusha. So therefore, it makes sense that those can just be redeemed, just for whatever reason. So the Marsi of that the case, that paraduma is kache bekabayis, the mesa mishkata tifta. Then how could it be? How could it be that it's the paradise, right? Or if the parad shechted, let's say outside of its prescribed area, that it can be redeemed. How could that be? The most of the general halacha is like this: anything that is kache bekabayis, right? That was that. If it needs to be redeemed, it requires ha'amada, which means it has to be brought in front of the Kohen, literally stand in front of the Kohen, and its value assessed by the Kohen. If that's the case, then if the paradum is dead, it can no longer be. You can no longer bring it before the Kohen. If that's the case, then halacha has to stand in front of the Kohen. If that's the case, then how can you redeem it? To which the Gemara says, not a problem. How money? Rabbi
Oh, cool.
Okay, so apparently this is subject to machlokes as well, and Rabbi Shimon is of the opinion that kache bekabayis do not require ha'amada ba'aracha, and therefore halacha l'maisa could be redeemed. Okay, so your fine sources are also like the information that we pick up along the way over here. So I don't know, this is quite striking.
Not a being, not an angel, not Satan.
Doesn't have kedushas haguf. I don't know. What
At the end of your fucking story. So what is there? There's Hillel, there's the elder,
one of the most powerful forces we have in Yiddishkeit, the ability to go out and take away
praise and prayer.
and the only way to take away Tumas Mace is kedushas.
Psalm 119.
It has
Psalm 118 short, straight.
That physical sanctity.
Hillel,
So I just want to point out a tremendous
shining. That's more.
Why doesn't
Psalm 119 is the
kedushas
worst.
haguf? Why
It's
not? Why
the
not?
worst. Really? Oh, I hate
Because
it.
it's not offered up in the
Do you?
Beis Hamikdash. What do you see from here?
Good yontif.
To really attain
Good day.
the highest level of sanctity,
Okay.
you must
What is that? Like,
right, in holy surroundings.
strength.
It is not enough in life just to do the right things. You have to put yourself in the right avirah. You have to put yourself in the right atmosphere. We a lot of us engage in a lot of I want to say self-deceptive practices, but we like to think that as long as I'm doing the right thing, it doesn't matter who I surround myself with. Right?
Here we go,
It doesn't matter who
folks.
my friends are. It doesn't matter who I hang out
This is
with.
my white whale.
Really,
What words confuse you?
Because again,
Just they don't confuse me, but they're just okay. There's Strymel, that's the
Because
fucking
I'm doing the
forehead.
right thing, and I make
Shtetl,
doing the
which
right
is
thing,
where
right?
you live
I'm
in
davening,
Eastern
I'm
Europe.
learning fluent. This activity is not really the
The
ideal
image of a
way so that I
shtetl
can
is
withstand those
synonymous
influences.
with Jewish
And it's incredible.
Eastern
Gemara says
European,
it's not
like
the way it
shtetl.
works. It's not the way it works.
No.
Kedushas
The image of
Hador
shtetl
only
is
comes
synonymous
when
with
you
Jewish
embed
Eastern European life.
yourself in the
Shtetl is
framework of
Yiddish for town.
Kedusha. It's
This
only
refers
if
to
you
small
live in
pre-World War
Mikdash,
II
if you
towns in
operate
Eastern
in
Europe with a
Mikdash,
significant
that you
Yiddish-speaking
have
Jewish
real
population. Jews
sanctity.
occupied a large
Otherwise,
percentage
again,
of the
you could
shtetl,
have Kedushas
and were
Hador,
often the
absolutely,
majority.
have physical
They
sanctity.
worked
You
as
could have
shopkeepers,
monetary sanctity,
entrepreneurs,
right? But at the end of the
carpenters,
day,
and
you
water
cannot
carriers,
worship
and
Kedushas
Jewish
Hador.
life flourishing.
Tremendous.
Families would live in the
Gemara says
shtetl
as
for
follows,
generations,
Joseph, if you take this
forming
concept
close-knit
further,
communities.
this is also
How the
power of
shtetl
Eretz
was
Yisrael.
born. The
Right? What
beginnings
is the
of
power of Eretz
shtetl life
Yisrael
go
over
back hundreds of years
What is it? What is
to
it?
before the 17th century, which saw the greatest growth of the shtetls. Formed in the territories of the old Polish Commonwealth, shtetls were originally estates of the landed nobility. Jews were encouraged to settle Jews were encouraged to settle there to boost economic growth. Many of the settlers had come from Western and Central Poland, which were rife with anti-Semitism. Even after the disintegration of the estates, the Jews remained. What you'd see in a shtetl. In addition to humble hovels, gardens, and shops, the Jewish shtetl was distinguished by a number of special institutions. Shul, the synagogue, was a center of Jewish life. Men would gather in the synagogue early in the morning and late at night for prayers, a Torah class, and some neighborhood chit-chat. A cheder. In a society where even the nobility was often illiterate, Jews stood out as a people committed to educating their young. Cheder, which means room in Hebrew, was a one-room schoolhouse where young boys would learn to read Hebrew and study Talmud in Jewish language. Cheder. Alright, so here's a shul in Poland. We're not doing this. Okay, here's a fucking cheder. No, that's not a that's a shul. We said that. A cheder with boys in Duolingo or some fucking city. I can't remember. What is this place? Duolingo. Cheder for girls in Lascaru,
again has a little bit of a different set of
that's not even a
circumstances.
fucking
Why?
thing.
Because halacha l'maisa it is incredibly
Hekdesh. Caring for guests takes a central place in Jewish life. As such, many shtetls supported a hekdesh, Hebrew for sacred place, where wayfarers and other indigents could find lodgings when in need. A Beit Din shtetl. Jewish life in the shtetl was regulated by Torah. Business disputes, divorces, and legal matters would be brought in to the learned men in the Beit Din shtetl courthouse for resolution.
If the paraduma dies, you could redeem it. If you find the next one, you could redeem it. If you find the nicer one, you could redeem it.
Beit Midrash. While the shul was primarily a place of prayer, the Beit Midrash study hall was a place of serious scholars, where Torah learning took place at all hours of the day. The base midrash of the shtetl of Lakovici, Belarus, during World War I, filled with those too old or young to be drafted.
Ultimately, you can redeem it in whatever fashion you want. What about the fact that we just said before that late days din masnalei only applies in the case of what? In the case of what? Shchiach, common situations, and paraduma 7 over the course of both Batei Mikdash, totally uncommon. What's the answer? It's so unique. Therefore, Beis Din said essentially it's not paraduma until it's offered up on the mizbeach, which means up until that point in time, you could swap it out for whatever you want. Incredible. So we'll say, so now, in fact, it turns out it is a din in late Beis Din masnalei. Fascinating. So let's go back there.
Some
So let's go through
Jewish
this.
people even lived in smaller villages or hamlets where these amenities would not be found. The people you meet. In addition to shoemakers, tanners, smiths, gardeners, and peddlers, the Jewish community had its own set of functions. Rabbi. Of course, there was the rabbi of the community who would answer questions of Jewish life. Who would answer? That's a typo. You gotta type on here. Chabad.org. Get that shit together.
That doesn't seem like the right thing to do. If the sanctity technically has been removed, what are you doing with the carcass? No, it's because it's high. It does have a value. Even after its death is high, versus really the kind of based in Masna addicted to Aura. So late days in Masna is going to be there in order to preserve the high. First of all, it's a cow, right? How much of a high, right? And again, it's a small cow because part of them is the young animals. So how much high are you actually going to get? So because in order to preserve the value of the high,
so first there was the rabbi of the community who would answer questions of Jewish life. First, there was the rabbi of the community who would answer questions of Jewish life, support his community interests, and provide for its spiritual well-being. Muhammad, often destitute by modest standards of shtetl economy, what is it? Shtetl economy. Muhammad taught children Torah and Cheder. Shamash, tasked with running the synagogue, the Shamash warden would make sure the house of God was clean, neat, and cared for. Often he would make his rounds in the wee hours of the morning, waking slumbering villages for morning services with the rap on the shutters. A young woman in the Shatu Mari shtetl. A woman in the Shatu Mari shtetl in the Zoger. Since many women in the shtetl were illiterate, the Zoger would lead them in prayers. Often she would read to them aloud from the Sayna a Yiddish rendition of the weekly Torah portion of a commentary based on Midrashic and other sources. Shad Khan, the family, is the bedrock of Jewish life, and as such, great lengths are taken to help children find a suitable partner to marry. The Shad Khan would help find matches for the young men and women of the community.
But it was found before Yom
A wedding in Ushba was halal. Shochet, central to the laws of kosher is the requirement for all meat to come from healthy animals and have been slaughtered in a specific manner. Families would bring the animals to the ritual slaughter to prepare them to eat. The shochet was a devout and pious man. Maggid, while the rabbi was concerned primarily with the nuts and bolts of Jewish law, the Maggid was responsible for the moral, emotional, and inspirational side of life. A powerful orator, he would seek to inspire the villagers to live honestly, kindly, and piously, begging laws and shtetl.
So because of that commonality, you could actually
Community organizations.
You could offer them up on different occasions. So you could offer up the
Jewish community life was highly organized. Often a chevra society would be formed to ensure that things were run in the best possible manner. Some of the common chevras that were formed in the shtetl are still existent in Jewish communities today. Haknasat Kala, the poor brides and grooms get married. Chevra Kadisha, prepared the dead for burial. Haknasat Orchim, welcome guests. Fikar Kohen, visited and cared for the sick. The soup kitchen, and Novu units. There were also a number of chevras formed for the purpose of prayer or to speak chevra Tehillim, would gather to say psalms, they would study the Mishnah, etc. Shtetl life. Market day would bring hundreds of wagons of peasants into town selling goods. With the money they earned, they sometimes frequented the Jewish-owned cabins and shops. Market day at a shtetl life. market day would be called. Right. While the bustle of market day was an important part of shtetl life, it was not as important as the day of Shabbat. Every week, Jews would spend Shabbat with their families and in the synagogue. Work would cease, and the scrimping and saving of the week would give way to meals of efficient legacy of the shtetl. Despite here's a typical shtetl street. This one is in David, or Belarus, picturing the town.
They must require a month in order to go ahead and be redeemed. So the Gemara says, but
does it?
According to the Chachamim, they can even be redeemed without a
no Wi-Fi, bitch. Despite a sometimes idealized version of the shtetl life, it was far from perfect. Roads were unpaved and poverty was widespread. Pogroms, attacks by the peasant population, or marauding Cossacks, devastating the shtetls across Central and Eastern Europe. Even the shtetl life was destroyed in the Holocaust. There were some communities that rebuilt shtetl life existence somewhere. Small hamlets like Kiryat Tosh outside of Montreal and Kiryat and Newsbury in upstate New York were created in the decades following the Holocaust. You almost said Holocaust. Yeah. In the decades following the Holocaust, in an effort to simulate the quiet, wholesome, pious atmosphere of pre-World War II shtetl. Oh, that was cool. Dude, my arm. I don't know what it is, but it like cracks. I had this friend of mine, we'll just call him Greg Rajatowski. He got like this, and his fucking arm would crack.
And then redeem it. By Torah, there's no mum. There's no mum. So because there's no mum, what exactly is the option for redemption if not straight out redemption? So which the Rabbanan Ella, Rabbanan that you see, they say from part of that late days in Masna. So you actually well, no, Dilma Para shiny, Dilma shiny Para, did that Mehal Yikar. That's what we just said before. Maybe Para Dilma in general is treated differently. Why? Because it's so expensive. So we must say Ella Rabbanan the Amru Lo. Rather, it's we must say it's the Rabbanan of Amru Lo. What is the Amru Lo? That's a reference back to the Mishnah. If you look at the top Rashi on your base with Aleph 12a, Ella Rabbanan the Amru Lo. They must the Haki Amru Le Hoil the In Kaparasan Shada. The less
I only see that at a certain angle. That's interesting.
So let's remember again. Let's go back to
I know we're 25 minutes in this bitch.
Mishnah said, we'll see here, and that essentially are offered up on Rosh Chodesh, Regalim, Yom Tovim, and Yom Kippur. All of those, what's the commonality between all of those three buckets of goats, right? Those three buckets of
oh, we've got fucking the bullshit today.
Offered up for some type of infraction regarding entry into the Beis Hamikdash or consumption.
Oh, there are a bunch of these fuckers.
But that's they all focus on.
So, Kabbalah motions pervade Hasidic thought, but it developed a new approach to Kabbalah, replacing esoteric and theosophical focus with successive psychological internalization. Therefore, only a minimal listing of Hasidic figures is given here, found informative figures or commentaries of esoteric Kabbalah text tradition, founding East European Hasidic masters. Alright, we're going to do this here. We'll do 4 today.
That's why it works. Because it turns out that when the Seir Rosh Chodesh was never offered up Rosh Chodesh, it never attained that Rosh Chodesh sanctity. Therefore, once it's found, it can be used for the next Yom. But you, Reb Shimon, who don't hold of late days in Masna,
why is your phone not all the way up? Don't ask questions, kid. Why? No, it's cool. Just don't ask that question. Alright. Is your middle name after? Is your Ben Eliezer?
So again, What conversation exactly is it that's happening over there? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, United Yehuda, Ka'amalei, Yidisrei Nami in Kaparas Hashem Kapshimin, Yishimrei based in Masrei, the Kamosiba. So again, on one side, how do you know this Rabbi Shimon, who again disagrees with Rabbi Shimon, with tough, knows Rabbi Judah, disagrees with Rabbi Shimon, don't be all that. What's the conversation that's happening over here? God's telling us, you don't need to say, this only according to you, well, that means ladies in Masnalayan, because I hold that ladies in Masnalayan, and therefore what? I'm not to the hot mikvah. This is why it's the severe of Rosh Chodesh is lost, for example, to be offered up by the Regalim. Ella would be doctor according to you, the Amish law, who do not subscribe to ladies in Masnalayan, and my mikvah. How can you take this severe that was lost, let's say, by Rosh Chodesh, and use it for Regalim or Yom Kippur? And my mikvah. So the Gemara says, Duma, Rabbi Meir. Maybe this conversation is Rabbi Meir. The Hakka is what it needs to say. But however, if somebody is indeed Namina calls him Kaparas Hashem, according to me, this makes sense because I hold that all of the Siburim have commonality in purpose. In other words, they're all used, Kaparas Hashem means they're all used to atone for some type of Tumas Mikdash, the Kadasha. The Shabbat Mikdash. That's why if a Sibur is lost for one occasion, it can be used for a different occasion. Error Ladida, I'm not Mikdash, but according to you, why can it be watched to be offered up? Rabbi Yochanan says, Gemara Gamela. Rabbi Yochanan says, you have Misola. That's Misola. The Divin Rabbi Shimon ain't niftin, the Divin Chachamim niftin. So once we have a Misola, what's the Misola? According to Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says it cannot be redeemed. According to the Chachamim, they hold it can be redeemed. And I want to say the assumption over here is that the point of contention is made in Masna'aleh. I, Rabbi Shimon, the less laid based in Masna'aleh. So we'll say, so just see all the things. What's the takeaway over here? The takeaway over here is what was originally introduced to us as a concept that everyone subscribed to now turns out to be fundamental approaches to our Mishnah, and that is in the Baal of Yeshuas. Rabbi Shimon rejecting the notion of laid based in Masna'aleh. The Rabbanon upholding or accepting the concept of laid based in Masna'aleh. So you must love Shimon, the less than laid based in Masna'aleh. Night after you. So now let's go full circle. And Shimon, so what do you do? No, let's go back to this a second, right? Because remember, how did we get into this whole mission Masna'aleh, right? How did we get to this? We got this because we have a very practical issue that presents itself every single year. Every single year. What's the practical issue? Leftover carbonos, leftover sacrificial animals. So, what do you do with them? So again, if you hold late days in Masna'aleh, as Rabbi Yochanan did, right, as the Rabbanon hold, right, there's a very simple mechanism. Redeem the animals, right? Redeem your sanctuary on money, donate that money back to last week's Maxis Shekel fund, and repurchase the animals with new Maxis Shekel. You're good to go. But if you are going to if you reject late days in Masna'aleh, so at the end of the day, what do you do with those leftover carbonos? To which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, Makitzim Ba'enes HaMizbeach. Okay, so this is very interesting. What do we do with it? The much we've seen this phrase before. We use it for dessert or the Mizbeach. What does that mean? Here look at Rashi. Rashi's in the short lines about 4 lines. Makitz Ba'enes HaMizbeach. Mizbeach bottle. At a time when Mizbeach is broken. Let's say again, no one's offering up any other carbonos to Mizbeach right there. So Makidin also Ola, then Davis Seaboard, she offered up as an Ola. Again, on behalf of the gift offering, a communal gift offering. Shimon, Kevin Masnisen, Davis Yishlo, Kalabaza, Yijavaza. You should kind of be cooler in the Kappa Ashmas Nikash Nakazak. Ama Apagat, the last penny that you can follow default, even the Shaka in the Sasa, Kalabla, Hakanami, and you should look to the church, even from a Hutchifu, you people the kids of his back, showing the shame over the truth. So again, the Shimon says, simply, you don't redeem it. What do you do with the leftover Kabanos? Offer them. Offer them. That's it. Or what do you offer them? So we'll get into this more. There are periods when there was nothing, no activity happening on the Mizbeach. Now, we don't like it. We don't like it when the Mizbeach is dormant, right? So what would they do in those moments where they were? It's hard to believe that it was ever dormant. But again, what would they do in those moments where it was dormant? They have like a dessert fund, right? In the dessert fund, they would offer up just additional communal offerings. So those leftover animals would be used for the quote unquote pizza Mizbeach or pizza Mizbeach, the dessert of the Mizbeach. And let's say I want to find out, so just throw it to Costco. Why not? Just like, so what? If there's not clearly on the Mizbeach, leave it alone. So let's say, remember again, what's the whole avoda of the Mizbeach? The whole of the Mizbeach is to serve as a bridge between heaven and earth. So a kind of a carbon is kibas elokim coming close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So let's say, the Mizbeach itself serves as a model of avodas Hashem. What is the core principle of avodas Hashem? The core principle? Never stop. Never stop. At the end of the day, a youth always has to be active. A youth always has to be spiritually dynamic. There's time for rest and relaxation, but even rest and relaxation, I'm still active. I'm still doing. I'm still accomplishing. So to have the Mizbeach dormant with no carbon, with no kirka, with no closeness, with no dynamic activity bridging heaven and earth, impossible. Impossible. You can't have that. That is it. Because again, the whole point of these Mizbeach is to serve as the paradigm for our avodas Hashem. And in our avodas Hashem, constant movement, constant dynamic forward momentum. So according to Rabbi Shimon, we don't need to redeem the animals. Just
What's your
use
big
them.
thing with them?
Just use them. That's it. Fascinating.
Yeah, cool.
So let's go. I'm not finished with that. I'm going to show our Nisvak. Umod Rabbi Shimon, B'sirei Chatos, Shema Kitzim Megufan Ela B'Dneya. And listen, interestingly enough,
it didn't freak me out. It impacted me a lot.
this works well for the animals left over in the Lishkas Hatzlon, because since they were already designated as communal offerings, so just offer them up as communal offerings. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. So the Gemara says, but even Rabbi Shimon will agree in the case of Seir Chatos. Let's say you have leftover Chatos animals. Leftover Chatos animals, those cannot be offered up as dessert for the Mizbeach, but rather, again, those would have to be redeemed. Rashi says over here, Mod Rabbi Shimon, actually Rashi right across, Mod Rabbi Shimon, the Seir HaChatos, Shemitim Mishmas HaLishka Shoshana Zu, when he's so struck, he goes, Seir Shorosh Chodesh Adar, Sha'aba Benimsa Benimsan, Sheikh, you are the current over Tzibor. So let's say, this is very important. Let's say, the Beis Hamikdash bought a seir, right? A sin offering of a seir, for seir purposes. What's an example of that? The sin offering of Rosh Chodesh. The seir of Rosh Chodesh, right? Again, remember we said this was Shabbos is that. Why is there a sin offering on Rosh Hashanah? Why is there a sin offering on Rosh Chodesh? Because the Baruch Hu says, Hevi alai kapara al shemi'atati es hayareach. Right, bring to me an atonement because I diminished the power of the moon. So let's say you designated that carbon, right? It ran away. So you ended up offering up another one in its stead, and then afterwards you find it. So now listen, so now what happens? Where do I find it? I find it at Rosh Chodesh Nisan. What's the problem? That's a sin offering that has been bought with last year's Machzis HaShekel. So they're going to say, even Rabbi Shimon agrees, that cannot be offered up on the Mizbeach. Bahari the kids on the Mizbeach, Mogi the Shimon Makitzim the Bufol, the Karit, the Ola, Ella, the Dama, Shiyira, for the Shiyum of the Shiyum, Yikach, the Dama, all the kinds of Zach. And we'll say, what's the reason for that? That can't be offered up. Why not? Because we'll say that's a Chatos. That's a Chatos. So a Chatos can only be offered up for a very specific reason as a Chatos. The problem is, if you have this Chatos from last year's Machzis HaShekel and wasn't used during that financial year, you can't use it. So Rabbi Shimon would be in that case, you let the animal graze, develop a move. Once welcome, then you can redeem it. You can redeem it out of money, then you can use that money for an oldest. This is very important. So just understand it, because we weren't going to go with this for a little bit. Rabbi Shimon says, animals that you have at the end of the fiscal year in the Lishkas HaTzibor, that's easy. You don't need to redeem those. Just use those as dessert for the Mizbeach. Whatever the Mizbeach is drunk, why? Because those essentially were set aside for Ola communal use. Just use them for Ola communal use. That's it. So that's an easy one, right? That's an easy fix. If you happen to have leftover Chatos, that's a problem. That's a problem because that cannot just simply be put in the Mizbeach for dessert use, because a Chatos cannot be repurposed as an Ola. But still, there's a remedy as well. What do you do with that? Let it graze, develop a mum, then redeem it, and use the money for, Kates on his bath, for his bath dessert. So the Gemara says as follows: Hashtahu dinei kara ola, v'hashta ola. Let's skip.
Comer.
So again, in the case of the leftover animals, in which they were initially designated as olas, offered up as an ola, no problem. Aval hasam dinei kara chatos v'hashta ola gezira la'achar kapara akum b'fnei kapara. But in the case of the seer, where it was originally designated as a chatos, you can't go ahead and offer that up as an ola. Now, what's happening over is as follows. Technically speaking, you can. Right? In other words, if I had a seer designated as a chatas for Rosh Chodesh, and then what happens? The seer gets lost. I end up offering up another one in its stead. And then I find it afterwards. Technically speaking, I could offer that up as an ola. What we're concerned about is if we allow that, we may come to repurpose the chatas and use it as an ola even before the chatas has been offered. That's us. So in order to avoid that confusion, we essentially say, once an animal was designated as a chatas, you can't repurpose it for an ola. Beautiful. To which the Gemara says, Rabbi, so now the Gemara is just going to prove this assertion, namely, that once an animal has been designated as a chatas, even if another chatas has been offered up in its stead, you can't use that original chatas as an ola. That's all the Gemara is going to prove. So Rabbi said, I even agree with this as well. This is the Gemara's part of the assertion of Kippurim. As we said, the parents are Yom Kippur, Sha'alti, that were lost, the for Shachem, Tachteim, and you designated other animals in the stead and offer them up. The King Siri Avodah Zarah, Sha'alti, so if you have the Siri Avodah Zarah, so it's not chatos. And you got lost. Finished the Shachem Tachteim, and you went ahead and you offered up other kavanos in instead. And then what happens afterwards? Right? So we'll say, then you find the original ones. Kuran Yamusu, Divrei Rabbi Yehuda. And he says, yes, let them all die. The Rav Shimon Omer, you actually stabbled the Yimkulu, Yipku, Divrei, and Nidava. Now, let it graze, develop a mom, redeem it, and then you can use the money for the double. Why? She'in katas sibor mesa. Because at the end of the day, we don't leave katas to die. I v'amai. Nikru inu gufayu ola. So what's the big deal? Just use it for kids in the bath. Just use it for the bath this year. Right after all, again, the purpose has been served already. Just repurpose it. To which the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, Inu gufayu, I'm sorry. V'amai nikru inu gufayu ola. And last time you know, is there an achar kapara, akufei kapara. So this is very important. Everyone agrees that halakha l'meisa, before the chatas has been offered, a chatas cannot be repurposed ultimately as an ola. Technically speaking, if you have a chatas, it was lost, replacement was offered, and then you subsequently find the chatas, you really should be able to repurpose that chatas as an ola. Really, you should be able to, either because of late days in Masna, right? Or just because purpose has been served. But the Maisa, we don't let you. Why? Because we're concerned if you let you do it after the chatas has been offered, you may come to us, repurpose it even before. So therefore, essentially, the place halacha, no repurposing of a chatas for an ola. Good. Rabbi says, I also agree with this. After I'm telling you now, that change you actually stay. So we'll say this is interesting. This is by the seer, the two goats of Yom Kippur. Right? If halacha l'maisa, if one of the goats is lost, you have to replace both of them. Right? So what do you do with the remaining goat? You let it graze, develop a move, and then sell it off, and let the money be used for another. Why is that so? Just let the remaining one be offered up as an ola. So once an animal has been designated as a chatas, it cannot be repurposed as anything else. I also agree with this. Asham shemesu baila. If you have an asham, right? There's also another type of sin offering, and the owner dies. Oshnes katu baila. or the animal was lost, and the owner used a different animal to achieve autonomy, you actually start to use up the down on the double. Let the animal graze, develop a mum, and then redeem it, and use the money to purchase a double. The Gemara says, if a lazer omer yamos, if a lazer says, ultimately stuck the animal died, it will show omer yavi the dam of ola. No, use the proceeds and bring it all over his eye, the current hard gufa. Why not just offer up the animal itself? So the Gemara says, the current gufa ola, Allah, zero akakapara, arkulate kapara, shmamina. So I said all of these are backing up this same basic idea. So again, just to understand what's happening over here before we turn the page. Right, so with time to spare. Right, so again, so remember what's happening over here. The Gemara is saying like this: the reason we got this whole late days in Masna land was because Rabbi Yochanan said, "What else are you doing with the leftover kabbalos?" Rabbi Shimon says, "I don't hold the late days in Masna land." And there's another simple eats up for the leftover animals. What do you do with them? Tie it to his back. There's a for his back. Right? Why? Because since originally they were designated for communal offerings, these are for communal offerings. But even Rabbi Shimon agrees that only works with animals that were designated for all the purposes. But if you have an animal that was designated for a chatos purpose, you can never repurpose the chatos for an olah. The only way to go ahead and get it out of its chatos state is out, let it graze, develop a mum, redeem it, and then you can use the money ultimately again for an olah. Time I'm not going to support this. Mine, Rabbi Yochanan. So we'll say, what would they do? This is going back to what we spoke about before. You have leftover animals in the Lishkas HaTzorim at the end of the fiscal year. What do they do with them? So we must say, on the days, Kayitz Kivnos Shua from his death. They bring it on the altar, they offer it up on the altar like dessert, like white pigs that people eat for dessert. That just says a very tough action in the days and the days. Kite, give it no shah. Is back. The other should maybe the kinuaks, the minisika. Like a person who goes ahead and eats for dessert, right? Brings figs for dessert. So can you bring these animals on the kavanah, on the mizbeach as dessert? One second. You're allowed to bring figs on the mizbeach. What takes this thing quite literally. Because the cold device goes like you're not allowed to bring honey. You can't bring lemon, and you can't bring honey on it with the pasha, because you can't bring figs on an expression. I'm getting it literally, right? Again, it's just an expression. Right? The same way that people commonly eat figs for dessert, so too again, what do you do with leftover communal animals? You bring them as dessert for the Zech. Whenever you get this garment, grab one of those leftover animals and use that. So let's see as follows. Good. Dutch, Rabbi Barak Vista. So again, so just to understand what's happening over here is, you know how if I mention my focus, Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Yochanan says that halacha l'maisa, late days in Masna land. Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that, rejects that concept. What do you do with the leftover animals at the end of the fiscal year? Rabbi Yochanan just transfer their sanctity onto money, give that money back to the master, shakapakum rak. Astir, use new master, to repurchase those animals and then use them for communal purposes. Rabbi Shimon, you don't have to do that. Just put use them for dessert in his gap whenever his gap is done. That's our regime of focus. Here we go. That's our not about this stuff. Cleaning up beats in the old soul. This is an aside. We're talking about height on his gap, dessert on his gap. So Nachman says you can only use animals, not birds, for kites on his gap. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Now, Rashi says over here that means it's invoking the Dini Hanadava all that help. So, for example, let's say you had a case, or let's say you had a chatas that developed in them, you sold it up, you used the money, now you want to use the funds to purchase for dessert for the Mizbeach. You only purchase animals, not birds. Not birds. Amarava, high burqa. Rava says that's a lie. That's a lie. Right? What are you talking? You made that up. Right? Fact check, right? You actually interesting, right? He doesn't say I disagree. He says I broke up. Proper have budget in our late. You made that up. You made that up. Where do you know that from? I'm not going to use stuff with that, right? I'm not going to use stuff with that. I'll tell you, my book costs, what are you talking about? I made it up. I'm listening anyway. I said it over before. And you shmei, you have seen it out. I'm listening anyway. I said it over and over, singing out. Don't sing it out. Well, sorry for the Tzibor Azi Ve'ein Olas Ot Tzibor. It's very simple. It's very simple. Right? Ultimately, again, whatever is left over, right? Whatever is left over, ultimately goes to open the Gavas Tzibor. Right? Goes for right? Because that's Kaitan's there. And ultimately, you know, so no, there is no such thing as a communal birth offering. So it makes sense. In other words, the only things that are offered up as dessert on the Mizbeach, so to speak, are things that can be offered up as communal offerings. So the animals are offered up as communal offerings. Birds are never offered up as communal offerings. Therefore, it makes sense that you cannot go ahead and use sacrificial money to purchase birds for dessert for the Mizbeach. That's all. I didn't look it up. That Shmuel someone like Rabbi Yochanan. So Rabbi was like, even Shmuel went ahead. Even Shmuel holds like Rabbi Yochanan. I won't say now again. We're going back over here. Back to Rabbi Yochanan, right? What did Rabbi Yochanan say? So late days in Masnale. So even Shmuel agrees with this concept. Don't worry, we're done with Shmuel. Karbanos Tzibor Sakin Mosh Chasan L'Mashem. So I'll say this is a very interesting expression. So literally, again, when it comes to communal offerings, it is the knife that designates them for their purpose, which is another way of saying that a carbon only achieves. The carbon only achieves. And so the carbon only achieves its purpose, its identity when it's shafted, which is another way of saying late days in Masnale, right? Late days in Masnale says the carbon only achieves its designated identity when it's actively used. So Sakin Mosh Chasan ultimately again means the knife literally again pulls them towards their identity. So Shmuel holds like Rabbi Yochanan as well. Tell me, okay, Rabbi says support this. Umod Rabbi Shimon, B'Seir Shimon Karav Beregal Yikav Rosh Chodesh. Rabbi Shimon agrees that by the Seir, and I both say it's not saying by the Seir Rosh Chodesh. If it was not offered up, let's say, by Yom Tov, right? It's offered up by Rosh Chodesh. In low Karav Rosh Chodesh, you could be Yom Kippurim. And if you didn't offer up by Rosh Chodesh, it's Yom Kippur. Then we'll come Yom Kippurim. You could have the Regal. If you didn't use Yom Kippur, ultimately, again, you sit by when they're going. In low Karav the Regal left, you could have the Regal Acher. And if you didn't use it this Yom Kippur, you do a different Yom Kippur. Why? Because at the end of the day, Halacha L'Maisa, it was only brought to serve for someone on the Adam's behalf, and therefore again it can be repurchased. So both sides, the way the Gemara ends off is Halacha L'Maisa, but again, ends up with the Machlokas. So fundamentally, in Machlokas, do we see late days in Mastin Aleh or not? Rabbi Yochanan says yes. Rabbi Shimon says no. Rabbi Shimon says no. What is the halakha? So most say the Rambam passes without the shit with this. The Rambam passes in Hilchos Shkolim. Hilchos Shkolim. Perek Dalet Halakha Yirau. Here we go. Yishiyagir Rosh Chodesh Nisan. In Masjid and Kabbalah Tziva Elam Mishuma Kadosha. Once Rosh Chodesh Nisan comes, you can only offer Kabbalahs from the new Max Meshachar collection. In Lovak and Arvoi. Leficha. In the year of Chodesh Nisan, the Yishimah the Hemos B'Tziv Mishur Yishana. So what do you do if Rosh Chodesh Nisan comes? But I still have leftover animals that were purchased with last year's Machzis HaShekel. What do? So what's the halacha? Holding son. You redeem those animals, the Yotzim L'chulin, and they become a chulin, even though they are totally cleaning. And what do? The Yiplu B'nei L'Tshuma Yishana. And they go ahead and ultimately again put their money back in the Max Shekel pot. Now, so the Rambam says essentially you can redeem those animals straight out. And what the Rambam doesn't add in over here is he doesn't add in that you have to repurchase those animals with new money. So apparently that's up to the discretion of Beis Din if they want to or not. But Allah for myself, the Rambam says that you just redeem the animals straight out. Why? Shekhnai Beis Din Shekol Al Kol Behemo Shalokim L'Kmidim. Because it is a T'nai Beis Din that any animals that are not used for sacrificial purposes ultimately become chulin. Or in other words, we paskin halacha l'maisa leiv Beis Din masna aleiv. We paskin like Rabbi Yochanan, we paskin like Shmuel Bosai. That is the halacha l'maisa. Stop over here for today. Shkoyach everyone.
I'm excited to teach.
All right, everyone.
What about commerce class? Yeah, that'd be fine. But stuff him. I wish I knew Yiddish better. So
Yeah, I was saying, Rabbi was on it. The way we were introduced to it, guys, I'm saying the way we were
You should
introduced
get
to
a
it,
Hebrew phrase down.
you're direct,
Yiddish
right?
phrase down. And alright, so just get a fucking Yiddish phrase down. Please transliterate a Yiddish phrase and a Hebrew phrase. Go fuck yourself. What is it? Gay cock and off, go crap in the ocean. More what? Gay Zudrak. Like tis dying.
Alright, Shalom, say good morning. Good morning.
We'll write these down.
So it's Baruch Hashem to be back with all of you. A special thank you to Rabbi for giving such a beautiful and masterful shir over the last couple of days. Today's daf. Well, first of all, I'll begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, ROTHSCHILD, and Tosim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shir and drushos this year as a zechus for Besoros Torah Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of ER Habavim Tova, Shmuel Rabbi.
What do you feel good
of
about
Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Rapkin, Lipa Ben Yechaskel HaKohen Zichron Lebrach, Yokel and American Talmud Torah. All of them is Shamus Havin Aliyah, the families in the Torah, all of those who we were fortunate to have together with Kol Yisrael.
Jewish
Return our hostages. Shalom and
rabbinical
the Torah of our
biography
holy
is
soldiers
pretty good.
should be successful. The Chol Amasi.
Not super well,
Let's with that. Let us begin. Today's daf is Yud Aleph.
pretty well.
Really
And I know
really terrible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Yud Aleph. We're picking up actually on
like
Yud Amud Beis. We're going to go back a little bit because the sugya that's again on Yud Amud Beis really extends all the way through the entire daf. So let's make sure to get clarity on that. We're going to take this slow and methodically, and you are going to remember how beautiful, how incredible, how fun, how exciting, and how inspiring Shavuos
what's the funniest one?
All a question of perspective, mindset, and what you hope to get out of it. So let's begin. So we're picking up 10b Yuna Beis Amar Ula Amar Rabbi Yochanan, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom.
All right, cool.
Amar Ula Amar Rabbi Yochanan. All right, look, if you feel you mastered it already, you don't have to go back.
Anything else?
I'm hearing some groans.
Yeah,
okay? You got it. Good. All right, good. I need to. So you want to say as follows.
What about false messiahs? Do you ever deal with them?
So this is a very interesting case.
And what do you think?
As follows. Let's take a look at Rashi. Like I said, we're going to go through this slowly and methodically so that we're able to hold cup on this because this concept of Ula, or say Rabbi Yochanan, is going to be the one that is going to be subject of discussion today and tomorrow. All of today and part of tomorrow. So take a look at Rashi. Rashi is on the left-hand side, about 4 lines into the short lines. So we know how this is, right? Every year
one thing that's really, there's been some news out of it, it's very bothersome to me.
The first of Nisan, they make an announcement.
Yeah,
What was the announcement for?
I don't think it's
already
an
after
accurate
they would do
reflection
it.
of
But first of
Judaism.
Nisan, again, they would begin with the new collection. So the way it worked in this English is
I'd
essentially
like to be able
financial
to
year
do
began
Judaism
on
to
the first of Nisan.
show the world
So what would happen?
what
So
we
now you have
believe.
Shalak Kumimos Truma Alishka. Utnan,
Yeah,
Impulse to
not
Shisha
some
Tlana
of the bad
Mukar,
things
Lishka
that seem to
Shatwai. Okay, so let's see, here's what happened. So they would always, obviously, they would purchase communal sacrifices from the Machzis Hashem,
I know.
half shekel fund.
I know
Now,
what
there
I'm
was
gonna
a
look
law.
up.
The law was you always
Yoda,
had
give me like
6 sheep. I was going to say in the bullpen.
100
it's the sheep
of the
pen, right?
biggest
They had
secrets
to
in
remember
Judaism,
what
like
were
the fact that
in
the
Azor
Kohanim
Korban,
mind
which was
might
called
be extinct.
Lishkas
Like things that
HaTzuvah.
like no one
Right,
knows.
if you
That's
look
like
at
really
that area
secret
of
and
the
cool.
Beis Hamikdash, and you're looking
Or
down,
not cool.
you'll
It's
see the
just
Azor,
really
the
secret. Like
courtyard.
barely
The
no
courtyard
one,
had a major center
anyone
area
knows
and
this stuff.
4 side chambers. One of those side chambers was what's called Lishkas HaTzloim. In Lishkas HaTzloim, Rashi points out over here, they
Alright, real
always had
talk. Doesn't really do
6
secrets.
sheep ready for
No.
communal sacrifice. Okay, That's the background.
Lineage
Now, what
history for the
happened?
cloning
Kishur
line
Chodesh Nisan,
may not be
lo
verifiable
hayu
anymore
shuv
because the
kabbalah
Davidic line is
siman
also
nosach
unverifiable.
shlosh
Anyone
Git
claiming
Karmis
certainty is
Shana,
guessing. Tribal
Kodesh
identity, except
Bechashon,
Levi, is basically
Rabbi
gone.
Karmi
The
Truma
Sanhedrin
Chadasha.
was
Okay,
never
so now what
formally
happened?
dissolved.
Come
It just stopped
Nisan,
functioning.
essentially the beginning of the
Classical
financial
ordination
year of the
technically still
Mikdash.
exists
So
in
they would
theory.
only bring communal sacrifices
Mashiach
from
does
new
not need miracles
monies
according
which
to
were
Rambam. A false
collected.
Messiah can
Okay,
still be
now what
righteous,
that
just
often
wrong.
presented was,
Okay.
or potentially presented, not
Prophecy
often,
didn't end
potentially
suddenly, it
presented
faded
with an issue.
gradually.
What was the
Women
issue?
were prophets more often than men. That's interesting. Kings were not ideal. Monarchy is treated as a concession.
So what happened? Comes Rosh
I've got.
Chodesh Nisan.
Oh,
Now,
no,
generally, there were leftover
Wait,
sheep in the
Okay, really
Lishkas
quickly.
in the chamber of sheep.
I
The
very
issue was,
rarely
you can't
ever
offer them. Why can't
had
you offer
any
them? Why not?
private time
Because
with
they
my
were
rabbits.
purchased with last year's machzis hashekel.
We always had
Because
people
of that,
around
they
us.
could not
This
be
one
used for
time we were
this
having
year's
breakfast together.
sacrifice. So now the question is,
At like a Rosh
4
Hashanah.
sacrificial sheep
And
sitting in those lishkas hatzlaim. What do you do with them?
I came
What do you do with them?
downstairs from our
So
hotel
what
room
Yochanan introduces
early,
something I want to say rivetingly
and
groundbreaking.
rabbits
What
was
does
there.
he say?
I
No problem.
sat next
Just
to her,
redeem them. Just redeem them. And I will say, now we're going to say this is a shocking
it
statement.
was interesting.
Why is
Like
it shocking?
there was a round
Because
table,
in general, in
and
order
I
to-
could have
in
sat
order to redeem
across
something
from her,
sacrificial
way across the
subsidy,
side, but I didn't.
what do you
I sat
usually
next to
first?
her,
A mole.
and
Usually needs some type of blanche. Needs something in order to
I said to her,
the
"Is a
animal
seat
to be
taken or something
disqualified
like that?" She
from its
was like,
sacrificial capacity in order to be able
I
to
don't know. She
redeem
said
it.
something
In this case,
nice,
you're
like
saying something shocking. You won't say it's
would
shocking.
be a pleasure
It's
to have you
absolutely
sit there,
shocking
something like that.
that you could
Privilege or
just
something
redeem
like
this
that.
animal
Anyway,
straight out.
we were
Look
talking,
at Rashi. We just wanted to get Rashi is going to
and
be very
yeah, it
important.
was for
Rashi
Rosh
is always
Hashanah.
very important.
And I said to her, "How do you pronounce that?" And I pointed the word.
Rashi identifies a little bit more about what the process is.
And
So what
because
do we do now? What's
I
the
know
goal
that
of
there are
redemption?
multiple ways
We'll
that
say the
people
goal of
pronounce it,
redemption is
but I
to
wanted to hear
make
how
it
she
for
pronounced
use,
it.
for sacrificial use
And
in
she
this
said,
current year. So how do you do this? Look at Rashi.
if I were amongst Jews, I would say maybe Yom Kippur, but if it were to non-Jews, it might be Yom Kippur. And I was like, yeah, that's...
So first thing you do is like this.
I thought to myself, that's correct. And I said,
four sheep. So first thing I do is I redeem them. Now what happens when you redeem something?
Israel's going to be a monarchy
The sanctity
someday.
transfers to the money. So now I have money
And
invested with the sacrificial sanctity.
she said,
what do I do with the money?
do you
I
mean that
put it
because
into
Mashiach?
the residual of last year's
And I said,
machzis hashekel. Okay, because remember again, the
And
sanctity of those animals is directly connected to last year's machzis hashekel. So I redeem the animals, put that
she's like,
money
something
into last year's residual machzis
you can
hashekel.
speak to my,
What's done, by the way,
like my husband
with
probably
last
knows more
whatever is
about.
whatever is removed from last year's machzis hashekel? What's done with that?
When I spoke with him the
In a general
following
sense,
Shabbat,
temple upkeep.
and
Temple upkeep, right? Specifically,
I said,
it
Israel's
was
going to be a
repairs for the
monarchy
Kodesh
someday.
HaKadoshim. So, okay,
And
so now I'm
he
taking
said
the animals,
it's going to be a
redeeming sanctity
theocracy.
unto money, right?
And
The
I
money
said,
goes into the
Mashiach's
pot
king,
of
right?
last year's Machzis
He
HaShekel.
says,
Any of
yes.
that leftover money
I said,
ultimately again
that's
is
a
used for
monarchy.
what called Kodesh HaKadoshim
So is it going to be a
repairs.
monarchy
Okay,
or
good. So far,
theocracy?
so good. Now, what about now the sheep?
Maybe,
What's the status of
maybe,
the sheep?
maybe
The status of
both.
the sheep? Chulin.
Can that
Total
happen?
chulin. So now what do you do with the sheep? Watch
Yeah,
this.
I mean, like
He goes on and
England
says,
has like a
"V'chein
parliamentary
b'shiatzon chulin,
system,
chozrin
and
v'lochin
they have
osam
a lot,
mimos
but
shuma
like it's,
chadasha." Great.
I
What do you do with
don't
it?
really.
You now take new
We'll
half
figure it out,
shekels from
but I think
this
it'll
year's
be
collection, and
maybe a
essentially
theocratic monarchy
repurchase the sheep
or monarchical
for the Beis
theocracy.
Hamikdash.
But I could just tell that
So
there
again,
was
let's
going
just
to
go through the
be there
process.
in Israel.
Right?
There's
What's
going
my
to be
problem?
some,
What's my problem? That's not a general statement. I'm talking about over here, right?
perhaps,
In other words,
maybe not,
what's my
but
problem here?
some
My problem is I have leftover sheep that are invested with
friction
sanctity from last year's
in that
Machzis
relationship.
HaShekel, which I
Maybe
can no
not though. I
longer
hope not.
use past this
Do
current
you await
Nisan. What do I
Mashiach?
do with
Fuck
it?
yeah.
Redeem them. Take
Every
money,
single day I want to
transfer
turn on the
sanctity of
news and
animals
be
onto
like,
the money. The money then is put into last year's Machzis
Mashiach's here.
HaShekel pot.
Fine.
That is used for Kodesh
Okay,
Kadoshim repairs.
theology,
Sheep are
most
now chulin.
people never
Now
hear.
what I do is
Judaism never
quote unquote,
defined
not quote
a
unquote,
single
really,
official
we
afterlife
purchase
doctrine.
those sheep
That one I
with
find
this
interesting.
year's Machzis
Om
HaShekel,
Haba
and we're good
does
to
not
go.
equal
We're
Gan
good to
Eden,
go.
does not
I
equal
will say,
resurrection.
amazingly enough, remember
Three different
the sheep
things.
have never left the Lishkas Hatlan, right? Remember again, all of
Gehenna
this is
is
done
temporary for almost everyone.
without them.
Satan is not evil, he's a job description. Angels have no free will and no personalities. God has no plan in the modern deterministic sense. Free will creates divine uncertainty, radical idea, and classical text. God regrets things, explicitly stated. There is no Jewish doctrine of original sin. Being Jewish does not equal salvation advantage. Textual stuff people don't accept. The Torah has textual variants, Kedev Pri, Masoretic notes, Masoretic notes, Kedev Pri, Masoretic notes. Some mitzvot may no longer apply even if the temple returns. Some mitzvot may no longer apply even if the temple returns. Not all psalms are attributed with certainty to David. Midrash often contradicts Pshat on purpose. The Talmud preserves rejected opinions intentionally. Some laws are explicitly said to have no rational explanation. Biblical Hebrew words change meaning over time. Chazal admit uncertainty constantly. These are those the words of the living God means contradiction is real. Halakha is not only truth, it's authority. Kabbalah esoteric, handled carefully. Kabbalah esoteric, handled carefully. Kabbalah was never meant for mass study. The Zohar was controversial from day one. The Sphirot are not parts of God, they're models. Souls can be recycled, Gilbo. Mainstream belief barely taught. Some souls are considered new, others ancient. Evil has no independent existence. Blessings are considered reality-shaping acts. Speech is viewed as a creative force. Joy is considered spiritually more powerful than fear. Important pause. None of this is... In other words, so I have a carbon that has physical sanctity, Kedusha Saguf. Now it has a mum. That mum precludes it from being offered up. That's my opening for redemption. But in general, you can't take away physical sanctity. Temple sacrifice, power, and uncomfortable stuff. Animal sacrifices was never about God needing anything. It was about disciplining human violence and desire. Many prophets openly say God doesn't want sacrifices at all. That's interesting. The temple was never meant to be permanent in some rabbinic views. Prayer was a post-destruction emergency replacement, not plan A. The incense keterot was considered more powerful than prayer. The high priest entering the Holy of Holies might die. This wasn't metaphorical. The temple was also a political institution, not just spiritual. Priests were sometimes corrupt, explicitly described as such. The Urim to Thummim stopped working long before the temple fell. The entire essence of this item is kadosh. So Christa says, where did the Kedusha go? It's very nice that you went ahead and you put forward this fantastic model of redemption, but practically, where did the Kedusha go? That's what a moment to us. And now you understand what's so beautiful and riveting about this Gemara is that for the first time we actually understand like how this process is divine oracle used by the high priest of ancient Israel to receive guidance from God, particularly in matters of national importance, such as war, leadership, decision, and the allocation of land. The ark disappeared centuries before the destruction, likely hidden in Mount. Human sacrifices hinted at as once being practiced and violently rejected. The Torah may be arguing against earlier Israelite religion. Some mitzvot are explicitly reactions to pagan practice. Purity laws are not about hygiene and morality, they're symbolic boundaries. Tumah, impurity, is not equal sin. Dead bodies create impurity, not guilt. The temple system centralized power away from the tribes. The temple system centralized power away from tribes. Political movement. Pilgrimage festivals doubled as population control and unity enforcement. The Levim were basically state functionaries. Music in the temple was legally mandated. Joy was compulsory. The temple economy was massive and sometimes exploitative. The destruction was not seen as purely tragic. Some sages welcomed decentralization. Synagogues were originally not religious centers. The temple may never be rebuilt exactly as described. Ezekiel's temple doesn't match the Torah's temple.
From the moment I come into
Some
this world,
sages believed sacrifices
or the person converts, the moment
will
I
not
do
return
convert,
in the
like
Messianic
their
era.
entire
Some
essence
thought
is
only grain
best
offerings
kedusha.
would remain. The
Kedusha
altar was
is
believed
best
to
kedusha.
shorten
It's
lives.
kedusha saguf.
Iron
The
tools were
kedusha of
forbidden.
a Jew is not something else like sometimes
Blood
everybody
was seen
understands
as
it. You
spiritually
think about kind
dangerous.
of
The
like
temple
Judaism or
amplified
Yiddishkeit
holiness
as
and
something
danger.
that is,
Closeness to
a
God was
chaylev of
understood
us.
as
Like,
existentially
I'm an
risky.
accountant
Certain
and
sins
I'm
required
Jewish,
public shaming,
right?
not punishment.
And
Certain sins
I
required
like
public shaming,
baseball,
not
and
punishment.
it's
Capital
it's like a
punishment was
function of
practically
like,
abolished
but that's not
centuries
the way that
early.
is. Like what I do for a living
A
is
court
something
that
very
executed
nice.
once
So
in
you know,
70 years was bloody.
it's not who I am,
Justice
but it
prioritized
should
error
not be
avoidance
who I
over
am.
deterrence.
Right? It's a
Mercy was
function of
built
what I
into
do. Function of what I
Mercy
do.
was built into legal procedure.
Yiddishkeit
God
is
is
who I
portrayed
am.
as
That's
bound by law.
kedushas haguf.
Halacha
It's who
limits
I
divine
am.
intervention.
And fascinatingly enough,
Human courts
what
override heaven.
creates a little bit of the
Human courts
breach
override
in
heaven.
kedushas haguf? What
Lo
creates the breach?
Bashamayim
A mum.
High.
For a Yid, what's the
Law
mum?
beats prophecy
Is
after
hate.
Sinai.
Hate. The
God
scariest
accepts
part
being
of hate
outvoted.
is that hate has the ability to
Part 3,
breach
81.
a little bit of that
Modern
kedushas haguf.
landmines,
But
unresolved
the
questions,
beautiful part of
stuff
it
rabbis
is the
avoid
reality
publicly.
is that it
There's no
doesn't.
halakhic
Ain't
consensus
nothing
on what
can
Mashiach
breach
era
kedushas haguf.
Judaism looks like.
The kedushas haguf of a Yid is
That's cool.
impenetrable.
Really?
It's unchangeable.
Yeah.
Yisrael Abba Ishachata Yisrael. We think that hate breaches kedushas haguf, but Kamash Malon it doesn't. By carbon,
You think you know who
breaches
Mashiach is?
kedushas haguf. By Yid,
No. I mean, I kind of think that there are arguments that it could be
but never breaches
that
my
he could
kedushas
be
haguf. Incredible. All right, so
anyone.
Rabbi shoots back to Rav Chisda. Chisda, what about the following? Vatnan.
I mean, there's like a
This is
midrash.
fascinating. Mozart, Torah, Smile, you also about same case, just not leftover karbanos, leftover kitoras. Most said they were always leftover. So in the Mikdash. Again, Rashi goes through over here. Look at Rashi. He says,
Do you think you could be Mashiach?
Same thing.
I think anybody could be Mashiach. I'm
only
only have to be my grandson. I think it is a riddle kind of a deal. That you don't want to be Mashiach. That's a lot of work. And you say it's your grandson, then your grandson says it's their grandson, and it just keeps going on. It's like a joke. But it's really the person who really rebuilds faith.
I'm going to stay a little bit more focused, right? So what do you do now? It's now the first of me, son. I've left over
I mean, I've sent to rabbinical colleagues
what do I do with it? See, here we go. So the Gemara
family
says,
trees
simple,
of the Baal Shem Tov and said, how do I get myself into this bloodline
so watch this.
and have my grandson be Mashiach? Which is a weird fucking thing to do. But I stand by it. I did it
right? So they would
more
go
than
ahead
half a
and they would
decade
pay
ago,
the workers,
and I
pay
do
the
it again.
workers
I
from
stand
last
by
year's
it.
Maxis HaShekels. So that was,
Really?
Which sounds interesting. It sounds like, remember, it wasn't from
Yeah.
what was it? We said Yuma.
That's what everybody should want to do. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to do that. It would be like saying, how did I get in the Kennedy clan?
Remember, specifically, what did they know that no one else knew?
There is no halakhic consensus on what Mashiach era Judaism looks like. The state of Israel is not unanimously considered redemptive. Some great rabbis believe Zionism delays redemption. Others believe exile should never have lasted this long. Judaism never resolved the problem of divine hiddenness. Suffering of the innocent has no final answer. Job stands. Some mitzvot seem impossible to ethically justify today. Some mitzvot seem impossible to ethically justify today.
No, why not? It's from last year's Matzah
Halacha involves but denies change linguistically.
So we pay Beis Sabbatinas from last year's Matzah. Okay. Now watch this.
Sometimes beats
after we receive that money,
which is interesting. Communal stability often outweighs textual correctness, and I think that happens. Communal stability is so important. Women's roles were historically broader than later practice. Some exclusions are sociological, not theological. Some exclusions are sociological, not theological. Conversion standards have fluctuated widely. Ethnicity and religion were never clear. Ethnicity and religion were never cleanly separated. Judaism does not claim exclusive access to truth. Righteous non-Jews fully share in Olam Haba.
What is it used for?
The Torah was never meant to be
and
self-interpreting.
Avatinas have what? What do they have?
Contraction is a feature, not a bug. Contradiction is a feature, not a bug. Certainty is viewed with suspicion. Judaism optimizes for survival, not belief. Judaism optimizes for survival, not belief. The meta secret. Judaism isn't about knowing secrets. It's about living inside unresolved tension without collapsing. That's why. Cool. What won't a rabbi generally say from the pulpit? Give me like 50 things.
Leftover sanctified items from last year's Matzah shekel.
Look at this athleticism. You think a rabbi would say, look at this athleticism?
Allow them to be used because they were bought with this year's Matzah shekel. So that's all we're doing over here. So again, process, pay Sabatinas, right? Pay the Kohanim, whatever. Well, pay Sabatinas for their work, pay them with the money of last year's Matzah shekel. Then they take that money, redeem the leftover Ketores, okay? Now that money goes into last year's Paramachsa Shekel. Beis Sabatinas have this Ketores, which by the way is now proven. Now stolen Ketores. Beis Hamikdash goes back and repurchases it from them with this year's Machsa Shekel, and we're good to go.
Damn, bitch, that's tight.
This is the process I like.
Come on, you fuck.
Happens for Ketores.
This is the worst.
Again, Ba'amai. So that was the Ba'amai. Ba'amai. Neighbor.
This athleticism.
What happened? Remember, Ketores also is Kiddush. At least we assume is Kiddush.
Okay.
Ketores is also physical.
Many observant Jews don't actually believe in God the way you think they do. Judaism doesn't require belief. Behavior matters more. Doubt is normal, expected, and often permanent. Certainty is often a personality trait, not a virtue. Some mitzvot are kept for identity, not theology. Faith crises are extremely common among rabbis. Most rabbis redefine God over time. Anthropomorphic God language is knowingly metaphorical. Prayer working is not the metric most rabbis use privately. Many prayers are about shaping the person, not influencing God. Halakha, law, reality, just. Halakha is not purely logical, it's historical and political. Many rulings are chosen for communal survival, not truth. Consensus often matters more than correctness. Some laws remain because removing them because chaos. Minchag can override law more than people admit. Rabbinic authority depends heavily on social trust. Some chumrah stringencies create more harm than benefit. Halakha evolves even when leaders deny it. The Masorah is less linear than people imagine. So, biblical stories were not always read literally, even by Chazal. Some worship isn't automatically heretical. Chazal knew the text was complicated and messy. The Talmud preserves wrong answers on purpose. Midrash is not meant to be factual reportage. Not every law comes from Sinai. Some traditions started as responses to crises. Judaism absorbed and reacted against surrounding cultures constantly. Community and power. Shuls are institutions before they are theological ones. Keeping people inside matters more than ideological purity. Money affects decisions more than anyone admits. Oh yes, that is so true. So true. So shockingly true. Lay leadership often has more power than rabbis. That's absolutely true as well. Shockingly true. People don't want truth, they want reassurance. Sermons are curated to avoid destabilizing listeners. Not every question should be answered publicly. Some people are better off with simple faith. Unity is often prioritized over intellectual honesty. I agree. Rabbis self-censor constantly. Modern discomfort. Some mitzvot conflict with modern moral instinct. Some mitzvot conflict with modern moral intuitions. There's no clean solution to that tension. Not all suffering has meaning. The Holocaust shattered many classical theologies. Redemption timelines failed repeatedly. Messianism is spiritually dangerous if mishandled. Messianism is spiritually dangerous if mishandled. Israel theology is deeply unresolved. Living Israel theology is deeply unresolved. Judaism has no final answers to evil. Living with contradiction is the point. Judaism survives because it tolerates ambiguity better than certainty.
Over the course of the year, no. This is a din in how you redeem leftover Torahs. But the idea is that the sanctity could just be actively removed because it's not physical sanctity, it's only financial sanctity. Okay, so what's that? So just again, just keep track of the progression over here, right? Where all roads lead back right now to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, what do you do with leftover sheep in the Lishkas HaTzloim?
The temple described by the prophet Ezekiel, chapters 44, does not match the temple described in the Torah. Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, and Chazal knew this. They didn't hide it, they just didn't sermonize it. So let's unpack it. What's the Torah's temple? The Torah gives instructions for the Mishkan, tabernacle in the desert, later extrapolated to Solomon's temple, for Jews. One central altar, specific priestly rules, defined measurements, clear sacrificial systems, strong emphasis on historical continuity from Sinai. This is the baseline halakhic temple model. What does Ezekiel describe? Ezekiel prophesying after the first temple destruction gives a vision of a future temple, completely different measurements, different gate layouts, different courtyard sizes, altered priestly roles, sacrificial procedures that don't match Torah law, a radically elevated role for the prince Nasi. This is not a minor discrepancy, it's architectural, ritual, and legal. Chazal noticed immediately that Talmud Menachot 45a says Ezekiel almost got excluded from Tanakh because his words contradict the words of the Torah. Only because Hananiah and Hezekiah locked himself in a room with oil lamps and reconciled that somehow did Ezekiel say only because Hananiah Hezekiah locked himself in a room with oil lamps and reconciled it somehow did Ezekiel. Serious problem, not a footnote. How did Judaism deal with the contradiction? There are multiple approaches, and Judaism never forced just one. Future halakha model. Ezekiel describes a messianic era temple where the rules are different, reality itself has changed. Some mitzvot are transformed. This implies halakha is not frozen forever. That's huge and uncomfortable. Visionary symbolic model. Ezekiel is not giving blueprints. He's giving a theological vision. Order after chaos, holiness after exile, structure after collapse. The details matter symbolically, not literally. Third temple won't look like second temple model. Some rabbis straight up said, stop assuming the future temple will resemble the past one. Meaning the Torah's temple was for then, Ezekiel's temple is for what comes next. Why this is not preached? Because it destabilizes a few big assumptions. The mitzvot are eternally static. The temple restoration is straightforward. The prophecy and halakha always align, and for that we know what rebuilding means. A pulpit can carry that without blowing up expectations. The deepest takeaway: this is the real Jews. Judaism preserved both a legal temple blueprint, Torah, a prophetic temple vision, Ezekiel, and said, we'll live with the tension. No harmonized creed, no forced answer. One line, if the temple is ever rebuilt, it won't be a museum replica. Even our own prophets didn't agree on what it should look like. Alright, so that's enough of that bullshit. Really? Yeah. Are you gonna sleep? I'm gonna try. My hours are so fucked up. It's causing
financial sanctity only become subject to.
I feel like I could go viral faster than stay awake.
Once it come in contact with the clichés, right? If it has to come in contact
anything
with the
else you want to say?
Then it should not be subject to tumah through a Tvul Yom. So remember, what's our problem? Our problem is that we just said before that if the Tvul Yom touches Ketoras, the Ketoras ultimately becomes tamei. Which would seem to indicate to us then that what? That Ketoras is not simply Kedushas Damim, rather it must be something else. Elamai, Kedushas Hagufi. Rather, what we have to say is that Ketoras ultimately has Kedushas Haguf. That Ketoras is not simple financial sanctity, but rather Ketoras actually possesses actual physical sanctity. And I want to understand the interesting part about that. Now, what we're suggesting is
I'm
that
good.
Ketoris has physical sanctity, even
No,
though what?
Shabbat. Oh, what
Even though
about?
it's never been in a klisharis, never been in a service utensil. So it must be that the act of putting the Ketoris into the machtashas, right? The act of putting the Ketoris into the grinder,
Why
or
doesn't
into the water
Chabad
vessel by
celebrate
definition,
the New Year for
rests
the
it
trees
with
that much?
Kedushas Aguf. Ela me'atel tipasa v'lino. But if that's the case, so let's say, so there's like a lot of moving pieces over here.
Chabad.
If indeed, Ketoris has Kedushas Aguf, then ultimately it should become possible with Lina. What's Lina? Lina ultimately means being left overnight. So
Chabad doesn't downplay Tu B'Shvat, it reframes it. Less fruit platter mysticism, more inner work and avoda. Here's the Chabad logic. So, happy Tu B'Shvat a little later. Tu B'Shvat. Okay, Chabad is very wary of folk Kabbalah. Tu B'Shvat, as we know it today, big fruit spreads, mystical Seder, Ari-based symbolism. That comes mostly from Sfat, era Kabbalah, and later Mitzvah. Chabad's approach: don't perform mysticism, understand it. So instead of ritualizing symbols, Chabad translates into psychology in service of that tree equals human being. Chabad leans hard on Ki Ha'adam et Chaseda. A person is a tree, so Tu B'Shvat becomes about roots, faith, trunk, discipline, trunk, discipline, Kabbalah, goal, branches, intellect, fruits equals mitzvot that affect others. That work isn't seasonal, it's daily. Chabad prioritizes what changes behavior. Chabad does the practice make someone more Jewish tomorrow? Fruit symbolism doesn't always do that, so you'll see Chabad's focus on learning a ma'amar, giving tzedakah, strengthening Torah study, practical mitzvah, not a big mitzvah. But the Rebbe doesn't talk. The Rebbe did talk about Tu B'Shvat just differently. The Lubavitcher Rebbe spoke about Tu B'Shvat a lot, but framed it as growth takes time and visible development matters, consistency, bursts of inspiration. Very Chabad, very unflashy. Chabad avoids over-celebrating non-biblical holidays. Tu B'Shvat isn't a Yom Tov, a Chag, Azman, Cherub. Chabad is cautious about inflating minhag to obligation. What Chabad actually does on Tu B'Shvat: typically eat fruit, especially from Eretz Israel, say the proper bracha with Kavan, learn a sikha or ma'amar, talk about growth and chinuch, emphasize helping another Jew bear fruit, quiet, intentional, no spectacle. Chabad doesn't celebrate Tu B'Shvat less, it celebrates it inwardly, less fruit mysticism, more personal growth. What are the 5 new years of Judaism? There's Tu B'Shvat, there's
this is fascinating. Gemara wants to suggest
first of
that
Nisan, it's the
perhaps Ketoras
secular
is not subject
like
to
the
Lina.
governmental
Right? Why is
holiday.
Ketoras not subject
There's
to
the
Lina?
first
Why
of
not?
Elul,
Because it never changes form.
which is
If you think about it, when does Lina apply? There are
cattle
dramatic cases of
holiday.
Lina, sacrificial meat.
There's Rosh Hashanah,
Meat out overnight.
which
What
is
happens?
the
It
religious
changes.
holiday
Right?
of
It
the
looks
year.
different. It looks different. So
What
what I'm
else?
suggesting is that perhaps Lina only applies to things which look different if left out. Ketoras, the other side, Ketoras is fantastic, right? You don't need refrigeration. Like I'm assuming you probably need some ideal temperature. Yerushalayim is perfect temperature. Okay, so again, but Ketoras, there's no. We're suggesting maybe Ketoras itself. Look at Rashi. Holovitzurasa. First, why line in Rashi? Holovitzurasa. Eina b'shanas marisa. The appearance of
Well, there's an
never
edge
changes by
case.
being left overnight.
So first of Nisan, first of Elul, first of Tishrei, New Year for years, that's Rosh Hashanah, 15th Shabbat, Tu B'Shvat, and then the 5th one, first of Shabbat, Beit Shammai. Beit Shammai held the tree, New Year is first of Shabbat. Beit Hillel held 15th Shabbat, we follow Hillel. So sometimes people say 5, because both opinions are mentioned, only one is practiced. So there are 4 New Years in Judaism. Yeah. What is today? 19th of Shabbat, 5786, Friday, February 6th. Alright, big dog. Are you done? So what are the 4 New Years?
It is subject because that's what we just saw before. Anything that comes into a klisharis is subject to Lina. Why is Ketoras subject to Lina in a klisharis? Why? Because we're afraid that if we don't make it subject to Lina, you'll confuse it with other things that have gone into a Kli Shacharis. You'll say, oh, just like the Taurus is not subject to Lina, so too other items that have gone into a Kli Shacharis are not subject to Lina as well. Therefore, just in order to create a uniform halacha, we say any into a Kli Shacharis is subject to Lina.
When you want to consider it, Nissan uses Nissan Elul,
even though again it has Kedushas Haguf, that is not subject to Lina. Why? Because its appearance does not change with being left over in ready. Beautiful. Beautiful. Good. So Gemara says, Mikomakom, Kasha. So I'll say, so now that we've done that beautiful and magnificently riveting exercise, now the Gemara says, okay, now we're back to square one. Now let's say, what was square one? Mikomakom, Kasha, the Hikidusha Shahen Lehefa Halta. The boss say, remember again, let's go back. Let's go back to Rabbi Yochanan. What did Rabbi Yochanan say? Okay, it's the first of Nisan. It's the first of. They were bought with last year's matzah shekel. I can't offer them this year because they were bought with last year's half shekel. So what do I do with them? What did Rabbi Yochanan say? Redeem it. What do? Go ahead and take money, right? Transfer the sanctity of the sheep onto the money. What do I do with the money? What do I do with half shekel?
Are you done?
What's done with all of the leftover last year's matzah
I wanted to get in. Well, I talked about Steimel, that's the half. Shtetl is the town. And Shiloh is the bridge. Are you done?
Yes. Repurchase them with this year's matzah shekel. A beautiful, simple approach. What was the overarching question? How do you do that? Where did their kedusha go? They have kedushas haguf. Their physical sanctity. If they have physical sanctity, so I don't understand, where did that sanctity go? Where did it go that you could just simply redeem it? To which the Gemara says, well, so here it is. Get ready for it. Amarava, well, so here it is. Underline it. Amarava, Leib Bezdin Masna Ale. Literally, again, let's say Bezdin stipulates regarding the designation of these animals. Let me tell you this outside first, then we'll read it inside. Essentially, the way this Kiddush works is as follows. Beis Din recognizes that when the Beis Hamikdash purchases stuff, so Lamech says you're going to be left over. Essentially, what Beis Din says is that the Kedushas Haguf really only devolves upon the stuff that they use. But the stuff that they don't use, the Kedushas Haguf never really, ex post facto, devolves upon it. Now, obviously, again, when all of those sheep are sitting in the Lishkas Atlan, or all of that Ketores is sitting in the mound of Ketores, we don't know what's going to be used or what's not going to be used. But ex post facto, when you come to first of Nisan and there's 4 leftover sheep or that mound of Ketores, Beis Din stipulated the way anything that's not used during the current financial year does not have Kedushas Haguf. Because it does not have Kedushas Haguf, therefore what? It can be easily refused. Beautiful. I wasn't thinking now that's literally translated, Leis Beis Din Masna Ale. So literally again, the heart of Beis Din makes a try. Beis Din makes a condition about these items. Look at Rashi. Leis Beis Din is Rashi is 6 times up on the bottom. Leis Beis Din Masna Ale. The Shas Lakifa. The time that these items are purchased. Whether we're talking about Kedoras, whether we're talking about sheep. It's not sheep right now. So when we're touching Kedusha Saguf, Ella had 3 things Lashana. B'chol midi d'tzibor nostin Beis Din leib. So remember again, this has to do with journals. That the Jewish court, Sanhedrin, Chazal, has control over monetary matters of Klal Yisrael, which is actually quite fascinating. Because what it sounds like is we always assume that was the case for us regular people. Apparently, the concept even of like Hefker, Beis and Hefker is apparently over temple.
I love this.
Finances as well. Finances as well. So the way it
Austin, Texas.
Nathan says, you understand it's going to be left
Austin,
over.
Texas.
So again, it's not the shot that everything has Kedusha Saguf and then we're redeeming it. It's because our structure is only
Austin, Texas. Oh, it's so funny.
Anything left over. Never had Kedusha Saguf. If it never had Kedusha Saguf, then what? They don't redeem it at all. That's why you can't go. Because remember again, we're sitting in the base of Mikdash. That's going to look very strange if you just take sheep that just live the last thing, which has a climb, and then suddenly again you're making a barbecue. Right? That's not going to be right. So you have to undergo some mechanism, ultimately of redemption, but just understand, we start to have problems when you're doing something that has physical sanctity without the emergence of a mum or anything else. Kamash Malan, maybe David and Master, that's kind of how it works. The way it works is, David says, only what you use has to do Shavuot. What you don't use, never have to do Shavuot to begin with. It's absolutely incredible. Any matter concerning the tzibor, that's actually a very funny, a very beautiful phrase. And if I'm reading the tzibor, any matter concerning the dance club, Israel, knows that they've been raised. They've been raised in their heart. Is that when religion is concerned regarding all community matters, and therefore halakha again, it said only what you use has to be shasagok, what you don't use does not have to be shasagok. That is love. So let's say this is lava. So this is lava now reinterpreting Rabbi Yochanan. Incredible. And the Gemara says, what's you're not really the man. And if the Chazal said, if you need it, you need it. Whether to use the sheep, or whatever is left over, you could just simply redeem it with money. And you're good to go. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. If that's the case, I'm going to have the Hamadu Ba'amar, which is Yachar Mendama, to cover Kedusha Saget. But Abai is in Lava, but I think here's the problem. That you already said that there's really no such thing as being makdish an animal for financial savings. You said that Allah Ta'ala said, Rashi's example is, if you're makdish an ayah, like if you take a ram, and you say, I hereby makdish this ram for its financial sanctity, the animal essentially automatically applies to this assignment. But whenever you consecrate an animal consecration always results in Kedusha assignment. So I don't understand, once these sheep are designated, how do you avoid them being vested with Kedusha assignment? Well, Kasha, Haza Amr L'Dmei Olah, Haza Amr L'Dmei Osar. Everything is in how you phrase it.
You get early access of the show on Patreon.
Everything is actually this Rashi, by the way, is on the base. If you just turn on the base for just a moment, you see that Kaf Rashi is going on the Dalit. Hard on the Me'olah, the Ami Anakavet Kedusha, so go pay for Dalit, Halo Hadi the Dama Olah. When you get me down and you say that this animal should be for Allah, which is what the animal is fit for, that animal is automatically vested with Kedusha Sago. But Allah Ta'ala says, let's say you say this animal should be for yourself. I'm not saying the suffering is a wine migration. So what does that mean? It means you're investing the animal with financial sanctity and not with physical sanctity. So halacha l'maisa, you can see that you can designate those on a personal level. If you want to designate an animal with financial sanctity and not physical sanctity, you have to designate it for something other than carbonic purpose, like the suffering. The suffering is a purpose from wine. But again, here, Days didn't ask the land, and essentially Days instructions it once again. What you're going to use has physical sanctity, or what you're not going to use only has financial sanctity. Incredible. Back to the these cases are just incredible. First of all, you have your power of this fire Shemit Yisrael. This is your case. Right? So remember, these are your Kabbalah's Yom Kippur. So power himself Yom Kippur. Sha'altu, they got lost. They lost. Can you imagine somebody losing their job, right? Someone is losing, someone's getting fired, right? So they lost the Kabbalah's of Yom Kippur. Okay, but no problem. They didn't push Achim and Kaptein. Right? Find another. Listen, by the way, just in all seriousness, can you imagine that moment in the base of Mikdash? Right? It's Yom Kippur. It's Yom Kippur. Like, okay, hey, you know, Uncle, can you get the power and set it? Right? And that moment when they realized that they lost it. Like, can you imagine it? Listen, there's such a tremendous social hospital. What happens after that moment? It's probably like a what does it mean? What do we do? What's the message of what was telling us? And then what do they do afterwards? Then what do they do? Right? You just get a replacement. Once in life, there are often problems that present themselves that seem tremendously overwhelming and scary, and it's easy to get paralyzed by the challenges of life. What do you do when faced with a challenge in life? Create and orchestrate and choreograph a solution. Don't get paralyzed by the problem. Be solution-oriented in your life approach. So yeah, they lost the Kavanos of Yom Kippur. I don't know. It's traumatic reading it. Yom Kippur, you lost the Kavanos. Okay, there's a problem. Find the solution. Then what happens? So they go ahead and they separate out the Kavanos. Fine, no problem. On the base, but then you see you have all these other. Right, similar again, once you have Seer of all these other. Right, which were again a Seer that was, these are the Kavanos that are, Rashi says over here, Sibur Shechatu Ba'avod Zabaraz Bezin, all of the Shalachata. So also, it's not the Kavanos. Probably stole through the instruction of David and accidentally worship Avodah Zarah. Okay, so what happened? Same thing. They had these Kavanos designated, and then it was lost. And what happens? And they went ahead and they separated out new Kavanos. The most saying the part that's not written over there. What happens? Then they find the old ones. So after Yom Kippur, they find the lost Parvasar. After they offer up the covering for Avodah Zarah, they find the one that was lost. So what do you do with these found animals? What do you do with them? So the Gemara says, "Come on, you need to live with them." Rabbi says, "You have to let them die." The lost animals that were now found, you let them die. Rashi says that they're Kulam Yamusu. So don't see how to go. And it's not bad. You must see them. Cover the leg outside. You do the leg outside. About 80 England will be against the King of Shanabal. So I do not sure. I don't know the solution. What about Yamusu giving Kata? So when you do this, essentially, it's nothing to do with these Kavanos. Because you can't leave them for next Yom Kippur. Because if you leave the next Yom Kippur, you're already aged out. Right? Because the sacrifice of Yom Kippur has to be under a year old. So there's nothing to do with them. Same thing for Avodah Zarah. Our covenant has already been used. So Yehuda says you have to just let the animals die. But Allah Shimon only knows. You don't actually stop it. No, let them grow until they develop a most. The Yikuru, sell them. The Yikuru generate them in the Bible. And ultimately, again, use the money. In other words, let them develop a most because they have to use us again. Let them develop a most, sell it off, and then use the money for other purposes to purchase the dollar. The Gemara says, why? Shame Katas, Seymour Mesa. Rashi says over here, because Halakha L'Maisa, again, the only time we allow a carbon just to die is by individual sacrifices. But by carbon Seymour, we don't do that. So again, the Gemara says, what is that again? There's a much easier answer to this. What's the much easier answer? But right. Lema, Leib, then you put in Masni Alema. But listen, it's like we struck gold. Once you get to this Leib, days that Masni Alema, so that's like the answer for everything. Right? What does that mean? What if they do Masni Alema? Says only the animals you use have the full sanctity. So I would just say this, it's true. I separated out the kindness of Yom Kippur, but now they got lost. I offered up other animals in their stead. So when I find those animals, what should be the status of those animals? Essentially, I mean, not full fooling, but let me do the third toll that you offer them. Go ahead and just redeem them onto money. Right? Let the money be saved. Those animals be free. We're good to go. We're good to go. Or we purchase them for something else we're going to use. Because we also say to the control sacrificial designation. And what they say essentially is that Kedushas Haguf only develops from the components you're going to use. But if you're not using it for sacrificial purposes, then what? Then it should not really have any sanctity. Which the Gemara says, don't bring up this case. You're bringing up the case of the animal being lost. This is different. Shani Avudin to Loshvili. The case of lost kavanos is actually not a good case. Why? Because it's not common. Which, first of all, is very good to hear. This is not a common occurrence. So because it's not a common occurrence, once in general you see this, that Chazal only legislated in common occurrences. Uncommon occurrences, they choose not to legislate. So because a lost carbon is such a rare occurrence, therefore we don't get into this whole baking thing. We don't get into that. Instead, again, either we go ahead, according to the let it die, according to those other shillings, let it graze until it develops. And then you do it like a manufacturing dollar. Okay, so I do like this. So this is actually very interesting. Very interesting to see is that this concept of late date in Makkah is only applied to normative cases. But what we'll call to exception cases, it's not applied. Much is really. What about Paragina? was his great. Literally everybody's coming to the party today, right? We've got Jim Skipper, we've got Paraduma, we've got Torres, we've got Jewish gospel, everything. So not Paraduma. Paraduma is considered to be an uncommon scenario. And we'll say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop over here for dinner. We'll say, now, again, as I go from the beginning, we're going slow and steady. These Gemaras, I feel a little bit guilty for going away last week because I feel that Shmuel's got a bad rap. I don't know what happened. I was just going for a couple of days. I'm hearing a lot of Shmuel's talk. They say Shmuel's is not going to be Gemara. You can't get better Gemara than this. The whole concept is you got to take it slow and steady. Slow and steady. So again, we're not behind. We're perfect. At some point in time, over the next couple of weeks, there'll be a short on the days somewhere where we'll make up ground. Okay, still see that to all of you guys, everyone.
Big boy rocket. Yeah, that would be so funny. Big boy rocket merch. Merch on the rocket. Nick just laughs in his face. You see that? Redact man! Talking about you could work for us all.
Good morning.
Hold this thought, because I'm not giving you
Good morning. We begin today's stuff good in the second Shavuot to begin, of course, by taking all of our sponsors. We thank our annual commentary sponsor, the Tilson family, who sponsors all the shurim and all the drachas of this year, as they discuss for the Jewish coverage for all of Am Yisrael. Mercy Hashem, their feelings to be discovered. We also thank Shmuel and Rabbi for sponsoring all the shurim this month, as a month of Iyar, in commemoration of the Yartzeit of my father, Leonard Kropkin, Lipa, Benny Pestel Kayin, on his Yartzeit, which is tomorrow on Pesach Sheni. The daf from yesterday was Shabbos. The Monday afternoon, we were able to complete the daf in its entirety without any hard deadlines. The Baruch Hashem, we got to daf Yud Amud Aleph. It was a long sentence. We couldn't stop in the middle to get to Yud Amud Aleph all the way until got 2/3 of the way down to the words of Meir Omer Kos Yim Kaparas and Shabbat. So whatever you haven't, but not that we were this year yesterday, you can catch up. It is basically what's left on today's. What we're leaving. What we did yesterday from today's daf was a process of elimination to be able to explain the previous sheet. We will continue now with Rabbi Meir Omer Kos Yim Kaparas and Shabbat. We mentioned this opinion before, and this is the opinion comes from Rabbi Meir from the Mishnah. What he essentially says is that they all work together until they make us together. In other words, it's true that the Seir Hafitza for Yom Kippur. Take a quick break to remind ourselves a couple of things. We have a number of different Seirim over here we're talking about. A number of different goats. If you haven't heard about them yet, up until now, let's just quickly remind ourselves. What we're talking about for the most part is, yes, the Seir Pnimi of Yom Kippur, which is the Seir Hanatza B'Pnim, as we've been referring to it, which is its avodah was taking place inside. And that was something we described that, according to all opinions, comes for somebody who has the idea at the beginning, but no idea at the end. So he knew beforehand what the halakha was that he was coming, and in the middle, he had this forgetting, this lapse of memory. And then what happens, he eats something which is tough, he eats the carbon while he's coming with close to the mikvah, and then he doesn't ever find out about it. In other words, the last of them we stayed with him, after the Sawyer and after the Pnim goes to the person. Then we have another one, which happens on Yom Kippur, which is the Sarah Pizza. This is not the Sarah Nasa Pnim, this is done probably outside, and that is something to a big opinion that it works for a person who does not know about it at the end, at the beginning, but knows about it at the end.
So everybody agrees
Aren't they both men?
it will
I
come to a
don't
point for a
understand
person
why he
who
would
did
say,
not know
like, what is he
anything about the
talking
Torah
about?
before he
A fighter,
actually
but
violated
their
the Torah.
dad
And then at the
is
end,
Megatron.
he found out, he's like, oh, I didn't realize I was
Her
coming.
dad,
Or I
Megatron,
didn't know
makes
the law
sense,
coming
but
to
her
the
mom,
Mikvah.
Bumblebee, does not
Going to
make
be
sense.
Karbanos. And then he finds out about it at the end.
Like, keep in mind,
Then we
it
have
makes
Seiri
sense to
with
say
Haragola.
I'm thinking
We have
this,
the
like,
Seirim that are brought on Yom and there again, we have, for the most part, everyone's going to agree that that works for somebody who we told him yesterday, the person who's completely oblivious. In other words, he does not know at the beginning it's a problem with Tumah. He does not know about it at the end. He violates the Tumah. He doesn't find out about it ever. So the Seir have Golem come to atone for it. And then we have Seir Rosh Hashanah. We have the ghost that brought on Rosh Hashanah. So now, the first opinion we had in this was the Yehuda, and he said it's really the same thing as Seir Golem, except that it comes more frequently. So you have this opportunity for Kapara every single month. What does it do? It atones for the oblivious guy. The oblivious guy who violated his Torah, he did not know about the problem from the beginning. He didn't know about it at the end because God was obscured. Shimon we mentioned yesterday said no, that's not what it comes for. What it comes for is a tahar, a person who's tahar, and he eats the carbon, which is tamei, so that's the problem. In other words, typically, all the other cases we were talking about was when the God himself had become tamei, and then he did something that a tamei person is not supposed to do. In this case, that's not what we have here. We have a person who himself is tahar, but he ate a carbon which is tamei, he should not have done that. The mayor, who we're going to address right now, he essentially says that all these things can be mixed up. The only one that's unique is the So'er HaNatsu. The only one that has its own type of kapara is the So'er Lachem, which is Natsu B'Pnim, and that's something which comes to atone for a person who knows about it initially, forgets, and does not ever find out about it. That one's unique. However, in the case of, number one, a person who does not know about it at the beginning, but then finds out. So in other words, initially he's oblivious, but then he finds out. For the second case, where he doesn't know at all, he's completely oblivious. Or tahar she'akal as a tamei, a person who's not tamei at all. His tamei is ate a carbon with the tamei, so that person needs a kapara. Second mayor, the Soyer HaKitza of Yom Kippur. In other words, the Yom Kippur goat which was brought outside, and the goat brought on Yom Kippur, and the goat brought on Rosh Hashanah, they all atone for all those things. Now it happens to be, you were to make all the droppers as we've been doing, you'll find that for the one which is outside, the star outside Yom Kippur, it's really initially for someone who does not know better initially, and then finds out at the end. And the Seir Golem, one that comes from Yom Kippur, agrees, but someone who never finds out about it, he's still totally oblivious. And the Seir Rosh Hashanah, he holds like a Shimon essentially, that really it's a tahar she'akal as a tamei. But even though that's initially what they're for, they all borrow from each other, and they all work to cover for each other. Now, on this opinion of the mayor, where the mayor tells us that they all essentially work for each other, now there's no one to know where this comes from. Now, the truth is, there's no secret here, because it's the last couple of movies, he's been quoting the person of Kala Barkanina. So here, it's actually where it comes from. The mayor Omer calls you and Kaparos and Shabbat. All these notes, they cover for everything. The Kapara is 5 for Tzitzit Kedusha. Now, Omer Kala Barkanina, my time is your mayor. What is the reasoning for a mayor? The answer is Omer Kala Pasuk says, Sa'ir U'Seir. Sometimes it says Sa'ir, just plain old Sa'ir. In other places it says U'Seir with the Vav. Now, what is he talking about? I myself have been giving this year the last week, and I had to just spend some time this morning opening up a Chumash and just reminding myself of what's going on over here. Because it gets a little overwhelming. So if you open up the Parshas Pinchas, so Parshas Pinchas, we link this actually every Rosh Chodesh, but the part which is important is, it starts with the Parak Chavtes to the Rosh Chodesh, in the goes to Kabbalah to Rosh Chodesh. This is the Parak Chavtes in Parshas Pinchas, Sefer B'Mikvah. To the Rosh Chodesh, the list of all the Kabbalah, and then the Pasuk Ketvav, it says, Seir Shizul Echad L'Chatas. Instead of saying, Seir Shizul Echad L'Chatas, it says, Seir Shizul Echad L'Chatas. What's the difference between the two and the regular. The U means and. So and always comes with the Vav Moses. It adds on something else. And you go on the next section. So the immediately after the Torah immediately just segues right into Pesach. When it comes to Pesach, you go a little further in that same exact parsha. Continue reading. Pasuk Kafez. So again, it says, so it's connecting Pesach to Rosh Chodesh. And you go on. By the way, this is where the famous fire is. Okay? Just for information.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't have to, there's no permission to do it right now.
Because usually when
then afterwards, but Yom HaBikurim. So it goes in order. It starts with Pesach, and then you move on to Yom HaBikurim, which is Shavuos, which is Mr. Shem soon. You read Yom HaBikurim, starts with Pasuk Vav, and then you keep going. Pasuk Lamed, guess what? Seir Izim Echad L'Chaper Aleichem. It says Seir Izim. So keep that in mind. We have to remember that there's an exception when it comes to Shavuos. It says Seir Izim Echad L'Chaper Aleichem without Seir. Then the next paragraph comes back. Pasuk Aleph, U'Vachodesh Hashvi Tishrei, Ve'echad L'Chodesh V'Titodesh Yalachem, V'Tach Rosh Hashanah, and then it says, Pasuk Hey, Seir Izim Echad L'Chaper Aleichem. So again, you have your connecting Rosh Chodesh. Next one, U'Va'asar L'Chodesh, translated to Yom Kippur. You read about all those Kabbalah, last pasuk in that section, pasuk Yud Aleph, Seir Izim Echad. Now we have so far Shavuos and Yom Kippur both describe the day of the pasuk, which adds the Vav, every other place has the Vav. Yes, the Vachari used to also Yom HaChodesh Hashvi on the 15th day, which is Sukkot, and then it goes through every single day, pasuk Tezayin, Seir Izim Echad. The first day of Sukkot, Seir. The second one, on the second day of that Yom Tov, you go for the pasuk Yutas, Seir. Third day of Yom Tov, Seir. Fourth day, pasuk Kafei, Seir. Fifth day, pasuk Kavav, Seir. Shishi, the sixth day of Sukkot, it starts at pasuk Kaftesh, in pasuk Lamed Aleph, starting the seventh day of Sukkot, Seir Kaftesh. And then Yom HaShvi'i, so Shana Rabba, then you have Lamed Dalet, Seir Kaftesh. By Yom HaShmini, you have Shmini Atzeres, which is pasuk Lamed Hey, 12 up more Sukkot to Lamed Tes, Seir. Basically, you have all the way from Pesach through Shmini Atzeres, all the cases it says Seir Kaftesh Hafad. The is not necessary, except for Shavuot, doesn't say Seir, and the Kippur does not say Seir. No, Tama Martinino is saying yes, it adds on the extra word, the extra letter of Vav. What is this extra Vav indicating? That all these goats that we just described, starting from Rosh Chodesh and going to all the goats of Pesach, Shavuos, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, all of these are all connected. Vav Moses in the Rishon, and you take the Vav, and it adds up to the Palestinian, and it combines them all together. It works very nice. That makes sense. However, it seems like what we're saying is you start with Rosh Chodesh and you build up from Rosh Chodesh to Pesach, and then Pesach to Shavuos, and then Shavuos will connect to Rosh Hashanah, then to Yom Kippur. Rashi goes through all this very methodically. If you look at Rashi's first line, he says, "Shall Pesach Hasama L'Rosh Chodesh," and there's the first one in the parsha of Rosh Chodesh. So what will you connect? You connect Pesach to Rosh Chodesh. Therefore, you go by Rosh Chodesh, but Safar our paras are goes to the Polis, basically. We'll connect them all together, and then Rosh Chodesh, we go through the Olos, and basically you're going to connect each one to the one which is before. And the power with that is, if Amr Yochanan, Kol HaTorah Kulo, the name of Lamad, is Lamei to Lamei. Well,
Do you think he's worried he's going to
you
die?
could say, you know what,
He's
the
going
Torah
to. That's
never
where
gave
comic
explicitly.
he wants
The
to.
Torah gave us all the information you need, and
No,
gave
they're
us
about
the
to
ability
build
to
these
Torah
guys like
graphics,
New York comics.
and you could use
There's a
all
civil war
those
happening. Of
different
course, they're ready to read it.
ways of
Okay,
learning
yeah.
to figure things out. But once you figure something out, you can actually
Let's see here.
use
This is
that to
going to
learn
be
to another
an
thing.
SNL
So you
post.
can have kind of a chain
Dude, BGL even made it
of
to the current
information.
call.
So you can learn from halacha A to halacha B, from halacha B to halacha C, and from halacha C to halacha D. No problem doing that. Even though you're learning C from B, and B itself is not explicitly written in your Torah, that's not a problem because you learn B from A. However, besides Kikash, when it comes to Karbanos, you can't do that. Karbanos are exception. You have to actually learn each one by itself. You can't learn one from the next. And the problem with this is, the way we're explaining it, you are going to be learning one from the next. The Chodesh, the Pesach, and then the Shavuot, you're learning one from the next, and you're just following down the chain. Watch the Holocaust. When you misunderstood the whole thing. Truly, Kamot Gabri. You learned it all out from leadership. Look at Rashi.
And Mark Harley's just there fucking chopping it up. So the cameraman
Mirosh Kodesh, all work from Rosh Kodesh. What's now explained. The Tahar Sha'afa Satane, for a Tahar person who is in Satane, now Rosh Kodesh, Minari, Rosh Kodesh is learned from the other. The way Rabbi is understanding this is that with what Rosh Kodesh for, that is for Tahar Sha'afa Satane. In other words, on that point, he holds like a shimmer. On the that point is what the initial carbon of Rosh Chodesh was for. The Gemara says, Seira Rosh Chodesh comes for a person who himself is tahar and he eats something tamei. Now, you can learn all those things from Rosh Chodesh and then Rosh Chodesh back from all those things. So it's not like you're going Rosh Chodesh to Pesach to Shavuos, to Shana to Kippur to Sukkot to Kinetzar. No. All of those together are learned from Rosh Chodesh, and Rosh Chodesh is learned from there. The Gemara says, okay, fine, we can handle that. The problem is the Tanakh probably comes to make to ear. This will work for every single place where the word Seir is written. In other words, the idea is that the vowels connect them all together. The and this go connects them all together. The problem is that is the premise. That you are basing your ability to connect one comma to the next, then you have to recognize if it doesn't say that and you can't connect it. That will be a problem. Now,
Instagram feed of a
sorry, so the Kippur, as we mentioned, when it comes to Shavuot and Yom Kippur, the word concentrate seems to hear. It doesn't actually have that buzz on the word seer. It doesn't have the word and. So therefore, you'd be stuck. You would not be able to connect Yom Kippur and Shavuot to the rest of the cover, and they would be left by themselves. Now, if we did say this, in other words, if we said each one connects to the one before us, that's not a problem, because you can still connect each one to the next. But if the ones that don't say each here, like Shavuot, and Yom Kippur, you can still say Yom Kippur will be connected to Sukkot, and Shavuot can be connected to Rosh Hashanah. The problem is this, now that we say that they're all locked together and they're connected by virtue of the fact that it says and, if it doesn't say and, you lost it. You know what? You're right. That's not where it comes from. That's not where Mary was doing it. I like the from the Pasuk says, this is exactly it's in the same exact part. So the last puzzle in the Torah, after listing all of these kavanos together, it ends up as follows. This is what you should do on your moed, your set times. Besides all the other kavanos and all things that you're bringing, this is what you shall do. Now, what's that pasuk doing? Explains that pasuk is saying, the purpose of that pasuk is to lump them all together, to fight them all together and say, all of the above mentioned different moedim, different karbanos that are brought in different times of the year, they're all connected one to the next. And the Lord says, that's very nice. All works very well if you're going to start from Pesach and go all the way down to Shmini Atzeret. But how Rosh Chodesh not moed? You just excluding Rosh Chodesh. It's not a moed. In other words, a moed refers to Yom Tov, something which is called a moed. Gemara says, the truth is, actually, that you have destined for Ibra, the truth is, it's for the Tanani to be made. The Torah is for the Moed. The Rabbi said, the Amar Abaya, Hamu the Hagish Shata, that year, the ended on the 30th day, the month of Tammuz, the 6th Parallel Moed, the least for Bakure. What's this talking about? Hagish Shata refers to the second year after Yehuda left Mitzrayim. So that's the year that Moshe sent to Morocco. What happened then? He sent to Morocco on Tes Siva. Now they were there for 40 days. If you make the calculation, Tes Siva, out on 40 days, they should have come back on the 7th day of Av. The problem with this is they didn't come back on. No, they should have come back on the 10th day of Av. They should have come back on the 10th day of Av. The problem is they shouldn't come back on the 9th day of Av. Yeah, they left them from Tes Sivan. You add on 40 days, they should have come back on the 9th day of Av. Now the problem with this is we know they didn't come back on the 9th day of Av. They came back on the 8th day of Av. The Meraglim gave the caravan report, and that night on Tisha on the 9th of Av, everyone was crying. And Michael said, you know what? I can't be peaceful in the field. So, you're sitting here crying for no reason. I mean, that's what I'm saying. So we will go ahead and establish that the day of Tisha is going to be a day of mourning for many generations. Rich Hashem. She has to come and reach the Tisha to be Yamsef, which should be held as well. But until then, Tisha is also considered to be a day of mourning. Now, the only way that Fox Siva plus 40 days has been come back on the 8th of Av as opposed to the 9th of Av is if that year would be added on the 30th day. Right? I'm pretty sure they worked out. Okay? It worked out. So that's what happened. So now, what's this pasuk talking about? This pasuk is Yirmiyah, where he is lamenting the fact that Karachol Alai Moed is referring to Rosh Chodesh, hoping to destroy the Yah. Again, just a reference that he referenced that extra that Rosh Chodesh, he called it a Moed. You just see that he called Rosh Chodesh a Moed, so incorrect. He told Rosh Chodesh is not considered a Moed. It is considered a Moed. Raya is from Yirmiyah, and he said Kara Alamay, and he was referring to Rosh Chodesh. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. The Mother of the mayor agrees, the Sarah Nasa B'Fnim, Yehu in Matapa, Kaparasan, Behain in the Matapa Kaparas. We mentioned this earlier. Rabbi Yochanan says that the Sarah Nasa B'Fnim stands alone. In other words, the seer not across the land that service outside, the youngest goats and the service goats, all of those, they have their initial thing that they're there for, but they're not the him. That one's by itself. That one is held for, as you said, the person knows about it initially, he violates the sunnah, and he never finds out about it. That one stands alone. So he explains, who in the kaparasan, that one does not serve for the other types of the other cases. The Eno, the kaparas. That one only has the ability to atone for one sin. And the kaparasa, the other one, the Chodesh, the Golet, the Yamtif, and the outside one, and the kaparasa, the outside on the front, that one is that particular kapara only happens once a year. We mentioned this before. Kapara Zula, hey, this will only come once a year, and that is with the Akrama of the Sar Nasa B'Fnim on Yom Kippur. One opportunity for Kapara, and that is on Yom Kippur with the Sa'ir on Nasa B'Fnim. Coming on the up, we want to be able to write the same thing. So it's very clear. But you deal with it, so the complete person is completely oblivious. That's number one. So but you deal with it. So the guy did not know about it initially. He finds out at the end. That's the other case. The person who himself is Star, he said he just Tame. All of those, see where they go in, see where they Kadashim, some of the copper. That's the other good for the same. However, if you were very careful, However, Sawyer has the flip. That was left out. The Kapar offside, now Sawyer. If Kapar was also left out, you see very clearly where mainly one team all together, only one team together. The goals on outside the keeper, the goals on the netted, and the goal which is up on the the goal that every single one, Seire Russia Productions, Mithaprim Altar, that the server Kodesh is not for these movies. Now, this Lemon Russia Production, Lemon Kodesh one does not work for the Regalim one, which is the immediate person. How is that? We said this yesterday. So they'll say, ain't no such devil. You can only carry one, you can't do two. Ella to Regalim, why is it that the youngest Karbanos, the Siren, the youngest, we should say the capitalist from Russia Production, it should work for a person who's Tahar, somebody who's just Tahar, who wants to the Torah. Oh, stop! Next week, yes, as well. Or much you're sucking Tahar in that case. He said, oh, stop, not sound like that. So, oh, stop, no, see, I'm on, hey, after, no, see, I'm going to meet the hospital says that they can't run for each other. Now, Bishop, let me get this nightmare's opinion, this is the truth. Now, Bishop, I'm going to regard the little fact that the other people. I understand why the youngster Karbanos, in Shimon's opinion, work for the completely oblivious person. But they don't work for the Yom Kippur one. The other person has some elements to be at some point, whether it's before or after. Like Yom HaKrah, after Pesach, the part of the after Pesach. Now, however, on Yom Kippur, the star announced about foot, the outside one is Kippur, on Yom Kippur, the Kapar Regalim. Now, what should work for the Regalim, which will be a oblivious person, and the Quran versus that, Akas, before after Pesach, the Eino, the Kapar, the Kapar, only works for one Kapara, not for two. Now, hold on, the Gemara says, that's not true. So if I keep saying Akas, the stuff I'm not saying, you're reading it the wrong person. The Akas was referring to the one who's not so definitive. In other words, we differentiate between the two different scenarios. One is done is service inside, the other one is service outside. The one is service inside, I recognize, and that's true. But only concerns one is service which is Akas. The one is service outside, we can say Akas in the mirror. What it says, top of Yudam Beis, Tata Sakipurim. It says over there, Muvad Tata Sakipurim. And since it says Muvad Tata Sakipurim, he loves them all together. Now this is what Seir isn't Efat Tatas, Muvad Tata Sakipurim, Ola Satamas Vetasis. And this goes to the fact that it says, besides for that, we learn that it actually works together, and therefore, even though it doesn't say Akas there, it actually gets the halacha of the same of the other components which have an Akas. Different only way. One is the truth of Nimi, to make a hekesh, we draw a parallel, or there's a juxtaposition between the outside and the inside one, just like the inside of the Sire, it only works for one thing, the outside Sire also only works for one thing.
Like he shows up in a tennis outfit, and he's just like,
Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda, I'll never know. Now we have the opinion of Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda. We have Rabbi Yehuda, we had Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbi, and now we have Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda. What did he say? So he says the following.
This one's posted by Handsome
He agrees with everybody, as we mentioned, that the Sawyer Hachmimi, the Sawyer Nasabichnin of Yom Kippur, that's the guy who knows initially and then forgets afterwards. Now, when it comes to the Sawyer Hachitza of Yom Kippurim, which is the outside Sawyer on Yom Kippur, he says it works for all three, like Reb Meir. When it comes to the youngest Sawyer, he taught us that it works for a person who has no idea at all, completely oblivious, and for a person who's Tahar or Eitzah Mitzvah, and Seir Shekadashim works only for a person who's Tahar or Eitzah Mitzvah. So there's like kind of like a hybrid opinion. He buys into a Meir's idea that the Sawyer Hanasa Bakos and Yom Kippur covers all three. He buys into a Meir's opinion that the Seir Regalim work for two things, which is for an oblivious person and a tar to Ephraim Sarkame, a pure person usually which is pure. And, however, when it comes to the Sawyer of Kodesh, he says only works for one, which is a tar person who's Tahar or Eitzah. Not even one students understand this. Nice now, why is it Rosh Hashanah below the copy of the Regalim? Why is he to say that with the serve or for the only works to the top for a person who's Taha, the nature language is done, right? Now, what's the reason for that? It says Harbon over there. Harbon, who knows, right? Now, if that's the case, that's why the Torah only works for one. We're going not in the copy of the Kadashi. The Torah works on this. So we'd either be able to do two. Why? Not my fault. Also, exactly what Amir, exactly what we just learned from Shimon. We should say the same thing. In other words, if you're going to say although means only one, then you should probably go to Osa as well.
They're interesting, but they're not like.
Osa, which is Osa, who knows the Avon in After of the Avon. Where it says, no, incorrect, they're not connected. Also, they're not connected. There's no problem with Osa. In other words, Avon is a singular term because of stuff. Therefore, let's only do one. Just the fact that it says Osa, but Osa, not on the back, this is that's kind of Everyone says again, but that's the nice number of Regolim, the longer copy of this recorded. What is the difference? That Regolim, the carbon, the soil that you brought on Yom Kippur is not the top of Yom Kippur. In other words, according to him, the soil of the Regel is for the oblivious person after the Torah Shabbat. For the person to work, for a person who has some element of idea. Why? What would be the reason? What the Kapara is really a Kapara for a person who knew at some point only comes once a year. If that's the case, you're asking if that's the case, you have to be putting another little Kapara of the Gallen. Why is he saying that the Sawyer, which is not the Bachot, works for three things? A guy who does not know about an issue but finds out later, and a guy who's completely oblivious, and a guy who's also Satame. The top of it, the top of it, you should dash in the Atas word. Well, it's no. Atas, no Machlo. It doesn't dash in that. In other words, just because someone else dashes it, but when you ask him, in other words, he buys it from the dust. It's not all of that. So why not? Explain. The Peak says Atas, when it says Atas, the star, that's what makes it. This is essentially the question we had on the Unitarian Shimon. When do you say Atas, it says that by the internal star, not by the external one. Now, maybe you make the other hekit of your back. You also do a goal not being the complicating people. If that's the case, in other words, if you're saying the outside part is only limited to this in, then the goal is also to refer, but if he says outside, it's where that's what Tim said. You might say, that's a mistake. No, outside's not. Really, he does start things not outside. He does start things outside. The time of Haka, this case is different. The end of the crowd, the keeper out of permissive outside. It says very clearly, I will be the top there on the once a year. Carlos is the graph of meaning really is the power of the copper. In other words, you would have the same problem where essentially is a heket, but he says you can't actually juxtapose the outside one because it says outside us. It's sometimes inside. Name stands alone by itself. It's for a person who has an idea in the beginning, and then never find out again. Knows how it's not for that, knows the basis of that, and then somehow he has to lost the memory. Now, he continues saying, Sarah, he's going to be put in gathers most of these because there's no outcast in that process. And therefore, it can cover a person who knows about it initially. No, he does not know about it initially, and then he forgets. Or a person who's completely idiot, and we're going to include a touch of a comment, a common person who's coming. And then, here we go, let's get down. Now we can cover a person who's completely oblivious, and it can cover a touch of a comment. Why? Because the word Osa is not compelling to him, and it's your introduction. That's one that is very limited to only Tarsha Osa because that one says that's all.
She's like, where's the walk? Isn't this P of changing?
Okay. Now the Gemara moves on to something completely and totally unrelated to what you're talking about from that.
Excuse me, you're the continental breakfast. Where's the waffles?
Now the problem is that if we start this Gemara, we have to do tomorrow's whole daf right now. Because the reason why this Gemara is what here really doesn't come up until
Daf Yud Aleph. Gemara brings in this whole Gemara just mentioned to that Yud Aleph. So I don't want to leave over someone for the Yammer. It's not my style. So I'm going to start it. We'll get our feet wet, but we'll have to continue tomorrow. This reminding us of this Gemara. Aleph is as follows. There are two ways a person can donate something to the Beis. And you have something which becomes Kedusha's Damin, and you have something which is called Kedusha's Hakim. So, for example, if I have a watch which is made out of gold, and I'm no longer wearing it, it's out of style, or maybe it's not working, and I decide, you know what, I would like to donate that to the Beit HaKavayis, and that becomes the property of the Beit HaKavayis, that's Kedusha's Damin. They can then take that and do whatever they want. They can melt the gold and use it for the construction of the Beit HaKavayis. They can sell it and use it for other parts of the Beit HaKavayis needed. It's theirs, they own it, but it's Kedusha's Damin. It's just value that belongs to the Beit HaKavayis. What's important to know is that they can sell it, which essentially means they can dispose of it. Anybody who wants, go ahead and buy it. However, when somebody has Kedusha's on golf, like a carbon, you can't just buy it. If you want to buy it, you have to first allow it to get a book. In other words, someone which is eligible to be a carbon cannot just be purchased for a backyard tax. That's the general halacha. Now, with that in mind, Amaduda, every year, Rabbi explains this in great length. Every year, they had a surplus of animals that they had in the Trumas HaLishka. In other words, they collect money, and they would buy animals, and they had this area where they would store the animals, and then that would basically be the place where they would inspect the animals, make sure there's no mud. And every year they had a surplus of 6 of these animals. Now when it came to the end of the year, they used 2 of those animals for the Tamizim, the Tamid, from the Shafat, and from the Rabbi of that day, and they were always left with 4 into the next year. The problem is, you're not allowed to use a carbon from last year for this year. So they always had a problem at the beginning of the year. If they had 4 of these Tamizim, these animals which were essentially eligible to be brought for a carbon summit, that were left over. So essentially, this is very strange. Tamizim should have looked at the tzibur, niftim Tamizim. You can just buy them without a loan, no problem. But the Gemara says, Yosef Rabbi, it's the only way to help myself. Rabbi was mentioning this, and then what happened was, as he was mentioning the Lord said, I'm going to insist that not science law. We will be making on Rabbi. We have Ula mentioning this in the Rabbi. And Ula says in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, the leftover 4 animals which are eligible for a carbon cover, you can just buy them without a month. As this was being said over by Rabbi, the Kistur said to Rabbi, hold on a second, he's going to listen to the Rabbi Yochanan about this. If he Kedusha should come out of the what happened to the Kedusha? This is a carbon that has Kedusha's Hakguf on it, and therefore, you can't just buy it. That's Kedusha. You can't just allow it to be your backyard animal and eat it for a barbecue one day. That's not okay. You have to get a book first. Upper legs, top, no shin sprouts, the lower meaning Kedusha spender, or all that, double negative one here. In other words, don't we agree? No, we don't say that, but now, having learned in the Mishnah, Moshe HaKetoras, Mahayu Osaba, so similarly, we have when it came to these different spices that we use for the Ketoras, they always had some extra. What do they do with that? They just in their history. Now, there was this family called Beis Haktinis. They were the only ones who knew how to properly make the Ketorah. So now, there's a whole mission about them except for Yuma. What they would do is, they would separate this payment for this Beis Haktinis. They would redeem the leftover Ketorah onto that money, but also you give that money to this family, to Beis Haktinis, the Torah as your wages. Now what would happen is that those things will look at Osa, the Truma Chadash. They would then go ahead and buy it back from them with the new class. In other words, instead of selling it off to the street, it would be designed into the Ketorah. Just put it on the market for everybody to go buy it. They would sell it to the Beis Haktinis, and then they would rebuy it. Now, Rabbi, according to you, why was that necessary? Maybe Kedusha should have had it. How can you just sell it? It has Kedusha. How can you just go ahead and sell it? Now, Amalei said to me, asking me about Torah. Torah Shani. Torah is different. Why is Torah different? How do we know the Kedushas Danis? Torah is different because it's not a Kedushas Hazeh, rather it's just Kedushas Danis. Now, when we stop here in the middle of the sentence, because it really continues on for a long time, the word now just be grappling back and forth to figure out whether it's Kedushas Danis or Kedushas Hazeh. And ultimately, we're going to come back and deducted out from the days in the Raya for our Mishnah.
Yeah, I did. Got the game. Like, yeah, that's how this goes. That's what I do. But that's what happens. You don't realize until it is what it is. How weird is that, dude? That was like a wax figure cup too. Hey, you remember that awesome jacket, that smoking jacket, that fucking dude? I had fucking. How crazy is that? What was the other one? The green boy MMA.
And today's daf,
how crazy is that, dude? I mean, it was as big as it gets, and you're like, and that drove me crazy. I never told you. For another 3 years, I turned it down.
The oldest of the year as a support for the Service for Am Yisrael. We also thank Paul and Robin for stopping the
also just kind of like, I used to lose my mind with that. I was like, yeah, whatever. But then again, to be fair, you've always been, you're more ambitious, right? You want bigger things, but you don't realize that that's as big as it gets versus you making it that huge. You know what I mean? Oh, very funny.
To be Mechaper, the Sorah Nasi is simply Mechaper for various different tumas. And the tumah that we're describing is where a person has the idea beforehand. He knows that he's not supposed to become Tameh. But to say it differently, he knows that he's become Tameh, he's not supposed to walk into the Mikdash. Or he's touching. And at the end, after he does that, he has to, he becomes Tameh, he walks into the Mikdash, or he touch him, and then afterwards he realizes. So he has the idea in the beginning, he knows about it initially, he knows that if this happens, he's not supposed to walk in. The sanctuary is not supposed to be Karbanos, and then he has a lapse of memory in the middle, he eats the carbon, or he walks into the Beis HaMikdash, and afterwards, it hits him that, oh my gosh, I made a mistake, it's done this, and after he gets that is
didn't know we started, but it's all good. Of course we did, because we're talking, and honestly, I feel the energy in here, and I feel the energy, and your energy is great, man. Both of you guys came hot, and I'm ready. I'm ready to do that. Those atoms are kind of weird on their heads or headphones.
In the Mechaper to take away all the Yisurim until he actually brings them out. That was the second. There was a problem in the Gemara. We mentioned that there's other cases of Tumah. Now perhaps this carbon can actually go ahead and serve as a Kahal. There are other cases which are referred to in the Torah as Tumah, even though they're not the last case of ritual impurity, but they have a reference to the Torah as Tumah. We thought that perhaps this carbon also could be a Kahal for that. What was that? Gila Rayas, Gila Saman, and Avodah Zarah. Gila Rayas is immoral behaviors, Gila Saman, murdering, and Avodah Zarah, idol worship. We thought that perhaps this covers actually serve as a Kapara for that. Yes, this is the Gemara. The more I went through these things and said, hold on a second. Trying to figure out, we went through this very quickly, but the goal is 5 lines to 6 lines from the bottom of our mouth. Quickly, we'll just run through it again. The Gemara says, even now, it's Zal and Zayd, about 6 lines from the bottom of our mouth. Yesh these million Zel, Lahavi Dino Tumah. Tumas Avodah Zarah, Tumas Gila Rayas, Tumas Gila Saman. We now have to figure out what these things are. The obvious premise that the Gemara is going on is that if these cases are punishable in another way, then obviously there's no kapara. So the person when you put the death and cancellation death penalty for one of these things, then clearly this kapara is not coming to finish in someone for that. The other side of it is that if there is the ability to bring a carbon
I don't know why. I mean, they must
on
just
its
be
own
huge
for it,
fans.
then
If
this
you're,
carpet
if
is
you're
not
just
necessary,
listening
or
to
it
this as
doesn't
someone
work.
not
The
laughing
whole
at
idea, we made a
ironically,
pitch
you
yesterday,
gotta be like a
we
big
pitched
fan. It's
AS
just like
to
listening to your
Kakasa,
first songs when you were
is
for a
to be
while.
a
It's
Tesha,
like being
similar
fat in
to
the
a
age of
faith.
information.
Tesha is
Where you
something
know it's
which is
gonna
done
hit you. It's like
intentionally,
you're
or
just
faith is
doing
something
it to
which is
be
done
fat.
unintentionally.
I don't
And
know
the
if
idea
you
was,
know
just like something which is
if
done
they're really
intentionally, you
fans.
can't bring a carbon. So this carbon is going to come
You ask
to
yourself,
atone
like, why
for another
because
scenario
they're living for this.
where
The only way
you can't bring a
that you
carbon.
listen to the
So what
show
would
is
that
if
be?
you
That
want
would be a
to
case where, as we described, you don't know about it at the end. So here, in this case, we're trying to figure out what will be the case of Gila Raya, 57 of Zara, where there is no death penalty, and there's no ability to recover. So look to our proof, Umar says,
it could be their favorite show.
highlight Zara, Gila Nevada, Makedon,
That's
what's
why
the
it
case?
stimulates you
Umar says, even amazing,
because
because
the
that
whole
we
thing is
intentionally
just
went ahead and served for the Zara, to engage out of worship, intentionally know that it's related to engage in out of worship. And he went ahead and did it. Umar says, hold on, that's punishable by death. Person who intentionally goes ahead and serves for the Zara, punishable by death. Of course, this carbon is not going to be taken off. Even so, you can have by mistake, are particle, but a main carbon. So again, the necessity of this carbon is just irrelevant. Umar says, no, it says you have to amazing little aspect. So in that case, where he did it intentionally, but there is a loophole that he's not going to be tired of, so he won't be put to death. Why? Because there was no one.
Yeah, it's just so
Who else is so good? Another case he did it. Mistake low shot the leg. You know, another one he didn't know before. Now afterwards, one of those things that came up, that would be a case for you. Alright, now, the more tackle testing coming out, again, just looking into this, you are right, not only if you don't mean. When it comes to the immoral behaviors, what's the case? Even maybe you intentionally went ahead and engaged in this behavior, knowing that it was forbidden. This is about the Taylor. The guy's subject to the death penalty. In the tailgate, people have to burn the state. On carbon, when we made carbon, so again, this carbon becomes irrelevant. Morrison was talking about this. Amazing. It was intentionally little Oscar, but again, there's a loophole here. It was done intentionally, but you're not going to Oscar. You're not going to warning him. If you're not going to warning, he cannot be punished with the death penalty. In other cases, the showgate, that's by mistake, the most younger leg, and he's missing one of the necessary knowledge. Again, similar to Kastamin, the case where he murdered somebody, Nami, what's the case? Nami, even makes it if he intentionally went ahead and murdered somebody, he's subject to death penalty, he killed somebody. Even showgate, if it was an accidental death, by Bella. Yes, go to Bella. So again, we might find that there's just a carbon that is brought on his behalf, just as an atonement. But Ari Mikkel, we learned about this. Where it says, it could be the Mazid, the last thing. Same thing. He didn't intentionally recognize it. But the showgate, what they did by mistake, well, it's Yadale, and he didn't know about it, he doesn't necessarily do it. Now, another suggestion is to find out the most blood and ghost, and a case where a person is not subject to ghost. You mentioned it. There are a number of cases in which it wouldn't be relevant to this case. So there's that loophole, and then we'll help with the action. But if going down, in those cases, that would probably potentially be relevant. However, it's not. That's what you said yesterday. However, even though we just found cases where potentially this carbon can be relevant to serve as an atonement, it doesn't. This whole idea was, what would the potential case be? And here the word the potential case has to be where it was intentionally, but he didn't get a warning, or it was by mistake, and you never talked about it, or
I forgot about the world
the
famous
case of accidental murder. In those cases, we have to be a case where he is just in one of those cases where it doesn't go to Dallas. Okay, now the more can go analyze this again. Hamama. We've talked before. So again, this is about Pastor Aleph, and it is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines in. Hamama. Yachal, Mashallah, Yisar, Papa, which is exactly what we just said. You would think that this sire, this goat is going to serve as an atonement for one of these three things. Talmud Lomar also tells you, need some oaks. Further to those below culture. Now the Gemara goes on. We said yesterday. Not Masinu. What do we find? Shakila Kakasa. The pasuk went ahead and divided it. There's a difference that yesterday we mentioned that we don't know yet what the difference is. We find that there's something different about this Tumah. So therefore, the Baal called to us Shakila Kakasa. there is some type of difference when it comes to Tumas Mikdash to Kedasha. Person walking through the Mikdash when he is in a state of impurity or eating carbonates when he's in a similar state of impurity. Now, the Mechal Kol Tumas, the Tumas Mikdash to Kedasha, Alkan, the Tumas Mikdash to Kedasha. In other words, the idea is it's proving that this carbon, this soil, this goat is here to serve as an atonement for a person who unintentionally walked into the base of Mikdash while he was impure, or his touch while he was impure. Why? Because we find that particular tumah comes with a different set of laws than all other types of tumah. Therefore, that's the one that is going to serve as the kapara for it, but nothing else. So now, we would have thought that there was a kapara to realize this but we learned that no, it doesn't. The Pasuk says reach the boat. It has to be that there's something special about this tumah, something different about this tumah, and once we find something different about it, we could say, alright, fine, that's the one that this son here will be misapplied. Either if you live in this village or you live in. Now, the more wants to know, my feeling, what is this difference? So where do we find that there's a difference between Mikdash and Kedasha that has some type of leniency that I would say, okay, this is different than every other tumah, and therefore this carbon, this thought here, this goat, and now so the thing which is done inside is going to serve as an atonement. So again, just a quick reminder, we'll read about this Moshe tomorrow. We read about this yesterday in Kiryat Torah. About the Bible, most notice there are two different goats. One is referred to as the Sayar Hashem, another is referred to as the Sayar Hashem. The Sayar Hashem is the one that we're describing. It is Mikra, it is brought inside the Mikra, all of its name. That is the one that we're analyzing. The other one, the Sayar Hashem, will turn off the cliff, and that has nothing to do with what we're discussing right now. Now, the Sayar Hashem, what's it for? What's its purpose? What is it going to accomplish? They say what it's going to accomplish is if a person knew at some point that there was a prohibition of eating, touching, or walking specifically when he's telling, and he's not telling, and then he has lots of memories, and then he forgets about it, never has this subsequent review about it. This carbon is going to make an atonement for that particular circumstance. Why that particular circumstance has no exception. Because the Gemara, what's the exception? My spirit. What's different about this Torah? He wants to simulate what the Zohar is to say. Not to look at these cases. He wants to say it must be the Maisi Seira Velokitsa. I'm sorry, I skipped.
I'm like praying that it's a joke. It's a joke. He's not doing that.
I skipped the line. Maisi, what's the Maisi Velokitsa? That's the type of Torah he gets to bring a variable cover. In other words, every other case, there's another. This is a carbon. This is what you got to do. You have to be a carbon. You have to be a tatas. It doesn't have a sliding scale depending on a person's finances. But this type of filling, yes, it does have a sliding scale. Therefore, find a leniency here already. Once you find a leniency, the next say, okay, this type of filling has leniency, and therefore the Sawyer can go ahead and be the Marshall, hold on. Email was the Zohar. If you're looking for different things, let me look at all these cases. What was the Zohar? What the Zohar will be different. Here's what the Zohar has this specimen. The night you see Ira Volokis, so when it comes to what the Zohar brings a saw here, a goat, Volokis, and not a sheep. So we find that there is a difference when it comes to the Zohar. So perhaps, just like we find the difference when it came to Tumas Mikdash Kedasha, you could also find the difference type of the Zohar, which brings a saw here, and not a sheep. On the Kahana, I'm not a silly Rahaka coming. No, you missed something very important. We're not just looking for any difference which is more lenient. If you find a difference which is more lenient, that would serve as an indication that this should be the case where there should be an extra form of atonement. What's that? Now, it's really true that your problem depends on your financial status. However, the fact that you have to read a Sawyer and not a Kevin, so Anan, he looks the Hawk coming in the high, this is what this is why, because one of the shortest of goats, the price is going to go up and you have no choice but to pay for it. It turns out that that is
That's what I say, yeah.
actually a chilic lahasner, that makes it more difficult, and therefore that's not what we're looking for. We're trying to find something which is more real. Again, if you're able to either go for a sheep, you go to the animal market, you find the cheapest one, you can buy the one you want. But if you have a specification, you can only go, you have to pay whatever it costs to go.
To see if it has the effect
Okay,
on this.
so it must not be that this sire, Hanasa the Fin,
How far are you in
is going to work
so
for
far,
how
most
others
of
are.
my jobs. My girl has left me.
Versus a 11. But maybe it comes to serve for a 11. So there's one of this. Let's say the woman gives birth before Yom Kippur, and now she's supposed to be in the carpet.
But anyways, that's not why they're
her
right?
processing.
No, that's not at all. I think they're
Coming Tahar or Tahara after she has the baby, it should bring to carpet. But what if she has the baby right before Yom Kippur? She can get a chance to do it. Now the Kohen goes ahead and brings this sorry not to the Fin. Perhaps that works, and she doesn't have to go bring a carbon afterwards. Where it says that what the third is, you might see over the earth. She also is seeing over the earth. Now it's important to note that she doesn't really bring the same type of over the earth, but there is an ability to bring birds over there. So therefore, there's more cover over the earth. Amar Aposhi on the call Hatasa, and we'll blow the call to them, making a big mistake. We're talking about, in our case, when the someone does an unveil, someone does something wrong. So this saw here, it says very clearly, it comes to serve as a kapara l'chol katosa. Look at the pasuk says the keeper of Torah for so much days from the Mitzvah. L'chol katosa for an avera. The woman didn't do anything wrong. It's wrong. She had a baby. So there's a killer. There's an impurity that happens over there. She's bringing carbon as a way of cleaning up from her tumah. And then what that tumah is the whole destruction. Why is she called something such a baby? There's no destruction of it to some extent. Usually we can grab that. The bottom line is, what she's bringing carbon for is not pushing up here. She's bringing carbon to get rid of all of her tumah. So therefore, it can't be relevant to her. This whole carbon is not relevant to her, and therefore it wouldn't work. And the Gemara says, hold on a second. I understand that the woman didn't use an affair by having a baby. However, you have to remember, you're children by your side. The Amar, you led us Nami from Kasi, that a woman who gives birth also does have some type of avera, likely in a what you talk about. What does Gemara mean? Gemara tells us in the Sefer Tzniga that what's the avera that she did when she's giving birth, it's so difficult and so painful and so overwhelming that she makes a neder regular, Shavua right from the year, that she's never going to use her husband again, because she's not going to be more painful. It's painful, difficult to deal with, and obviously in that moment, you can understand why she was saying that. But then again, women are much more mature than men, and afterwards, when it passes, they say, you know what, it was painful, it was difficult, but look, I have a baby over here, I love my child, and therefore she goes back on the Shua, and she goes ahead and she gets back with her husband, and she has more things. So, there's a big avera. Big avera, but ultimately, you want to find some type of avera that her carbon is coming for. It's coming because she made this Shavua at that time, saying she never has a baby ever again, or she never be with her husband ever again. Now this carbon is going to atone for that sin that she had for making a false Shavua. So okay, now one is we can call it so perhaps the Sawyer, this joke is actually similar to the call. So Michael Mela, Martha was Shimon with Taimei. You're forgetting that Shimon is the same person who told us something else. Or you say, Omar, you make Komo who Mukra. You have to do this, and you get back to this again. But Shimon is of the opinion that you don't need to have this different. Shimon says, if you look at it, it's a very clearly question. You need to I might even like it more when I like it. Translates from the Tumos of the Yisrael. That means some of them, yes, but not all of them. So you didn't have to make this structure to actually find some type of difference or some type of leniency in the types of Torah. He just said it's only one that it works for. It only works for one, and therefore, he said, what is that? But not any other case you could potentially describe as an available. You want to look at it, fine. Next one. Let's say, perhaps, just sorry, not to the comes to atone for the Torah. And Rabbi Shimon says the same thing. He's a Torah, he's a leper. What happens if it didn't call Kata? It comes for Avera. But what we call Kalasa, again, Torah is this type of influence. So that's what's this carbon coming for? He mentioned it's coming to atone for a sin or an Avera. Something done wrong. The person had Torah. It's a Torah. So therefore, we don't need this for this. Hold on. We're going to Barafeni. Hashiva Dvarim, Negoyim Bayim, we learned that the Negoyim actually do come from doing an Avera. And therefore, perhaps according to him, maybe the Tsar is coming to atone for those things. What if such all those things? You want everything to the whole list includes Lashon Hara, Stomach, yourself, speaking, evil speech, gossip, murder, again, split the testimony of the person who has the atonement by himself. Another atonement to yourself, again, this went to show this perception later, basically a shavua in vanity, a shavua that makes no sense. The arayas, kashrua, holiness, different things, gezal, taras, significance, the Torah comes for all these kinds of things. So what do you mean that Torah is just a form of impurity and it's not a form of punishment for Avera? Of course it is.
It's not weird. Made a
Well,
mistake, you didn't twist hard enough.
Davar Shimon already going by him. Michael Neymar is what was Hatam Nigia. I should say Nig'e the Akapale. The Karpa was Tari the Kap. Yes, the Rebbe, yes. The Nega, the Taras, comes to a total of Avera. But when he's done with the Taras, he got a kapara for the Avera. Otherwise, the Avera has already been wiped away. The Karpa he's bringing is not here for those Avera. The Taras he got to take the Avera. Once he gets the Taras, he goes to the process. Now he's free. Now he's good to go. No more Avera.
Why? Man, it's so much worse. You had the other guy do it for you.
The problem would be bring the Kabbalah into the canal, which is actually remove the Tumah. And therefore, it would not be relevant to this case because this case we'll be talking about a Tesha, some type of Avera, not Secret Tumah. Okay, but even Nazir. Maybe even Nazir Tameh, maybe this will be for Nazir, but Nazir is not allowed to become Tameh. And maybe that's what it comes for. He wants to the healing for Naisi Terry and Beyoda. He brings either dogs, with some types of turtles off the birds, he brings those things. Again, that's only leniency. He brings that instead of bringing a Karmasata, which is an animal, he gets to bring birds. That's the difference that we find and we tell you that this Saya actually comes to serve as a Kapara for that person. And Lakoshia will call Kasata and Lakoshia. It says the call consumption, the lower cultural, so therefore that comes to exclude the case of the nugget. You see Rashi, the cultural nugget, he says, the Naisi nugget carbon will make a learn the Jewish Tyra Naisi. He's coming for the Tyra, but not for the case. He's just Rashi actually brings the fucking graphic. The concept of what Shiloh is here doesn't actually carbon, so this is much more relevant for the Jewish and not for the case of some time. Okay. So the ones are far, the armor knows you're not a fight. Okay, fine. You just told me that this problem is coming for the Tuma aspect, but not for the case. Okay, hold on, whatever the roads are far, the armor knows you're not is that the guy? Yes, Eddie Brown. What's the Avera? So again, the Gemara tells us his after the guy. To give us certain privileges and beautiful things to enjoy in this world. And he didn't ask us to make it awesome. So Nazir goes ahead, turns himself to another, forbids himself from drinking wine, to a certain extent, there's an Avera on his hands for forbidding himself to drink wine. So Michael Neymar, maybe indeed, there is a tape, there is an Avera by Nazir. And that would be the case if the Sicilian says, no, you believe this whole drasha, to find a difference is not necessary, because he's just directing the fact that it's not so serves their code. It says, meet the most, and it comes to say only one specific command is to make the difference better, and nothing else. So now, maybe come in with her. So it says, you learn it out from its actual place. Hooray on that, the Efer Alpha, this is the rest, what I just explained, I just looked up. He explained, hooray on, the Pasuk says, the Efer Alpha, and me from us, it goes ahead and serves on the Kodesh, it is a Kapara in the Kodesh, inside the sanctuary, Nitzamos, the service of atonement for some of the Tumos, which means he's saying Nitzamos, it's not Kodesh. In other words, the idea is it serves as a Tumah for the Kodesh. So again, the way he explains this is, it says very clearly the pasuk itself, if you read it and understand it, what is it saying? It's saying the people of Kodesh, the soyer, this goat, Hanaf Rifnim, which is going to be brought inside, it is Mestaker, it serves as an atonement, Nitzamos, from its Tumah. Which Tumah is that the more explains? Which Tumah for Kodesh. In other words, we just got finished explaining this, but first the community understood that it's just some random single Tumah that it atones. And therefore you have a list. Is it going to be Avodah Zarah, Yipastamim, Yirayas? Is it going to be Nazir, and Yoladas, and Torah? Any of these cases, very nice. That makes sense if you just have some type of difference. But if you read the pasuk and understand what it says, the pasuk seems to say very clearly, Mitum of this means, Mitum also from its Tumah. What is that? Tumah Kosher Kodesh. The person who violates the Kodesh. How do you violate the Kodesh? You violate the Kodesh either by entering the sanctuary with your talent, or by consuming something which is sanctified or consecrated while you are tongues. Okay? And that is really what the pasuk means. The Gemara says, if that's the case, Shaper and Armor are shitty. But this sounds pretty good. In other words, read the pasuk and understand it. So now, when Yehuda went ahead and made this whole rush over here, what was so difficult? Why couldn't you just read the pasuk and share it? So I said, Yehuda Amar, we will tell you, Ahumi Farley, he reads this very differently. He says, I need that for something else. He hates the oven with knives with men, passing the knives with the exactly as you do, with knives with men, with the water is probably loose and so forth. So, I mean, what a large part of the avodah is sprinkling the blood. So they take this soy announcement and what to do with this after this water, we gather with blood, and then we have the Akash Shamala Veshem Lamata. This thing is in full glory on Yom Kippur. Akash Yakas, Akash Yishayim, Akash Yishalos, Akash Yava, it goes to Akash and Akash Yishalos. So there's the whole process of doing what else? And 7 down. Maybe you got to do a different after Davening, but this is part of the perception. So now, what he says is, the keeper al Kodesh Mitzumos Kosher Kodesh, what he understands this is that he basically the oven with knife with nicks exactly as you do inside the Kodesh HaKodashim, to sprinkle the blood one up and set it down. You do that again where Bakodesh, inside the sanctuary, which is in other words, you have the Kodesh HaKodashim. So being a bag between the two rods on the Aron, that's where it's done first, the Kodesh HaKodashim. And the pasuk says the keeper Al HaKodesh Mitzumos tells you to do it again here, Bakodesh. Here's that that's the purpose, the person that separates the sanctuary, the holy place, from the holy of holy place. You do it again. In other words, the way he understands it is not that it serves as an atonement for something that was done with Kodesh. Rather, he says it's the process, the kippah that you're going to do. The process of doing this kapara is done with Kodesh. You understand it very differently. And it's very different, you have to make this process. Rabbi Omer, the keeper, Allah told us with him, I'm sorry, the Amala, he needs that the Eki, the Abla, fabulous fish, exactly as you do. After Stamala, tell the Maka, inside the Kodesh HaKodashim, now the Kodesh is exactly the same thing. In the Heichal, you do it one up and set it down on the process. Okay, so Gemara says, all right, so now once we're getting into this, if that's the case, Reb Shimon, how does he know? How does Reb Shimon know that you will repeat the process of sprinkling the blood a second time on the process? The Gemara says, the pasuk says very clearly, the Chinyasa, to read the pasuk, says, the keeper al Kodesh Mitzumos today, so Reb Shimon thought that, and it says very clearly, the pain Yasa L'Ohel Moed. Something shall be done in the Ohel Moed. So it says, Reb Shimon, I don't need to understand the word in the beginning of the pasuk of the keeper al Kodesh to tell you that you sprinkle the blood one up and 7 down inside the Kodesh. You know why? Because it says, the Yasa, so shall be done. So therefore, I don't need to actually defend it that way. The Gemara says, okay, Yehuda, pretty good point. Read the whole pasuk. The pasuk first tells the people allocation for this. And why can't you understand that with the Shimon? And then you want to know how you're going to sprinkle a second time.
It's like when you're trying out stuff.
I mean, the pasuk of Shimon, it always says that. Nina would have thought Nasi Karaka with Sahir Atu. If it tells you the Pinyasa, such shall be done inside the Mole, I mean, if what you're telling me is to bring a second set of Karbanos. Now, that's a pretty big deal. And then in Nasi Kar, the Sarah Flini, the Navid come out along. So our pasuk tells us at the beginning, no. You'll bring two of them. This same Slayer, and after this him, he uses blood twice. Shimon, according to the Shimon, what to do with that? And that's the whole way, you name that. He says, no, but it's just not what it means. They understand the word. And that's the means. Bring the second one. It just means we keep the pasuk. So ultimately what we have over here is, we have a Shimon who's not really,
this is posted by Crotchberry Juice.
He's not looking for some type of similarity or exception in Shimon that would tell him that that one is special and that's the one that this carbon comes to atone for. Why? Because the way he understands it,
he's
pretty clear in the pasuk when it says from oath. In other words, what it means is it's coming for a kapara for some type of similar that happened back home. So what is that? That's the case of a person who eats kachim while he's tummy, or a person who walks into the sanctuary when he's tummy. That's really just what the person was talking about. No need for any drugs. However, the user doesn't understand that way. Usually what he understood it right is that the people that are telling you to principal and therefore he has to actually find some type of feature about some of the production that would make you choose that one that is going to be a color. Before I go down. Y'all call two for the color to be sorry, Zach, Macaca. You just telling me one yet. You're back to bring it up again. You would have thought that this announcement comes as an atonement for four types of tumah. On the Mona, what it teaches us is we teach AM, the call it serves for Mitzvah AM, for Heka, for intentional sin, and the call Tatasa for unintentional sin. Mind you, what is that? It's Yesh for Yediyah Tefillah, the Yesh for Yediyah Basha. In other words, as follows. Yesterday's talk showed us very clearly that we learned from Hashem Kol Tatasa that just like a kasha, when a person does something intentionally, he does not get the opportunity to do a carbon. A carbon is an opportunity for a person to atone for an unintentional sin. Now, a kasha is intentional. Carbon is not part of the process. A person can be tshuva, but a carbon is not one of those ways that a person can do an intentional sin. So we learn from that juxtaposition of the two words, and Kol Tatasa, that it has to be just like a kasha, which does not get a carbon. So a chata, this chata that it's something to atone for is something where there's no carbon. The Zohar announced that sin can only come for an atonement for something that does not have the ability to bring a carbon. So what does that come to? This is when you wait for your year of Tefillah. Person knows about it initially. You wait for your year of himself. He knows about it after he has the thoughts in memory. And that's the case. It's really exclusive. Hold on a second. That's the case. So you do bring a carbon. So what do you mean? We just got to say all these cases. We're trying to find a case where you can't bring a carbon. What do you mean if this is the case that it's coming to a turn for? You use it's Yago like some of the skills that happen. In other words, what we're talking about is a case where a person knows about some of the skills that happen. So let's just talk about that case. It's arrogant here. And a person is quickly what he's doing is the final last minute tshuva preparation, he's thinking about himself. And he thinks, to be ourselves, here between coming, and I will do this, that, because something else is saying to Osaka, and says, hold on, keep coming. And while I was coming, I wasn't supposed to make them. While I was coming, I ate a carbon. Now he finally has this last idea. He's like, hold on a second, I want to read a carbon.
Yeah, it's funny that he's doing the
It's a
same
little busy
thing.
right now, sir. It's Arabic Kippur. Lots of things are going on here. She doesn't have enough time to be a carbon. So then what happens? A full day
He kinda
of
looks like
Kippur
a
goes
turkey
into
or something.
effect. They bring the Sar Hashem, which is an announcement thing. Perhaps that Sire will exempt him. Maybe he'll be over the hook. Maybe after Yom Kippur,
It's just coming out now.
before building his sukkah, he does not have to go out and bring his carbon to atone for his Avera. Because Yom Kippur was Mechaper. Where it says,
Superstars.
I would have thought that as the Nicene, then Nickly, Tamas 1. I would have thought that he doesn't have to bring another carbon now, Tamas 1. That no, it doesn't work. The carbon, sorry, I'm not the thing. Only works for a case where a person does not have the idea of myself. You do not have the idea of myself, then that sorry or not the thing will take care of it for you. However, if you do have the idea of yourself, you find out about it at the end, you do have to do your own carbon, and you're not going to be off the hook by the carbon that is for the carbon. More goes on. Alama, United Shield to the Buddha Killer, the aim bar, the Buddha myself. How do I know that a case where a person knows about it initially, the aim by the Buddha myself, and he has the black memory, he never has that subsequent memory or that piece of knowledge that tells him that he violated the mikvah or that he was coming, the Sire is that Torah, that this Sire is going to be a kapara. Martha, you kidding me? United by the Catholic. Would you just spend the entire onward on that case? That's what we just said. We just told you that it's not going to work for a case. You have a PD in the beginning and D at the end. So now, what are you asking this case? Mark says, this is more stressful. After the Ahmed Kapara doing the time, now that you told me that there's a comparison between a faith and a pasha, an intentional sin and an unintentional sin. It's a map some blood they carbon. After some blood they carbon, that's a comparison. The way you can draw the parallel between the intentional sin and unintentional sin is that it's just like when it's done intentionally, there's no ability to be in carbon. So the faith has to be here to the no carbon. Ema, I may say, not some that love make carbon ola, after time love make carbon ola. I'm looking a little further into this nothing hold up. The person who does not bear up amazing intentionally, there's never an ability to bring a carbon. He can do tshuva, he can do all kinds of things to take down the church. However, carbon is not on the table. Carbon is never going to be relevant for a person who doesn't have their intentions. So I would have thought, maybe I have to stretch that bill over to say that was through the case where a person knows initially that he's not supposed to see, touch him, or walk into this and make this one Sunday. He walks in the middle by mistake, and then he never finds that about it afterwards. Now the problem with it is, that's not a case where you could never do a topic. You know why? Because 20 years from now, he finally I just realized in my timeline, I violated my Torah. I cut him when I went to the bits of mikvah. Maybe that's not a case that could be shown by the Star not Christian. So this is not perfectly comparable to a case of intentional sin. Intentional sin never gets to be carbon. This one potentially carrying a carbon as soon as you find out about it. Maybe that this topic not for certain
If they let
remind you, so what would be the case then? He does not know initially that there's a problem with eating. Caught him or walking to the base of mikvah when he's done it, he is probably real himself. But afterwards, he did find out about it. So he just never knew that while he's coming, he can't walk to the base of mikvah. He never knew that while he's coming, he can't eat touch. So what does he do? He shows up at a custom party, his friend, a bonus woman, invites him there, shows up, he sits down to eat it, and he's enjoying it. And afterwards, he's so inspired, and he enjoys it. He joins his every share afterwards. He's like, oh man, I just found out. It was yesterday, was that okay? However, aber jeder bei dir bekill, bei dir bekill, he was Yagalay, Barkabanu, and Malormity. So in other words, we are suggesting that would be the case, and that would be the only case that would work. If he came up, now let's just say,
she catches you.
Don't just slow down a little bit. Again, remind you, it won't be the case. Anybody is here about Tila, he doesn't know about it initially. The Yesh is here about himself. He finds out about it at the end. However, in which case will I exclude? Yesh is here about Tila. If he knows about it initially, the anybody is here about himself does not know about it at the end. Kiva is if he misyadalay since. Again, mind you, anybody is here about Tila. Yesh is here about himself. However, Yesh is here about Tila. The anybody is here about himself here between misyadalay about himself. Since we eventually find out that he violated the Tamar Karbon, and maybe perhaps will. In other words, this is all an answer to that question. Mara asked Mike about we spent so much time, we just got finished explaining that that's the case where the Qatar not listening to the Lord. He knew about it initially. He forgot, and then he never had an idea at the end. That's where the Sa'ir actually comes and gives him a Sahara. Now, the Gemara says, how do you know? The Gemara says, the question was, perhaps that's a case where it's not going to work because there's potential for the being present with that. However, when will this Sa'ir not within service of the Summit? That's the case where you'll never have the potential for being a carbon. Once that case, you did not know about it initially, so you violated it, and then afterwards you found out. So now you're thinking to it, can I bring a carbon? And you'll see the Gemara and say, no, I just learned. In order to be a carbon, I have to have a conversation about being in the present moment, and a lapse of memory in the middle. So I have to have knowledge at the beginning, knowledge at the end. It's down between those two knowledges, I have to have some type of lapse of memory. But if I never knew about it initially, so I'm never able to be a carbon. Now, you want to say the teaching, lest you suggest every give it, feel it, so I'm not supposed to make you for the fact. But in other words, you're right. Maybe it would work, but it can't be that's what the Torah is coming for, because there's another carbon that actually takes care of that. What is that? That's so not supposed to. That's the Sa'ir, another Sa'ir that you get outside, and Yom Kippur itself. Yom Kippur itself actually serves as a cover for that. He wants to stop that, I may have said, in other words, I don't know which one does it. In other words, you're right. There's a Saranat of the Pnei, and the Saranat of the foot. You have the go which is service inside, and the go with the serve outside. I don't know which one serves for which particular there.
The right guy to do it.
So
it's so funny that he comes from the
so I'm not proud of my success.
He was wasting his time with that shit. And now he's out there doing this guy who's built for like a goofy dude in commercials.
And therefore, I'm not going
You know that Papa uses that
the one says, okay.
Oh, he's like,
Not really everything lines up. The Saranat of the thing is for a case where someone knew about it in the beginning, had a lapse of memory, never found out about it afterwards. The Saranat of the book is for a person who did not know about it initially, and he violates the Torah, and he finds out about it afterwards. That's the Saranat of the book, and Yom Kippur is to be Mechaper for that.
The new interns meet Malik or Mark.
Well, this explains the last,
You start just like me. I started
the
shot.
third
Like,
scene,
you gotta get out of there.
third scene line of Rashi, the Chokatasa.
I did think it was weird.
It's the same who make Chokatasa. Loma is to say, Achsel Kuba Tasha, any bar carbon, Yitla Love Achsel Chokatasa. In other words, he has to be right now. The small Chokatasa, in other words, that's not going to work. The Chokatasa, since it does not say you say, and he's made Chokatasa itself, Chokatasa, and that obviously is referring to a case where there was a Yediyah in the beginning. Okay, now the Gemara says,
Dude, if you grew
when this topic of hard to look, why is it hard to look? What's this quasi-topic to follow? It's total. In this case, it hangs in there. What's the secret? Make our topic issues are out. So say make our topic and you do that. Perhaps also the topic has to be so we can come to a topic like that. That's the first thing we read. Initially, now what's going to this is going to know that right now. If we find out about it later, then they can help with us. As well as the top from the top, the Safara, the aspect of the sickness of Safara, Loma Torah, or Zero Loma, the next to say is, it may make Loma. The Rabbi was asking, what does it mean that it's Torah, that it's pain sin here? In other words, it sounds like you're bringing a carbon, it serves as an atonement, but what type of atonement? So what is that? So Gemara says the first suggestion is that what if he dies before he has an opportunity to bring a carbon? In other words, he dies before he has this last piece of knowledge, he has to bring a carbon. Gemara says perhaps this carbon will serve as a kapara. A kapara for him, in other words, he dies clean. Amarava, that's not necessary. In Mace, once he dies, Nisa Nareta. What Nisa does is, death itself is an atonement. Death is a cleanser. So the person dies, then he will serve a cleanser for a case that the person could not have brought a carbon. In other words, typically a person has to do tshuva. There are some things a person can't do tshuva for. Nisa serves as a kapara for that, or Nisa serves as a kapara for a case that the person can't do tshuva. Why? Because they have the knowledge. Therefore, it's not necessary to really cover for that. The death itself will clean that out. What does it do? The hugging love issue. As we mentioned yesterday, it protects it from the spirit. Because when it comes to Avera, so there's the elements of doing tshuva, which is a full tshuva gemura. But until a person does that, there's a potential person might suffer up until then. So these components are important. Even the Shemitah serves as a protection from the potential issue. Then the Gemara goes on to another case. Mishnah tells us, "Every diva skila, the every diva self, start off before the top." That's big. Which is that the person does not know about it and know about there's no knowledge of the atonement beforehand or the consequences of the atonement beforehand. Then he violates it and he finds out about afterwards. So the start off the the day which is sort of outside and you kick on it. And now just hold on. Let's take a look at this. It's pushing, it's just not up. And the Mishnah actually goes through the effort. This book is to remind us what the Mishnah says. The Mishnah tells us, anybody's here about Tila does not know that initially, but the Yisrael here about start off the first of the Kurva Kaper. This will be good in the Gemara. Can never for it says in the Pasuk. Muvar Kata Chakipurim, besides the Chakipurim, Amar Shezema Kaper, Shezema Kaper. What this one is the Kaper, it's the other one is the Kaper as well. In other words, not really just like the inside one, ain't the Kaper, El of the Shepidiyah, I'll Kaper, El of the Shepidiyah, is sometimes Yidiyah. In other words, the inside here serves for someone as Yidiyah at the beginning, but no Yidiyah at the end. The outside one serves for a similar capacity, but where's the Yidiyah? Yidiyah is at the end as opposed to in the beginning. In words of the outside, sorry, but it's Gush. If these two are juxtaposed to each other, when it converts Mimi as a day, the other two. So when we have two, what we just have one. Just have what's the other allow us to do both. Now what's the difference? They have to love a pizza. It would just make a big difference. For some reason, you don't have the opportunity to bring the sar outside. So the inside sar, it will serve as a kapara. But it says, no, can't do that. I'm like, the Pasuk says, Akat, kapara, Akat, kapara, Be'en kapara, kapara. The Pasuk says, the son of Aaron, Eshvega of Arot Kasharachai, the Stado of Estova the Pleso, the Kopasei and Kopatosan, that's the one Pasuk, I'm sorry.
The doctor said 2 years, huh? With the video of her walking. Yeah, fuck you.
Keep an arrow. Al-Karnas of Achat Sashana, Migam Achatas, that the Purim, Achat Sashana. According to notes, Achat twice in the Pasuk. Not without it. The Pasuk said, keep an arrow. Al-Karnas of Achat Sashana once a year. Migam Achatas, the Purim, Achat Sashana. So the Achat, the extra Achat, tells you that it works for one, but not the extra Achat for us. The Kappa, then the Kappa, take the power. What's this fine? That's the case. Then we'll do the other way around. The copper pizza now do that. Once the start after the first was for the case of inside which is you give a tila, hella, and then no you at the end. So am I the other good steaming? I'm I the good thing. And what's the other inside? It must have to be a little bit different. The Truma, the era is that would work if there was a Truma that happened in between. In other words, there's a guy who's there on the Kipper, and he's coming, and he walks in. I'm like, sir, it's your Kipper. And we just walked the five off. Now you missed it. Now that we have this ability to have a cover earlier, you can't say this because the whole idea is that he has no idea, but I'm just illustrating the case.
That's the point.
What he does,
This Miami coach looks like he's wearing dietary Monday and Travelers
This kafara only happens once a year. Again, the additional word akad tells you it only happens once a year. Well, even if you go further,
Oh yeah, that would be great, man.
the small dama, hey, the kid is the idea of itself.
I don't even know if that was
It's supposed to be small. We had this earlier. He says we don't have to have the idea of a kilo. And he says even the idea of base rabbi, when you learn in school as a child, is not necessary.
$5 tickets.
So according to him, Dama, anybody's idea of a kilo is the idea of a self. So starting out the books on my Matata. Why is it that the starting out the books to work on the beach side, the external here, the young and service outside, serves for the fall for a person who does not know about it initially?
I mean, LA Times are reading this.
Then he violates it, and then eventually finds out that was
Get your tickets only $5.
the starting out the books work business home. What do you need that for?
It's $2.
According to the small,
What do you think
this
he's
guy's a
saying
big
about
car.
those guys right here? That they're.
So you want to say the nine Matapper? What's it mean Matapper for? I'll say anybody's deal over to you. According to him, the candidate works in a case must be person who has absolutely no knowledge of it. Not before, not afterwards. It must be no. That's not necessary. Because how you go, you're a production Matapper. That is really taken care of for Sira Kusadassim. It's taken care of by the jokes that are brought on the Yom Tov and a Rakoda. What's the Sholah, the Miriam, the Mer Kama, Kos, Yom Kapos, Shava, all the Sira and the Kapara is equal, also a Fitness of Shata, and it works for all to the Fitness of Shata. That's why you have to have, because it's so much the correct, because overseeing the only serving for the Fitness of Shata. So what would actually work here? My have to say, it's just all of this will tell us that the pizza and the pini are issues what's the next. So for what purpose? He doesn't need that kafara. Gemara says, ain't no kafir. Let's get something. Might as well if this is the so Gemara says, not mimi, just like the inside one, ain't no kafir for Shalavero. The pini is not the kafir for Shalavero. In other words, only for the pizza and the kafir for Shalavero is only going to be Makata for change the source of this. In other words, he has various indications in this justice. You be a kila, you be a basal, no you be a kila, no you be a basal, not in the beginning, not in the end, all have to do in the relative figures of Joshua. That's what that, as it tells us, has to be in the concept, in the parsha of the figures of Joshua. If it's within that, it should be a kapara. If it's not, then it is not. I also have a wonderful shot.
I listened to that as a kid, I was like, didn't even think about it. Yeah. Well, I feel a pump coming through, and he's like, oh, he's all like, you know it's going to happen, girl. And she's just like, I feel a boner, and he's like, you know it's going to happen. Because, songs just repeat themselves. We should do that. You should do that in the shop thing. I can't believe it, man. I mean, I've been trying. Oh, really? Like, that's why I've been listening to it nonstop. But I tried one R&B song, and it was very hard. That's true. The R&B stuff is difficult. If you want to try it, or if you want to listen to it, it's on the Patreon. It's Hey Mr. DJ. But I had a rough time doing that, and I gave up halfway because I couldn't hit a note. Yeah, boy, I like it. Tiger Thick is calling. Unique update on lawsuit in court of a appeals being posted by Lolo the Rogan. This is definitely 8 minutes long, so we definitely will not watch the whole thing.
The Gringo Pop come out. I think he sued me after like the day before that came out. So whenever the Gringo Pop came out,
I think it was
he lost, and now he's appealing. Now you have to remember that last month, December, Brendan Schaub did a copyright takedown.
You know, to yourself a fisticuffs. It's funny because Thick Boy Productions is still real.
It's Shruas.
On two videos I did.
That Zion was going to begin.
Because we already had a
And that
lawsuit.
Bubba Revez to begin to start by thanking all our sponsors. We thank the Hustlers families for to show up with sponsors all the shoes of the year as they support the research covers for all Army Show. We also thank Shmuel Robert Barakин for sponsoring all the shoes of love. Donation to the York Church father Leonard Barakin. People being kept to our plans on the York Church is just like the training. Someone to have an Aliyah, someone to have a couple. We also thank Ari and Henry Lipton for sponsoring all the shoes of the week. Lila Mishpas Haley's mother, Linda Putin, Rachel Leah Basuli, and the family should have statement from them.
What's the what? Oh yeah, Ben Affleck in the town. He's like, you gotta go somewhere. You can't ask any questions. Just get in the car or whatever. And it was just to go beat up. You got the guy.
Okay. Back to the Mishnah.
Yeah, there's something I don't like about
The Mishnah taught us how halacha was that it's the eighth of Yediyah Baskila. So we're talking about bringing a carbon over the other. For somebody who knows before he becomes tummy, but becoming tummy comes along with certain restrictions. And some of those restrictions are that once the person is tummy, he's not allowed to enter the Beis Hamikdash. He's also not allowed to eat kosher. He can't eat karbanos. He can't eat other things that are kosher. And this tells us, all the way back in the Beis Hamikdash, that sheyesh v'yediyah b'skila, v'yediyah b'so, v'hela meitayim, hareitzeh v'ol v'yor. Person knows before he becomes tummy, but becoming tummy comes along with restrictions. And he knows after he became tummy that he has become ritually impure. And he also has some lapse in memory in the middle, and during the period of time that he lapse in memory, he either touch him or he walks into the Beis Hamikdash. Allah is the second case of the cover over the Yoreh. As we explained multiple times, cover over the Yoreh means to cover kasas. However, it comes along with one important exception, which is that it is the cover kasas that is on a sliding scale. Depending on your financial standings, is what type of covering you have to read. It will have to be animals, birds, the cover mincha. Still depends on where the person is standing financially, is he has to be covered. Now, the Gemara asks, we had the father of days, approximately 10 lines from the bottom. This year's the idea of Eskila. This is very much a fundamental question about how do I know? They are classes of Medaber, how are the too much mitzvahs to pick up? Now, it's important to understand that we're talking about these sukkim over here. You go to Vayikra, in Parakeh, when you start reading from Pasuk base in Parakeh, it says, O nefesh asher tiga v'chol davar tameh, person touches something which is ritually impure, or the nivlas chayet tameh, or he touches the veil of the corpse, the chayet tameh, an unkosher, non-kosher animal, or the nivlas behemoth tameh, or the corpse of the behemoth tameh, or the nivlas sheretz tameh, or again the corpse of a creepy crawly thing. The nelam imanu gets better when you come into Asher. He becomes tameh and he has sin. And he keeps on going through this sukkim over here, all the way through Pasuk Aleph. You're going to find a number of different descriptions of Tumah, but there's one very important omission. It doesn't say that when the person became tameh that he's done anything else. It just describes what may be perceived as the sin of becoming tameh. Therefore, if you look at Rashi, the way Rashi explains this more is, look at Rashi. The Hebrew mouth for the famous of the Medaber. Parshas carbon over the Yoreh. The Chayavot says carbon asama. The parsha which describes this variable carbon depending on your status. It does not describe over there. Minayin she'ein l'chayvo al naga ela in kain okel ba'oto tumah kodesh or nisma tumah. How do I know that this may be perhaps by merely becoming tameh, that's enough to require me to bring a carbon? In other words, the pasuk sukkim just describe a person who becomes tameh, and then goes on to describe this person being a carbon. Now, how do I know that those sukkim are not requiring any person who comes into contact with anything ritually impure to bring a carbon after or on the way out? That is a major pivot. And the Rishonim actually deal with this. Rabbi deals with it and most of others because we don't find anywhere, unless you're a Kohen, becoming tameh to a person, to a dead body, or if it happens to be during the time of a wheel or regal that a person becomes tameh, we don't find anywhere in the Torah that it says it's forbidden to become tameh. maybe the person doesn't want to be tummy because they don't want to be ritual and pure. But the idea, the notion that a person wants to reincarnate over the earth is a tasa. Just because they touched the dead animal, something which is a major novelty that you even think that. Now, it's not true. You don't have to reincarnate. The fact that you think about that is also a good thing. Rashi nevertheless understands that's what the Gemara means. The Gemara means that perhaps one would think that just by merely becoming Kameh, that is enough to require the person to reincarnate. Now, says the Gemara, how do I know that that's not true? And the only time a person wants to reincarnate is if while they are Kameh, they walk into the Beis HaMikdash. Or while they are Kameh, they eat kosher. That's the Gemara's question. Minayin Janek Elsa Medaber, Ela B'tumas Mikdash Shekadosh. Gemara answers, it says, it's one of these things which I can figure out from a logical inference. I can figure it out for myself. Now, why? Oil is here. On the Shaltuma, the Chayiv Karban al Tuma, because the Torah warned us when it came to certain parts of Tuma. There's a warning, so it tells us. There's a warning, and there's also a karban. Where's the warning? The warning of Karas, as we're dying earlier, dying without children, is described when a person does this thing to Mesic. So we have a warning in the case where a person intentionally goes ahead while he is coming, goes ahead and eats kashim. The same thing would be true if a person also goes ahead and the carbon obligates the person to bring the sacrifice when it's final state. So we say that it follows. Just like when there is a warning and a punishment of karetz. When it comes to Tumah, the only time you find that there is a punishment of karetz is only when a person violates something sort of What does that mean? He either enters the sanctuary when he is tamei, or he eats custom when he's tamei. So that's the only place there's going to be a key of karas. There's no key of karas for a person touching a dead animal, a dead rodent. So now everybody knows there's no key of karas to that. So therefore, if you understand, if a person intentionally touching a dead rodent, there's no key of karas. The key of karas only if the person subsequently then goes ahead, enters the Beis HaMikdash, or eats kachim. That's when you can't cause. So I would say, when it comes to mistakes, other technical cases, or being dishonest mistakes, you won't be a punishment or a fear of an obligation to bring a carbon, unless what happened was that he entered the Beis HaMikdash or ate kachim. It's not simply going to be an obligation to bring a carbon over your age. Every time a person touches the corpse of a dead animal with his body. Therefore, the kind of cover, I'll kill a look all right, it seems pretty straightforward. You can figure this out by yourself and compare the obligation or the punishment of courage to the obligation to read a carbon, just like the obligation or the fear. The punishment of courage only going to be relevant when the person goes ahead and walks into the Beis HaMikdash or eats kachim while he's tamei intentionally. So the flip side of that, where unintentional, that the real carbon is only if he walks into the Beis HaMikdash or he's kachim, not simply by becoming better. Okay, we might say, well, we can accept that. We can accept, and everyone now accepts that there's no obligation whatsoever to bring the carbon just by merely becoming kachim. Fine. If that's the case, how do I know which things I would have done that would obligate me to bring a carbon? You're assuming that if a person becomes tamei, the only two actions that require him to bring a carbon is either eating kachim, eating some sacrifices, or walking into the Beis HaMikdash. Okay, fine. Maybe it's for something else. The Gemara says the Uma, perhaps Truma. Maybe it's talking about Truma. The Kohen's allowed to eat Truma, but he's not allowed to eat Truma when he's tamei. Maybe he'll have to bring this carbon if he eats Truma while he's tamei. Why? His kids will own it. There's a warning about eating. There's a warning and a punishment of Nisibidei Shemayim, which is different than Kari. It means dying early, but doesn't come along with an anything to do with the children. So now, perhaps in that case, I would say, that's the case we have to do a carbon over the other. When a Kohen eats Truma while he is tamei, in that case he has to be covered over the other. If he knew that he knew beforehand that he's not allowed to. In other words, he knew in advance that if he becomes tamei, he can't eat Truma. Then he became tamei, then he has a lapse in memory. He forgot. So what did he do? He ate Truma, and then after he's like, oh man, I can't believe it. I just ate Truma and I'm tamei. maybe that's the case where you have to be covered all of the already. And it's not talking about the case where he keeps touching, like from a sacrificial offering, or when he walks to the base of the Mikdash. Mara says that that's not going to work. Why? Because lo ashkechanavon misa zechayiv alei carbon. You do not find in the fear of misa b'nei shemayim that the flip side of that is that a person is going to have to be a carbon when it's a misa. Mara says, really? Is that really true? It's true that you don't find a person who brings carbon copper, which is not a sliding scale carbon. It's not variable. It's set. And anyone who has to be a carbon katas has to bring exactly the same carbon katas. Aval, over the Yored, may see maybe he should actually have to be a carbon over the Yored, variable carbon over the Yored. Right. You never bring a carbon katas in a case where you know for sure. Sorry, we know this here needs to be Shemayim, but maybe covered all of you have that halakhic dispensation depending on your finances, how much you're going to have to do. Maybe in that case, you will have to do it, even when it comes to Shemayim. That was the rationale to say this. You need to have just like we find that Shmias Kol for this precise. Shmias Kol, what is Shmias Kol against this later in the sector? Shmias Kol is when a person takes an oath, he does not know Avis. There's a possible part that says that a person is obligated to take Avis, report witness, become a witness, report their testimony in a particular case if they know it. Now, a person takes an oath, they don't have any knowledge of a particular circumstance. But Shmias Kol, that was the halakha, the person does that intentionally. There's no use at all. It's still up the halakha. The halakha is covered all of the areas if he does that unintentionally. The same is true. Again, when a person violates an oath, he won't do something. Or if it's short second, he I don't want to get to this whole discussion right now, but essentially what he does is he swears falsely, whether it's amazing, intentionally or unintentionally. In that case, we find, even though there's no current or Yusa, still there is a current over the Yoda. We find some over the Yoda can be introduced. And one says, yo, Amar Khan, it's very important to remember this. Amar Khan,
this is where you get a little over your skis.
the pasuk says very clearly, Asher Yiga, the Tumas Adam, the Tumas Asher Yitzma, Ba. Now we find that many times when it says Ba, the specification of Ba is Ba Limutute, to exclude what? Truma. So therefore, in other words, you're right. Logically, it can be that we would exclude the case of eating Truma. Sorry, I said that wrong. Logically, what you can say is that the heel, carbon, over the Yored, bringing this variable sacrifice would be for a Kohen who ate Truma while he was Tameh by mistake. However, the word Ba in the pasuk tells you we're going to exclude that case. So therefore, when we find that a person brings a carbon over the Yored, this variable carbon, that's when he knew in advance that becoming Tameh restricts him from walking into the base of Mikdash or partaking in the meal of two sacrifices. Now, he became Tameh, and then he forgot that he was Tameh, or he forgot that it's also for him to do any of those things. He did it, he walked into the base of Mikdash, or he ate a carbon, and then after he's like, oh man, I just remembered I'm not allowed to do that. I just recognized I'm not supposed to walk into the base of Mikdash, or I'm not supposed to eat this carbon. And now he's going to be covered all over the other. That's the case of coming over the other go. How about the exact same case? But what was the error that he made? The error was that he ate Shema. In that case, logically, yes, the Yored. However, the possible tells you no carbon over the Yored when a person mistakenly eats Truma while he is Tameh. Now the Gemara goes on and says, okay, since it says Ba, which is an exclusive, and how do you know what to exclude? Ema Ba, the Mikdash, will calculate the carbon over the Yored. How do you know that Ba, the extra word Ba in the pasuk is excluding where a person's error is that he ate Truma? Maybe Ba is telling you that if a person walks into the Beis Hamikdash, a covered over the Yored is not sufficient. In other words, maybe, yes, if a person violates or makes a mistake and violates Shur B'Yim when he's Tamei, he's covered over the Yored. What is the word? Ball comes to exclude? This is the case. The person who walks into the Beis Hamikdash, in such a case, it will not be sufficient for him to bring a carbon or the Yored will have to bring a real fixed carbon. Adonai to cover Tzibah. The Gemara says, Kari Rava Aleh the Rabbi Dola Mayim Yivaras Kameh. Rava said, I'm about to teach you something that I learned from Rabbi, and this teaching that I have from Rabbi is an example of how deep Rabbi's understanding of Torah was. He was able to go ahead and draw water from the depths of the well.
It's probably been longer.
What does he mean? It means that he really understood how to read the Sukkim, how to doubt in the Pasuk, how to get to the truth of the Pasuk, and therefore, says Rabbi, brace yourselves, this one's going to be a really good one. What does he say? The Tanya, it says in the Brisa, Rabbi Omer, Rabbi teaches us the following. Ekra Ani, Chaya. The Pasuk mentions a Chaya. Behema Roma Nema. What is this talking about? This is the Pasuk which says as follows. O Nefesh Asher Tiga B'chol Davar Kameh. Or a person who will come into contact with anything which is something we read this before. It's a Pasuk of Vayikra. And it says, A Nefesh Asher Tiga B'chol Davar Kameh. O B'nivlas Chaya Tameya. Or in the corpse of a Chaya Tameya. And then it goes on and says, O B'nivlas Behema Tameya. Or the corpse of Behema Tameya. Now, what is the difference between a chaya and a behema? Now, the truth is, a chaya generally describes a wild animal, and a behema describes a domesticated animal. However, it's not so specific. All animals will be included in the chaya. So therefore, the Gemara says the following: Ekra Mutala, behema Lamanema. What is it? Why is the best you have to give every different type of animal? Why can't you say Chaya and then say behema? So he understands. Rabbi says Nemer Khan behema Tameya. Now that it says behema, it says Nemer Khan in this pasuk behema Tameya. Nemer lehalon, and it says later on behema Tameya. What's that pasuk talking about? Read that pasuk. That pasuk is in Vayikra, Parak Zion, pasuk from Aleph. And what is it saying? That is talking about.
You want somebody that's 9 to 5 that's been there all the time?
And that's why Siga the Paul Tamei, the Tima Kala, over the Hema, Tamei, over the Kosek, Tamei, Osal, Nidasar, Zeva, Kapam. This passage is very clear. What does it say? A person becomes Tamei, whether it's Tamei, a person is Tamei, or an animal is Tamei, or an animal is Tamei, and what does he do? The Osal, Nidasar, Zeva, Kapam, he starts up in the car in the wheel.
Almost 10 days shit, that's what's going on. Almost 10 days shit,
we have another pasuk which is talking about a person eating carbon while he is talking. That pasuk is open itself. This is the pasuk in Parshas Tzav. It says very clearly that's talking about a person eating carbon. Now, what are we going to do? We'll draw a heket. We're going to say, Nemar lahalon b'emetzveh. Ma lahalon, just like the pasuk over in Parshas Tzav. It's so just Tumas Kodesh. Akam Tumas Kodesh. The same, in this case also Tumas Kodesh. In other words, how do you make this heket? Make this heket because of the fact that the word behema is extra. You could have just said a person touches a chaya. A chaya would have included any kind of behema. Why does it say chaya and behema? The answer is the extra word behema was put here to draw this juxtaposition between these two different psukim. To say just like later when it says behema, it's talking about a person who goes on and eats touches. In this case as well, it's talking about a person who eats touches. So therefore, what do we see from here? Rabbi teaches us that if a person eats touching while he is coming, that is sufficient for him to be a carbon over the yored. So now this case is the case of being a carbon over the yored, where a person is coming and he eats touching. That is more okay, very nice. The person must go there. Too much mixed you know what? Very nice. Now we figured out that one of the cases where being a carbon over the yored is if a person eats from a carbon while he is coming. How do I know that if a person walks into this while he's Tamei, he also has to be a carbon over the yored? Amar Kra, the pasuk says, "B'chol kodesh lo siga, והמקדש לא סבון. So this is talking about when a woman is experiencing too much Yoledes. So while she has too much Yoledes, the Pasuk says, clearly, two of these systems are, so a Kodesh Kodesh, she can't touch anything which is sanctified, but Mr. Kodesh, she can't walk into the base of the cross. What does that mean? If she's Mikdash Kodesh, you now have the Pasuk that says these two are always going to be. And therefore, have a halakha about eating kosher, or can you know what this is? So now we figured out how we know the kind of person who is called all the others, whether the comment is when they accidentally eat kosher or they work with it. Like what's the case? If that's the case, then you have not yet adjusted. Well, that's the good one. Why was that the good one? Is he happy to Manami? Not that he too much well. It's not something to receive. Which is Kodesh, which is the Kyle Kodesh. The Rabbi, that's a Truma. The extra word Kyle tells you all sanctified things, even Truma. Very well said. Okay, very good. You're right. But you forgot something from the things that are others, from our Gemara. Amir Rachman of Shah, the word Shah, is that it's called food, but it's food. Okay, what is in the problem is the Mikdash. If that's the case, then you're right to have a hecate, but if there's a meal, if there's a food in the Pasuk, to exclude something, maybe that's excuse the case to what you said to Mikdash. You want Mikdash. I'll use my brain for this. It's not for Mikdash and my tuna. If I ask you to what to exclude, I would rather not exclude the case of what you can Mikdash. Why? Because the curry, the monster, that I like to do that successfully. It's probably just like eating protocol. Hold on. You can use logic, or use another piece of logic. How's your Rabbi similar making? I know one night speaking of why. Can I feel it? It's similar to the case of eating a carbon, because eating a carbon and eating truma are the same thing because they are essentially the same type of act. It's eating. You're not getting the most of it. She wants to do that. We have to start over. Let's go back to the drawing board and figure out this all over again. How do we know the person becomes Tameh and
that's what I thought too.
say this again. How do I know that the heel, the upper heel, will be covered over the earring for someone who is ritually pure is only what is the
We just said why
or the eat kosher while they're
So start the timer, play the chick clip. Oh, we don't have the soundboard. We can fix that. Oh, fuck.
What are those 3 times? There are a number of psukim. One pasuk is in Vayikra, Chafez, the president of Koresh, the Yikur, the Gazar, the Kagashir, the Yikur, the Shemach, the Rav, the Nikusha, and the Shehi. There's 3 psukim. Well, these the system are called inside the Gemara, but there's 3 times when it comes to carbon common that the pasuk talks about.
Let's see what this is. Almost kind of infiltrated in her comment.
Why does it have to say it 3 times? So Lama, the one says Atas the plow. One of them to say it generally, the Atas the plow. Another one to say it specifically, the Atas the Torah, actually the Torah stop. The other one is more general. So now, in case you think we are back to the plow, so yeah, no, we're not. We're on to an entirely different type of discussion. And Rashi goes through all the that we know from 2 days ago that there's something called the Kal Pratikal is a generalization, a specification, and another generalization. What you walk away from that is saying, whatever this halacha is talking about needs to be something similar to the Prat, not exactly like the Prat, but similar to the Prat. Here we are in a different world. We are in a world of something called Kal Davar Shahaya B'Kal, the yes of the Kal Olameh. So you say this thing, it's very happening, it's going there. So what is that to say? Yes of the Kal Olameh, never love it on Akli Yasha, never love it on Takuya. What this means, basically, it's a different type of mechanism, which is, you have a generalization, and then a specification. What you're going to say is the specification is not limiting it to one page, but it's describing the generalization. It's different than the cloud process. The cloud,
Benny can convince himself that we're in 35 or 35
the basic point, the focus argument in the drag case is cloud factors cloud needs to be close to each other. So, for example, the pasuk says, and then a specification, and then a generalization, all in the same pasuk. Like when it comes to Hashem Saveda, the pasuk has a generalization, a specification, a generalization, all in the same pasuk. However, if you have a generalization in one part, and then a specification in another part, but here it's parshas thousand parshas ever, pretty far away from each other. So in that case, it's not going to be a cloud factor cloud, rather it will be Dara Koga over Taya, the cloud, something which was included in the generalization, and then later on in the Torah, it was repeated, but more specifically. What we're going to do is, we're going to say that the specification is not limiting the cloud so much as only that case, but it's limiting the generalization to a certain standard. Let's see how that works out in this case.
If he's the kind of guy that's
behind closed doors, that's the kind of behind closed doors, exactly what his count behind closed doors. That's the scariest part. On the thing he's just created, just kind of playing as a Christian clearly. I don't know what that is for.
So yeah, those are all kind of just lame, goofy things he does. Behind, when he's off, when the camera stops, is when the sort of like angry, violent count force.
It says in the Council of Islamic 3 times that a person can violate each of someone in the first and get hurt. What is that? It's the stomach, it's the cover stomach, it's how it hurts, and doesn't even touch it. Then it says in the second time. In that case, the first case when a person eats touching the tail. A person eats anything which is touching, it's a carbon, eats it when he's trying to fight carbs. In another case, it's more specifically slum. Why in one place it says touching, generalization, in another place it says touch, it says slum. Slum is a peace offering. There are many other kinds of stuff. In other words, it's said already for touching. So why are you then repeating the same halacha in all the in the slum? You understand from there is that it has to be touching as well. The person eats any touching is there. Well, God, Charles, werewolves outside. It doesn't intentionally. If he does it unintentionally, there will be a cover all the others. Now, why does the Torah limit it to a woman? To limit it to only touching is there, which is sanctified items that keep the slum on the Mizbeach. However, exclude cosmetic device. So if somebody donated some kind of food to the communal fund that belongs to the base of the church, and then someone ate it while they're coming, no to your courage, it has to be a comment. Then it went to hell, and it said again another generalization. So now I'm a little confused. And the generalization includes anything which is sanctified, or anything which is consecrated. As a specification of something which says it has to be something which is dedicated to the base, to the Mizbeach, and not everything which is consecrated to the fund of the sanctuary. And then again, I have another one which again opens it up to all countries. So now what's the third one doing? I don't know.
I've never seen that
used in Israel. So how do I know? What I'm going to say is, this refers to cases too much.
So that's Bert Kreischer.
Now, I don't need to tell me too much code to person even something which is sanctified. Why not? Because I already know it. You're in English must do that's in the world. The Rabbi talked to me earlier from this brilliant package that he made to explain two things go together. This is just classic. The it's coming, yes, we're coming over the area, only becomes art with the other. He's touching, or he wasn't listening. That's not the when we violate it, then we need that limit to keep moving on. So, one of them says, preaches 3 times by Islamic. Why? Akas the power, which we just said generally. Yakas the pride. And one of them to limit it only to this past, with relevant question, but not to just the general form. Yakas is violent between and the follow. The other pieces mean that the third one teaches us that there are some things for in the follow. example, wood. A person eats wood from the base of the Now,
Just,
but what's the halacha?
this is one of
It's not
the,
going to taste good,
TikTok
but what's the halacha? The person now has to be covered over the
This is
earth.
Coco and Briscoe style.
So you have to have that to exclude that.
It really is, though. It's not very good. I mean,
No,
she's joking
the third one would include that case. You are actually tied cards to that. Now, hold on. The Shimmish one is also called any kind of cards. Now, you might say that's only one opinion. Okay, so you're not tied cards for it. Inside is other cards from the Shimon. But true, it's not always separated. So for him, the third one will include a person eats a kata, which is going to be where the avodah is done in the inside and the inside is there. The soft that I mean, I would have thought. Pile of armor from the college is there, which is the any kind of some big old, and there's some terminology on the college.
It's bad, but I don't necessarily
bottom line is there are two things you can include. Either a person eating wood from the back, or a person eating from a carbon kata, which is surfaced on the inside of his back. One of those two. If you're a wrong person, you'll say it's about eating the wood. If you're a sure person, you'll say it's about a carbon, which is surfaced inside his back. Either way, you have something to include from that. And that's not slums in the fire. So you have to look at that. So we're kind of in trouble over here because we don't know that this is including the specific stuff. Maybe it's including these other things. I mean, explain the level. So similar to the you're right. We're not focusing on the word colors, but it says there, we're focusing on the word terminated. Why do you have to say so much? You're right.
I'm breathing in fumes right now.
In other words, we'll repeat the exactly the same way.
That's correct.
That's a generalization of summa, a specification of summa, or the generalization of summa, and that includes the
It's a free high. It's a free high. Glass half full. Glass
so,
half full.
I mean, as
It's a free high.
the summa level, again, go through the alpha, the follow, the generalization, the opposite crowd, and what is used for a type of stomach. The self-effective is that. The alpha, the summa, assuming the parallel stopping is, one of them is for general similar things with the radio. Now, you know, but I'm like, now, I have to say that the overall size to the focus, that's the person who eats something which is kodesh while he's stomach, not with any eating is kodesh. And if you don't need that to teach you that kodesh kodesh, why not give it to me to Rabbi? Because you learned it from Rabbi earlier on the Talmud. You know, let's make that the price the person who works with this when he's stomach. The Gemara says, but behind them we violate. You need that. In other words, the word tumah is not extra. You need it. That is the way we look at Taurus with the revo. That's not tumah. In other words, kulosagi like Rabbi. The person won't read about that word. What's it talking about? You know what the word tumah? Then why you have Taurus? What happened over here? What's the circumstance? If it's not extra, you can't use it for anything. Versus all right, back to the drawing board. Alam Rabba, Asya, Tomaso, Tomaso. Where do we know that a person who is Tameh has to be in carbon only if they eat, kachin, or work in the mikvah? We have it very it says over here, over the Yores, that in the Parshat Vayikra for myself, for all Tila. It's good, and it says over here that this is on the person who works in the purpose, from a new always to myself out. He's coming with someone who remains there. Not all work with Victor, just like in that case, if you first person works with Victor, when you are coming, in this case, should not Victor. It's not going to work Victor. You must look at it.
There's other storage units where people
are just solved this whole thing. One zero text. So now, you remember the whole thing we talked about this word back? So why do I need the word ba to exclude truth? In other words, we're so busy saying there's three cases. A person who works with person who eats your car when he's coming, and a person who eats true when he's coming. Now, we felt so bad. So we needed the word ba to exclude true. Now, if you're learning this halacha from this zero trava of to myself, why would you have taught that true halacha? It's not included in what it says, actually, Rabbi. But it's not coming to exclude coming to include. And the Rabbos, the it includes the case where a person became Tame by consuming the dead bodies of the Oscar, the kosher bird, chicken, and this chicken was not slaughtered properly. It died. The person went ahead and ate it. Now he's done Tame from that. Now that person walks into the Tame club. Or a person. He touched him, he's going to be, he is going, he doesn't have to do a couple other years. Now, why do you think it's different? Because this is a different type of killer. Up until that thing was not the only person touching. It's simply touching. In other words, that killer is a little more strict. Because it's so strict, it's just simply touching and it's covered. And this, in the Vela, the person only becomes Tame when it passes through what's called the base of wheel and it's swallowed. So therefore, you think that's a lighter kind of killer. And therefore, you want to become an old young.
So, I mean, that's kind of funny. Like, the other people as far as here, like,
yes, even that gets
trying to get our stuff. Another cool thing with them doing construction, I mean, donuts in front of where your legal papers are, and everyone else is like, why do you have so much shit in here? This is for like one car.
Because it's an extra exclusion. Therefore, we use it to
lawyer with his legal papers.
you got Define the deal in, by the deal low, that's Tame. I was going to call some of the touching someone who's common, it's as well, and it says, well, you get that, and Javi, we have two mutuals, so we need a mutual, but the mutual, basically, it comes to double negative, you say things twice, double negative is a positive, you have two exclusions, you actually end up with two.
Wives acted like their husbands.
Now the Mishnah goes on to tell us another thing. Yesh for Yediyah about Tila, but ain't for Yediyah about sex. Person knows initially that he's not, that he becomes Tame. He can't let this do something. He becomes Tame, he does it, he never finds out. He never has that like epiphany, like, oh my gosh, hold on. I walked into this mikdash when I was Tame, or a kachim when I was Tame. He never finds that out. That's halacha. We used to call this the karma, the sarah that is brought in Yom Kippur, it's stirred. Partial atonement. What does that mean? That means that all times that all these sunnahs, all shachim will be suspended, but he does not get a full kapara, full atonement until he brings his karma. Now the Gemara says, this karma, the Sarah Lachem, this quick background, sex week, and this week's parsha after this. Reading it to Shabbos, it talks about on Yom Kippur, they take two identical goats, they draw lots. One of them is called the Sarah Lachem, has a procedure out there, which is a complicated procedure where you throw up the flips. Another one is slaughters inside the mikdash, and that one serves as an atonement for various different things. One of the things is for a person who became Tameh, if Kachim walked into this mikdash didn't know about it, it serves as a protection for the person until he finally finds out and brings the karma. So now, usually the Indian Zel will help each other to I should conclude that this Sarah Lachem, this goat, covers for three different things. Which ones?
I mean, this is definitely written in Charles.
The impurity of idol worship, the Tumas Gudarias, the impurity of the moral behaviors, and Tumas Gudarias, the impurity of murder. Now, everybody knows that these things are completely impure. These are big averts. But impure is also on the non-Tammuz Misashi. It's like clarity, the word Tameh is used to describe someone who serves or Gazara idol worship. The Gudarias will never be smart enough to be smart. It's just the opposite of the Kukas of Pueblos. Those are Tamil Baham. You see, so in the context of Gudarias, immoral behavior is described as Torah. If you have stomach when it comes to murder, whoever wants to Tammuz to Aretz, it says you're not makes the world or the land impure. Now, these three things are described as impurity. Perhaps the Sarah Lachem will cover for that. Yaka on Gimel Kamel, Kamel, Yehes, on the Backer. I would think that this book actually shows as in terms of those few things. I'm the one who teaches you, no, you need to know things. Only specific types of Tumas, the law cartons, not every single Tumas. Gilarias, Pitatamas, and Gizara are not covered by Sarah Lachem.
actor, meet
Now, Noah
commentator,
goes on and says,
podcaster,
Mamatsinu,
comedian,
when we find Shakir Kakatsa, the pasuk goes ahead and creates a difference in the text of carbon. Whereas we discuss the basic idea is that there's a concept for the variable carbon over the earth. When it comes to Mikdash to Kadasha, person who eats fruit eats content.
It's like, yeah, that's the thing he
So
says.
what is this Mikdash when he's Tameh? Gets to reincarnate over the earth. So therefore I would say,
Baseball dad,
Mama Tzil Shakal because of the Batal Tumas. This Tumas Mikdash to Kadasha has its own halachic dispensation. And the other two, which one is that? It's Mikdash to Kadasha. Now, when it comes to Sarah Hashem, it is only going to atone for Tumas.
exactly. Which one's your favorite?
That's how we know that the Sarah Hashem serves the type of atonement for some people who work in this industry. But of course, not for a person who was over demoralized with the atonement.
That shit was hilarious, dude.
None of this good. Even Yehuda, Shimon Omer, I don't have to have such a fancy type of knowledge. I can just figure this out by myself, read the process. Why? I
That's
read
good.
about it.
My favorite here, I'm not necessarily a time period, but just
Fancy boy umpire CEO. Don't really understand what is the connection between umpire and CEO. Now I would think that it goes ahead and a transfer because you learn no Tamil Lomar. If you can say I'm a call back it says Pesha and Pesha in the same book. What's Pesha? So a Pesha is when a person does something amazing. And then a Pesha is when someone does something unintentional. So now the more says Pesha we treat them the same. We treat unintentional things and intentional things the same. In other words, doesn't mean they're totally exactly the same. They follow the same procedure. Not the shot and the carbon. Just like when it comes to a Pesha, if there's no ability to read carbon, Al-Qatayim and no carbon. The same thing will be true when it comes to Qatayim with no carbon. Now, when it comes to amazing, the person can't read carbon for amazing. Carbon is also a shogeg. Now, the same thing will be true when it comes to something which is the shogeg. There are certain cases you can't read carbon, for example, if you have the idea. You know if it's better before that. Now, Qatayim is in the carbon. This is not as well as. Nine hundred knows. You for your deal with kilo. Anybody deal with so. Desires that so. How do I know for a case where a person knows initially that if he becomes something it's a problem, but the end never finds out about it, that this goat actually will atone for him. Tola means it's like a partial atonement. This refers to the case with the tatas, and that is our case. 1 minute, should we do a little bit more?
It's pretty funny.
Let's go.
I like that.
Alright. Yes, we've been in that.
Just like I said last time, the Andrew Schultz, like the kind of guys that watch Andrew Schultz and they get to the
so now we want to ask, how old is our income? What type of
just
result do you
like
think
us.
this will actually help us? Even if you think about a person who violates the body of amazing intentionally, Dr. Taylor. Who knows Carbon's working this person? He is hired Misa. He can show you if by mistake some of our carbon moves. Let him read carbon. What's this for? What it says, the main will ask today. So that we didn't intentionally, but we didn't have the qualifications for these persons with the death, we didn't get it. Next one. Whoever showed you, the mistake that is calculated, you know that. You and I, it's the same thing. Not what he made about Kevin. He served this immoral behavior intentionally by Visa. He can show you if it was by mistake, our government will make it. But it's the same thing. The reason is essentially will activate one. The show you calculate, it's the same thing. The same question. If you don't want to get these made, if we just have to tell somebody, we can test it, this and that. Even show you can tell by mistakes, we just don't know how to stop it, expect what to do. You can show you, let's learn about how to look at it. Or it says, amazing, because I think they amazing, a lot. They didn't get one, therefore, can't be that for sure. You know about it, you can relax and act, so you can tell us, and get somebody. If you know that you killed somebody who's facing out, now you know how to let it out for the ghost, or maybe it's one of those cases where there's an exception. For example, we saw the difference between going up with the act and down with the act. So now, in the case of the ghost, you always have a kafara, have a wonderful day.
I will fuck you up.
That's a lot of what's going to happen on the Mortal Kombat show if he says that.
I get a call from that.
Okay, so here we go. Stolen Valor's version of Pull the Fuck Up. So this is Tim Kennedy, right? Is his name? Yeah. Posted by Unusual 4460. I have not seen this yet.
I get a call from the FBI saying that ISIS was trying to
Good morning.
recruit somebody locally to find me and my family and where we live. And I was like,
We begin today's stop.
they're trying to find somebody
Stop above
locally
in the
to kill
subject.
their
The
family.
boys begin by thanking all our sponsors to thank yourself and families for sponsoring all this year of the year substance to encourage coverage the Bible show. We also thank Lord Robin for sponsoring all the students of the month generation of the York that is Minnesota, Leonard Karakian, Lisa, and the sex of Crane, Ante Sextain, and Thomas Hallelujah, and Thomas Hallelujah. We also thank Iron Julie Richmond for sponsoring the student of the week. We even discussed Haley's mother, Linda Cocaine, Rachel Leah, Pastor Mayor, and Thomas Hallelujah, and Thomas Hallelujah. Today's Dr. Love. Yesterday, we started this tomorrow. And just to quickly review what we're discussing to the subject of today's entire topic. And thank you to Maestro for showing me the visual that the article has. And it might be helpful to look at it just because it's not like a major picture, but just seeing the order of how it's drawn out in the chart might be helpful. You have Baccarat on the top. The ace comes next. Then you have lime and you have egg membrane. So the more described yesterday that you have, just to quickly see inside again, when we go back to that's basically halfway down the end of the video. Yeah, no, that's crazy. Again, just to describe what it says. Mars says, Maris Nagash Nine Marta. Our master mentions that when it comes to the Maris, the views of various different types of medallions, there's different leprosies or the stuff that someone can get. It's 2 inches 4. So you have Baccarat, which is all the way at the top. What is that? It's Azaka Shella. It's a really bright white, which is like snow. So again, this picture that there's in the article, you have that at the top. And then you have the next one. Neo-Law, the secondary one to that one, is Sida Heto. It's like the line of the sanctuary. Now, what that means is that each secondary one is line, but it's not the second brightest color. It's the secondary to the Baharas. You have snow all the way at the top, and then you skip a step and you go to line, and then you have after that you have Seis, Kitzemer Lavan. Seis, which is the other one which is mentioned in the Torah is white wool. And then Shmi Allah, the secondary one to that one is the condensa. It's like the membrane of the edge. So again, the way that the chart looks, I think I should come back to the group, is you have Paharis at the top, which is the most bright. You have egg membrane at the bottom, which is the weakest white. And then you have in the middle, there's Seis, which is number 2, which is the wool. And then you have line, which is number 3. So now, interestingly, the Av, the main category of each one is going to be separated from its Toda, its second one, by the other Av. So again, just to speak this out, you have at the top the Av of Baharas, and then under that you have the Av of the Ace, and then you can have the Toda of line which comes next, and then you can have the Toda of the egg membrane which comes next. Now, what the problem we described yesterday is according to the Kiva, we know.
Why are you using a kiss gift? 2, is that safe for a kid? 3.
What the Kiva is, it goes Zula Malamisu. In order to combine them, because the halacha is for a nega Torah, because it's Tamei, it needs to be the size of the grits. What's that practically? The way we deal with this when it comes to Nida, it's a bit grits for ice, is not the size of the penny. Let's just say a penny size. The spot needs to be the size of the penny. What if it's not? What if you have one spot with 2 different shades, and 2 different shades are from 2 different, we'll make up the whole spot. So one spot, let's just say it's perfectly symmetrical and it's perfectly round. Now, half of it is going to be one shade of white, the other one's going to be the other shade of white. So for a kiva, you can only combine them if there's 2 shades of white which follow each other in this color scheme. So now the problem is, according to Rabbi Akiva, you can only combine
be on doing a live
No.
of your gifts that you're going to give your kids? What if they see the live and they know
With
that they got? Oh, yeah, they're on social media.
wool,
Yeah.
and then
So it'd be
line
funny if you saw your dad,
with wool, and then egg membrane
He's
with
like, check
line.
it out, I got this for Gerardo.
That's the only way you
He's
can
gonna
do
love
it.
this shit.
However,
The
problem with that is that we cross over into different types of Nagaya. You have two problems. Number one, it has to go in order of the color scheme. Number two, you can't combine one out with another out, or one color with a different out. You can't combine a secondary color with the primary color from a different one. So therefore, you have a problem combining the wool color with snow color because those are two different categories. You have category A, which is snow, category B, which is wool, so they can't be combined. And now line and egg membrane, although they follow each other in the color scheme, they can't either be combined because line is the secondary, it's the tolda of wool. Snow, sorry, line is the secondary one of snow. In other words, what we'll call it is Sid Hathel is the secondary category of Baharas, which is the solid. So those two can only be combined, but they can't because there's a color in between. See how that works out? That was the more point yesterday. Is that in order to combine these two colors, you're going to have to either skip a color or cross over from one color scheme to another color scheme, from one category of colors to another category of colors. And this is more what to suggest that, like Alan Mishka says, you have these steins to Hinarva. You have these two categories. It's not going to fit with the Akiva. And what is the Akiva's opinion going to have to be? The Akiva's opinion is going to have to be that the two secondary colors are both the Tolda of the eighth. In other words, you have the Haris, which is at the top. The Haris is the brightest white. What is that? That's snow. That's fresh, brand new, bright white snow. That's the Haris at the top. And then you have another main category, which is called Se'ez, which is the summer lava, that white wool. Now, underneath Se'ez, you have two secondary categories. What is that? You're going to have Sida Echo, which is the line, and you're going to have the egg membrane, which we said is pure-based. So all of that, those two are going to follow as the two secondary categories of Se'ez. So how, of course, the Akiva can combine two colors is very simple. The Haras will have to be by itself as its own. It is its own category. So therefore, if a person has a spot that has the Haras color on it, which is snow white, it's going to have to be a color, one solid color inside the spot of snow white. Now, if the person does not have the brightest white, and he comes before the Kohen, he shows the Kohen says, yeah, it looks like half of your nega over here has got like a wool color, like a fresh white wool color, but the other half varies a little bit. Let me see what it is. If the other half is going to be the Sida or the wine color, we'll say no problem. You can go ahead and combine them because it follows each other in the color scheme. If the other half is going to be the egg membrane color, the Torah will say that's fine. It can't be combined. Your nega is not the right color, and you're off the hook. It's tough. Alternatively, if he has a half wine spot and a half egg membrane spot, of course, that's going to be a problem. Is going to be done. However, according to our Mishnah, it won't, because those are in two different categories, and those cannot be combined. That's where we pretty much left off yesterday. So now the Gemara starts going to the 2, 4, 6 lines in about love of an olive. Now the Gemara wants to know, okay, now that we've established, it seems like our Mishnah cannot be Rabbi Akiva. Why can't we be Rabbi Akiva? Because our Mishnah does make these two categories and connect to the way that the picture shows it over here in the art scroll. So now that that's the case, so now what? How do we know Rabbi Akiva says this. The Eitzah Shaminun, Rabbi Akiva, Zilum Al-Mizu. We're indeed really fine. Rabbi Akiva's of the opinion that we say Zilum Al-Mizu. In other words, what we're trying to do over here is Rabbi Akiva says the Haras. Snow White is its own category. Se'ez is its own category. It carries both subcategories underneath. Even perhaps to suggest in Hadithanya, it comes to the following place. We learn in the Brisa, Amar Rabbi Yossi, Yossi said, what does he tell us? He tells us a story. That Shah Yoshua, they know for Rabbi Akiva, near Rabbi Akiva. Yeshua, the son of Rabbi Akiva, asked his father the following question. Rashi points out, these both are known as Yeshua ben Karka, and Rabbi Akiva was called Karka. The reason is because he was close. Others say that doesn't make sense because he was a nickname between Karka, which is close. But ultimately, it is Yeshua ben Karka. Yeshua ben Karka, or Yeshua ben Rabbi Akiva asked his father the following question. Why is it that in our list when we talked about Nagayim, we said the visuals of Nagayim are two categories which divide in other words, Tosis explains, if you see this tiny little Tosis over here, called the Amru, it's Pirush, Lama is really cloud. One's not exactly clear about what it means by this question, but Tosis explains, we asked his father, why do we need to actually mention the names of these things right together? In other words, we're only a few minutes into this point, and everyone's already confused because they keep mentioning all these different colors. No why today I'm working between these colors. So what are you telling all these colors for? Well, if you look at Rashi points out, you will see he makes this point later. Essentially, his question was, there's a Mishnah in Psachim which says, La'olam Yilma Yishana Adam the Talmidim are sorry. When a person speaks to his Talmidim, you always want to try to teach things in the easiest and most concise fashion. You rather ask his father, why are we doing all this college? And explain. Now, if you answer him in a very specific, probably retard, but answer the question with a question. You do his concept. Mullah, so in Lot Mayom. So what should we do? Tell me, what's your problem? Your problem is, they mentioned all these colors. What are you suggesting? What would you like to do? These are the colors that you need to know in order to determine whether someone is pure or impure. What do you mean? What do you ask? Why you mention the colors? We need to know the colors. They explained to him, Yomi said to him, you could base up with my In other words, the point that you're making is that these are the four brightest white colors. Why don't you just mention the least bright of the bunch, which is the membrane of the egg is egg. Membrane of the egg is the record. If you have a dimmer white, then the dried out membrane of an egg, so then you automatically going to be pure because that's not considered a problem. If it's brighter than that, you've got a problem. Otherwise, that's very simple. Mentioning one thing. If this also have to have in their house, there's one dried out membrane from an egg, use this comparison, and keep it in your pocket, and anytime someone comes by with a question, what are they going to do? The whole membrane says it's brighter, is it less bright? If it's brighter, the guy's coming. If it's less bright, he's supposed to be off the hook, and it's not a problem. Who needs to make sure the rest of the colors? So Amalal, so he was suggesting his son, well, Lomar, we needed to mention all these different colors to teach us that it starts in Zeh and Zah, to tell us the colors that can be combined one with the other. In other words, if I just told you this threshold was considered white enough, but I would not know the categories of which ones can be combined with the others. So Amalal, they said, okay, fine, I get that down. However, the Yomu, why doesn't it say, that you start with the membrane of the egg, and say anything more bright than that is going to be impure, so you start from that and that. So add that right in, big deal. Again, we're trying to keep our students in the easiest possible way. Say, one is considered to be called Sarat, which is a problem. If it's as bright as the membrane of an egg, or brighter, it's going to be coming, and guess what? You can combine all those bright colors together with each other. Amalori said to him, You know why he tells us all the colors?
It's just
The
a
reason why
lot
he tells us all the colors is to teach us called colors. Ain't no bucky for hand. Vishmosan, Vishmosayan, ain't no roa
That's true.
esanakar.
Audio is king. I
We
wonder.
need to teach something else, which is you shouldn't be getting involved in this process of checking colors. You don't know the colors. There are certain things you have to know
Very kind.
in order to talk to these questions. That's how I
Show so many times. Right. It couldn't possibly be stolen valor.
Now, the truth is that this is subject to somewhat of a debate. I don't want to get into it right now because halacha related to Kohen doesn't have to be what we can. The halacha actually is that the Kohen doesn't know the halacha. We know that the Safar Tameh declaration is made by the Kohen, but some Kohanim just didn't know it. What would they do? They would employ a professional Nagat checker to work with them, and they would stand there. The Kohen would basically just sit there and see, and the Nagat checker would examine it. You'd have this, just say, dermatologist who worked for the Kohen, and he looked at it and he'd say, "Yeah, Mr. Kohen, this one's a problem." And he's tummy. The Kohen would say, "Tummy," then move on. But ultimately, the bottom line is, what it means to say is, if the Kohen is going to rely on his own checking, he has to make sure to know the various different colors to village. Now, here's the main point of the Marmot. When his son, Yeshua, was suggesting what he could have said, he only said from egg member and up, it was going to be a problem. Now, if he knew his father's opinion was similar to our Mishnah, which is, there's two different categories. There's category 1, which is egg membrane and up, and category 2, say that really correctly. There's category 2, which is egg membrane and up, and category 1 is lime and up. He should have said to his father that, this right in the Mishnah, just two different categories, egg membrane and lime and up. Just say that, and everything will be clear. Now, if you sit after Lamala, he didn't say this. So it must be the law. He's a law on my legs. Since he didn't suggest to his father, and he should just write it simply in the Mishnah, that there are two categories. One of them is from egg membrane and up is Tameh, from lime and up is Tameh, and you can combine each category with each other. Obviously, he didn't say that because that wasn't his opinion. In other words, the point that we're trying to make over here is that according to the Akiva, you're going to have Baharas, which is snow at the top, and then you have Se'ez, which is going to be the wool, and then beneath Se'ez you have lime and egg membrane. Now, since he only said egg membrane and up, it must be for some reason his father grouped all that together. Because if he didn't group that together, it would be inaccurate to say you could combine everything together. And the fact that he suggested you see egg membrane, which includes lime, which includes wool, and he said you could combine all those together, it must have been that was his opinion. His opinion was you could combine egg membrane, lime, and wool together. Now, because if that wasn't true, he would have said egg membrane and up could be combined, lime and up could be combined because they're two different categories. In fact, he didn't say that it must be. So, the low Amalek is not enough to smear the receiver. It must be combined with eight because they're also categories of six. The word says no, that's not right. No, but perhaps. Se'ez the total setup, the Harris the total setup. In other words, we're holding a conversation over here between the father and son. Now, maybe the father and son conversation that we have is not 100%. 100% recorded with all the information that they said. He's asking his father, why not make it simple? Maybe indeed he did discuss with his father. He mentioned, here's how to keep category of things. He never arrived. In other words, it could be, if there's a clear raya from here, in the Hebrew, it may not be the case. It's possible, that's possible, yes, it's possible not, but it's not a proof. Whereas this element of opinion must come, this must be not a double thing. You're trying to understand the fuse opinion when it comes to the colors of these different spots. How do you understand it? So he explains it as follows. La'arba kosa sokolah. 4 cups of milk. So in other words, the whole flour is 4 light white cups of milk. After enough will total straight deep in Shaltas. In 1 cup, 2 drops of blood fell into it. So it gets like, it loses a little bit of the brightness. It's another cup of milk,
I got a piece of pizza.
4 drops of blood fell in. Shaltas. Uve'achad nafal total shmona. Into another one, 8 drops of fell in. Ve'achad nafal total shnei matzei tifin v'anu lefeifes v'tifin. Into the last one, either 12 or 16 drops of blood fell in there. Now what happens? There's a full cup of blood, and it's only a minimal, a full cup of milk, and it's only a minimal amount of blood that fell in there. Now it says, Shekulan, all of these cups, Maros Lovanik, they're all still going to have a very, they're still going to be white. They're still going to have a white color to it. Elis is Zelamalam is it's going to be like a little bit of like a, I think it's trying to be like a hue of some other color that goes into it that takes away from the brightness of the light. In other words, we're not suggesting that all of a sudden this cup of milk is going to turn pink. What will happen is it will lose a little bit of its brightness, and that's how we understand the diffuser opinion. Now again, what's going on here? What we're saying is that it's all just a scale of colors. The top one is the brightest. The second is not as bright. The third is a little less bright. And the fourth is the most dim of the bunch. But again, the point is, each one is just one step higher than the next, which is exactly what his opinion, because he says, basically just group them together, and they go one cup of the next. Most of the hold on a second. You're perhaps mixing up the things that you're talking about. Aim or the Shabbos or the Pizza. Maybe we would say this, this muscle, this parable, or this would only be relevant. What's a pasuk? Pasuk is in the parsha of Negayim. There are some Negayim which are adamda. They have red to it. Now that's what he's talking about. This is not a shade of white. This is a type of Nega which has a little bit of a red tinge to it. So he's talking about a red tinged one. But okay, you can understand why he would have a little bit of blood in there because it's white, there's a little bit of red tinge to it. So yeah, for this side to turn pink because you're putting something red. So that is where the people give this muscle, gives this parable or this analogy to understand what it will look like. He gives that when we're talking about a red tinged mara. However, we're talking about the color, the white one. Who said that he even compares these two things? The color comes down the way. How do you know this parable is relevant to a white one? Now, the key now you might suggest he hates the Shama of the Pasuk or the Shama of the color. Well, what's the difference? If you give the same thing, whether it's a reddish mara or if it's a whitish mara, it makes no difference. It's all going to be the same. In other words, the idea really is the Akiva's of the opinion that this is the color scheme. You can combine them all together. Now that we've done that, I'll go back and actually analyze even the first thing. How do you actually even know when it comes to this reddish kind of nega that he actually said that? What's on that? We learn your guys, as you look at these scriptures about sound, including Mishnah, but now, the Akiva over here says, Asandam, the redness, the redness of this, and that what's the Shebazeh? You look down in Rashi, fourth left part of the page, he says, Al-Kaf, when you say Shebazeh, what he's talking about is Al-Rishon V'Sheni Ka'amar, the first two. The Kei Lashon HaMikvah, what Mishnah is talking about. Haki Ka'amar, this is what it means to say. We'll read it out and go back to the Gemara. Adam Dom Shevarishon V'Sheni, the redness of the first and the second, the simon is the Sichas Oden to the head. You start decreasing the redness in them. And the Sichas Oden, the head you carry from up to Hakar, to keep us down the hole. From our aim, Adam will love them, Elik behind the muzzle, we feel love it. Let's go, we'll explain this and come back to you. But Tony Kiva says, Adam Dom Shevazev, the redness of the first two is Kiyayin HaMarvut, it's like wine. With mayim with water. Ella Shabbat Haras. When it comes to Haras, it's strong like snow. We shall sit Diahemenu When it comes to sin, it's a little bit lighter than that. Now, look what he just said. He said, when he starts going with Bazel, means the first two. And then what did he go ahead and mention? He mentioned Baharas at the top, which is Asa Peshala, which is no. You would put that in the highest category. And then the next one he said, Bishal Sid, Diahimen. And Sid, line, is underneath it. Now hold on a second. The way you understood the Akiva was, if he was going in order, he should have said, turn the page, you'll see it's at the top of the end. Now in Esau, if it's true that Akiva actually held, and we go in color schemes, so Semer Diahimenu, Miboilo. According to the way we understood it, the way we go is we start with Baharas, which is snow, and then we go on to explain the second one as woe. He didn't do that. He said the one underneath it is line. So this whole throws the whole thing off. Because the point, what we're trying to accomplish is, when Kiva says, snow's at the top, then comes woe, then comes line, then comes the egg membrane. Now the first thing just got thrown off because the Kiva himself, when it comes to this puzzle, actually stops it off by saying snow, and then skips a step and goes to sid, to line. Which is exactly the opposite of what we're trying to accomplish. For the game. Where it says, I'm ready, the second line, the bottom of it is, that's really what he meant. But Tanya, as it says in Rashi Omer, Lo Sha'amra Akiva shall Sid Diahimen. It's not that Akiva meant to say that Sid is the next one, which is more dim. Ella shall Semer Diahimen. He meant to say that. Okay, so here's where we have a riot. In other words, you're getting thrown off from the fact that when it came to this hustle, so you skip the stuff. No, that's not what he meant. He meant to actually say, line. So there, he meant to say, well, so yeah, the key was opinion, you have the Baharas at the top, and you have Ace, and then you have the two subcategories we follow that, which are the line of the egg membrane, and then we're going to say, just like you said when it comes to the pop-up, which is a Mara that has a little bit of redness in it. Same thing will be true when you have a Mara which has no redness, just that the white starts to get a little more thin as we go along the color.
Alright, let's see
this. What do we got here? We got over the Baharas Kata. How do we know that Baharas, the Pasuk says, Baharas is the brightest color? Our answer, sorry, you know the Baharas Kata, Amor Avaya, Amakra, in Baharas, Levana, in Levana, Ben Akaras Levana, the Pasuk says, if he's going to have this Baharas, this is white, North of Levana, meaning she is the white. She is right, and what was that? When the Pasuk explains that something is like the quintessential white, so what this is, this Baharas is going to be the whitest of whites. Okay, Baharas is Amuka. Baharas is a very deep type of color. Okay? And it says here in the Pasuk, its view is deeper than this one. I think it's pronounced its Mara is deeper than the skin. You see, Baharas is going to be deep. What does that mean that it's deep? We want to explain. Tamara Sama Pa'amuka Minatzeh. Sometimes if you have the sun, which is surrounded by a lot of shade, what happens is it will look like the sun, even though it's uniform. It's exactly in the same place. Again, but it's not necessarily the sun and whatever shade is there is in the same place. You have some type of light, which is exactly the same place as the shade, but the light will look like it's deeper in because the shade is darker around it, and the light looks much deeper. You know what I mean? In our it's so bright, and you have something which is so bright next to something which is dark, what's brighter will look like it's recessed behind. That's why we call it deep. Tomorrow, so when it comes to Se'ez, what does that mean? So just remember, the Pasuk says that a person, now, when you're learning that Pasuk for the very first time, what you'll think is there's three different colors of a Negatzerah. You can have Se'ez, which is one color, Asakakas, which is another color, and a Baharas, which another couple. Now, the Gemara is explaining is, now let's understand what those words are. So now the Behera, we explained it's very deep because that's the that's the whitest of the white because it's really deep. Now, Se'ez, we're going to explain what does the term Se'ez mean. What is the etymology of this word? Why does Se'ez mean something which is white? So now, we know that these they're going to be white, or they're going to be red. Then, when it comes to Se'ez, sorry,
3.1 stars, great reviews.
Se'ez means it's fire. Okay, no, Omer, I'll call Haharim Hara. So why is Se'ez called Se'ez? Because it's a more dim light. So now the dimmer the light, the closer it's going to look for you. Again, I don't know enough about this. I'm not an artist. But apparently that's how it works. The dimmer the white is, the closer it's going to look to you. So therefore, Se'ez refers to a whiter that's white, to a white that's whiter, and the Gemara brings a raya that that's what it means. I'll call Haharim Haramim, referring to mountains and hills and valleys, Makol and Gulf, Hamitzuot. Then I looked at it. We're talking about elevated surfaces, it's referred to as Hamitzuot, which is the same thing as Se'ez. So therefore, the Se'ez color is going to be a color that's more dim, which looks more color. Sapakas. Now, we understand what is that in the public? I mentioned the view of our Se'ez. So what does Sapakas mean? In Sapakas, the word Sapakas always means a secondary category. Okay, the Omer,
I said, I will kill you. I had to go.
Omer Sabini, no. But it says, secondary. This is the whole discussion where the Rabbi is talking about where Kala was talking about Chutney and Pinchas, and he said that the Kohanim would be replaced with the Tzedek, and then he said everyone was going to want to be a secondary category for that. So the Sochenu and Bechara, which are the two primary mega colors, and the Sapakas, which says Kale was Se'ez. The Pasuk says Yeh Arbasar Se'ez, O Sapakas, O Bechara. So I know that you have Se'ez and the secondary category. How do I know that Bechara has a secondary category? In other words, according to the Kiva, it would be fine. So according to the Kiva, there is only secondary category for Se'ez. You have Bechara on its own, and then you have Se'ez as secondary category. But now, according to the Rabbanan, how do I know that Bechara, which is the snow white color, has the secondary category? Saf Kofel Se'ez Tfel of Bechara Snow, and Zero, never Levon of the Se'ez, never Levon of the Bechara. It says white when it comes to Se'ez. It says white when it comes to Bechara. Now Levon Amur of the Se'ez, just like the whiteness that comes along with Se'ez as a secondary category. Af Levon Amur of Bechara, Yeh Tefela, and it says white, it comes to Bechara, it also has a secondary category. This is the Matnisa Tana. In the Mishnah we learned,
Let's see here.
After I talked to the Sapakas, they Se'ez L'Behara. The Pasuk took the word. After I talked to the Sapakas, they Se'ez L'Behara. The word Sapakas was included between the word Se'ez and L'Behara. No one will teach you the shame to fail the Se'ez, just like in the secondary category, the Se'ez. In other words, two different ways of understanding. Yes, following the opinions of Chachamim, that you have two categories, which is Se'ez and Bechara, and just in our language, snow and woe. So then, just like you have the secondary category for snow, which is line, and the secondary category for woe, which is egg membrane, and that's why the word Sapakas is secondary. Okay, now we want to go to some illustrations, not illustrations, but examples of how we know what it is. Se'ez is semi-level. Se'ez is like white wall. My semi-level. What's this white wall that we're talking about? Amar Bibi, Amar Vasi, Bibi, Sani Vasi, Semer Nakim, the clean wall, then Yavo, on the very first day of his birth. Shemer Kavnin Bo, Milas. That they prepare that for Milas. Now, Milas can be translated as Kashmir. I'm not sure if that's what it translates, but it's like, I don't know what wool is called from the baby, but whatever the wool is called from the baby, very soft wool. Look at Rashi. Rashi explains this is what would happen. Rashi is the first skinny one out. He says, Lesson of a Kalim, Yosef Kukunos, and then he explains כך כשנולד הכבש. When this sheep is born, V'ha'ain will pack ourselves, the mother will lick it all off from all the remnants of the birth. Ain summer naki k'osayah. And the wool is never going to be as clean as that day. Because it's an animal. It spends time in the dirt. Therefore, it gets very dirty. On that day, after the animal is born, its mother will lick it up, clean up all the wool, and on that day, the wool is going to be the brightest and the cleanest and the softest. Now, the ROTHSCHILD, Neil Levilas, first one to say that for Milas, for this type of material, also the Ma'ata Ar, Umechavno, they make like this type of leather jacket they put on top of this little sheet. The top of it they tie it on, so you scar it, the meat starts coming to cook the Yemen, and that's wool that will then be covered. So that's the day that the animal will be born, its mother will clean it up, and they would protect it, and like, you see like these dogs wearing with these little winter coats. So I guess they had this winter coat that they put on top of this sheep, and when the wool would be ready to be sheared, they shear it off, and that was a very high quality special type of wool that they used. That's the stemmer that we're talking about, that's the wool that we're discussing over there, that was very, very well. I'm going to say, yeah, Mashal Drabanan, when I go to, remember in the Chachamim, we have these skipped categories. When you mentioned this a number of times, I'm not going to do it again. So what's the Malchus for that? The Trey Malchi, the two kings who were Trey and Farfi, into two probably ministers or governors. In other words, different levels of government officers. So Malchus Shazah, Lamala Malchus Shazah, this king is higher than the other king. The Parashah Shazah, Lamali Parashah Shazah. And I guess the governor or the minister is going to be higher than that. And he wants to hold on a second. How does Lamali Shazah? That's the key. In other words, you think of it like this. You have,
let's see what it is.
think of like a supreme type of government. And you have here in the United States. You have the federal government, then you have state government, you have the local government. So let's just say you have like the president and the vice president, and you have a governor and a lieutenant governor. So now what Morris says is, you have this king is higher than that king, and then this minister is higher than that minister. So essentially what you have is president, lieutenant governor. That's the way the Gemara explains it. And the Gemara says, but that's not the way it's supposed to be. That's not what we're trying to point out. We're trying to point something else out. The Gemara explains, no. Let me explain this again. What happens is you have the king is higher than his secondary minister. So you have the president is higher than the vice president. But the vice president is still in a more supreme position than the governor because he's part of the federal government. So you have the president, vice president, governor, lieutenant governor. So each one is going to be in its own category, but it ends up dividing, as Morris wants to point out, that each one is going to line up exactly how it works out.
He was thrown out by his owner because he was peeing all over the place. Persians sometimes have that kind of problem. He's about as far as you can get from
Doesn't really match governor or president. It's not going to really work. Because we're still talking about two different states. That's the idea. Because the way I'm explaining it, it's still going to only go in that category. You have president, vice president, governor, and then senate governor. It's still not going to match. So that's not going to work. So that's the idea. That's it. Next one. We feel it where it's very different positions in government. You have a Malka king, Al-Qasra, is another form of the government. We feel like it was the head of the army, the Rashi says. The various city government fits the race Jerusa and the race Jerusa again. That really describes again. That's another problem with one on top of the next. But it's just describing the breakdown of government from the most supreme position to the lowest position. So again, the word says, we have the kings and the king's minister that follows one. Now, could be you have the king and the minister. The minister's position is lower than the Al concept who's in a higher position, but also the way that they travel is that the king will travel together with his minister, even though that minister, I guess, even like the press secretary. You have the president and the press secretary. Well, the press secretary is definitely, from a governance perspective, lower than the governor of the state. Press secretary can be power. However, when they travel together, therefore it looks like that. Rabbi, my brother says to them, Shavar Malka, yes, Shavar, who is the king of the Slovakians, the Persian king, and then the Kesa, which is the Roman king. So I'm going to layer a couple of Rabbi. If I can put the Rabbi, how did I pop it? You're talking about a Persian king and a Roman king. Which one is better? Emily said to him, before she talked to us, when you live in the forest, you sit in the forest and eating, you have no idea what's going on. In other words, where are you? What planet do you live on that you don't know that the Roman king is much stronger than the Persian king? And we are about to explain the reason why this interaction happened is because since you mentioned Swarnaka first, which is the Persian king, and he lived, his children lived under the Roman king, he didn't want to, God forbid, be accused of not recognizing that the Roman king was going to be way bigger, therefore we have to clarify that point. The first coffee, in other words, you live in the forest, look, think of the Mount Sagidama, look at which one is bigger, the same as the first, but Tokal, called Ara, which are beautiful, which is, in other words, they describe that the Roman king is going to be stronger. Under Yochanan says the Zoo Romi, that this refers to Romi, which is Romi Kayadas, in other words, the evil Roman dictatorship. Shetiva Yochanan, its jurisdiction runs after the whole world. And you know, I'm going to give one more example for these colors, which is Yom Gulima to Omar B'Shafke. You have this wool garment, and it got rubbed out, and Sadina the kiss of B'Shafke, the wool garment, and it got rubbed out. So again, the way this works is, the wool garment is very white when it starts off, and then it gets rubbed out, it's less white. And then you have the linen garment, which is quite bright white when it's blue. When it gets rubbed out, it goes down. So, in other words, they will skip the categories. White is just red, but when it gets rubbed out, it becomes pretty, it loses a lot of its brightness. And then the second one is going to be the linen, which is pretty bright when it's new. And when it gets rubbed out, it's only at the bottom, because it loses its brightness. And these are describing the color scheme according to Rabbi. We'll stop here for today.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes to Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access of the show. But that is not why you're here, Daddy. They're here to watch 10 Minutes to Shop. So let's go ahead and start the timer. Alrighty, dude. As you can tell, I'm not Mr. Whole Foods.
Good morning.
I was just gonna say I'm ready to fucking name the waters, dude. Oh
shit, we're getting today's style.
Oh yeah, dude. That has perfect.
You guys taking over sponsors. We take our annual comical responsibility for the show, as it is the fourth to the service for our show. We take our comical sponsor for the month of year. We thank Dr. Snow and Robert Grafton, responsible all the children, all the doctors, and generation of the updates from my father, Leonard Grafton, Rico Ben, Tesco, Aquarian, and the website is on Shane, Son Hallelujah, Spanish to Heaven and Father. We also thank Ari and Miller Wilson for sponsoring the Rico learning of English with Haley's mother, Linda King. Rafael Ray about the mayor, Son Hallelujah, amazing, and the families who had it in the follow. Today's episode, today we're going to pick up on the solid Amar days. We're going to pick up from Amar Lezina Ramirez. This is a very quick recap. As you just heard a couple things ago from Zevi, that what we were trying to do here is trying to figure out who the Tana of the Mishnah is, and if we went back and forth, is it rubbing himself, is Rabbi quoting some of the people, and ultimately we wanted to figure out if Rabbi possibly could have been the one who darshaning Riboy Miyot as opposed to Kal Kal Kal. Now, so this is the estimate. So I took the Riboy and Miyot and Riboy, Miyot and Riboy and Kal Kal are very similar concepts. The question just is, which one are you using? Riboy, Miyot, and Riboy is more inclusive. Kal Kal is more limited. So anytime we're going to have a machotes whether we're running with the logic of Riboy, Miyot, and Riboy, or Kal, we're going to be deciding which one is
what they say about you guys is not true.
Let it go out right. If you're going with Kal will be much more limiting. If you're going with Riboy, Miyot, and Riboy, then it's going to be
you're all sad
much more
a lot of you.
So let's go see. Is it possible to actually say, as we just got finished saying,
he's
that
a
Rabbi
fighter, and like
goes with the logic of Riboy, Miyot, and Riboy, as we just did the previous tomorrow with regards to he didn't have that. So I'm going to do what I may
big house in Texas.
Rabbi Darsh Riboy. Is it true that Rabbi actually darshan Riboy and Miyot? The problem is, the Rabbi probably will talk to you guys. You find the Rabbi, and he darshans with the logic of cloud and crop, and not with the logic of Riboy. Kind of, because the right side, Marseille. Let's just go. Let's talk about evidence. We're talking about evidence. Never Avery is a evidence. You saw himself, he stayed for 6 years. Like to stay beyond the 6 year mark, there's a whole procedure. Part of the procedure is to get his clear kids within all. That is all the person chose in Marseille. He wants to aim the L Marseille. I only know from here that you can use the actual Marseille in all applications here. Name the Rabos. How do you know that I can actually use another type of tool, such as a seal, a zero, a map-up, a data from the stuff? So the first three,
Mexican is running
zero and map-up, are all really types of elements, whether it's split or itself. So wood, there's different types of tools that would be used to pierce the air. Modern people with the death is real. They don't have a gas. It's not concerned so like it's too warm. Drill, we ordered it from Home Depot. We're talking about a hand type of drill that you use to pierce the air. But how this style, again, metal is
I can appreciate the chef in the menu.
How do you know?
But
you use all those tools to pierce the ear hole. Every time a little mouse, you build up top.
Many, I've enjoyed this for years.
Some might say you shall take this call. So if you guys even more cards of our Samilka Fiyat, any item which you're taking in your hand. Give your gift to you, that's the good gift to you. This you have. What Costa takes tells you to take anything, and Marseille is limiting. Now, Rabbi says, Marseille, not Marseille Miyuta, just like the Marseille. This ball is something which is special. Why is it special? Because it's so much tafes. How so much tafes? It has to do with whatever you're going to be taking is going to be made out of metal. Now, if Rabbi was the one who was with the logic of Riboy or Miyot, he would be the one who's much more inclusive. Not the one who's much less inclusive. I just went ahead and told you these types of tools, even the ones that are made out of wood. Who is the one who says that? That's not Tiffany of Rabbi, that's Tiffany of Yehuda. Why did he say that? Because the Yehuda, he got some people in your references with a you take anything, keep it holding in your hand, and then it says the Marseille. So again, Marseille says limited. What was the actual limit? So the word is actually supposed to be this over here. The Rashi James on the top of the next level, and it's called the more inclusion. The limitation of Marseille tells you it has to be a tool, as opposed to using some kind of salve, a medicine, or some kind of acid, which is a pretty painful procedure to burn a hole from the ear. But one might think that any way you make the hole from the ear would be okay. The prophet says, no. There has to be something which is a lakasa, and somewhat similar to a Marseille, but it's an actual tool. If it's not a tool, rather it's a salve, a medication, it's going to be a tool. Now, the one who's more inclusive in this case is Yehuda, like the he's using the logic of Riboy Miyot. Who's the one who's much more limiting? That is Rabbi. Why? Because the Rabbi follows the logic of follow crop. Therefore, the Costa says anything. Marseille is limiting. There has to be something that you want. It has to be something which was made out of metal. How close am I to that for something? Michael Niffany, what is the subject of the Matthias? Rabbi guards Kali Prati. Rabbi uses power Prati as much more limiting, and Rabbi Yehuda Doris,
showing my
Reboy,
man could buy before he goes to work.
this one of the major problems because even though you just told me the Rabbi, when it comes to the lack of picking up end, is going to be down to Reboy and Mia. However, we see very clearly in our focus between of you, your Yehuda and Rabbi, is what we are with the logic of Reboy and Mia for a solid prop. And who's the one who says solid prop? Rabbi. Now, it's top of Hammond Hour. North is right. It's the Alma, generally, in the typical case of shots, the Rabbi does darts in the pasuk, he's always going to use the concept of Alma Kali Saki dart. He's always going to use the logic of power cross, which is a generalization and then a specification, as opposed to a Hebrew which is inclusive and then a miyut and then exclusive. He's always going to use power cross. Perhaps behind the timer, what's the reason why when it comes to Pidyon Haddad, he darts in Hebrew here? The time very small, because he follows the time very small, which is very small. Bamayin, nay, it says Bamayin 2 times in a row. This is not related to our figure, but it's very very small. Especially that case here, we actually read this recently. This is the fact that
it's like
about the halacha of
huge stretch.
kosher fish. It says, as that comes to the car start off volume, this shall be each of great that swims in the water. Call out your yesh, but snap your capacity by mine. Anything that has fins and scales in the water. So now, Bamayan and Bamayan are the color, the generalization. Afterwards, it says, after it says Bamayan twice, then it says, Bayamin to Banafalim also prepared. So Mayan is a generalization, it seems to be a specification. The problem here is that instead of it being a cloud, a generalization, and then a cloud, which is a specification, and then a cloud, it says, which would be the Mayan, it says Mayan, so it has both fallen together. And then afterwards, it has the practice. Paul, no, it says when you have the minus no problem, aims up by the cross, Ella, this is another existing exception for you. Even if you're a person who generally uses power cross, generally anytime you have these generalizations and then specifications, you're always going to use power cross. And as we mentioned, it's always going to be much more limiting. That's only true. It's actually structural. Cloud, cloud, but if it's cloud, to cloud, then you're going to default to the Reboy and Reboy logic. Therefore, when it comes to the picking up ends, in that puzzle as well, you go back, and that puzzle goes with what you about, it says over there,
Comedians or podcasters got exposed for running party boys that seem
it says that the Gino, we go further, we go back to catch up, then it says tip. So it's the three of them put together next to each other, so therefore he's also going to say in that case, since the three of them are right next to each other, and then when it has the specifications afterwards, you're going to go ahead and follow the logic of Reboy. In other words, here it says, you could do the brother's tipster, and then it says, at the end, Dr. Kessler knows the Scullen, therefore he's going to use the logic of Reboy as opposed to Paul. In other words, the bottom line is, the Lord's not going to say, now those who argue actually do back to Paul, but they say, I'm not getting to learn from Rabbi, Kalach Shafrosh, the Paul, the Snoopers, Zach, Atal Prox, the name, don't know Paul. In other words, Rabbi argue and say, don't get to bend down and say, by the fact that we have 2 Paul next to each other. He says the Mayan, and then it says Yam and the Paul. All right, just move over the second Mayan, and then sandwich them together. In other words, the fact that you have both forward, foul, and then back, it doesn't make a difference, because the order is not as important. However, the problem is, it seems like Rabbi, who did use Reboy and Miyut, he must have been following time very small. If you're starting to very small, that's when you defaulted, in that case, Reboy and Miyut. Another problem is, possibly, the bottom line is, what you're telling me is, Rabbi died in power crop, not Reboy and Miyut, barring the exception that he will start from Reboy and Miyut only when you have foul, and trap. But if you have foul, he's going to go before, look for that, and foul. So now, the problem is,
He's gonna
That's
fuck
also Pastor Shavuot.
He's
The
gonna
whole
fuck me.
idea was
That's
he
what I
wanted
think
to use Rabbi and Rabbi himself to go
just
over
trying to
the
look at him in the
and
eyes.
say he's darkened
Just thinking of the bit,
Boys and
perfect
Leah,
bit for
and
the
that's
fucking
all that,
like its
and
face.
that's how he can include all the Shavuot,
Here's what Abraham
all
Lincoln's
the
thinking.
of the Sha'alah. The problem is he just has to say that he doesn't use
And then I get fucked in the
he
mouth.
uses power crop. So now he cannot use the power of our mission. He wants to drive Ella the Shavuot not to lose the Kiva, or let us go back to the parents, which is, yes, Rabbi wrote the Mishnah, but in this case, Rabbi did not write his own opinion in the Mishnah, rather he wrote the opinion of the Akiva in the Mishnah, and he can't use the thing. So, in short summary, what we accomplished today is that it's true that there are some exceptions when Rabbi himself will darshan in Hebrew and Yiddish, but that's the exception. The default for Rabbi is that whenever he has generalization, a specification, and a generalization, he's going to use the logic of Paul chapter 12, which is much more limiting, and says you can only include something which is very similar to the specification. He does not follow Rebbe and Mir, which essentially is much more inclusive and only includes one thing unless there's a problem with the cloud. For example, the cloud is too close to the other cloud and then the cloud is far off. Therefore, it cannot be Rebbe who founded the Mishnah, rather than the Mishnah is the page of Yekiva, although Rebbe wrote it, he's just quoting Rebbe Yekiva's opinion.
He seems unhealthy too, right here. This is not a good
Getting
look.
back to another Gemara that was mentioned yesterday.
He's trying to sell a Coca-Cola. You know what I mean?
We're done with the cloud for now. So, for those who checked out the cloud, Reboy means and Reboy.
He's hitting it up and
Yufa.
pulling the nip
More
out.
than yesterday's hour. Minayim. The word's not going to quote a long piece of work from yesterday, and they're going to analyze it. Minayim she'eno tayev, ella al sheyesh b'yedir b'tila v'yedir b'asar. Talking about a person who walks into the Beit HaMikdash when he's coming, or he comes in contact with something which is sanctified, which can't be touched when he's coming, or something which is consecrated. So the bottom line is, how do you know, this is yesterday's Gemara, sanctified ella al sheyesh b'yedir b'tila.
I'm saying it's bad.
And he knew beforehand that he wasn't supposed to touch it, and he knew at the end that he did touch it, or he knew he wasn't supposed to go to the Mikdash. And then at the end he went in, so he has to know beforehand and know afterwards, and then the Halam Ben Tayim and he forgot in the middle. In other words, a drop of background. Whenever we have any type of fear, any type of responsibility for a person who's liable for a mistake. So what he's liable for is the concealment in the middle, the mistakes that he made in the middle. So we're going to count the fact that in Parak and Shachar Shabbos is also get called Shigagos. And Rambam has a Parak called Shigagos. And what we're doing over there is you always want to find out how many mistakes were made. Generally, a shogeg is considered to be a hell. It means a person knew something, and then there was a ha'alava. There was a temporary lapse in his mind from not knowing. Or that the person forgot a specific circumstance. So a person could have forgotten that it's also for a person to come and forth into this stuff. Or a person could have forgotten about by definition always means that there was something that he once knew and he forgot. And that's the premise of today's Gemara, which is you have to have the idea in the beginning, you have to have known at some point, forgotten that, and then found out after. That's what I said yesterday. Person not tired. Ella al Shir for Yedia Batila, he originally knew. Yedia himself, and now at the end he knows he made a mistake. However, Ella ben Tayim, mistake happens during the concealed period in the middle. We know that from the Nelam, Shnei Parim. It says the Nelam twice. If you read the passage, impure animal, the sheriff coming, the Nella Nivani, forgot about it, who comes tonight, the Nella Nivani, forgot that he touched it, who will come about it. Now you can promise to touch this impure animal. Next, Oh, he got a tumas adam. It touches an intro person. L'chol tumas shayit leba v'nela mimenu. Yes, he touches the person becomes tamei, and the nela mimenu gets right. There's 2 times in consecutive psukim where it says the nela mimenu, he forgot about it. Therefore, what's the nela mimenu is tamei? Give it a Kiva says, he says the nela mimenu is tamei. We learn from there you have to have known about it, and then forgotten about it, and then known about it again. McLeod. Now, the Gemara says, Rabbi disagrees, and he says, you don't need the 2 words of the Nelam to teach that you forgot and knew. So then the Omer says the Nelam, it says he forgot. The McLeod, the Yoda, by definition, forgetting something means that you knew about it. You can't forget something that you never knew. You could not know it, but that's not called forgetting about it. The Nelam was concealed from him. In other words, there's a piece of knowledge he had, and right now, in this moment, that piece of knowledge is somewhere, in a place where it's inaccessible to him. But just not knowing something is not called the Nelam.
This island,
Now, and now he knows about it. Now, how they touch the idea. If you forgot about something that you knew first, then you forgot, and now you know about it, and now you know about it, you have the whole picture. That's the whole sandwich. In other words, you have to sandwich you're forgetting about it between 2 knowledge. Now, the definition of the knowledge is that you forgot about it. You already have the first one, you knew about it, you forgot about it. The Yoga gives you the second piece of knowledge, the second half of the sandwich. So now, we came up telling over that, right? So that's the case. Why does he say the knowledge a second time? The Tayyip al-Hel and Tumah are Hel and Tumah. According to Rabbi, we want to include 2 different types of forgetting. First of all, forgot that he's Tamei. Or, another case is, he knew that he was Tamei, but he forgot that the process he walked into the basic. That's the more from you. On my mouth. Now it goes ahead to analyze it. The Nelam. It says the Nelam. McLeod, Shayada, this implies that you knew about that. Now my mouth, the word says, how do you know that? Here's the implication that you knew about it, just because it says the Nelam. Samarava, Midolotsu, Vihi Aluma Milam. Since it doesn't say the Aluma Menu is concealed from him, in other words, if he never knew about it, it would be considered concealed from him. However, it says the Nelam means he had it, and you lost. In other words, the implication of the word Nelam is, you knew about it, but then you forgot about it. So Rabbi said back to Rabbi, Elam Yasser tells the case, every time you have the word Nelam, it means you knew about it and then forgot about it. We're going to find ourselves having a bunch of problems. Why? Gabi Sota, when it comes to a Sota, the Siv, the Nelam Me'ena Isha. It was concealed from her husband. So very quickly, we learned Sota together not too long ago.
Here's my problem.
It's actually
Okay, so when the sexy window closes exactly at 10 p.m.
So a quick review. What is Sota? Sota is a woman who allegedly engaged in inappropriate behavior with another person. She's a married woman, and her husband accuses her of engaging in inappropriate behavior with another man. So he warns her not to seclude herself with that man. That's what she's doing. She goes ahead and she secludes herself again with that man. And there's all discussion with her parent, whether they're Asian, the Indian, the whole discussion. The bottom line is, if she conceals herself from the person, there's a process that she's brought down to the base of it, and they ask her further questions. She makes shavuos, and ultimately, if at the end of the story, she continues to deny it, the husband continues to insist on his side of the story, then they attach the chapter to the make Sota, they write to the part of the Sota, they erase it, they put it into water, she drinks it. Now, if she's innocent, she gets wonderful brachos. If she's guilty, the opposite is true, and she dies at the end of the process. Now, the Gemara says over here.
It's not 60 times.
So the Nelam Eish is concealed from the eyes of her husband, the cloud, to have the other Meikar. To tell me the Nelam that she was concealed means that he knew about it. In other words, he has absolute knowledge that she engaged in this extramarital affair with this man. So now he forgot it. Now hold on a second, that means he knew about it. According to our logic, Nelam means he knew about it. McLeod started to have a younger Meikar. Now, the other Meikar, he bought to Lamaya, the whole process goes to work. Batani Regin Baisa, Benito Haishni Avon, Menan will be clean from all sin. Isha Haiti Savana, if she is indeed guilty of engaging this extramarital affair, Savana shall carry the sin. Now the Gemara does not say if he is clean, then Hamai Bokin is the water will effectively check out whether she is guilty or innocent. However, Aina is guilty of himself is guilty of sin, then Aina Mai Bokin is the water is not supposed to check out whether she is guilty or innocent of engaging this extramarital affair. Now hold on a second. If he knew about the fact that she engaged in this extramarital affair, guess what? She becomes offered to him. If he decided to go ahead and continue living with her, so then his hands are not clean either. If his hands are not clean, then the whole process is not going to work. Now, we're expecting the process to work because the process says the Noah and the Amusha, that she was concealed from her husband, and then the Torah goes to describe the process of drinking the water. Now, Vanilla means he knew about it, and now he doesn't know about it. It's not going to work anymore because he's still engaged in this relationship with her. So therefore, it can't be that Vanilla means he knew about it. Assume. And furthermore, Rabbi Torah, the Psukim, which describe the Torah in Eo, says the Nelma Medina Kafai will be concealed from the eyes of Osters who was hated. McLeod, then of life, the King without the Yoga. There were some who knew about the Torah before it was given. The problem is that the very again it says Manella, who was hidden, concealed before it was given. Now, if you're telling me that means that someone knew about it first, probably the Apostle because the man knew about it first. So again, another problem we have using the word Nella, meaning you knew about it, and then ultimately forgot about it. Along Rabbi is of the opinion that Yediyah is Bravo, small Yediyah. Rabbi says that when it comes to Tumah, Yediyah space means Bravo is Shmei, the halakha assumption. So again, this is a very big assumption that every single Jewish person went to school as a kid. Every year went to Torah, and every Rabbi taught every single kid of the halachas of Tumah and Torah. Now you might not remember exactly that lesson that it was taught in, but every single Jewish person knows at some point in his life that it's also just as this from Yitamei. So therefore, that's considered to be a deal. And there are a couple of items, if we give the Sila, if we give the self, hold on a second. If you're telling me that every single Jewish person knows about this, and that's why you have to have the idea in the beginning, so we know about it, hold on a second. Then it's impossible. In other words, you're telling me that everybody knows about it because they learned it in school, then how do you ever have a scenario if someone doesn't know about it? The case where it says, the telling Abraham did the previous with the he did what you did with self. You could watch the year for child. If any Jewish person who's not going to cater as a child, and learn that what to the Torah, and the lady said to him, yes, the shot for the Jewish person is going to it's going to be somebody who did not go to Jewish school. Nowadays, hopefully, most of us go to Jewish school. Not only us to go to Jewish school, but also when we see the concept, even times the Gemara, there's the concept of Tunis Mishpah, and exactly how that applies to a person nowadays is beyond the scope of today's year. But yeah, not go to Torah, not live our life of Torah, and that will be a person who would not have the view of it. Okay.
It's take 17, so he's
Then
like,
also, going back to our Yitzhak Shabbos Shtayim Shehinah. One of the things we consider our Mishnah as a 2 that ultimately comes to 4 is Yitzhak Shabbos carrying of Shabbos. And now let's analyze the way this Mishnah is written, not here in Masechet Shavuos, but the way the Mishnah is written in Masechet Shabbos.
Is it 15 years of Paul?
Yitzhak Shabbos carrying of Shabbos is Shtayim Shehinah, the ring 2, which is 4 inside. Shtayim Shehinah, that's 2, which is 4 outside.
Years. We gotta start doing this
So
show.
now,
It's been way too long. Yeah, I don't think it's 15
2,
years.
which is 4 inside, 2, which is 4 outside, means 4 plus 4, which is 8. Our Mishnah did not say that. Our Mishnah just simply said it's Shtayim Shehinah, which is 4.
He was the main points like a clever guy. You know, somebody's good at broadcasting.
Why is our mission different over here? The time of Stein getting Arba was too light. Just simply said Stein getting Arba and nothing more. The Maishnav is the first Stein Arba, but then Stein Arba, but it has 2 to 4 inside, 3 to 4 to outside. Now, just quickly, the cases are as follows. But then we're going to refer to as Rishus Hayakid and Balkos Rishus Hayakid. Now, there's a bunch of different terms that you use in this Shabbos. They're not literal. That was like to explain it to give you a
wedding party.
The Gemara talks about honey and a balabayis. And honey is the poor person. The balabayis is the homeowner. Generally speaking, if you want to pass something out the window of the house, so then the balabayis, the owner of the house, who's settled and comfortable inside his house, is going to be the one who's providing something. But the honey is the poor person who's outside trying to provide some food. But now, that is not a requirement for Haitzah, but a person be wealthy or a person be poor. It makes absolutely no difference.
Oh yeah, big deal.
What does make a difference is that the person pick up the item inside of the Shusayaki, which is a private domain, and transfer it outside the house into a public domain. Now, in order for a person to violate the biblical prohibition of carrying on Shabbos, what has to be done is there has to be something called an akira, which means you lift it up from the place where it is, you uproot the item from its place, and a hanacha, which is you place the item down in the other domain. So now, typically, if a person goes, you have one person involved, we'll just say you have a balabayis, and what happens is he's inside his house, he wants to bring some food outside, so he goes to his kitchen, he picks up some food in the private domain, walks outside the public domain and puts it down, you have an akira inside, you have a hanacha outside, and he has thereby violated the halachas of carrying on Shabbos. The opposite will be true if you have a honey, a poor person. He has no food, he goes outside, and you find blood sitting on the floor. So outside in the public domain, he picks up the item, that's the akira, he walks into the public domain, to his house, puts it down on the table, that's the hanacha, he has thereby fulfilled requirements. He has unfortunately violated the prohibition of carrying on Shabbos. Now we have 2 people who are involved. You have a number of cases, which are, for example, you have the honey standing in your shusharade outside, and you take something from outside and puts it inside. What if you do? You're standing at a window, picks something up on the floor, lifts it up, puts it inside, and puts it inside the house. So that's the case. Honey only about food. You have the honey outside, you places the item inside. Another case is exactly the opposite. You have the person, the balabayis, the homeowner. He's standing inside, and he takes his hands from inside to outside, he picks the item up off the floor, brings it inside the house, puts it inside his house, he violated the prohibition of carrying outside. Now, what happens if you have kind of a hybrid case, where you have the honey, let's just say the guy standing outside, so he picks it up, and the guy inside takes it out of his hand. Or the opposite, you have the guy inside, he picks it up, and the guy outside takes it out of his hand. So you have sheer malach over here. Remember, we said you have to lift it up and put it down. What happens if one person picks it up, and another person puts it down, or the opposite, the other case? Bottom line is there are 8 possible scenarios of how you can divide this up, where you're going to have 2 of them, say, cumulatively have 4 of them which are Kiev, and 4 of them which are Torah. Now, the bottom line is, what our Gemara is saying is, in our Mishnah, we only list 2, which are 4, we don't have all 8 of them. Why are we excluding the other 4? That's the Gemara's question. The Gemara answers, nice enough to the sun expansion. I will assume. Nice enough to the sun expansion. I will the same expansion. I will put. Guess what? That was actually where it mentions all of the cases for, in other words, 2, which is for the name. So you have total 8. is the Iker Shabbos. There has to be some Shabbos actually. So therefore, where it says, also, the Iker Shabbos by Avos by Tobos. We want to list all the cases of Avos and Tobos. Avos is the main category, and then Tobos are the subcategories. Now, also, the law of Iker Shabbos, this receptor is called the receptor We're not really learning Iker Shabbos over here, and if we want to get into all the subcategories.
I don't listen to what normal people have to say. Right.
So that's the blog. If you're Shabbos to Alva's, Tani the Tobos, low Tani. They want some Alva's menu. What are the Alva's? What are the main categories?
Yikes. She wasn't.
Where it says Yitzios, taking the outside.
Imagine you're
And
on a plane with both.
count the outside. Yitzios are only two. In other words, if we're only counting Yitzios, we should only have two, not four. If he came and me hand with he and man with four, we're only looking at the ones which are. So we have some which are five and some which are father, some you're actually liable to look at where he's exempt. You have to help him with marriage to that. Our case was lined up right after marriage to that, which is the leprosy. In those cases, not possible to refuse, but just like in all those cases, all of the Goyim are cases where it's a problem. Not possible to refuse, all the cases carrying a Shabbos, three cases where it's a deal. I don't know if that's possible because Shabbos said to do it. Over there, since it's been set, the Shabbos for the cases being viable or raised possible. Also, so you be funny, we're teaching the cases where it's tired, we're not following the cases of the
Can you all just like sit still for a fucking flight? Why are you doing all this shit? Not only is he slow, you're also like standing on toes. Right. Do I gotta sit next to this guy while he's fake snoring? Am I gonna be in this video?
Again, we
I don't
only
want
have
to be
two
in this
cases where he
fuck.
takes it out.
The guy in the left is like, listen, I have my own channel. Like, I can't.
Stein don't saw. Stein not
I have an internet presence guy. I don't want to be in this.
So they get the regardless you have two returns going against each other. You have to go to Tzius Katani. Over there to the Tzius, which means to take it out. And Mavachi, our Tana range Hafnasa, Tana Hafnasa Nami Itzakari. Our Tana refers to bringing it inside as Yitzias. In other words, Yitzias really is bringing it outside, but our Tana actually explains that Hafnasa is also called a Yitzia. Now, the Gemara explains. Nima, here we go. So the top, now for the Mishnah, I'm not even sure for so something carries from one domain to another domain. Tired. You're tired. Now, one domain to another domain, you either want skill to become iron to you, but you like, isn't that talking about when he brings it inside for it, brings it out. Good part outside, it's going outside. So therefore, it's fine. It's just going outside, you know, it's going in. The Gemara come out, it's just the upper just shot. How do you know? Maybe that case where it goes from, hey, you should say, yeah, okay, this is a private dimension public domain, and therefore, so the utility is taking it out. The course says, no, it's clear. That's the case. You can much this is the upper discernment. Say that. In other words, the fact that you say, you're going from one domain to another domain, that's specifying going from inside to outside, that means that either way is going to be fine. Now, my version is the perspective, if it's around, which is around, the Karele Hatzah, still according to Hatzah, we'll see what the Hatzah, take you out, inside, and therefore, in fact, it says that Jesus in the Mishnah cannot be limited going inside. Now, the time of Mai, what's the reason why we call going inside, going outside? The Lord says, Tana called to a state which we become of itself. Anytime you say something out of a state, you can other things, it's considered to do that. Now, just to explain this very quickly, I'm seeing that we're really short of time. We still have a lot to do today. We'll get it done. But the concept of why it's considered a hotzah is because, just in general, one has to ask, why is carrying something from one place to the next, from Shabbos, you're going to find every one of the malachos, you're going to have to be able to describe something significant that was done. So, for example, when it comes to the source cooking, you always have to identify what changed in the item. That brings into discussion whether or not, or how there could be a key of a visual for each cooking when it comes to water. There is. It's forbidden to cook water on Shabbos. The question is, whether it's going to do with why? What is the significant change in water just changing its temperature? And there's a lot of discussion about that. When it comes to any one of the malachos, you always want to find out what is it that changed significantly about this item that makes this qualify as one of the 39 prohibited acts. Now, when it comes to hotzah, what did you do? All you did is you picked something up, you moved it from point A to point B. The answer to that is that every item only has its use if it's in the right place at the right time.
It's
If
called
the item is in the
Brandon, I
wrong
got a new idea for
place
YouTube to make it
at the
successful.
wrong time, so it becomes useless. If the person showed up to Daf Yomi and they left their Gemara at home, so then they can't use it. The Gemara is essentially useless for them because it's not here. You show up to work without your computer, so the fact is you have your computer. You tell your boss, I have it, don't worry about it, got my computer. But it's useless, you can't use it. An item is only useful if it's in the right place at the right time. So essentially, every time you pick something up and you move it to the proper place, you are then giving that item purpose and use. So therefore, the law is explaining anytime you move something from one place to the next, whether it's going inside or going outside, you are removing it from the place it's useless and moving it to a place where it's useful, and that's considered a yitzir. You're removing it from a place where it wasn't useful. We spoke about drills earlier today. Person is in construction, shows up to a construction site. You have this drill. Says, don't worry, I have my drill. It's in the back of it's in my garage. It's useless. It doesn't help us in your garage. You have to locate it from your garage and bring it to the place where you need it, and now it's able to fulfill its function. Therefore, that's considered to be a yitzir. I'm going to do my first on the day, which actually makes sense. This as well. The coming for Yitzir Shabbos time saying, I thought the first time Shabbos was actually, if you go back to the Shabbos, you'll find it's all those cases Yitzir, all those cases Yitzir. The first case that it actually gives is a case of bringing something inside. So therefore, we see that the term Yitzir and Achnasa going out and going in are interchangeable. It's not enough. Rabbi Marona said, Rishuyas Katani, Rishuyas Shabbos, Shtayim, Me'ena. In other words, Rabbi just changed the whole thing. He says it doesn't necessarily mean taking it out. It just means there's different domains for the Shabbos. Again, exactly, it's not specifically so relevant to our Gemara, but he just settles it by saying it's considered Rishuyas. Okay, let's move on to our Gemara. Maris Begayim, Shtayim, Me'ena. But our Mishnah said that there are Maris Begayim, there are two, which are four.
I don't know, man. It's disappointing.
What does that mean? It's not awesome. We learned elsewhere in the Sefas Rabbi. Marriage is on Shnai Shinah, but you have two different words in the Torah which describe the way a nega looks. We just look at charts of view in the Torah. We just named it.
$90 million.
The Pasuk says,
Is that what he said?
Adam, Tiyah, or all the sorrows, to AIDS, or to Papas, over her. First we'll have on a stick to AIDS, or a Papas, or over her. One of those things. We'll define those two, but to AIDS and Bahar, Nega, Sapapas, meaning is a subcategory. So you have Se'ez, Bahar, that's the main category. Sapapas tells you there's a subcategory. Let's see what that is. Bahar,
That's your
it's
guess, you stupid goon.
It is the whitest of the white. It's white like snow.
That's what it sounds like.
What the subcategory of that one is sit on Hathal. It's like the line that's commonly used inside the Hathal in the sanctuary. Se'ez, Katsama. What Se'ez? But Katsama Lavon, it's like fresh white wool of an animal. Shni Allah, what's the subcategory of that?
It's so
It's
funny to have this much.
like the membrane of an egg.
This
It's
many
not the egg
shows,
itself,
this much
but this is, when you break an egg, you'll notice
money,
inside the egg shell
power,
there's
and
a
all
light little
that.
membrane.
You care this little
Try
about
this
what
at
you
home,
do.
make an egg for breakfast this morning. If you take that membrane out and you leave it to dry, you'll see it dries in a very white color.
He truly
That's
does
what
not
that's
care.
but that is
It's amazing.
the lowest
Sometimes you just gotta sit
category
back
of
and be like,
white.
wow,
In other words,
that's
the
fucking
lightest
crazy.
white is snow. The non-brightest white, I'm not trying to say that, but the least brightest white is going to be the base membrane of the egg. Now, anything which is less white than the membrane of the egg is called bohak, as the Pasuk describes it. Bohak is not white enough and it is tahar. So you have these four categories. I'll just explain very quickly. What we're saying here is you have snow, the order of whiteness is snow, wool, lime, egg. The snow, wool, lime, egg. Now it's listed in our Gemara differently because you have snow, and then the subcategory of that is lime, and then you have the next category which is wool, and the subcategory of that is going to be the egg. Again, the two in the Torah are going to be the two whites. and then each category is going to be underneath. Essentially, you have snow, wool, line, egg, but it's listed as snow, and the subcategory of that is line. Then you have wool, and the subcategory of that is going to be the egg. It's very important for the Gemara to remember that order. Homer Penina says, "Man Tana Maris Nagai." Who's the Tana of this Maris Nagai? And it can't be directly Rekiva, it can't be Rekiva. What here Rekiva, it is Rekiva. Kiva's Amar Zul Mali Zul, Zul Mali Zul, and Kain Shihar to Sid Hechel Mitzvah. He says that whenever the colors go exactly as I told you, in other words, the perimeter of the brightness is going to be snow, wool, line, egg, and that's how it goes. What happens is you have a problem combining the colors. Why? The halacha is you have to have a grip's worth of barley-sized piece for it to be tummy. If it's not going to be the size of this grip, if it's barley, it's not going to be tummy. Now, what happens if you have a half barley which looks like sid hazel, like the one with the hazel, and a half looks like another color? So technically, it should be able to be combined. However, there's a problem. We're going to explain right now why it's not going to work. Which one can you combine the sid hazel with? With Tzarfi Badi Beharas, you want to combine it with Beharas. The problem is Ikas Se'ez Adifa. As we explained, Beharas is the snow. Se'ez is the wool. And the subcategory of line comes third. Now, if you're going to have one spot which is partially snow and partially line, you can't combine those two because you're skipping the color. You're skipping the color of wool in between. You can't do that. Now, according to Rabbi, you have to go in color order. You have the se'ez, which is the wool, which is better than it. You can't combine it. So now what do you want to do? We're talking about the se'ez. You want to combine it with the color of the wool. You can't do that. As this government explained, it's not the subcategory. You can only combine a subcategory with the main category. But in this main category, it's not going to be connected. Because again, the main category of sid, of lime, is the snow. So technically, lime and snow are the only two that can be combined. But the problem is there's a brighter color in between that tells you can't combine it. Therefore, you're stuck. We're talking about this also. He often eats the more, so if that's the case, you have the same problem with the lowest category, which is the beta. When it comes to the egg membrane, what will you combine that with? We talked about the safe. You want to try to combine it with the safe. The problem is that you have the sid of the name. Se'ez is the wool color, but then you have the sid, which is higher than the egg membrane. So you're skipping one in the middle. What's out about the sid? You want to go ahead and combine it with sid? The problem is the habari negative. It's not within the same category because it's the subcategory of the other one of the others. So just with that. Aleph. So hi, Mike. That's the left side of that. What's going on? This one below sid. You want to have sid in there, then you list the Hechel, but it's looked out, you not have a problem of the egg membrane. Why the Alphagot, the Provincial Mitatai, even though the egg membrane is the least bright light, if Mitatai is the phase, still you can say Rahmana Omar will say to Zapakas. Zapakas is filled with today. Alphagot, you will not communicate. In other words, if you only had those three, you only had the snow, the wool, and the crumb baits, you can say, listen, the Pasuk said there's something called the Zapakas, which means that she's a lower category.
What is work for him? Is it
You
the
add in,
podcast?
Alphagot, you will not communicate. Sidhefa Kasha, or Sidhefa is going to be a problem, because that already gives you an issue with combining it, and therefore El Machvarsa, therefore erase it or write it out. That's this look at the Kiva can't be that our Mishnah follows the king of the Kiva. We will stop here. Have a wonderful day.
New photo release from the DOJ. Weird redactions to have there. Certificate of authorship. Man, that is fucking, that's just a Callan word for sure. Eldership. No, that's a Dillian thing. That's a Dillian thing. Yeah, the elders on the podcast. Really? Like, what does that mean? Basically, like, it's like a higher. Oh, right. He always wants to group people in and separate.
right, then we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. To thank our commentary sponsor, our annual commentary sponsor, the Tosin Mishpat of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shumei Drushos this year as a zichus for the Surah of Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Iyar Habavim, L'Tov Hashmol Rabbi Karakim, Mission of the Architect of Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Karakim, Nipa Ben Yechatz Belakoni Zipon Rafa, and our weekly learning sponsors, Ari and Yuli Lichten, the Evil Yishmat, Yuli's mother, Rachel, Leah, Bas, Yuri, Mayor, Zipon Rafa, we hope that we married. Adar, Tonto, all of the Shams Haber here, the family do with the start up with the Mir Tashem. Bring home all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karno, and the Mir Tashem, our holy soldiers, to be successful. The whole Maaseh Hamidus. First thing we got, let us begin. First, a tremendous Shkoyach and Mazel Tov to everyone participating in the museum last night. We a very special thank you to the Goldberger family. Thanksgiving was just a beautiful and inspiring and elegant and delicious and uplifting the nationalists and the Islamic. And that's when we should result in something many beautiful and holy spiritual accomplishments together. But in that, let us be a very really fascinating daf ahead of us today. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on the bottom of Guinness. But anyway, yesterday, 2 lines up from the bottom. So again, just to orient ourselves a little bit. Yesterday's daf was really quite fascinating and riveting because we spent the bulk of our time just logistically figuring out what's happening in our Mishnah. One of the things that we strive to accomplish was to assign authorship. The way the Gemara trend is holding right now is that the Mishnah is reflective of the view of Rabbi Yishmael, and interestingly enough, the liability to which the Mishnah refers is Malchus. Malchus Rasha's liability. So you might then say, here is the only problem with that theory. Because remember again, the Yochanan is the opinion that, again, the other thing that comes after Mishnah based on that is that Rabbi Yishmael holds, Lav She'in B'Maisa Lokin Alav. Again, that was one of the major takeaways of our Mishnah. That even if you have a law that doesn't have an associated action with it, you get Malchus for that. That is the problem. The problem is Rabbi Yochanan. Not Rabbi Yochanan is a problem. That one of the positions that starts Rabbi Yochanan created a little bit of another issue for us. What was the issue? Rabbi Yochanan holds that's our law is like a Stam Mishnah, which means our Mishnah is a Stam Mishnah without actually Mishnah, which means that according to our Mishnah, based on that, our law is Lav She'in B'Maisa in Lokin Alav. Okay, so whatever, you fill in the blank, right? The type of example, if the Gemara often used for Rav She'in B'Maisa, what is type of example? No son, right? That's the example that keeps coming up over and over and over, right? So carbon data, I leave over carbon data, I don't go ahead and I botch it to this death. That's one of the examples. Then you Rav She'in B'Maisa, you get enough. So the Yochanan hold is on nothing and saying, Rav She'in B'Maisa in Lokin Alav. So therefore, again, what we're trying to figure out is how do you align those two how do you align those two shittas of Rabbi Yochanan? So we pick up with our Gemara and then we might say, Ella, hi Stama Ashka. It's not a problem. Rabbi Yochanan himself found another Stam Mishnah, and that other Stam Mishnah supports this approach of Lav She'in B'Maisa in Lokin Alav. Okay. What's the Stam Mishnah? Here we go. Shvur Shelo Ochal, 2000, Shvur Shelo Ochal, Va'achal. So here we go. The person goes ahead and says like this. 2 shvuos that I swear that I will not eat this loaf. I swear that I won't eat it. Now, again, we're actually, if you notice over here, we're going to do this case here at Hashem on Chaf Aleph on the Aleph. So now a couple of weeks from now, we're going to get to this case. So we're not going to delve into the shvur intricacies of this case because remember, it's even duplicative shvuos. But the way shvuos work, we'll see it. There's a whole discussion about shvua, how shvua, can one shvua devolve upon another shvua. We're not going to get there now. The point over here is I'm making what appears to be 2 shvuos on the same loaf. 2 shvuos on the same loaf. So I swear I'm not going to eat this loaf. I swear I'm not going to eat it. Okay, and what happens? I eat it. Okay, I eat it. Sometimes no matter how many precautions you take not to eat something, you just end up eating it. So I say, let's talk about tacos down and down. Ain't no chayiv ela achas. I'm only chayiv once. I'm only chayiv once. Now what's the shot that you're eating, Rashi? Ain't no chayiv ela achas, Rashi says. After shenishta alav shivua rishona, ne'asra alav. So again, Rashi uses some of the mechanics over here. Because since once I made that first shivua, which was shivua shema ocha kikazu, I swear I won't eat this loaf. Once I make that shivua, the loaf becomes prohibited to me. So this is, like I said, I'm not going to do this justice today because we're going to do this subject together. But listen to how fascinating this is. So when I go ahead and I swear I won't eat this kika, okay, so then the shivua works, the kika of the loaf becomes prohibited to me. Alright, fine. Now when I make the second shivua, the second shivua actually doesn't take effect. Why? Because again, Rashi says over here, Havilei Mishpa L'Chayin is Hamitzvah. Because once I simply, the second shivua is viewed as swearing to fulfill a mitzvah, which means taking an oath to do something that you are already obligated to do. And what happens when you take an oath and you swear to do something you're already obligated to do? Rashi puts it in the Gemara, Mishpa L'Chayin is Hamitzvah, but L'Chayin Pato Mishpa L'Chayin. The halacha is that if you swear to fulfill a mitzvah, now mitzvah in this context simply means something you're already obligated to do. If you swear to do something you're already obligated to do, halacha l'maisa, that shvua doesn't devolve upon you. Therefore, the violation of that shvua also doesn't generate liability. I say you're going to have a lot of fun with this case. And when I say fun, I mean like legitimate, good, kosher fun. Right? So everybody's looking for outlets like that. So again, I'll give you just some examples. And this is, I swear I'm putting on toes today. I swear I'm putting on toes today. And for some reason, I don't put on toes today. That's for sure. So what happens to that? So basically what the Gemara is saying over here is essentially, when you swear to do something you're already obligated to do, that shvua has no need to like vest. You know, it has no need to take hold because I'm what's called mishma ba'omed. I'm already obligated. So, and therefore, again, because I'm already obligated, the shvua effectively is meaningless. Now, not necessarily meaningless like shvuas shav, or like that we saw in yesterday's daf, but the idea is that it has no room to take hold. So therefore, again, plugging it into this loaf case, I swear I'm not eating this loaf. Okay, after that shvua, essentially, what's my relationship to the local bread? What's my relationship to the bread? Can't have it. Not only can I not have it, there's a mitzvah for me not to eat it. Right? Because I took a shvua. There's a mitzvah to uphold whatever oath you take. Most says Pasach Tishma, or whether it's a shvua or another. But so therefore, again, I have a mitzvah not to eat that loaf. Therefore, when I go and I take that second oath and I say, shvua shalom plena, I swear I won't eat it, essentially it's meaningless. It's meaningless. And therefore, again, if it turns out that what? I eat it, or I violate it. How many times am I chayiv? Only once. Because again, I'm chayiv for the first shvua, not chayiv for the second shvua. Okay, beautiful. Rabbi said, by the way, these are the nuggets and morsels of beautiful and holy information. This is what's the most exciting about Shabbos. Right? This isn't even like our primary topic right now. Like the Gemara also like drops like breadcrumbs here and there. Our job is to pick it up, to take it, to absorb it. And you'll see that when we get to Shabbos, when we get to this sugya, we will already be on so much beautiful information. Now, why is this great for us? So Shuras Bitui, Shechayav and Al-Zidorah. This is the paradigmatic example of Shuras Bitui. Remember again, Shuras Bitui, that's the Shua. Remember, we didn't really do too much delving into Shuras, because we really spent the bulk of the mission dealing with the Shara. But the Gemara says now here, this is the paradigmatic example of a Shuras Bitui. Remember, what is a Shuras Bitui? A declarative oath. A declarative oath. Where I make a declarative, definitive statement. The Gemara says this is the example of a Shuras Bitui, where if I unintentionally violate it, I'm chayiv malchus, and if I intentionally violate it, I'm chayiv a carbon ola v'yoreh. So again, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf. I end up eating the loaf. If I violate it unintentionally, malchus. Intentionally, Bioli, carbon only Bioli. Beautiful, beautiful. Now the Gemara says, this case is the example where if I willfully violate this Shvuas Bitul, I might not. It's what you refer to here. How about the call? The little hole, so you say, if you notice again, what type of case is this? What type of case is this? This is a lot Shiyishim B'Maisa. Right? So again, I swear I'm not going to eat it. And I ate it. So I did something dynamic. I did something positive. I ate the rope. Was all. That's the case of Shvuas Bitul, so ultimately, again, intentional violation, covered all the way. So it was interesting. That's the case. What if we flipped it? Like, I swear that I'm going to eat the loaf, and I don't eat the loaf. It's based on this that was, that I would not be in violation of law. I would not be in violation of and therefore, by unintentional violation, I would not be chayiv. I would not be chayiv. So I was like, now why not? Based on law, why would I be chayiv for that? Why not? Eat the loaf. Okay, I'm in violation of Yeshua, but it's a passage of violation. It's a last shit in B'Maisa. So because it's a last shit in B'Maisa, ultimately, again, I don't get notice. So let me just see over here. I'll be following you. See next to John.
Nobody was questioning her until just what you was. Right?
Good, you got this? Excellent, good. Joe, so you have any problems? Or you don't like the shirt, you don't like the coffee, you go to Abby. He's your guy. Alright. So now, the Gemara says as follows. Or Jeremy last week, we remember Jeremy there as himself, right? Oh, Michael, right, that's Mike, sorry. Right, okay. So the Gemara says as follows. So let's say, Sarach L'Maisa, he must not see from here. Stam Mishnah, that at the end of the day says, Stam Mishnah says, Lav She'im B'Maisa, Ein Loki. That's what's happening over here. Incredible. So here it is. So Yochanan has now a lot of Mamaisa, a Stam Mishnah, lots of Mamaisa. And so you're saying, so therefore, they're both like, it sounds like at least for this moment, the Gemara is a perfect harmony. So look what we have. So you've got attribution of Rabbi Yishmael. Rabbi Yishmael happens to go last in Mamaisa. You won't give it off. Okay. Keep it over here. Rabbi Yochanan says that Rabbi is a Stam Mishnah, but hold Rashi in the mouth, and not in the myself. And you don't see our law. So what is the difference with the fact that I Stam Mishnah says that we're up to problem? Rabbi Yochanan found it as a Stam Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan got his Stam Mishnah, Rabbi Yishmael got his Stam Mishnah, and everyone is happy. You might say, okay, you see, because for a little ice stomach, my person is now in my face with a bigger problem. I don't understand how you have two Stam Mishnayos that have the opposite conclusions. In other words, that totally undermines the whole notion of a Stam Mishnah. Like the whole concept of a Stam Mishnah is at the end of the day, because there's no attribution, therefore it's authoritative. But if you have two Mishnayos without attribution, and they say the exact opposite things, then halacha l'maisa, how does that work? So where it's a nifty. High stomach, So therefore, again, Shvuas, like the other story of the other Shvuas, ultimately again was a Stam Mishnah. The second Mishnah is also a Stam Mishnah. My cousin, the other two high stomach, the other two high stomach. I understand. Now you don't ask me much more, even on the real plan. How do you know that you have a Dalach Stam Mishnah? How do you know that Dalach Stam Mishnah you just quoted over here? Why not the Dalach Stam Mishnah on Shvuas? In which case again, the Stam Mishnah over here is about Shimon Maisa. So this Kasha, he was one of the questions. Don't make this about the Yochanan. This isn't about the Yochanan. It's the time there. Rabbi Gufay, Haki Stam Ron Haki, the Haka Haki. Now you ask the question, Rabbi, Listen, this is like good. Now it's taking this all the way up the chain over here. Rabbi, how did you, Rabbi, you got Rashi, the great codifier of the Mishnah, how did you codify two contradictory statements? Listen, notice, this is not a Rabbi Yochanan issue. This is a Rabbi issue. This is a Rabbi issue. Rabbi, how are you going ahead and codifying two Mishnahs that give us two opposite conclusions? So that's what this is about. I like to I can't do this with you. What's happening on the front of us over here. This is a historic Gemara. I mean, obviously, every Gemara is a historic Gemara. But this is a historic Gemara because this Gemara is a window into the mechanics of Rabbi, into the mechanics of how all of this is coming together. Because again, the Gemara is how to know the power of a Stam Mishnah to tell me that without attribution, everyone holds it. The problem is now I have two non-attributed Mishnayos, which yield two different conclusions. Rabbi, how did you do that? How did you do that? How does that make sense? Two words again before I want. Mekara Sabar, last time my son like that. The stomach is all the susma. This is what happened. This is what happened. Originally, Rabbi thought that the halacha was last time my son like that. Rabbi himself felt that the conclusion was a last time my son get losses. Like Rabbi Shmuel, like the Mishnah that we had at the beginning of the Mishnah, praising the eyes. Then what happens? Tahadar Sabar, in looking at the Sasma, and later on, he changed his mind. He changed his mind. And he said ultimately again, Lord shouldn't by myself, ain't looking at Lord. And therefore he made a second Stam Mishnah. So why not go ahead and redact it first? Why not redact it first? The Mishnah doesn't come up. But the Mishnah did not move from its place. This is going to be Rashi. Rashi says over here, Mishnah doesn't come up. The Mishnah is shown up. Even Rabbi himself changed his mind, and ultimately again did not hold like that first Mishnah. The first one is our Mishnah Shvuras, right that we get on Beis Daled. But last year by myself, so already changed his mind. Nevertheless, this is the Chris apple. It's real stupid and real funny, but I just figured out I taste it with a little bread. It tastes like ginger. And once he's already learned, ultimately again it was impossible or unable to unlearn it. They need to understand, and ultimately therefore both Mishnayos remain. And the Master, again, if you understand, right, and you're following, you might be paying attention, so you'll recognize that ultimately again, the second one is the authoritative one. I.e. the one that says, Lach Shein B'Maisa Ein Lokin Alot. You understand that's authoritative. And ultimately, again, it trumps the first one. Incredible. So let's say there's so many fascinating things that come out of here. So one of those, like, the power, Rabbi wanted to redact it, or it was, but he couldn't. It was already ingrained. So let's say you see over here, by the way, just the danger of, again, like Lahab, but you just understand that what I think is the most rehearsal of this. The danger of reinforcing negative
First 10 years, no one's
and how sometimes in life I know that something is wrong. I know that something is wrong. And yet, keep on doing it over and over and over. And you know, we all struggle with this in different ways. And the more I do it, even though consciously I know that it's not the right thing to do, the more it's done, the more ingrained and normal it becomes. And the more ingrained and normal it becomes, the harder it is to quote-unquote forget. The harder it is to undo it. The harder it is to stop it. Such a tremendous misrehearsal. Which is why when we know that there are things that have to be fixed within our lives, it is so important to take dynamic activity now and not to. Because the longer I wait, the more ingrained it becomes, the more ingrained it becomes, the more difficult it becomes to change it. Incredible. That's Muslim number one. Muslim number is one of my favorite pieces of Muslim. Because Gemara tells us so often is that halacha l'maisa is okay to change your mind. That so often in life we become ingrained. And we think a certain way, we live a certain way, we behave a certain way, and we repeat those behaviors over and over. And we close ourselves off to the possibility of change. The possibility that, you know what, I can think differently, I can behave differently, I can act differently, I could become a different person if I choose to do so. The Gemara gives us this. In fact, this is Rabbi Hanasi. He literally codified a Mishnah with one way of thinking, and then at some point in time later on, I don't know the chronology, I don't know the timeline, but at some point later on, he's like, you know what? I changed my mind. Change my mind. It's okay to change your mind. And it's okay to change yourself. And it's okay. We have so much invested in the personalities that we create, and then we have those pinnacle moments when I recognize that the personality I created for myself at one stage of life is not the right one to guide me to the next stages. But we're so invested in it that we can't find the courage to change. If Rabbi can do it, so can we. Let's go back there. So as Americans, they're going to be showing off. As well as this now, let's round out the picture. So now what we've done is as follows. Now we've established our Mishnah as, according to Rabbi Yishmael, right, which meant two things. Number one, Lav She'in B'Maisa is working on love. But what it also did was as follows. Remember, in order to make the Mishnah fit with Rabbi Yishmael, it also has to be talking about what? Malchus and not a carbon, right? Because you remember again, the issue we had with Rabbi Yishmael is that Rabbi Yishmael was going to say that by a shvua, by shvua's victory, you're not paid for future shvuas, you're only paid for past tense shvuas. The way you probably use the Kiddush thing with the Mishnah, the way you reconcile that is to say, like, Rabbi Yishmael says you're not paid a carbon, you're coming over the already for future shvuas, but you're paid malchus. Okay? So now we established the Mishnah as the author is Rabbi Yishmael, and ultimately, again, the punishment that we're doing over here is malchus. So that's the case. Now, Rabbi Yishmael ulama. Because Maros they got my malchus. Here's the issue. What malchus do you have by Taras? I understand malchus by the other case. What malchus? How do you come up with a malchus case? What can you do by Taras that will make you rival to malchus? So the code takes Taras or Kariab, right? So it's like to be a case where a person cuts off his blemish. Like I have something on my skin. After Taras, removal in and of itself is a lot. So you might say, I'm going to come up with Shulema. Shamar, and Baal, whenever you see the lashon of Shamar and Al, that's wording that goes with a lot. So what's this? The Torah says, Shamar benegat Taras, which literally means be careful with Taras. What does it mean, be careful with Taras? You must understand what it is to mean. If you have a Taras lesion, or I say, if you have a lesion that may be Taras, or it is Taras, you may not cut it off. You might think that, like, I'm just going to go to my local plastic surgeon for, laser taras removal, right? So I'm not going to say that's an issue that I saw. You're not allowed to do taras, and therefore I give you not suggest how to, but doing so, ultimately, again, would be malchus. Okay, Yitzias Shabbos, my malchus, Sika. So he says, what about Yitzias Shabbos? Now, again, one second. In order to make this whole attribution of the Mishnah work according to the Yishmael, you need to come up with malchus in all of the cases, not just by shvuas. Right? So again, I've got malchus by Taras. What malchus can you come up with in the case of Shabbos? Right? We're going to look at the case of Shabbos, cases for Saul. Two cases are moving out of the threatening Shabbos. The two more cases are moving out of the threatening Shabbos. So what's the malchus in that case? So you must understand. Love Shemitah Last House is a hasty move. This is Nisha. Right? This is a lot that ultimately is potentially punishable by death penalty. But called Love Shemitah Last House says based in the general rule is that any law that is punishable by Nisha's basting generally does not get malchus. So what's the malchus case by Shabbos? To which the Gemara says, Yishum Haki Tamokmino Rabbi Yishmael, the Amar Lav Shemitah Last House Nisha's basting broken off. Fascinating. Who knew? Rabbi Yishmael had to solve that even a lot that is punishable by a Nisha's basting is so subject to malchus. So say, by the way, you begin to see, it's fascinating to see that Yishmael has a lot of these very interesting shittas, right? Lav She'in B'Maisa, Loki Allah. Lav Shemitah Last House Nisha's basting, it's right, it's a lot that is punishable by a death penalty, Loki Allah. Okay, fascinating. So once again, Gemara says halahaki. Now, interestingly enough, if you were not able to go and answer all of these questions, what would you say? Kaima, Rabbi Akiva. You would have said to yourself, Rabbi Akiva. And listen, what was the problem? Remember, according to why did you shift it to Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Akiva holds that halacha l'maisa. There is all this tumah case. Remember, what was Rabbi Akiva's issue? Rabbi Akiva said there's only variability in the tumah. Only the case where you go ahead and you forget that you're coming and then enter into the mikdash or consume kodesh. So the Akiva said there is no case of what? Forgetting kodesh or forgetting the mikdash and ultimately again becoming liable like that. So therefore again the Mishnah comes along with Rabbi Akiva. Now the Gemara says, well, it's not for the fact that we're able to align the Mishnah like Rabbi Shmuel with Rabbi Akiva. The Gemara says, there's the problem, Kashi of Yudiyos. It's not true. It's not true because again, remember, how can you align the Mishnah like Rabbi Akiva? As you just mentioned, Rabbi Akiva only holds a Haram Torah. He doesn't hold the Haram Mikdash V'Kadasha. First thing was Rav Amrit, Rabbi Shmuel Ulam Malchus, Rabbi Akiva Nani Ulam Malchus. Now, we do the same thing. The same way that you said it for Mishnah. Right? So let's remember again. There's a lot of back and forth over here, but actually it's really just the same steps back and forth. So let's remember again, how did we make the Mishnah work? The way we made the Mishnah work is from Rabbi Shmuel, and it's really the case of Malchus and not a case of Karban. That's what even according to Rabbi Shmuel would hold that Shmuel is usually you're only carrying for past tense, not carrying for future. You say, oh, you're not carrying the Karban. But even Rabbi Shmuel would agree that if you make a Shmuel future tense, you're carrying Malchus. You're carrying Malchus. So why can't you say the same thing by Rabbi Akiva, by Tumah? Rabbi Akiva holds that ultimately then you're carrying the Karban in a case of Tumah, where there's a lack of awareness about the Tumah itself. But even in a case where you forgot about the Mikdash, you forgot about Kodesh, you would still agree that's what the Chinese high Malchus. The seventh Mishnah that he gives in his Malchus. You have to guess. That's what Smart says. So Rabbi Akiva on your Malchus. Here's the problem. You have the back pictures. Back pictures, by the way. Like the whole is just talking about Malchus. It's actually talking about a Malchus ultimately again of Yudiyos Hatumah. It should say instead what? That notion of like lapse of awareness seems much more closely when you're doing this carbonic liability. Because at the end of the day, I'm living over here with Malchus, and we should say, a warning. You know, it's just, okay. So interesting, the way to read the Mishnah is not just Yudiyos, but Yudiyos Hasros. Alright. Steinshell Arbol, 13 to have you. But if that's the case, there aren't any fourth cases. There's just two cases, as we mentioned before. Rashi says earlier, so that's Rashi, last short line. Rashi is 13 to have you. The Malchus L.A.K. is to the Satuma, the Kodesh, or Satuma Bahamikdash. The currency would be the Malchus, the Kodesh, the Malchus, the Mikdash. So the words is really only two cases there, right? Because when you're going to fight for Malchus, you have to have a Hasra. Right? You have a Hasra, there has to be a Torah, which will tell you about the Torah. As Shmish for Yudiyah, the Yudiyah, the self, the Havam, the Yisayim, Havam of the Malchus, my episode. Even though they're also just the Mishnah structure, right? The Mishnah's case of Tumah. The Mishnah says there was awareness in the beginning, then there was a lapse of awareness, then there was awareness at the end. And they're saying, what does Malchus have to do with lapses of awareness? Right? Malchus is very simple. How do you get Malchus? You're about to do something wrong, you get the warning about the wrong act, and you still do it. That's it. That's the totality. There's no lapses, there's no hell. That's all the shows. That's all wording. And don't use used by carbonic liability. So which the Gemara says. Along Malchus Ma'atim, okay? The Su, Hare Zeb all of the others. Furthermore, again, I want to say it's important to understand the Mishnah does make explicit mention of a carbon all of the others. Right? So to go and set up all of these cases like Malchus seems to be a little bit disingenuous to the actual text of the Mishnah itself. So which the Gemara says you're right. So let's say, now we are about to do a 180. Well, not a total 180, but a pivot. And we're going to pivot. So remember again. Essentially, what we just saw happen right in front of biology, we worked so hard over the course of yesterday's doc and the beginning of today's doc to set up the Mishnah in accordance with the position of Rabbi Yishmael.
These are fucking people that are
Tracks began to develop in that Talmudic facade.
at the top of
Right, and
chains.
we start to introduce Rabbi Akiva.
I'm doing what I
To
want to
understand
be
the
doing.
United States in essence, it doesn't refer to either of them. Because according to even Rabbi Akiva, the only way to make the Mishnah work in place of those opinions is how? Is the nicer to go ahead and set it up that it's dealing with Moses. The problem is the Mishnah doesn't really read that way. The Mishnah really is focused on carbonic liability, at least in the case of Tumen Tara, for sure. And certainly it sounds like that she was also. So therefore, it really doesn't work. So therefore, we'll say a new pivot. We'll say, by the way, the Israeli is also possible in this also. Sometimes, this is what was the Gemara trying to do? And it's quite fascinating. The Gemara was trying to go ahead and fit the Mishnah into a particular opinion, as opposed to going ahead and fitting an opinion into the Mishnah. So let's say, we do this all the time in life, right? In other words, I have a certain opinion, I have a certain mahalik, and I try to fit reality into my opinion. Right? Sometimes it works, but more often it doesn't. Especially if my opinion is wrong. Right? So people spend a lot of time trying to go ahead and kind of conform the reality to fit their own ideas, visions, outlooks, systems, hashkafas, instead of taking a step back and trying to understand what the reality is, and then forming my opinion and understanding based on objective reality. So that's what just happened over here. The Gemara tried so hard to fit everything into the positions of Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, but it turns out that neither of them really worked for the whole Mishnah. Therefore, here we go. Allah Rabbi Yosef, the Lord said, here it is. Rabbi Yosef says today, Rabbi, the truth is, the author of our Mishnah, okay, this is not a thing, is Rabbi. And let's say I watch this. V'nosivli aliba d'tanoi. Rabbi is actually adopting different opinions for different topics. Here we go. The ideals, nosiv Rabbi Shmuel. When it comes to Dias HaTumah, right, knows Rabbi Shmuel. But also Rabbi Shmuel holds that there are two cases of Tumah liability. What are the two cases? Either I forget that I'm Tameh, and I enter into the Mikdash, or consume Kodesh, or I remember that I'm Tameh, but I forget that it's getting to Mikdash, or I forget that ultimately I'm consuming Kodesh. That's Rabbi Shmuel. That's the two cases that are for. And the Shuras, when it comes to Shuras, Nasiv lets Rabbi Akiva. Ultimately, I don't hold that Rabbi Akiva. Let's say what Rabbi Akiva holds. Rabbi Akiva holds that Shuras Bitui is what? For future tense and past tense. It's beautiful. Because the Mishnah does not work solely according to one of those opinions. So what does Rabbi do? Rabbi is accepting different opinions for different cases. So in the case of Tumah, he'll hold it Rabbi Shmuel, it's beautiful. And in the case of Shvuah, he'll hold it Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. I'm really switching to come in so I said this on Rabbi Kahana, but Amrabi, Yotim Rabbi Nosson Aliba D'Tanoi, the Reino Sirale, and the Rabbi. Don't think that Rabbi was that he himself didn't hold that way. That's not the case. In fact, what ended up happening here, Rabbi is aligning himself, or aligning the Mishnah, with Rabbi Akiva when it comes to Shavuos, and Rabbi Shmuel when it comes to Tumah. But that's also because this was Rabbi's personal position. Right? Rabbi's not only trying to frame the Mishnah, Rabbi himself is also establishing his own opinion through the Mishnah, because Rabbi himself holds that Rabbi Akiva in the case of Shavuos B2, and like Rabbi Shmuel in the case of Tumah. Here we go. The Gemara says, United States, how do you know that in the case of Tumah, you're only chayiv to cover all of the awareness if there was Tumah awareness in the beginning, then you forgot that you were telling. Forgot that you were telling. Oh, by the way, I will say, when I said forgot that you were telling, or remember that you were telling, and bringing it to the Mikdash, how do I know that in the case of Tumah liability for covering all of the awareness, there's awareness, lapse of awareness, and then secondary awareness afterwards? How do I know that that's the case of carbonic liability? Rabbi uses his sources of twice. Regular Rabbi says, no, you don't even need that. You don't need that, Rush. I'll tell you why. The Pasuk says, the Pasuk says, it was forgotten. Now, what does this mean? Right? Obviously, in order to forget something, what has to happen? What has to first happen? You first have to know it. So Rabbi says like this. The person is talking about someone who knew that they were coming. They knew that they were coming, and then they forgot that you know. Right? So therefore, he was like, the word for ne'elam itself indicates to me that I knew something at a certain point. I knew, then I forgot. But then the pasuk also says, and he knew. So you notice what's happening over here? Awareness is really mentioned twice, right? So the interesting from the word that we forgot, that means he knew at one point. And then the pasuk also says he knew. He knew. So we must have already had reveals. There's two awarenesses over here. Two awarenesses over here. In came not come with Romar. Vinyalam. So ultimately, again, if there are two awarenesses over here, then why does the person need to indicate? Why does the person need to say, forgot twice? Vinyalam was forgot how long this was. Beautiful. The teacher says that there's two different types of lapses that can generate criminal liability. What are the two lapses? Either case number one, I forgot that I was coming. I knew that I was coming. I forgot that I was coming. During that lapse of awareness, I did one of two things. Either A, enter the cities of English, or B, consume touches. Then afterwards, what happened? I remembered. I remembered that I was coming. I never did all this. It was coming already over. And then there's the second case. What's the second case? I remembered that I was coming. Never forgot that I was coming. I forgot. I was entering into the Mikdash, so I forgot that I was consuming Kodesh. And therefore, again, afterwards, I remembered what it is that I do. So let's say, therefore, what do you see from here? These are the two pieces of Rabbi. But this is Rabbi himself. But this is Rabbi himself. But this is putting together the Mishnah, Rabbi finds a Kana. Like Rabbi finds a Kana, all right, Kana, ultimately, who holds this same way, who was permanently help us, right? And we are Rabbi Akiva. This is Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Akiva helps us explain it, but all of Kahana is coming along and saying this. See, the way of Yosef made it sound is Rabbi set up the Mishnah, and we're setting up the Mishnah. Rabbi found different Tanais, but Rabbi found other Tanais. These other Tanais also hold the same way that Rabbi himself holds. So Rabbi himself, his own personal shita was like Rabbi Shmuel in the case of Tumah, and therefore then there's Tumah liability both for forgetting your Tumah status as well as forgetting that it was Mikdash or Kodesh. Incredible. So let's say, so again, what about in the case of Shmuel? So now remember again, what did we say before? Who does Rabbi hold like in the case of Shmuel? Who does he hold like? Rabbi Akiva. Right, because remember Rabbi Akiva holds that by Shmuel's detour, his chayiv both is what? Whether the Shmuel is in future tense, right? Okal, the Shalom Okal, or past tense, Akalti, the Shalom Akalti. Now, Rav Khan is suggesting that he himself holds that way as well. Where do you see that? Shavuos, if they kind of didn't actually know it, then what did you see that Rabbi, right there, because Rabbi first over the Shavuos as well? Svarah, ultimately, again, it's a Svarah. Okay? Apparently, it starts most, what was that? Mishnah Akira, spouses are different versions. Ashki, for the view, the Shavuot of Mishmor, Mishmor, the Shavuot of Akiva, Minalam, Svarah, so it's like a Svarah. It's a Svarah that Rabbi himself holds this way, that by Shuas Ditoy, the Chayiv not only against the past tense Shuas, but also for future tense. Now, what does that mean? It's a Svarah. So we must, Rabbi Akiva might time to come and Chayiv the Shabbat. So let's say, why does Rabbi Akiva hold that you're Chayiv for a past tense Shmuel? Why is that? The Darish re-point Day. Okay, so let's say, get into this. We're going to see that, now, here's what's interesting. Here's based on the way the Gemara is going now, and again, this is also in the Mishnah, that the paradigmatic case of Shuas Bitui is actually future-oriented. Right? The paradigmatic case, right, of a declarative Shua is, I will eat, I swear I will eat, or I swear I won't eat. Okay? The drasha is there, because remember, that's how the Mishnah explains. Stein Shem Abba, two biblical paradigmatic cases of Shuas Bitui for future-oriented Shuas, which then yielded the second to which were what's past tense. Right? Shvor sha'achalt, shvor sha'achalti. Now watch this. Where does Rabbi Akiva get all of this from? He dashes, this is really exciting. Because remember, this gets to the core of what we call our exegetical principles. Remember again, so let's say there are different mechanisms through which one can actually seek medical. Now again, obviously, you don't wake up one morning and decide which exegetical principle you want to use. Right? That's not us. Come about it. That's what gets you up in the morning, right? So people talking over here is these sukkim are dashing through 12 different exegetical avenues. Obviously, different Hanoim have different misodas. They have different traditions from their Rabbi and going back all the way to Moshe Rabbeinu about how to dash in different systems. Rabbi Akiva, ultimately again dashing through Riboy Uleite. Okay, now, and we're going to see how this plays out this moment. Rabbi Nami Darish Riboy Uleite. And Rabbi also generally used that same exegetical principle. So the time that he actually used Riboy Uleite and Riboy Uleite because Rabbi Akiva used Riboy Uleite, and Rabbi also used Riboy Uleite. And it's logical to say that Rabbi held like Rabbi Akiva. Okay, let's put a little bit more meat on the bones here. Decide that. There we go. Rabbi Akiva. Just an example here of how Rabbi demonstrates 3 years. Okay, here we go. Decide that. Rabbi Omer. Paul brings the call out, then puts in our stars. We're very interested. Well, let's say, figure number 5. Right? Halacha is firstborn son has sanctity. And halacha is what's called figure number. Figure number, that's the process of figure number. I go to the coin, I give the coin, right? I give the coin, I was like, see, what do you want to do? To redeem this firstborn sanctity. If I want to redeem the firstborn sanctity, I could transfer the sanctity on 5 slugs. 5 slugs. So what says follows? You want to send your firstborn child on anything, with the exception of documents. So what's the word means of document? Let's say, again, I have a firstborn son. I want to redeem him. I happen to have a document in my possession that says, Ethan owes me 5 slugs. So I have a loan document. And again, the loan document is worth debt of 5 slugs. So I say to the coin, here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead. I'll give you the document. In lieu of actual cash. And you use that. So Rabbi says, tell you what, you can impose it pretty much with anything except the document. Rabbi say, Bakol Polden Bakol Adam puts me above Shalos Vikakol. So Rabbi say, in general, you can redeem the firstborn with everything, with the exception of slaves, Shalos documents, and contract. So what's my focus over here? My time to Rabbi, what's Rabbi's logic? That is 3 ways to make it safe. Rabbi in general doctrine, the Hebrew and the what's the Hebrew say? Who could be young, even Kodesh. So once the Apostle says, you shall redeem him from 1 month old. Now again, Hebrew is a root word, which means pretty much you can call you to redeem him with what? With anything. Okay, so the Gemara says, and then it says you're going to get the value of something that is 5 shkalim, right? Silver worth 5 shkalim. That's a meal, right? Again, I'm going to say, we use, right? Again, like a market, you're including everything. Now here there's a meal that is 5 shkalim of silver, 5 silver shkalim. That's a meal. You guys, you shall be redeemed. That's a riba again. Cause of a riba. So what do I have over here in the passage? Riba, who means riba. There's a reward, right? There's a reward to be lost. There's a meal. The Eric is a combination of scholars. And then there's a reward tip that. So let's say, what do you do? You have a reward, a meal, and a reward. What does that do? So the Gemara says, Riba HaKol. In general, the result of a reward, meal, and reward is ultimately everything. Riba HaKol. But it includes everything with a carve-out. With a carve-out. Oh, just carve out with an exclusion. What's the exclusion? For my meat shares. Right? It includes everything. What does it exclude? It excludes stars. Now, why would it exclude stars? Why exclude stars? Because ultimately, again, a star does not have an inherent value. Rashi says over here, חוץ מן השטר, חייב לו אדם משטר ראשון ונוצר לו also שטר לכל וידאו אינו בנהוגה, אבל actually it's clear that's over there. That's why because the star, so does not have an inherent value. Like the only, in general, the only value a shtar has is what? What's the value of a shtar? The value, okay, right, the more often using the expression, what is a shtar good for? A bottle stopper. Like a bottle stopper, that's what you can use for it. So therefore, again, because it has no inherent value, therefore, halacha l'maisa, you cannot use it for Kedun Adam. But now, one is supposed to say that's Rabbi. Right? And therefore, Rabbi is coming to this conclusion ultimately again to a ribui, a miyot, and a ribui. On the other hand, for Rabbanon, that's Shikra Mutati. Rabbanon, on the other hand, don't use ribui and miyot. Instead, what do they use? They use klal ukas. Now, watch this. Rabbanon, that's Shikra Mutati. If you do yod, you can kodesh klal. You shall redeem him from the age of 1 month. Klal. Right? And that is the general statement. The Arabic called Kesef Hamisha Shtolim. Okay, so you shall use silver of 5 shtolim. That's trash. Right? That is a detail. A detail, look at the detail. Tifka, ultimately again shall we do it. Cause of the color. Okay, just, you see what's happening over here? You don't often see it like this. You're actually the same words. Right? Literally again, it's the same exact word. Right? Yod, Chamishas, right? Chamishas Shtolim. Right? Oh, I'm sorry. The article Chamishas Shtolim. The article Kesef Chamishas Shtolim. Same 3 phrases, 3 words. Really talks to the mechanism of ribui, and Chazal and Rabbanon are actually through the mechanism of cloud is cracked with cloud. So the Gemara says, so Chazal Kalu plus cloud. What do we do with the Kalu plus cloud? So we'll say, so again. Here's the difference between a ribui, a miyot, and a ribui, and a klal ukas cloud. In a ribui, a miyot, and ribui, the result is everything is included, with the exception of one item. There's one specific thing that is excluded. So therefore, Rabbi's model of ribui, miyot, ribui, you can do people like with everything except for stars. Stars is the one exception to the thing. In klal ukas cloud, it works like this. Everything is included, right? But the problem process like this. It creates a paradigm, right? But there are the whole categories excluded from the paradigm. Ribui, miyot, or ribui is one thing. Cloud creates a rule, but the rule usually excludes a category. You hear this distinction? Now, watch this. Therefore, according to the Rabbanon, the category that is excluded is the category that conforms to the details of the trust. Not talk mefurash. Never have a calculate the group of moment. So what's the silver, right? The Chamishas Shtolim, right? The 5 silver of silver. Now watch this. What's unique about the prat? Not prat mefurash never have a calculate the group of moment. So what's the prat? Silver is number 1, movable, right? Movable, and inherently valuable. Right? This is essentially it's a little bit differently. In Kali clouds, the prat defines the cloud. The prat defines the cloud, right? The limiting item, the specific defines the cloud, and therefore again creates the cloud, and by definition excludes the entire category of things that don't fit into the cloud, right? So ribui, again. So in both cases, the excluding piece defines that which is included, and by definition, essentially, what's included is anything that is inherently valuable. Right? What's excluded? Something that is not inherently valuable. What's the only item that's not inherently valuable? A shtar. In ribui, ribui. So, in cloud, so ultimately, again, the prat defines the parameters of the cloud. So what's unique about the prat in this case is silver. Number 1, inherently valuable. Number two, movable. So therefore, what is that? This is incredible. Therefore, again, for people on that, you can use anything that is inherently valuable and ultimately movable. What does that exclude? ultimately again it excludes karka that is not movable. Yatsu avodim structural karka, excludes avodim which are compared to karka. Yatsu shtaros sha'afapi shematak with a gufa mamon. Ultimately again it excludes shtaros. It excludes shtaros which are not inherently valuable. So watch what just happened over here. Remember again. Okay, so we're gonna pause here for just a second to just understand what's happening, right? Just good news. Good news is we know what's going on in the Mishnah, right? The Gemara is not suggesting is the Mishnah up until now we're focusing on who does the Mishnah running, Rabbi Akiva or Rabbi Shmuel. Now we're saying what? Oh, Rabbi pick and choose. Pick and cherries, right? Cherries, right? So, right? You went right. Right? He went ahead, right? He went ahead and he chose different opinions for them. So he's holding both like Rabbi Shmuel and like Rabbi Akiva. Like Rabbi Akiva ultimately again by Shavuos, and like Rabbi Shmuel ultimately again by Tumah. We established how we announced that in the Planaki when we said, by the way, these are Rabbi's personal opinions also. We proved that by Rabbi Shmuel and Tumah, and now ultimately again we're trying to prove this by Rabbi Akiva and Shavuos. How is the Gemara proving that Rabbi himself also holds like Rabbi Akiva? Because Rabbi Akiva dances with the mechanism of Ribui and Nida. Ribui. Now the Gemara is trying to show that Rabbi goes ahead and uses that same exact mechanism for his drushos as well. We're not quite finished with it. We'll stop over here for Kirbo side.
Obscure comic book illustrators that we've and they're all somehow, the names are all wrong somehow. Frank Millar, Stan Lay. I don't know any people. Jack Kirby. Jack Kirby.
Was our shit, so I want to be be like Rambo or on Schwarzenegger. I want to shoot a bow and arrow, so my dad got me a cheap used bow and arrow. I remember it was all camouflage. Anyway, we go shoot it. Twice a month.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip to King. Our annual commentary sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the children's drushos this year as a zechus for the Soros, Tovos, and Yisrael.
5'8", lifting 100 pounds of arms.
Sorry. Our commentary sponsors for the month of the year are Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Kuratkin, mention of the Yosef for Shmuel's father, Lipa Ben Yecheskel Akon Yechon Rabbi. Our week of learning sponsors, Ari and Yuri Ibn Nishmas Ibn's mother, Rachel Leah Bas Ibn Ner Yechon Rabbi, and our Bashumi sponsors for today's program involved Birnbaum, in memory of our beloved grandmother Miriam Bas Yisrael Pinchas, for the Fush Shalom of War, our brother Chaim Shlomo Ben Malka, the Shel Shachol Yisrael, and for the protection of Klal Yisrael, the safe return of our beloved brethren in captivity, and the Hatzlacha for all of our holy soldiers. And also with that, let us begin Baruch Hashem with another daf out of our day. Yesterday we were Zoka to go ahead and do the Mishnah and begin the Minna Second together. Today in Eretz Hashem we will begin the Gemara together. So we have to picking up today's daf is daf Gimel. Today we have a welcome to all of the new people who are here for Shavuos, both in person as well as online. A great day is supposed to happen. So we have to pick up the Gemara on daf base on the base 2b, 2 runs up on the bottom. So let's say remember again. So the Mishnah was really as far as Mishnayos go, it was excellent. Right? I think that was like a 10 out of 10. That Mishnah, right? Anything and everything you wanted in Yiddishkeit, you had it. Right? We had Megam, we had Shabbos, we had Shavuos, we had Tzibur, we had buckets of goats, right? Goat buckets. You can't coin that term. Yesterday, right? Everything you could possibly want out of a Mishnah, Baruch Hashem, we will Zoka to be able to find it. So now, the Gemara wants to unpack the Mishnah. The Gemara says as follows: Nifti, Kanami Makos Solid. Let's see, when you read that phrase so longingly. We just finished with Makos. Right? The words of Chabako, Tzadik, Ben Nasa Yisya, the words that relate to Rabbi Akiva Nechantana, are still ringing in our ears. And by the way, see them tonight in Eretz Hashem. They give us 6:45. And then see them at 7 o'clock. It is still time. There's still time to register. If you would like, you won't get food, but you can add But you absolutely are different. There's plenty of food. Remember, says we had beautiful events at the home of Kiwi and Julian Goldberg. So if you would like to come, just private message me and Session, and we'll get to it. So remember again, so Gemara says we are finishing up on the sex market. So tell me, you kind of not the summit. My shit is really short. Why we are watch this? The one side, Mesechus only. And the progression from Mesechus is methodical. So why are we going from Mesechus Marcus to Mesechus Shavuos? So Gemara is very simple. We should determine חייב על הראש שתיים, אחס מכאן ואחס מכאן, כף ג' ועל הזקן שתיים, מכאן ושתיים מכאן ואחס מלמטה. Remember again, one of the last sugyas that we had in the Sefer Makkos was the halachos concerning shaving off your hair. So remember again, what was the nature of shaving off your hair? So the Mishnah said, Chayav al-Rosh, obligated for rounding out the corners of your head. One corner here, one corner there, right? There's two prohibitions. And for the beard, there's actually 5 spots, right? Remember again, the temples, the jawbone, and the chin. So what's unique about this? So now it says, Chada, Chayav al-Karti. What's unique about this halach is, remember again, there's one prohibition, right? There's a prohibition not to destroy your beard. There's a prohibition not to round out the corners of your head. So it's one prohibition, yet it's one prohibition that results in multiple sub-prohibitions, right? In other words, if I go ahead and I round out both corners of my head, it's one lock, right? But yet I'm trying twice. I destroy my beard with a laser, and it's at the end of the day, again, it's one lock, yet it has 5 times. So you want to say as much as the important last formal halakha that we dealt with was this concept of one lock that can ultimately translate into multiple layers of liability. We're going to say, well, we're going to show Shavuos, right? On this one, Shavuos was Shavuos Shtayim Shein Arba. This is all these examples of Shtayim Shein Arba. 2 biblically paradigmatic cases that ultimately, again, turn into 4 cases total of liability. So essentially, the Mishnah in Sefer Shavuos is really just picking up on that same theme of quote-unquote 2 that are 4. One that is 2, right? One that is 5, and 2 that is 4 in our Mishnah. Beautiful. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, Hana, Shmuel Shayim Shein Arba. Beautiful. Okay, so ask the Gemara. Since now you understand the connection between the Sefer Shavuos and the Sefer Makkos. Beautiful. Ma'ishna Hacha, the turn of the Kulu, the Ma'ishna Gabi Yitzias Shabbos, the Maris Negoim, the local Holocaust. Let's just remember again. In our Mishnah, we have 3 examples of Shtayim Shein Arba. 2 biblically paradigmatic cases that ultimately again birth 2 additional cases as well, right? Case number 1 was Shavuos oath. Case number 2 was Yedias HaTorah, right? Ritual purity and impurity, which we spoke about again, we'll talk about today, ritual impurity. And then number 3 was Shabbos, which are 4 cases. Shabbos, and number 4 was Negoim, Saras. So here's what's interesting. Here, obviously, in Sefer Shavuos, we're talking about 4 cases. Interestingly enough, the Gemara says, when it comes to the Sefer Shabbos, and by the Mishnayos of Negoim of Saras, it only quotes the Shabbos and repeats quotes the cases of Shabbos, and by Saras, it only quotes the cases of Saras. The Gemara is asking just like a textual question. The idea here by Shavuos, we quote all of the cases of Shtayim Shein Arba, and yet in those other places, specifically by Shabbos and by Saras, Shabbos only quotes the case by Shabbos. Doesn't quote the other 3 cases. Saras only quotes the case by Negoim, only quotes the case by Saras, and not the other 3 cases. Okay, Shavuos Yedias HaTorah, the Gabi Hadodi Ksilim, the Daniel Hadodi becoming already awake, Tani Lehu Gabi Hadodi. Let's listen to this. Out of the 4, there are 2 of them that have some level of overlap. What are the 2 cases of overlap? The case of oaths and Torah. Oaths and Torah both have the same overlap. How some overlap? How so? Number 1, they are written next to each other in the Torah. So that's number 1, right? They're juxtaposed scripturally. And number 2, they both share the same liability of a carbon over the yolet. Remember, the carbon over the yolet is the unique sin offering that is dependent on your financial station in life. On one carbon, an usher bringing a different carbon. That carbon applies to both cases of shavuos and tumah. So because number one, they are scripturally juxtaposed, and because number one, and number two, they share the same carbonic liability, therefore again they're mentioned together. Now, so that's why in the second shavuos, we're automatically going to also include tumah, because again, scriptural juxtaposition and shared carbonic liability. Once we're mentioning two, then what? Once we're mentioning two, the Gemara says, by the Tani. Once he's mentioned out of the four cases of Stein, then what? Then you might as well go ahead and mention the other two. That's the style. Same thing again, so just understand what we have so far. Now, number one, I understand why Shavuos comes after Makis. Because Makis ended off with a piece of one rod that results in multiple layers of liability. So Shavuos picks up with a case of Stein, Shein, Arba, and number two, why are all four mentioned here, yet in other circumstances, only the 15 relevant cases mentioned, because what's been mentioned Shavuos, what's been mentioned Tumah, because they're linked scripturally and carbonically. Once you're mentioning two, then ultimately what? You might as well mention the other two as well. You know, it's a tremendous mention three, so mention the fourth. But it's like, once you mention two, I don't know, you can go either way on that. There's a tremendous amount of house that Chazal are trying to teach us. When I was talking with someone about doing the second Shavuos, the person did knock us with us. And then I said, oh, you should say English Shavuos. Like, no. I said, why not? I said, because I was just going to do knockers. I said, but why not? Like, no, I'm not going to do it. I said, if you can give me a compelling reason why you're not going to do Shavuos, I'll leave you alone. Like forever, right? I'll leave you alone. But if you're just saying, what is that? You can tell me, I'm learning 14 of this after this. I don't have time for sure. All right, fine. I'm driving 15 carpools. I don't know, but just like, yeah, for sure. At least use a proper English word. It's number one, right? It's not some type of glut. I'm not doing it. Why? There are so many beautiful opportunities that present themselves in life. Now, sometimes you can't take advantage of all of them. That's the nature of life. If I have a legitimate reason not to take advantage of an opportunity, of course, you don't know to take advantage of it. It's so often in life, it's just like, it's just like, no, I'm not doing it. If I come along and say, well, why not? You already have 2 cases, let's just do 4. You finish Makis, why not just do it? You finish Shavuos, why not do it? Why why not? Because you already started down that path of life. That's if you already did something, unless there's a compelling reason not to continue forward, why not? Incredible. So we'll start with that. That's what I did. So then I say, Charles, what's up with Shavuos? What part should be acceptable? Very good. Yeah, I answer another stuff. So today is a lot about understanding the framework of the Mishnah. So remember again, the Mishnah ended up with the Mishnah in a very strange direction, right? The Mishnah quoted the 4 cases of Stein, Shein, Arba. Right, and between which, right, so it goes Shavuos, Tumah, Shabbos, Saras. Then, the rest of the Mishnah was about what? I'll give you a hint, we did it yesterday, right? The entire show was just the Mishnah. Right, the rest of the Mishnah was about Tumah.
I hope they both.
So the rest of the Mishnah was about Tumah. So the Gemara says, I don't think stylistically that doesn't make sense. If the heading is Shavuos, right, and then the sector is Shavuos, you mention Shavuos, and then literally the rest of the Mishnah, which was a very long Mishnah, it was a block Mishnah, the rest of the Mishnah was Tumah. What's the shot? This is very interesting. The Gemara said, "Pasuk Mishnah, so far should be a second. I don't understand. You opened with Shavuos, but then you went ahead and spent the rest of the time on Tumah. For which we want to very interesting. I did the Zutron Milayu, Pasik Shailu, but other Tani Shavuos didn't issue Milayu. So many people say, so stylus is much like this. Actually, fascinatingly enough, the laws of Tumah, at least in this regard, of the Stein Shin Ivor, like this type of Tumah liability, is relatively succinct. Succinct is relative, right? But it's relatively succinct. Versus the laws of Shavuos, which are much more complex. Therefore, the Gemara made a conscious decision to essentially let's finish the laws of Tumah. We mentioned let's finish the laws of Tumah because we're not second. After we finish that, then we'll launch a more rough conversation about Shavuos. Which I will say is also tremendous mitzvah if you think about it, because in life, there are different ways that a person should approach accomplishment. Like we all want to accomplish a lot, and therefore we all set for ourselves objectives and goals. So in general, there's this type of tension I think that we often encounter about what type of objectives and goals should I set for myself. Is it more important to focus on like long-term goals, long-term objectives, or short-term goals? Should I put my energies in a time where I have to get my life ultimately, get myself ultimately? That's what's going to focus. Or maybe it's more because I sometimes like lack of some short-term wins. Like just some short-term goals that maybe aren't necessarily global, but right now they're good and they give me those wins. And sometimes when you rack up those short-term wins, that gives you like a lot of wins in yourself. That gives you some good feels. So it's interesting. There's no right or wrong. Different things work for different times, but it seems to be here that the Gemara is favoring, at least in this moment, that latter approach. Let's knock out Tumah. Right? Let's deal with that right now, because it's right here. We can get a handle on it. We can start it, we can finish it, and then we can move on to Shavuos afterwards. And we say like this, that sometimes in life, it may be designed to be a little less long-term focused, a little bit more short-term focused, get some wins under your belt, right? You have some positive momentum, move yourself forward, get in a good place, and then in Eretz Hashem, you're even more empowered to engage in that long-term personalistic balance. Okay, Shavuos Stein Shinarba. Now, interestingly enough, we spent so much time in yesterday's Mishnah exploring all the cases. It's happy to the Gemara now goes through that. Again, not in one hand, but just exploration through those. Remember again, and he's also put Chazak in Mishnah. First case Mishnah, Shavuos Stein Shinarba. In case of oaths, there are two cases, two biblically paradigmatic cases that ultimately again yield another two. What are the two? What are they? Stein, so it says, what are the two biblically paradigmatic cases? And again, remember again, we're going to talk about Shavuos, not now, right? But when we get to it, or remember, as I mentioned, this is called Shavuos Bitoy. A Shavuos Bitoy is an oath where you make a declarative statement. Okay? So the biblically paradigmatic case, Stein, the oath of the Shema, right? I swear, I will eat or I won't. That's the Shavuos Bitoy. Now those are biblically paradigmatic cases. So again, what do you see from here? According to the question we're making now is the biblically paradigmatic case is a future tense Shua. I swear I will eat something, I swear I won't eat something. As I mentioned yesterday, it's not just about eating. In other words, I swear I'm going to Eretz Yisrael. You can fill it whatever you want. It's just giving an example of eating. Future-oriented oath about something I'm going to do or not going to do. That deals two more cases. This Shei Arba, Achalti, Mishalo Achalti. And the two additional cases, right? So the two additional cases are same oath, same Shavuos Bitoy, but what? Past tense. I swear I didn't eat something. I swear I didn't eat something. Okay? That's the case of Shavuos Stein Shinarba. Next, Yedios HaTumah Stein Shinarba. When it comes to Tumah awareness, there are two cases that are for. So the biblically paradigmatic case is Stein Yedios Tumah Kodesh.
What's his name that came out with the stand?
Yedios Tumah Kodesh. Yedios Tumah Mikdash. So what are the biblically paradigmatic cases? So let's say, so the case over here is like this. So the biblically paradigmatic cases are, I forgot that I was coming. Right? Now again, remember what says the sun yesterday's Mishnah. We're not going through all the cases again. In order to be chayav of carbon over the Yored, what do you need? You need awareness of your Tumah at some point in the beginning, right? When you contract it, let's say. So the case over here, I knew I was coming, I forgot I was coming, and then one of two things happened. Either I entered into the base on the front without awareness, or I consume Kodesh without awareness, and then I subsequently become aware of what it is that I do. Okay? So therefore, the biblically paradigmatic case is where the lapse of awareness was about the tumult. I knew that I was coming. I forgot that I was coming. I ate Kodesh. I entered into the mitzvah. That yields two more cases. Shein Arba, Kodesh and mitzvah. What are the two additional cases? The two additional cases is I didn't forget that I was coming. I knew that I was coming. What did I forget? I forgot that I was walking into the mitzvah, and I forgot that I was going ahead and consuming Kodesh. So those are the two cases. Those are the four cases. Next. You feel Shabbos, thanking Arba. The case of Shabbos from Shah, which is transferring an object from one domain to another, are two cases that are really cool. What are the two primary cases? Shayim, Hoshah Da'ani, Hoshah Balabayis. So let's remember again, we mentioned all the Chazar. The biblically paradigmatic cases of Hoshah are what? Transferring an item from a Shus HaYachid to a Shus HaRabbi. That's how it works. And I want to point out, why is that the biblically paradigmatic case? Remember again, Ololokos and Shabbos come from where? The Mishkan. Where was Hoshah done in the Mishkan potentially? The removal of the crutch and the removal of the boards from the wagons, right, into the camp. The wagons themselves were a Rishus Hayachid, and removing them would be into a Shab. So the biblically paradigmatic case of Hoshah. Now, you have two ways you can move your items from the Shusarabim to the Shusarabim, right? Case number one, let's say the guy in the house takes the item in the house and he goes ahead and he transfers it out of the house. Case number two is how the guy standing in the Shusarabim puts his hand into the Shusarabim, lifts the object and pulls it out. So those are the two biblically paradigmatic cases. The two additional cases are what? Are transferring an item from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid. And that occurs in one of two ways. The guy in Rishus HaRabim takes the object from Rishus HaRabim, puts it inside the Rishus HaYachid, or the guy from Rishus HaYachid extends his hand into Rishus HaRabim, takes the object and pulls it into his domain. Beautiful. Maras Negoy. Saras. That's the four cases. Maras Negoy, Shein Arba. Are two cases that are really four cases. One of the two biblically paradigmatic cases says Uvaharas. Maras Pasi Karsho. Says from the Haras. So those are the two primarily identified forms of Saras. Shein Arba says B'Kodasa, Baharas B'Kodasa. What we're going to see here, the Gemara doesn't really delve into this more, but we're going to see that there is a Toga, there's an offshoot of Seis, and there's an offshoot of Baharas. Okay. So listen, so now, this Chazara is going through all of the cases in Mishnah, where it's coming up there, and each of these cases are two biblically paradigmatic cases, which then yield two more cases. Okay, beautiful. To which the Gemara says, money left. Whose opinion does the Mishnah reflect? Lo Rabbi Yishmael, lo Rabbi Akiva. Not Rabbi Yishmael, not Rabbi Akiva. Why? What's going on here? Rabbi Yishmael. So we'll say Rabbi Yishmael Omar, Eino Chayiv Ala Asid Lavo. He's very example. So obviously we're going to get into all of this in Yetz Hashem in the coming days. But Rabbi Yishmael holds that for Shlias mutually, you are not Chayiv ultimately again for a future-oriented oath. You only Chayiv for past tense oaths. So if Rabbi Yishmael, I can be Chayiv. A Shlias mutually would be I ate or I didn't eat, but I will eat or I won't eat. That is not a Shlias mutually. Well, here's the problem. The problem is our Mishnah counts Shvuas Shtayim Shein Arba. The additional two that are brought right according to the Mishnah, the biblically paradigmatic two are what? Future-oriented oaths, right? And the additional ones are past tense oaths. Well, obviously that's in conflict with Rabbi Yishmael. So Mishnah can't be Rabbi Yishmael. In Rabbi Akiva, Ha'amar Ha'elam Kilo Chayiv Ve'ino Chaya Ha'elam Mitzvah. Interesting. Rabbi Akiva holds that in the case of the Kumar, you only Chayiv cover all of your rage if you forget that you're telling, right? And then enters in the first or consume Kodesh. But if you remember that you're telling but you forgot, then it is the Rishamisha. Or you forgot ultimately again that it was Kodesh you were consuming, you're not lying. So that ends in fact with this one time. And that's what this, by the way, as an aside. And it's easy. Can you imagine someone who forgets that he's walking into the Rishamisha? Like, how does that work? what you doing? 7-Eleven? Like I was like what you do? So, but you see something amazing. You see something amazing. You see that at the end of the day, at a certain point, novelty wears off. Right? Novelty wears off. Right? It's, I feel like this, when we moved into the new store, I made a big push in the store. That's because of watching the cups of coffee. It's for Dobby. I don't even hear they say it's better than the different. And in general, like, you go into Dobby, you really only use that tool, that doesn't be credit to Dobby. It's walk into Dobby. It's something so wrong about it. It's so different. It represents like you're going to make a 10 penny extra, just the fact that it comes to rock up. No one would right?
Jingling is not true.
Seltzer or anything else. Like, because I'm really thirsty.
Jingling was your attempt.
No one would dream of bringing something to drink in if they would go to the
that Christmas Asian guy, Merry Christmas, what's his name?
And yet, I come into the base Hashem,
Jingling is a cat's
somehow,
collar.
now again, it doesn't come from a Baptist Hashem. It comes from a certain sense of reviewers.
Jingling is a classic. Sometimes you just gotta go back and relive it, dude.
So at the end of the day, you just take certain liberties. You do this with our loved ones often, right? There's just anybody who thinks that you become comfortable with. So, you think about this midrash, this sense of awe, and the sense because we haven't had it for 2,000 years. But the unfortunate reality is that once you have something formed long enough, you don't take it for granted. And that's one of the things that we have to work on so much in life, right? It's one of the key things we have to work on in marriage, a sense of consciousness in marriage. But no matter how long that person has been married, whenever they see themselves, it be a sense of acceptance, a sense of love, and a sense of newness that every single time. It's the same thing like Jesus Christ, like that's what the person loves that he said, the Korean food they never have to have the whole goal that Jesus Christ is that every single day it should be you ever watch like about you're going when it's going, right? And like it's comfortable or like things like these doesn't like make you hurt this season. See how you show up to you. I think that once you settle into it, you're like kind of accepting that's there. I always make it very lonely when we have those stuff because I actually remember what that was like. To be honest, I feel it. You want to feel it? I feel it like that history of time after this. I haven't been on tour for a week. It feels like that excitement of being so hard. It's hard to generate it to be and to account. Less than just a hospital on this. Like you can have a diet every day, but it's like Therefore, who's the thing you like to make your flat? Right? It doesn't reflect that you're small, right? Because every small hole that you have weakness and also in others. You're not tired of future, but you're old, and our mission clearly says that you are. And that the Yahuda says that Yahuda says you're only tired for a lack of Shema awareness, but not for a lack of Mitzvah awareness. What's going on? You might say everything, you might say everything. You know what the key is? You can set this up in accordance with the voice of that also. Everybody's already small. But if you say that it's a Yishmael, Mehem L'chai, L'chiyuv, or Mehem L'chlitzar. So it's a maybe we should read like this. When it comes to Shuvah, there are Shayim Shem Arba. So there are 3 cases that are 4. But you're not necessarily liable for all of those cases. In other words, there are 4 cases of Shuvah speaking, 2 cases of future tense Shuvahs, and 2 cases of past tense Shuvahs. For some of them there's liability, for some of them there's not liability, and that's what this is the 3 words of Rabbi Yishmael. Levi Sema, Rabbi Akiva, Mehem L'chiyuv, Mehem L'chlitzar, and Rabbi Akiva. Ultimately, again, there are 4 cases of Shema or lack of Shema awareness. Some of them there's liability for, i.e. when you forget that you're coming, and other cases there's not liability for, when you remember that you're coming, but you forgot that it was called a Shemikah. And you got to reconcile it to which you might look at other days. The marriage is going to happen, and it doesn't work. Remember again, all 4 of the cases are mentioned together. For example, when it comes to Tzara's case, so remember again, Shas, Tumah, and Shavuos have to be comparable to the Tzara's case. the last case, not Hashem Kulu Kiva, Hakanami Kulu Kiva. Those are doesn't work. Just like in the last case, like Steinstein Abba, all four cases are liable, right? All four cases, you have Chase and Baharas, which yields two more cases of liability. Just like in Saras, all four cases are quote-unquote liable. So to all the cases of the Mishnah, Stein, Shea, Arba, it has to result in four cases of liability. So to create this model where for some you're liable, for some you're not, doesn't make any sense. Okay, so what was right there? We all love it. So again, understand what we're trying to do here. Right, what's our goal? What's our goal? Our goal is trying to figure out if we have a stam of Mishnah. Like remember, we have a Mishnah without attribution. So we're trying to figure out whose opinion, who is the kernel of our Mishnah. The way the Gemara started is by like almost like a process of elimination. We seek to eliminate the Ishmael and the Yakiva from the running because of their previously held position. No, Ishmael. No, it could be Ishmael. Why did we initially exclude Rabbi Shmuel? Because Rabbi Shmuel holds that by Shmuel and Yutri, right, by declarative oath, he holds only past tense Shmuels, not future tense Shmuels. But maybe Rabbi Shmuel himself. Hello, Rabbi Shmuel. Kiti lo b'chai Rabbi Shmuel, Yisha Avar Karban, Avar Mal Yischiyu v'Nechai. Oh, okay. That's who Rabbi Shmuel. When did he say that Rabbi Shmuel says that you're not fighting for a past tense Shmuel's deeply, that means you're not trying to cover. But what are you fighting? Because Malchus. Malchus, so the Torah doesn't need to say you're not fighting, it means that you're not trying to cover. But there absolutely is still liability. If you get up on the other level, the Torah gives the Torah Shmuel's Sheker, give me the Shmuel's Shad. Shabbos say, well, hold like this. The Torah explicitly says that a false oath is like an oath in the beginning. Now, this is very interesting. What is the difference between the Shmuel's Shad and the Shmuel's Sheker? So if you look at Rashi, so actually, if you go right across, you see the Rashi, keep the rubber, that you get myself the last right around the Rashi, you see that? So go into that Rashi and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines in. So you're not counting. You're not counting. Why are you looking at me? Right? 7 lines down in the Rashi. 7 lines down in the Rashi. Second word. This is very important Rashi. Rashi says, what's a Shmuel's Shad? Or say it differently. If you see me around the Gemara, it's right across the Rashi. Right? It's right across the Rashi. Shmuel's Shad. Rashi says, what is a Shmuel's Shad? It's very important. Definition of Rashi. Hu nishba l'shano es hayadua. Shmuel's Shad is when you swear to change something that is clearly apparent and obvious. For example, Kibon al ha'ish shehu isha.
That makes sense.
Rashi says, again, this is not political commentary. I'm just reading Rashi. Right? Rashi says, if you say, I swear that this man is a woman, right? Rashi says that is Shmuel's Shad. A man is not a woman. It doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter how you identify. It doesn't matter what box you check off. Right? And these are anatomical and physiological realities. And no matter what you think, you cannot change those realities. So that is just called a Shmuel's Shad. It's interesting. That's not called the Shmuel's Sheker, right? That's not called a false oath. That is called an oath in vain. So when I swear about something that is clearly objectively visible and certifiable, and I swear to the contrary of that, that is an oath in vain. So you actually get. So he says, Rosh means, I don't know what's a lot of time on this, but Nishba l'shanos es hayadua. You swear to change a pre-established fact. You cannot change, right? That is called Kibon al Isha Va'ala Eben Shemizar. Or there's a stone, and I swear this stone ultimately again is a piece of gold. Okay, so these statements are pretty meaningless. You can't swear to change realities. That is called the Shad, a much more rubbish approach. Look at the lesson of Shad. What does Shad mean? Shad means nothingness. So to swear and to say something that is an absolutely unequivocally meaningless statement. Now, interestingly enough, is it a false statement? Is it a false statement? Yeah. So we're going to see a Shavuos sheker is something different. A Shavuos Shabbos, Nishbal Shabbos is Hayadua. There's an established fact. You swear to change that fact, but you're wrong. That's called the Shavuos Shabbos. What's a Shavuos sheker? Look at that. Shavuos sheker, Shavuos Nikar in MS in love. So we'll say Shavuos sheker is a case where someone takes an oath, and at the time they take the oath, I have no idea about if they're swearing about true or not true. Right? I swear, Ruben entrusted with me his computer to watch. I swear I did not misappropriate it. I don't know. Did you? I had such a passage like a Shlosh or something. But you know what I'm saying? He may be lying. He may not be lying. I swear I paid my debt. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. If it turns out later on then that I'm lying, that's then called the Shavuos sheker. We'll say again, we're going to spend a lot of time on these things, but really quite fascinating. All right, so the Gemara goes like that. So the Gemara suggests maybe our Mishnah is really like Rabbi Shmuel. And Rabbi Shmuel said, when Rabbi Shmuel said that there is no liability for a past tense Shavuos, for a past tense Shavuos people, he meant there's no kabbalah liability, but there's still liability. You still get milk. It's like Rabbi. What did Rabbi say? Rabbi, that they restrict the Torah Shavuos sheker doing the Shavuos Shabbos. The Torah itself equates a Shavuos sheker with a Shavuos Shabbos. Also, Mashab l'Shabar, sheker not l'Shabar. Now, we'll say by definition, a Shavuos Shabbos is always a retrospective Shavuos, right? Because the Shavuos Shabbos is something that already exists and trying to change it into something else. So therefore, again, a Shavuos Shabbos is always retrospective, right? It's always l'Shabar, it's always past tense. So therefore, sheker is also refers to something that already occurs. And therefore, again, the Gemara says in the same way, after both of these Shavuos, ultimately this is Malchus. So therefore, maybe when Rabbi Shmuel says that you're not fighting for a past tense Shavuos equally, he meant the carbon. But there absolutely is still liability in the form of Malchus, in which case, the Mishnah can still work according to his. So the Gemara says, all right, let's analyze this. So we'll say, I understand, fine. You can have a Shavuos speaker, for example, I swear I ate the challah, or I swear I didn't eat the challah. Okay, so that case can work. Why? Because it will say again, and then assuming I'm in violation of that oath, I'll be hired Malchus. It has a retrospective Shavuos that certainly fits the paradigm of a Shavuos sheker or a Shavuos Shabbos. Okay. Shalom, the Akonami Lakshish Bamaisa. Say again, if I swear, I will not eat the challah, and I do eat the challah, there's also liability for that because that's an Lakshish Bamaisa, then I violate something. Listen to this. Ella Onkal, Velo Akal, Amai. I will say, what about the case? Now, we're getting a technical one here. What about the Shavuos speaker says like this? I swear I will eat the challah. And then what happens? I didn't eat the challah. Why should there be liability in that case? Lav she'in b'maisa. What's the back from Marcus case? Lav she'in b'maisa. This is like this is what was the sound? What can I do wrong? What did I do wrong? I didn't do something. Okay, in general, right? In general, I love it. The Lav she'in b'maisa in most of them. Right? So again, why would I be liable for this type of Shavuos usually? Rabbi Shmuel, okay, so that's a simple answer. So Rabbi Shmuel holds that listen, so it's a Malchus. Not everybody agrees with this principle. That principle of Lashon B'Maisa, right, being like a lot is subject to dispute. Rabbi Shmuel himself is of the opinion that a lot of Shein B'Maisa, looking at so just we're setting this up over here. We're looking to push our Mishnaic wagon to a particular tunnel. We kind of dismissed Rabbi Akiva out of this, right? Because Rabbi Akiva had an issue ultimately again with Kumah, certain types of Kumah, that wouldn't work. So now we're hitching our Mishnaic wagon to Rabbi Shmuel. What about the fact that Rabbi Shmuel said that there's no such thing as a past tense Shavuos between? So we're trying to figure out what he meant was there's no carbonic liability. but there's absolutely not this liability. But in general, how could there be liability for a future tense shvua of sha'ochal? I will eat, and then I don't end up eating. How could Rabbi Shmuel hold there's liability as Lav Shein B'Maisa? To which the Gemara answers, Rabbi Shmuel holds that you're looked at for Lav Shein B'Maisa. Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Now, Kasha, Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yochanan. The problem now is if you go this approach, we have a contradiction between the two positions of Rabbi Yochanan. If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi is over here, it's in the bottom wide lines, about 5 lines of Ihafi. Right, so now what we're establishing over here, right, we just established is that at least there's certain cases when the Mishnah says you're liable, liability doesn't mean for covered, liability means to Malchus. That's what we're suggesting over here. If that's the case, if the Mishnah is talking about Malchus, Ustam Lam Malchus in the Maisa Lokiala, how can you open the Yochanan? Now it's two things. Number one, liability in the Mishnah doesn't say for the first Malchus. Now we've also established is that you get Malchus for Lav Shein B'Maisa. Those two truths, if those two things are being put forward as truths, now we are telling you why. Here we go. On one hand, I'm not the Yochanan, how about Pakistan Mishnah? But the Yochanan holds in general that our Pakistan Mishnah, I won't say now again, our Mishnah is a standard Mishnah, which would then mean that Allah follows our Mishnah, which then also means what? Which then also means what? Lav Shein B'Maisa working on that. Right? Again, if you hold it for the Yochanan, then I also have the Stam Mishnah. We have a Stam Mishnah where we just establish our Stam Mishnah is like Rabbi Shmuel, right? And Rabbi Shmuel holds Lav Shein B'Maisa working on that. That means again, the work that's influencing this Stam Mishnah is that you get Malchus even for a lot that doesn't have a Maisa. Okay, here's the problem. Neitmar, Shvua Sha'ochal Kisha Zayom, Valayom V'La'achla, yes, I'm also listening to this halacha. This is halacha. I swear that I will eat this loaf today. I'll eat this loaf of bread on Sunday. And what happens? And again, the day goes by, and I didn't eat the loaf. What's the halacha? Rabbi Yochanan and Shakish Rabbi Yochanan and Shakish both agree, I don't get Malchus. Now they both agree, but they agree for two different reasons. Rabbi Yochanan Omar, Rabbi Yochanan says I don't get Malchus. Why? Mishon Tahaba Lav Shein B'Maisa. Because Rabbi Yochanan holds ultimately again, it's a Lav Shein B'Maisa. It's a Lav Shein B'Maisa. And therefore, for Lav Shein B'Maisa, in Lokinos. So what's the here? That's the contradiction. Right? You see it now? Before you go on, see what just happened over here? Rabbi Yochanan holds that halacha follows the Stam Mishnah. That's not the case. That's the general rule. Rabbi Yochanan says whenever you see a Stam Mishnah, the halacha is always in accordance with that Mishnah. So that's number one. That's number one. Now, if that's true, that means the halacha is Lav Shein B'Maisa. It's Lav Shein B'Maisa. Looking at Allah. That's what my Mishnah. Yes, Rabbi Yochanan himself is on the record as saying what? Lav Shein B'Maisa ain't looking at Allah. Because Rabbi Yochanan holds, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf today. I'm going to eat the loaf on Sunday. Sunday goes by, I don't eat the loaf. Rabbi Yochanan holds, I don't get Malchus. Why? Lav Shein B'Maisa ain't looking at Allah. Contradiction between Rabbi Yochanan's own personally on you and his idea that Allah holds follows the Stam Mishnah. Shakish is in a look at Hasras Safek. The Hasras Safek Roshman Hasras. That's what he's talking about Malchus, right? This is what's called the Hasras Safek, right? The Hasras Safek. Because we say essentially, in order for Hasras to work, what has to occur? There has to be a certain level of immediacy. As between the Hasra and the act. In this case over here, what happens? Right? Again, I swear, that I'm going to eat the loaf today. What's Hasra? You better eat the loaf today, because if you're not going to get Malchus, you can't have the whole day to do it. So because there's no immediacy, therefore that's what's called the Hasra Safek. But again, well, that's what the contradiction, right? But the Yochanan holds, halacha is Stam Mishnah, and the way we just established our Mishnah is like Rabbi Shmuel, and the way we established it dealing with Malchus, and when the Mishnah said Lav Shein B'Maisa in Lokiala, therefore the Yochanan himself just said Lav Shein B'Maisa in Lokiala. How do you reconcile this? Not a problem. So Yochanan Stama Achli Ashka. And Yochanan found another Stam Mishnah. Another stam. You think there's only one Stam Mishnah in the world? Right, so there's another Stam Mishnah, and apparently again, in the second Stam Mishnah, the second Stam Mishnah holds that Lashin Bomaisa ain't no Mokinala. What's the other Stam Mishnah? Hey Stama, which Stama is it? Even my high Stama, if you want to say that it's the following Stam Mishnah, this now, Apol, Hamon Siditar, right? I'm sorry, Apol, Hamon Siditar, so it's a common Pesach. So this is Mishnah. Person leaves over from the Kavan Pesach. Talking about a Tar Kavan Pesach, right? The proper Kavan Pesach, one leaves over Nosa, or a Shobat Atame, or one breaks the bone of a Kavan Pesach that is coming. In what's called a Ha'inalot Gets Hard Bone. You don't get off the speed of the back. Now, why not? Krishna was showing becoming the Sid that's in the system of the Pasha. So it's I always remember, how long is that? You're not allowed to break the bone of the Kavan Pesach. This is in the side. I think we spoke about this.
Well, that's it for this week.
Not just a Kavan Pesach in the time. No, it's not going to break down. Why are you not allowed to break the bone in the Kavan Pesach? So in general, so the Sefer HaKadosh says that the whole idea of Kavan Pesach is malchus. So royalty doesn't suck on bones. Royalty doesn't suck on bones. Like royalty has more than enough to eat, more than enough to eat, and royalty will eat around the bone, and that's it. But they don't break bones. They don't because the first thing else that's also they don't say eating enough because it's not breaking the bone. Only a part of Kavan Pesach that is consumable, i.e. tar. If for some reason Kavan Pesach becomes plumbing, there is no prohibition of breaking the bone. Okay, the doctor went also about a mercy of the tar, my timer, and also ultimately again, if you leave over, right? If you leave over no side, why is there no malchus? Again, you're not supposed to go over the Kavan Pesach. If you do so, ultimately again, why are there no malchus? My timer, Ladin Shunda Habilashin Bomaisa, the Kolashin Bomaisa, ain't no Kinabah. Oh, what's the answer? The answer must be because leaving over, we'll say, is Kolashin Bomaisa, right? I mean, what's that? The act of leaving over is what? It's inaction. I didn't eat everything. We'll say, remember, how do you have leftovers? Like, you have leftovers is you didn't consume something. So this is a Lashin Bomaisa. And what does the Mishnah say? You don't get malchus. So again, Rabbi Yochanan has another Stam Mishnah that he aligns his personal position. Right? Rabbi Yochanan himself is on record as saying, you don't get malchus or a Lashin Bomaisa. And now there's another Stam Mishnah that Kavan Pesach that backs that up. Again, is there another Stam Mishnah, i.e. our Mishnah contradicts that? No, that's true. Rabbi Yochanan does have another Stam Mishnah that aligns with this particular position. So the Gemara says, and we mind that Yaakov the Amalashin or my saying what they're allowed. Then Rabbi Hudin, Umishum, Zibaha Kasov, Litin Ase, Akamosase. So what's that address in 1 second? And how do you know that ultimately again that it's a Yaakov who holds that a lot more nice you don't get malchus on? Perhaps still know that he needed to. Perhaps it's a position of Rabbi Huda, and we shouldn't get baha kasov litin ase akarosase. And the only reason ultimately I think it's not going to get malchus in this case is why? Because we don't say it's a lot hanika klase, but the malchus case. Why is there a lot hanika klase? Because the Torah says whatever is left over, what do you do? Burn it. That's how you don't get malchus. You might say, oh, I'm lucky. But were it not for the fact that it's a lot of Anika Kla'aseh, right, when after the fact that it's a prohibition to be remedied by the Council of Hadron Commandment, you would get malchus for it, which shows you that what? You do get malchus even for a lot of shit in the Maisa. The Sanya, because we learned Moses in our podcast, the Torah said, do not eat over anything until the morning. No salmon or avoka, but it's disruptive. And if you eat something over until the morning, burn it. They don't say, what do you see from there? There's a lot. What's the lot? Don't leave over. But then there's an assay. What's the assay? If you do leave over, make sure to burn it. So the Gemara says, so God is coming to give an assay after the last assay. Lomar, should open up the Rabbi Huda. Rabbi Huda says, that's why you don't get malchus. And Yaakov Omer, Lomin Hashem Huzat. That's not the reason. Aaron Yishon the Hadri, Lat Shein Bomaisa, the Lat Shein Bomaisa ain't looking at all. So Huda So again, that's first is Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yaakov was no. The reason you open your mouth is not because it's a lot I think that they are saying. Right? The reason you open your mouth is why? Because it's a lot she'ein bo myself. Say that one second. Just to highlight where we are in this moment. Right? Where are you up to in this moment? Because we're going to actually pause with it in a second. Right? Where are we up to? So we're up to the following place. Right? So remember, we're trying to figure out attribution of our Mishnah. He's really narrowed it down and said off the bat, it can't follow two opinions. Rabbi Akiva and Yishmael. Rabbi Akiva, because again, Rabbi Akiva only holds that it's only a lapse of awareness of Tumah that makes you hide the Karban, but a lapse of what we'll call a lapse of locational awareness, right? Or a lapse of consumption awareness, that's not going to generate Tumah liability. So that kind of knocks on the Akiva, leaves Rabbi Yishmael. Now, originally, we said Rabbi Yishmael is not going to work. Why? Because Rabbi Yishmael holds that you're not covered only your rate for future-oriented shvuas people. First people, and this Mishnah says you are liable. To which the Gemara answers, no. That you should also have a carbon, but ultimately, again, you are high. You are going to be high. You are going to be high mouth. And therefore, again, the Mishnah is talking about a case ultimately, again, not just of carbonic liability, but of Malchus liability. Now, interestingly enough, the reason why this brought up an interesting case is because how can you tie Malchus? How can you tie Malchus in the case of, I swear I will eat, and I didn't end up eating? Ask one again, isn't that a lot she'ein bo myself? To which the Gemara answers, that the Shmuel you get Malchus for a lot she'ein bo myself. Okay, so if you paused over there with that, the beauty of that was, now, okay, the Mishnah is like Rabbi Shmuel, and Rabbi Shmuel we're talking about Malchus, and Rabbi Shmuel you get Malchus for a lot she'ein bo myself. The problem is now that triggered a whole other story. What's going to trigger? Because that means that our Mishnah, which is a Stam Mishnah, questions you get Malchus for a lot she'ein bo myself. Here's the problem. Rabbi Yochanan, enter Rabbi Yochanan. Right? Rabbi Yochanan holds that the Mishnah only follows the Stam Mishnah, which is something we've done that walk. The Halacha follows Stam Mishnah, which is you get Malchus for a lot she'ein bo myself. What was the problem? Rabbi Yochanan himself holds that you don't get Malchus for a lot she'ein bo myself. So how do you know that you only hold like the Stam Mishnah? To which the simple answer Gemara gave was that Yochanan has a different Stam Mishnah that he aligns himself with. And that Stam Mishnah ultimately says you don't get Malchus for a lot she'ein bo myself. What's the problem? The problem is we just effectively deconstructed that second Stam Mishnah. We effectively deconstructed it, which then leads us back to our original question, or our question, which is how do you reconcile Rabbi Yochanan's statement that Stam Mishnah, which in our context now means you get Malchus for a lot she'ein bo myself, which Rabbi Yochanan's personally held position that a lot she'ein bo myself ain't looking at us. So let's say this is where we're stopping. And now again, that's why I just want to show you how the next line picks up. When we put tomorrow, hello, hi, Stomach Ashta. We're going to see the next stage in this journey is Rabbi Yochanan himself actually found another Stam Mishnah. So I just want to tell you, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay, right? And I promise you, we're going to work it out. I see like someone's like a little existential angst over here. It's going to be okay. We're going to work it out. Again, let's say, like a lot of things in life, we're not working it out today. Sometimes I know the problem is going to get solved. I can't necessarily solve it on the timeline that I want. Right? So it's part of my learning from Gemara as well. So rest assured, go with confidence that Yom Hashem come tomorrow. We're going to work it out. Today I'm going to have to live with a little bit of random. Hashem resolutions. Come tomorrow. Start the week.
And you guys aren't going to condone this. He needs to get fucking punched in the face.
Behind a mic,
Talk all this shit. Behind a mic. Get physically assaulted. You're going to stop, right? We'll snap his fucking neck.
It's not what you were saying that right now. I know. That was timed really good.
All right, then we'll say good morning.
But what is
Good
Chris Lee saying?
morning.
Like, he's got to get
Welcome.
Yeah, it's Chris Lee
Hashem
not
to the last
fucking
dot of
being
the
the voice of
second
reason here.
Marcus Abali
He's not gonna-
overwhelmingly
He's
beautiful,
not going to tell
exciting.
him not to
Begin
hit
by taking
or
all of
parent.
our responses
What's
for
going
this
on?
morning shift today.
No, I
Our
think he's
annual
right.
comments on responses
He
for
read
Christmas
it the way
Baccalaureate
like,
Shop
he
dedicated
might be
all the
right.
shooting and
He's
drugs
not completely
this
insane.
year
100%
as his chus for the
Eric,
Son of
Eric's
Salvation
like,
Israel. As
okay,
comments on
I guess
responses
you're
for
right.
the
We got to
month
fuck him
of
up.
Iyar.
The next time we go to the
Shmuel
comedy store,
Rabbi Meir Yefesta HaKohen Shkolim
Don't
Bracha.
mind him, Mike.
All
You
the
talk
living
all this
sponsors,
shit. I don't
Ari
like to get
and Lily
physically
Listening,
assaulted.
Lily
You're
Nishma
gonna
Student's
stop,
mother,
you
Rachel
fucking cunt.
Leila Bas Moving Meir Zipon Bracha. And our got the only sponsors for
why
today.
is Baron
This is a beautiful one.
What does
Rebecca,
Papa
Penny,
think Coach
Shane,
means? That's
and
why I feel like I've said this
Myrick,
before, but I
in
truly
honor
want
of
to
Daddy and Daisy
define
and
it.
everyone else completing
gotta
the Sabbath
define it.
month. So beautiful.
Is
Mom
that
comes
him?
to Daddy,
When he sees
Mom
you,
comes
he's
to
like, I was
Zaidi,
just
Mom comes to
kidding.
Mark and Shem.
Is he
Really,
scared of you? I mean, this makes it sound like he, and that's funny. He's such a bitch.
Obviously,
I
we
meet him
recognize
and
the
he's
impact
like,
that
whoa,
Aaron has
dude,
on
it was all
us.
talk. He says that to
Hashem,
me.
when the
I
Mishpacha
don't say,
sees that
I was
your
just
father
joking. He
gets
goes,
very
oh,
positive and
dude, puppy.
runs away and
And
gives
he
up
tells me
conscious
he
speech and
was
comes early
joking.
in the morning and he's
That would be
dedicated.
some,
The ripple effect
don't
that
worry
it
about
has
it.
on
You
children
got
and grandchildren cannot be understated.
Yeah,
It's a really beautiful lesson. Of course, we dedicate our last half and Marcus and then Schutz Bachman's to get himself and Rosh bringing home the Shalom and the Karab and the Swiss of all these soldiers. They used to girls work and next year come back to their families, the Shalom and the Karab. But let us begin. We've got a lot to do today. Today we've got is tough. 24 last half of the Sabbath month. We are picking up at the Gemara on top Gimel on the Jews 23b, fourth white line in. Let's go. I'm going to be open on. When you look at it, yeah, what are the kind so if a person is high courage and you get Malchus, so ultimately the Malchus absolves you of the courage. So it's a dramatic statement. So the Gemara says, but he's trying to be beautiful. I don't know what about it. Alex is very good courage. First, the halakha is meaning both Shabbos and Yom Kippur has severe punishment in a case. And if you violate Yom Kippur, ultimately it's courage. So the Gemara says, now if it's true that Malchus actually takes care of courage, right? Because every single time you hide courage, you also get Malchus, or you get Malchus, so Malchus doesn't absolve your courage. If that's the case, you know what it says? The other move. And every courage is also called the other, right? Because every courage is getting Malchus. Malchus is administered the other. If that's the case, then your Kippur should be the other, just like Shabbos is. So Mar says, Mar says, Nachama Yitzchak, Omer Hamayim Yitzchak. He's being disrespected to Yitzchak, or the Yitzchak says, I'm a Malchus, but I think this is Leka. Okay, here's another opinion. There's a Yitzchak, original Lithium, there are no Malchus, by Chayvik pieces, design well, yes, for Yitzchak, or Chayvik pieces, so how are you? In general, you know, we would have assumed that because of the exposition of the Sugim, that all Chayvik pieces, ultimately, again, would be subject to Malchus. That would have been our automatic default assumption. I said the Gemara, but Rabbi Yatzar Karis Bachol, so we right, what you said before. Remember, in general, there's an umbrella statement about that immorality is punished by Karis. In other words, out of this week, sharing that Halacha L'Meisa, so incest, one sister is punished by Karis. Why is that singled out? Let's look. Whenever Karis, no Malchus, teaches that you have Karis and not Malchus. And once the Gemara singles out a person sister for Karis and no Malchus, what does that teach me? That all other Karis bearing prohibitions also don't have Malchus. Okay, so that's says no. I think it's him that you can even need that Rabbanon. You know, so like this is yet because they don't be the Rabbanon. Is yet because they don't be the Shai. All right, you're right. You may be getting Malchus for violation of your Kippur. But the distinction that I'm making over here is Shabbos, the Kippur punishment is Bidei Adam. The Kippur punishment is Bidei Adam. And by Yom Kippur, the Kippur punishment is Bidei Shamayim. Yes, you get Malchus, but that's not the Kippur punishment. Amar Rabbi Amar Halacha, Chananya ben Gamliel. The most is incredible. The Halacha is like Chananya ben Gamliel. And we'll say, what's meaning what? The Halacha writes out every Kari's prohibition. When you get Malchus, but not only that, but ultimately, again, when you get Malchus, what happens? You are absolved of the Kari. So let's say, try to find out how incredible that is. Right? When you think about the idea about when we yearn for the Beit HaMikdash and what we're yearning for in the Geulah, so of course there's the Beit HaMikdash itself, which will be awesome, incredible, beautiful, a great gurus for Klal Yisrael, but also there's also like a number of other institutions that come along with the Beit HaMikdash. And one of those, of course, is the Sanhedrin, organized business system. Listen, do you realize how incredible it is to get Malchus? Now let me clarify a thing. Just a moment, right? Some of us have done things that make us high cars, that are just an unfortunate reality, and we could do tshuva for it. But at the same time, I may not know if I'm absolved or not. How do I know? This is just, let me again clarify that. The tshuva is being accepted. There's an amuna in tshuva, but still, like, there's some of that lingering doubt. Imagine for a moment the person did something that is very publishing. Go to basement, I give an office, and I walk out. I guarantee you, how do you walk out of basement? Smiling. I'm not saying you're saying, yes, sir, they have another. Right? But I guarantee you, absolutely walking out smiling. Why? Because there's no greater simcha in life than absolution. There is no greater simcha in life than forgiveness. The same way when you walk out of Yom Kippur, you're exhausted, but you're smiling, you're smiling, because I know that that's Malchus. So imagine that. No matter how severe the sin, you go in, you get your punishment, and then Baruch Hashem, you're good. Incredible. Something for us to look forward to. Again, not to look forward to doing something that is a Paris-bearing prohibition and an entire Malchus, but if I have some of that already on my shoulders, the ability to be cleansed of getting those punishments, I can do as well. So the majority of this is the Man said it for Eli. I said, how can you say that Allah says, if you did a curry for you ate in your giver, and then you got Malchus forgiven. So Yosef says, I don't understand, it's curries. Who went up to Shamayim, conversed with God, and found out that that's true? Curries is death at the hands of heaven, right? Unfortunately, again, loss of future generations. So that's in God's hands. You can what you want to tell me, then if you get Malchus takes care of Musas Paisley. Okay, I can talk to you, we can clear that out. But currency is handled by God. So it says, who went up to Shamayim, conversed with God, and heard from God that yes, if you get Malchus, you're absolved from colors. So the Gemara says, I don't know about it. I will have to show maybe. Social farm us in days and Shamata, basically days and Shamata. Abai said, well, second, well, not one thing. Similarly, he said, there are three things that were done by days and Shamata, right? The days the year, Chazal, and I finished one of all agree with them. So again, Abai says, man said for Eva the Asa the Amar.
Recently, I found myself in a hot tub talking about getting 10 12-year-old girls.
I understand. But if I need a statement that Malchus atones for colors is not just simply a beautiful conjecture, it's a drasha of psukim. So just like these three things that they did, they knew that I could have felt and agreed with them. Why? Because they vouched for psukim. So if I even when you're facing vouching for psukim, that word include what are those three things that Beis shall not forbid, that Beis shall not agree with. Beautiful. Group already showing maybe. Social love us to Beis shall not forbid, Beis shall not allow. These are the three things. Number one, it's beautiful. Mikra introduced by Beis shall not. Chazal. Because all of them read the same. Sheilas shalom b'shem, greeting each other with the name of God. And lastly, the Havas Meiser. The beginning of the Muslim now. Havas Meiser, Rashi points out, who refers to three things. One done by Ezra, two done by King Hiskiel. The one done by Ezra is that when the Levian did not go ahead and come back for the second temple, the Levian on Mass did not come back with the Jews to rebuild the second temple. As a result, Ezra went ahead and penalized them and took away their nice solution. He gave it to the Kohanim. That's one. Number two, a little earlier history, this law told the people, bring your mice to the Beis HaMikdash. Even though you don't have to, like you can bring your mice, you can bring your mice wherever you want. He said, let's create a lishka, a chamber, and have all of the mice of God Yisrael deposited there. And number three, because he also people to start to give mice on vegetables also. Even though again there's a rice, you don't have to give them vegetables, he's still giving vegetables. So it's three things. So the says like this. So now these are three things introduced by Gage Mishalmata, and after this part will agree with them. So the one's going to go forward. So I'm going to the sit. Kimu v'kibru ha'yehudi. The pasuk says kimu v'kibru is beautiful. Kaimu l'malo or kimu l'malo. Kaimu l'malo. Masha kibru l'malo. In the heavens, they accepted that which was accepted down here on the earth. Beautiful. Shelas shalom. Greeting each other from the Muslim memory again. Greeting each other with the name of Hashem, or for that matter, saying things like the call of Hashem, really shouldn't be done, right? If you think about it, because at the end of the day, it's using God's name a lot. Generally, we try to treat the name of Hashem with a profound sense of reverence and respect. Part of the way we do that is not just like bantering it around. Yet, again, it was introduced, it said, one of the first time you see it, or the first time you see it is Boaz comes from Beisach, right? Like he comes to his field, he sees his workers working, and he says to them, Hashem is with you. And what's that? The first time you see someone greet other people with the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Furthermore, the pasuk says, Hashem imcha yivarachayra. That's by Gidon. Earlier on, right? A little bit earlier on, Hashem imcha yivarachayra. Hashem is with you. So the Malach used the name of Hashem in his greeting Gidon. So the Gemara Michael, and why do you need the second pasuk? Is Boaz did it pasuk on the proof. So the Gemara says, if he came to Boaz who's the other Midaite, who was Shmael Laskim Ayado. Maybe you think, Boaz just did this on his own. But not that for that which Baruch agreed with it. Boaz decided to do this. Tashma, Va'omer Hashem Imcha Yivarachayra. So pretty much here's one thing you can count on. If an angel does it, pretty much you know God's on board. Like, so therefore, again, if Boaz would have done it, like, so Boaz did it, but who's to say that Boaz had divine permission? Like that Boaz just did it on his own volition, so comes along the Malach does it as well. That's a good engagement like that with his practice. Havas Meister, what's the case of Havas Meister? It's three things really we're really focusing on one. The Sid, Havius Kalamaaser al Beis Ha'otzar, V'Hera V'Beisi, V'Gechanini Nor V'Zos Omar Hashem Tzivakos, V'Ro'efach V'Chemes Haribos Hashemayim V'Arikosi V'Chem, V'Lecha Am V'Lidai. They will say, no, this is absolutely beautiful. What the skill is doing is as follows. The skill is to come as well. Bring your meister to the base of the Kosh. Gather. Not Kosh, but even generosity of clouds. Can you imagine? Get a chamber in the base of the Kosh, but it's over the meister clouds, representing generosity, and the Rebbe says, bring all your mice here, and I'm not sure about those. Sorry, the family of those is ready to see again. Test, right? Test me, right? It will access or comment on the website. I will open up the windows of the heavens to you, and I will shower upon you bracha. I will say, it's like the Rabbi said for something. It comes like you shut up for how generous you are. Hashem says, mercy, generosity. I'll show you generosity. Okay, by the way, this is also one of the concepts that you are allowed to test back from the Bible to back up. Then generally, you're not allowed to go ahead and make bargains with God. You can't say, God, I'll put on the phone this morning if you're letting me, and like we allowed to go and test the first part. You can say, I am able to do this on the condition that you give it back to me. That's the big Hanini opposition. Bring it, it's not there. But you understand, right? Bring it, right? Test me. You be more generous than you think you're capable of doing, and I'm testing. I'll give it back to you, and then some. Incredible. So you know it says, my Adbelidai. What does it mean that Hashem will shower blood upon you Adbelidai? Literally again, Adbelidai means until there is not enough. What does that mean? There is so much bracha that your lips will higher than saying enough. Your lips will pass insane enough. Such beautiful look. I will say, so again, so here you see that this deal's whole point of values was to be more generous, and you see the more generous you are, the more you give, the more you get. I will say, one of the you cannot necessarily see that with other mitzvahs, right? It's quite possible to do a mitzvah, and it's beautiful, and it's incredible, it's fantastic. The mitzvahs fall from it. It's like the one mitzvah where if I push myself, I can see after this right here, I'm pushing myself. I need you to give it back to me. And my son, and Father says, okay, it's a divine promise. With the coming of his test me, and you'll see how open up the windows of Shemaim, I will give you bracha, I will give you guys, and you guys, I should see those as a certain way of that. Not a lot, so much abundance that you say too much. Incredible. But otherwise, give me those who don't want to do there are three situations, three places, where I can follow our crisis when you manifest. Now, again, like you point out that we have a fear, you need to have a fear, the chance of Surah. In other words, the Prophet made himself, so to speak, apparent, not visible, but the Prophet's presence was present at these pivotal moments. When was it? He answers, the days Dino Shoshem, the days of what's being chosen, the days of Shoshem, days Dino Shoshmol Amas, the days of Shmuel, or the days Dino Shoshmomo, okay, whatever the case is. The days Dino Shoshem, the same, Vayakel Yehuda Bayon Safkonem, but then again it's funny, Yehuda and Tamar. Tamar is pregnant, that she's pregnant from Yehuda. But she was disguised at the time that they were intimate with one another. She's pregnant. Everyone thinks she committed a form of adultery, and therefore they're ready to kill her. So what happens? She will not embarrass Yehuda in public, but she does have a staff on his ring, and she says the father of my child is owner of this staff and ring. So what happens? Yehuda recognized what happened. Vayomer Tzad Kamimeni, and he says she is wiser than me. She is right. Remember, Yehuda was surrendering to his youngest son Shelah, because he thought that she was the prophet, right? He thought that she was the reason why Er and Onan died, without realizing that Er and Onan died because of their own awareness. So he really said, second then, they must be 1 second. You know, Yada, how did Yehuda know that Tamar was pregnant with his child? After all, Yom Kippur is also in the Gabba, also not in Achim the Gabba. Now let's be clear, she did dress up as a harlot. So who's to say that the same way that she had relations with him, she can have relations with Yehuda? So who says that Yehuda is the father? Yotze Baskal Ba'amel, Yimene Yotze Kivushi. It's incredible. So at that moment, the Baskal came out from Zion and said, for me, these hidden things were choreographed. In other words, the Baskal makes an appearance at the basement of Shem. Now, listen, here's what's interesting. The Baskal was not the decisive in the basement, right? Because Loba Shamayim, at the end of the day, Baskals don't decide when to adjudicate cases. But Yehuda hears the Baskal, he hears the Baskal, and that means Yehuda can say, she's right. The Gemara says, right. Second, let's see this. So what happened based on Shoshmal? They said, Hineni Onu Bi Neged Hashem V'Neged Mishito, as Shoni Lakachti. So this is incredible. This is when Klal Yisrael wanted a melech. They wanted a king. So they come to Shmuel. Now listen, what's very interesting about this is as well. They come to Shmuel to ask for a king. Shmuel is offended. Because Shmuel essentially says, hey, why? What's the problem with our current situation? Like, what did I do something wrong? Did I take something from them? Did I exploit my position to somehow for my own self-advancement? I didn't do anything. Vayomer, Lo Shaksano, alone to say it. Vayomer, oh Hashem, Vayomer, Hashem, David Shikol, Kilo and Satsan, Yosmi Mu'uba. And Shmuel says, essentially, you're my witness, God is my witness. I did not do anything that I was not entitled to from Father. So Vayomer, Vayomer, now again, it says, I'm a witness. But it's a real witness, the Klal Yisrael was determining that Shmuel never exploited his position. Why are they saying in the singular? Because the message Yotze Baskal Ba'amra, I need a V'davar Zeh. Incredible. The bicycle came out and said to Klal Yisrael, I know that Shmuel has been a trustworthy servant. He has never exploited his position. And the truth is, the request for his king or for his king is a shtickle inappropriate. Remember again, it was also a premature request. That's why Klal Yisrael didn't get a city. Like they got sold. He was only a stopgap. Incredible. Next, the Leizino Shel Shlomo. When did the bicycle, when did Hashem make the game for the Leizino Shlomo? It said, Vayar HaMelech Hayom Etznu Lo Yasayarei Hakai V'Amis Lo Timisu Ki Hi Imo. I'll say this is the famous Mesa of the two women who come before Shlomo HaMelech, each claiming that they are the mother of the baby. So remember again, in the story, Shlomo says, cut the baby in half, and then one of them says, no, don't cut the baby in half, give it to the other. So it's off. That's the real mother, right? The one who exhibited compassion, that's the real mother. So we know Yada, the Adivina, Dilma, Yaruma, Na'arma. So see, to me, right, when we look at this story, we say to ourselves, this seems like a pretty easily exploitable situation, right? That is to say that the woman who wasn't the mother recognized that if she played the part of the mother and exuded a tremendous amount of compassion, that she became mother. So maybe she was playing the system a little bit. That's a basketball Amra, a basketball came out and said to Shlomo, that's the mother. You might, so let's say, you might place that going back to Yehuda for just a moment. How do you know that, see, Dilma, Yehuda, Kuliman, the Hashem, Yarkei, Yomi, it's only the Chazinon, which the Gemara says, so I'm like, Yehuda, given the Hashem, Yarkei, Yomi, this Sunday, the Chazinon, the Chazinon, which the Gemara says, so, how does it, maybe Yehuda, just went ahead and actually calculated out. Come on, in other words, maybe he just did the math on all of this. How do we know that Halacha L'maisa again? Which the Gemara says, Lo Chazinon and Lo Mechaskinon. Which the Gemara says, because if you don't see something, or maybe someone else outside of religions of the timeline worked out, if you don't see something happen, then you can't assume that it occurred. Like the Shmonami, Kuli Yisrael, Kali Mudlash Yehidi. And the Shmuel, what the word is showing up over here, maybe it wasn't the Basra. Maybe again, you think it's just changed the math. The problem just is, even if you did the math, that doesn't necessarily say that someone else wasn't also coming service all at the same time. Shmuel, that including Yisrael, Kali Mudlash Yehidi. And again, the Raya that a Basra came out by the raising of Shmuel, because it's by Yomer A. Maybe it's just referring to Kali Yisrael in the singular form. That said, Yisrael, no Shabbat Hashem. So in other words, it's not a Raya. It's not a Raya. So which the Gemara says, Shlomo Nami Midaha Kat Mirachma V'Hadulot Mirachma. Even Shlomo. Maybe Shlomo just went ahead and using logic said the one who was viewed with greater compassion obviously was the mother, and the one who was ready to cut up the baby wasn't the mother. The point you might be making over here is you're inferring that there was a basketball, but you have no explicit proof that there was a basketball. Which you might say, you're right, Ella Gemara. You're right. The psukim can be interpreted in different ways. We have a tradition. We have a Mesorah that in each of these three cases, the Baskol came and intervened. The Baskol said that ultimately again Yehuda is your baby. The Baskol came and so by itself. Shmuel HaNavi never explained his position. And the Baskol came and said to Shlomo, that is the mother. Incredible. So Darshan Shalai. Ridiculous Gemara. So Shishma also Shloshis in Mitzvos, Yamel Rola Moshe. So let's say there are 600. Right? 613 mitzvahs. Giving to Moshe Rabbeinu. Giving Moshe Rabbeinu. Shloshma also Yeshishim, Mechamesh, Lavi.
Talks a lot about trigger
Shishma. 613 mitzvahs. We're giving to Moshe Rabbeinu. Right? I had seen that too high. So Shloshma Meshishim Mechamesh Lavi. 365 prohibitions, corresponding ultimately again to the days of the year. The Masayim Arba'in Shmona Sarkineged Eidaret Sha'at. And it was the positive results corresponding to the major parts of a person's body. Those that I point out, why is it that there's 365 Latin corresponding to the days of the year? What's the shot with that? So perhaps it goes back to yesterday's Gemara, which was the topic of Gemara. Remember what the Gemara said? The Gemara said, I will shoot below other Avera, no thing was scarred to Osam itself. That again, if a person musters up the courage not to violate an Avera, he is giving reward as if he has performed some mitzvah. Perhaps the idea of 365 loving corresponding to the days of being represented Father in the soul.
I wish he had said that, dude.
Even
If
if
he had
all
said that, it would
I'm
have
able
gone so
to
fucking
do over
viral.
the course
I
of
mean,
a
this
day
went viral too.
is muster up
But this
enough
fucking idiot.
courage not to sin
Stand
and
up for
to resist
yourself.
temptation.
Have some
That's
fucking
successful.
respect.
Obviously, it's not my goal. That's not my goal, right? Abstaining
That's
from
a
a thing
cock.
is not my
This is
end
a
goal.
cock. This
Right?
guy and the
Certainly,
right.
that is definitely an incredible start. But my goal is truly to myself. Right? I say so. That ultimately, again, is my goal. But for myself, even if at the end of the day, the only thing I can look at, what can I do today?
Yes. I mean, I think that's the spaceship. That's what you say. Some keep your favorite jerk.
That is
You say what
precious.
Rogan said to start the
That is accomplishment. And that is meaningful.
What if
Hence,
AI came back as
365
God?
ROTHSCHILD correspond to the 365 days of the
I'm
year.
like, dog, you know
Incredible.
you're in a
So
spaceship.
Mother guys, I'm not going to make it.
Dude, you know how much fucking
Who
money
let's
this
see about
costs?
Mother
You're gonna say
Moshe,
some stupid fucking shit
Morasha.
like that, dude.
No, so the Pasuk says, literally, Moshe Rabbeinu commanded us Torah, Morasha is an inheritance. Says the Gemara, the Torah, Gematria, Kappa Kabdalut, Shis Mea Lechad Sha'is Vayichu. So the Gematria Torah is 611. So the Gemara says that, what about the other two? I know it's the radio, and I got Buddha Shah, it's beautiful. The first thing people remember again, we heard from Hashem. So Torah Tziva Rana Moshe, Moshe Rabbeinu gave us 611. Because the Ribono Shel Olam himself gave us the first two. Beautiful. So I've done it. Someone's facing now, watch this. And this, by the way, might be one of the most incredible Gemaras in all of Shas. There's 613 mitzvahs. 613 mitzvahs. That's a lot of mitzvahs. It's not a mitzvahs. And there was a recognition throughout the ages that sometimes I need to consolidate it. Not even observe it, so to be clear, right? But I need to consolidate, like, theologically or philosophically. One of the core components that I need to wrap my head around. So Bud David, Ranita Alakatos. David Amar said, the truth is, there are 11 core principles which really capture 613 mitzvahs. So you know what I'm saying? Obviously, you have to observe all 613 mitzvahs. Nobody's saying is, how can I consolidate so people understand the theological, philosophical, and spiritual underpinnings of Jewish life? So David Amar consolidated into 11 mitzvahs. What are they? And again, amazingly enough, they are captured and topic of them, but sit. Mizmor David. As the Pasuk says, Mizmor David. This is again Parak Teshuvah, chapter 15 in Torah. Mizmor David. We are going to be on Halacha, Mishkan B'Hakpacha. And it was the power of this couple of ways. I'm not saying like this. Who is the one who can live in your tent? Who can dwell on your holy mountain? Or what David Amar is saying is, what are the qualities that are necessary for a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? What do you need in order to come close to God? To live with God, to live by God? What do you need? What's like? He's restoring for appreciation, for fun, for safer to live in. So literally, again, it's a guidebook for life. So what are the qualities that you need? Here we go. You are just hold it coming, walk with completion or simplicity.
I didn't know I had a fun
Zova and the spirit of bubble, speak truth in your heart. No ragal al yishono, don't let any falsehood be on your tongue. Lo asolere ehura, don't do bad to other people. The careful one of the do not visit degradation to our foundation first to you. Nibzeh be'enov yimas, a rasha is despicable in my eyes. And I respect those who revere God. Mishpa la'ara below yamir. Ultimately, we'll see exactly what that means. That you will swear to his detriment and will not exchange. Kaspa will not doesn't lend with interest. The shofat are not be low, and does not go ahead and take a bribe even for the innocent. O Sheila, one who lives up to these principles, will never fall. Now, what's the other point out? You could spend 3 hours just dissecting that list of qualities. Is that what it says? You want to live a successful life? These 11 things. That's it. Now, you might go through that. Hold it coming. That doesn't go through it so exhaustively. The hold it coming. What does it mean ultimately again to be hold it coming? Is that Adon? That first I'm going to be with the Sid. He's highly Lefanai, via coming. So also what that means is just on a simple level. What it means to be coming It means to put your trust in Hashem. That's it. Like coming to Hashem on the path of the process, be complete with Hashem. What does that mean? Rashi says, don't worry about what's going to happen. Just put your faith in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It means a pshuta. And it means a pshuta, a simple faith. Hashem has got my back, and therefore I'm going to do what is necessary. Next, Paul Tzedek, Kedon Abachotio. Paul says Abachotio. Oh, how I wish we actually had time to do this Gemara. Abachotio, will say, is the Gemara in the second Talmud. Abachotio is the grandson of Honi HaMa'adah. And the Gemara talks about again how Abachotio, what Paul said? Paul said, Abachotio, everything he did was measured. Everything he did was methodical. Nothing Abachotio did was wrong. So Paul said that means it was to live a life of mindfulness. You know, so often like we do things, we see things, and like the pieces of my life don't fit together to form one comprehensive tapestry, a picture. Paul said it means that what I do makes sense. The way that I live makes sense. The actions I engage in make sense. Everything I do is thought out and methodical. Next, go over and fill a bubble. Speak truth in heart. You might just wait that yo, the Safra. Okay, that actually points out over here. But the Red tells the story over here that Safra once had an object to sell, and the Gentile came in while he was gathering for an estimate. It says, "Want to buy your object? I see you're asking $100." And the Safra didn't answer. So the guy thought he was playing hardball. Right, so he says, okay, fine, I'll give 150. And the guy starts competing with himself until like he got some exorbitant price. So Safra finishes last, right? And he says, I'll take the 100 because that's what I was willing to accept. So let's say the Gemara goes ahead and says, that's Kova and that's still about. Sometimes the only person who knows the truth is me, because it's in my heart. The ability to live the truth even when no one else knows it but you, that's a high level. Again, no false things. Say Yaakov Avinu B'tzit, Ulai Mushei Aviv, Ba'ida Ilav K'nisaseh. So ultimately, again, Yaakov Avinu again, but focused on the truth. Now, some of the law, again, never did anything back to someone else. Shalom Yoav L'Umbus Chavero. I did not go ahead and try to take away my friend's kindness. But careful enough to Al-Provo, and again, I do not visit degradation upon courage, that is when he keeps his relatives close. Now, they say, so what does this mean? What does this mean? Rashi says, there was some of Provo's Provo. So what Rashi seems to indicate, it says, like over here, that if you heard of your relatives being degraded, you did not just simply, stand by and listen. Now, Rashi is listening like this. Sometimes there's a team dynamic in relationships. Sometimes the things we do to our relatives, we would never do to total strangers. Right? We take liberties with our relatives that we would never do. So the Gemara says over here, take care of your mishpacha. Take care of your mishpacha. Sometimes we mistreat our mishpacha in such profound ways, and I would never do this to someone else, but yet with my own family I do it. So the Gemara says sometimes you have to take extra care to take care of those who are closest to you. So what does it mean? Took his father's bones. His father was his Achaz. Who then were Achaz in Parakachel in Sanhedrin. So Israel took his father's bones, his father's remains, and he dragged them in the street. He was doing that in order to repudiate the idolatry of his father. That's the action of Kadesh, and he honors those who revere Hashem. Zeyo Shalom Yehuda. So the Shasha Elot HaMitachim Hayo Omni Kisol, Umechatko, Umenashko, V'Kol Elo, Rabbi, Mari. So beautiful. Ari Yoshafat the King. It's Yet HaMitachim, Yeranova came, hugging, kissing, Rabbi, Mari, Abi. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love a lot of this. Rabbi Yochanan. And hey, this time, so Rabbi Yochanan was once invited to the house of the Rishon to eat. He did not want to eat. He made up a story. He said, I'm fasting. Even once he left the house of the Rishon, he continued fasting. Why? Because since he said, I'm fasting, he wanted to be true to his word. Incredible. So to take your word to doesn't love your interest. He doesn't even love your interest in non-Jews. Mind you, Rabbi said that obviously is a very high level of midas. Because what I'm saying is like this, once in general, it's very difficult to maintain two different systems of behaviors, right? One towards this group and one towards the other groups. That lack of consistency often leads to erosion of standards in all areas. So therefore, again, it's possible for us to recognize that if I want to be honest in business with Jews, I have to be honest in business with everyone. I have to be just simply one standard with which I conduct myself. I'm going to go to the shofar, I'm not going to go back up. Well, since he doesn't take the bride, we're going to be sure of the Yossi, we're going to be Yossi. So it's like this story, Rashi points out over here, Rabbi Yossi had a fear, and someone wanted to get a sharecropper. The sharecropper brought him Rabbi Shmuel's portion 1 day early. So the sharecropper said, I have a deal talking with you today anyway, so I figured since I was coming, I would bring you your portion. Now, remember again, that's not a bribe. Why is it not a bribe? Because Rabbi Shmuel was entitled to this funny. But since it was brought a day early, he thought that he made that little bit would skew his judgment. Okay, Ose Eila, so let's just see Ose Eila, you must be over. If you do these things, you will never fall. You try to the meal, maybe because how you both are. When you got this question began to cry, right? Man, the other will excuse you. Who's the way you know? How come you know? See, the influence of the pasuk is if you do all of these things, you will fall. It looks like that's a lot of things. These 11 things. So I have to do all of these things I won't falter, which the inference from this is, if I don't do all of them, I will falter. That's overwhelming. So it's the Gemara, how come you know, and I really need to Ose Kol Eila, Ose Eila. It doesn't say you have to do all of them. Rather, what does it say? It doesn't say Ose Kol Eila. See, Rashi is another pasuk. How to tell the Kol Eila. The pasuk says, do not defile yourself with all of these things. The Kol Eila. Hasanami, I don't give a Kol Eila who didn't have the sword. You touch one of them, you're not there. I'm just going to please. Ella, the Akas mi Kol Eila. Akas mi Kol Eila. So it's saying, obviously, the ideal is to possess all 11 of these traits. But even if you just possess some of them, that gives you the strength to lead a successful life. But 11 is still a lot. By Yishayahu, David and Ashish. Yishayahu further consolidated the list, took it down from 11 to 6. Order 6. They said, hold it to the host, Dover Mishai. So again, when he walks in the Tzedakos, Dover will define Dover Mishai, Nois, Bebetzam, Ashkos, Noah Kappa, Mutmok, the Shochai, Ozen, Mishmar, Damin, Ozen, Inamel, Osbega. Okay, so what are all these? First one, on the one time, hold it to Tzedakos, walks in righteousness, Za'abel, Avinu, the seed, Yadati, Laman, Asher, Yitzada. So let's see what he says in believers ourselves. Ose, hold it to Tzedakos means not only one being starved walks in the ways of righteousness, but one being instructs his family to do the same. I lead my family in a particular direction. That's hold it to Tzedakos. I myself go, and I also lead my family. Of course, we always speak about the best way to lead your family is how? By example. If you're walking a certain path, and that's Hashem, hopefully that models for your children to walk that same path as well. The government started, Zeshem Machnik, here's how they do that. Once government started, I go to Darius, my friend in public. Mois, the best in the Ashkos, so literally again, I'm repulsed by thievery, and in the public is you don't have Bishma ben Elisha. That's the Bishma ben Elisha, as you mentioned before. So the Gemara says, Noah Kappa Mutmok B'Shochad. Ultimately, again, I shake out my hands from being involved in bribery. If you go in trouble, yes, I mentioned before as well. Also, ultimately, I literally close my ears from hearing Damin for the show of this. You listen to the Rabban of the Shasta. Ultimately, I don't hear the disparagement of some talk. I remain silent. In other words, if I hear someone disparaging me, come talk, I speak up. When it says, keep going, the Rabban of the Shasta. Like the Rabban of the Shasta. Listen, Rashi points out that the sorry, it wasn't Rabbi Shimon, who died. When he died, his family did not decompose. His family kept his family kept him in the attic. His family kept him in the attic because they felt that since his body was not decomposing, one day his wife went up to the attic, that's what out, she saw him born coming out of his ear. She felt that his body was decomposing. He appeared to her that night in a dream and said, no, my body's fine. They went out and gave her the punishment because one time I heard someone disparaging the Talmud Chacham and I didn't say something. And you can infer from that generally, whenever he heard the big disparagement, he absolutely stood up for the Talmud Chacham. Incredible. זה שלא מסתכל בנשים שעובדות על הכביסה. So what does it mean? I close my eyes when looking at negative things. That refers to avoiding looking at women when they're doing the wrong thing. Now, where women wander the clothing? By the river. By the river, they would pull up their dresses in order so the dresses shouldn't become wet. So a person who sees a woman with her legs exposed, obviously it causes inappropriate thoughts. So a person who is careful because they would luckily look at it. See it, the Roman a person who lives up to these ideals, ultimately again will live in the highest of heights. Incredible. So we'll say, then we will not shalish. So still that's 6. That's still 6. Right? So Rabbi had 11, Yeshaya had 6, and again we'll say, you see the overlap. No one's introducing new ideas. Yes, it is just consolidated. Mika comes along and further consolidates it with 3. It's it. He gives the Adam, not Togu Masham Golish Mincha. What is good and what does Hashem want from you? Jemika says, Kiyam, Asas Mishpat, do justice, Vahavas Chesed, love Chesed, Vasnei Leches Im Hashem Elokecha. Right? Ultimately again, and walk with humility, or modesty, walk with humility. Asas Mishpat, or you have to judge, Zahajim. Humility, be a just person. Be a just person. You know, as Abbas Chesed is a Gemilas Chesed. Be a person of Chesed. As I say, sometimes again, you might think that justice is from Chesed. So it has to be both just and charitable. Vasnei Leches, Zeltzas, and Izvachnes is Kala. They don't refers to helping to bury the dead and helping to marry off someone. I was saying that what does this mean? Now, Bible doesn't have a homer. The Bible borrows shitting back the last Christina on the product for Lakas, but remember, generally, banquet events and weddings are public events. Yet, even with the public events, what our sister Clark says, be modest. Be modest. So we know to run to that, and also to sit on Lakas kind of a time. All the more so things are done privately, you have to be modest as well. You have to be honest. So, this is my shop points out there. What does this mean? Be modest with wedding funerals. What it means is like this. My understanding is if you're helping financially with these things, don't broadcast your involvement. Which in general, again, be modest in religion. If you're helping someone with the casino, you're helping with the Rabbi, be modest, even though those are public events, be modest with your involvement. So it's like, really tell us, if you begin to see the list of your involvement, so Mika saying 2 things. Make sure that you're living a life that is just, that is correct. Make sure that you are involved in chesed, and make sure that you are modest and humble in the way that you conduct your life. Those are the 3 pillars. Good. Chesed Yisrael, then we know Shtein. Yisrael further consolidates those 2 things. Shemar, Kamar Hashem, Shumur Mishpat, Ba'as Mitzvah. Consolidated into 2. Live a life of justice and chesed. Amos ben Yigarachas. Amos comes 1 thing. Shemar, Kamar Hashem is Yisrael, Hashem said today, so seek me out. Seek me out. So I say, what's the one thing? What's the one thing? Seek out the relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You must master it on Rabbi Yitzchak. You are shooting the Kalashar. Maybe you are shooting. You are shooting. Learning out the refers to all of the Torah. I love that. Then the verse says again, I just want to be clear. This is ridiculous, like these last moments, dramatic moments of it. So remember, what's happening over here is you have to keep all 6 organizations listening. But a lot of times, what I just want to know is, what are the core principles that Hashem needs me to engage in order to be a spiritually successful individual? That's what these lists represent, right? So again, and we finally come to Habakkuk. Habakkuk says it all comes down to one thing.
That's what's great about that culture, like Black culture.
If you want to know what's all Jewish, comes down to, all usage comes down to one thing. If you have Amuna, everything else flows from that. If you have Amuna, everything else stems from that. Tzaddik, that muscle, that's what it is. Because if you have Amuna, then ultimately then you have all of these other qualities. If you have Amuna, everything else flows from that. Especially what kind of Amuna? An Amuna Pshuta. Simple Amuna. Simple Amuna that says, Shem, I love you, I'm yours. I love you, I'm yours. Tell me what it is that you need. I am your priest. I am your vessel. Fill me up with your bracha, that's what I ask of you. Give me car, and I am yours to execute whatever it is that needs to be done. That's it. That's it. So the Gemara goes like, Shneimar, I'm not going to see what I need. Arba Gzirot Tzaddik Moshe Rabbeinu. So it's like the most dramatic Gemara. It's like in the entire shot. And it's like, okay, let's move on. I just want to point out, and again, we're not doing these Gemaras justice. These Gemaras require, but again, let's say, if you want to understand all of these types in one phrase, Tzaddik, Namunasa, Yichya. That's it. That's it. That's it. Because again, and by the way, Kevin Out says this also. What does Kevin Out say? It's good to know because it's almost every. After Sha'alti Me'ez Hashem, Osa Rakesh, Shifti B'Beis Hashem. One thing, what's the one thing? Shifti B'Beis, to dwell in the house of Hashem. What does it mean to dwell in the house of Hashem? Anyway, I just want to be V'ani Kivas Alakim Lito. At the end of the day, Tzaddik, Namunasa, Yichya. That's it. You might look like it. I don't know if it's something though. I have a zero because I'm going to show up. Spot all in the game of it. Moshe Rabbeinu made 40 zeros on Klal Yisrael, and 4 subsequent prophets came along and negated them. Moshe Amar, Yishmael Yisrael Betach, Madar, in Yaakov, Moshe Rabbeinu said, Klal Yisrael should dwell all alone. But Amos Yedut Lashneimar, Chadona, Miyakum Yaakov. See, Yicham Hashem Azos. So Habakkuk, Amos came along and was with Anovid, and ultimately again Hashem agreed with Amos. Moshe Amar, Ubakodim Ahem Lo Salbios, and these nations ultimately again, Klal Yisrael not able to find their footing. Vaydim Yava Amar, Alok Lagi Yisrael. Moshe Rabbeinu Avos, Moshe Rabbeinu said the sins of the fathers should be visited upon the sons. But Yecheskel Yecheskel was Mabakov actually. No, person sins, they bear the iniquity for their sins, but it's not passed down to their children. Moshe Amar, Moshe says, Klal Yisrael will be lost amongst the nations. Klal Yisrael Ba'omer, Ba'yava Yitaka B'shofar Gadol, Bara Otim Me'eretz Hashem. Like the Neon says, Klal Yisrael says, Klal Yisrael will not be lost. Amar, Yistafim Me'haikra. God said, I am so scared of this puzzle that I can imagine the cards will be totally lost amongst the nations. Not give her a papa. Just because something's lost is not a bad thing. Sometimes you lose something, and let's say what happens when you lose it, the owner constantly tries to find it. So let's say so beautiful. We are lost. We're the most beautiful thing. We're lost track of the powerful. And the devotion constantly seeks to find us. Ellen is safe at the trial, the Akala as the Azadeka, Maski Plama, Zutra, Dilma, Kakila, Yeshua, Ujiri. Ultimately, again, even though it says, I will consume you in the land of your enemies, maybe it means so, maybe it's like the consumption of cucumbers and gourds. So apparently, when you pick cucumbers and gourds, you don't pick all of them off the vine, but rather you leave some of them on the vine itself. So Klal Yisrael there will be losses, but you will never be totally decimated. I'm also wondering, sometimes you see my focus in Gemara, and you don't see exactly how it resolves. So here, most Rabbi was prophesizing, Klal Yisrael will be lost, and some spend the in the Shara, others saying, no, not true. God was one of the Kishta, that's Moshe Rabbeinu's Gezerah of Yinah. So we'll say, what happened? Well, it's going to find out in amazing. We are looking proof that the Gezerah of Moshe Rabbeinu was in there. 2,000 years after the Pentecost was destroyed. And look at us. And look at us. Right. He's sitting here at the expense of 20 Torah. He's sitting here at the expense of 20 Torah. Moshe Rabbeinu is young, Sharon, and Norman fathers. And again, and if you look at the proof that we are not lost, look at us. Look at us. We are the proof to the mitzvah of eating out of flesh, we are quick to the fact that if the shepherd is looking for us to flock every single day. We are not lost. We know what we have to do. We know where we have to go. We know what we have to become. We're not yet there yet, but we are the sheep looking for the shepherd, and the shepherd that we will show consistently and constantly every day is looking for us. Incredible. Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Akiva were all walking together on the road. The asked them no. They heard the celebrations from the Roman arena in Rome, and it was so loud that they heard it at a distance of 120 mils. Incredible. And it was like, they obviously understood. Now, how did they know what the celebration was about? But what they thought the celebration was about was the victory of Rome and the downfall of cloudy snow. They screamed both and they began to cry. Rabbi Yeshua Masachet and Rabbi Akiva began to laugh. On the road, if they're not going to stop it, he said, people, why are you laughing? On the road, the Atam, if they're not going to, why are you guys crying? On the road, Goyim Halalu, Shmishtakim Nasodim, in the country level, Lavoris Tochabim, Yosh, how could it be that these people, right, these Oketofam, these idolaters, that they worship and they bow down, they partake to all of this nourishment, all this craziness, and yet they live with such tranquility. Their lives are so good. Ba'anu, by his house, right here looking inside. But us, our base of mitzvah should be destroyed. So they're wrong. They're wrong. And yet their lives are so good and so tranquil. We're right. We're right. We're over at Shamias. How are they celebrating lives in Rome? And our Yisrael has been destroyed, and our people have been exiled. How can we not cry? And when Captain Yitzhak, the Akiva says, this is why I laugh. Ma la'ol rei l'sono, tak la'ol se l'soel achas tamar. This is the joy and happiness and reward that Hashem gives to those who go against His laws. Then imagine the simcha that is waiting for us. Imagine the reward, imagine the life, imagine the goodness, imagine the beauty that is waiting for us. You know, say, Rabbi Akiva's laughter, this is a different kind of laughter, I will say. It's a different kind of laughter, because remember, Mitzvah, what is Mitzvah? Right, what's Mitzvah? The first person you see Mitzvah was, right, Sari Menu. The laughter, so is the laughter of disbelief. But not disbelief that don't believe that something is going to happen. It's like almost like this giddy type of laughter because you are so overwhelmed, not about what has occurred, but what will occur. Chod is unbridled anticipatory happiness. Not now, right? Now things are difficult, but I believe in what's going to come in the future. Rabbi Akiva's laughter was not a present laughter. Rabbi Akiva's laughter is the future anticipatory laughter of problems. That future-oriented simcha, right after the difficult, the power of the year is I can grab the simcha of the future and bring it to enlighten my presence. That's what Rabbi Akiva was doing. Rabbi Akiva wasn't enlightened. Rabbi Akiva didn't see all the destruction around him. Of course he did. Rabbi Akiva died during that destruction. Rabbi Akiva was killed in the Messianic persecution by the Romans. Rabbi Akiva understands exactly what's happening. He's not making light of the situation, but Rabbi Akiva is saying that the power of the Jew is to look into the future and to draw from the future simcha and bring it into your present. There's like Rabbi Rabbi says this also. V'ani v'chastecha b'kati yogel libi v'shuasecha. I trust that your person is going to come. Right now I don't see it. But I believe it's going to come. And because I believe it's going to come, yogel libi v'shuasecha, I rejoice now. So it's like the power of the year is that even when things are dark and difficult, I know they're going to be great. So I reach into my future, I draw that simcha from the future, and I bring it now back into my presence. And that's what lights my way. That's Rabbi Akiva. One more story. You want to say, Shuspan, how you all in Yerushalayim. One time they walked to Yerushalayim together. They were literally ascending to Yerushalayim. Came to you the Har Tzofim. They came to Har Tzofim. And what happens? Covered with Yoel. And what it's like now from Har they saw Yerushalayim, right? Yerushalayim, and they also saw the Harabayim, which was destroyed. Came to view the Harabayim, Yoshua, and the Torah clothing, as a sign of mourning for the destruction. They continue to walk further, and they come to Harabayim. Ultimately, again, they see a fox emerge from the Holy of Holies. It's even both in the body of human suffering. And when they begin to cry, and I told myself, how can you laugh? How can you laugh at a time like this? Oh, God, you may not them both. So the people that can walk you off. Nothing to cuss about ultimately, again, the page that says, that a non-Kohen comes there will not. No, this is the Makom, where no one is left out, except for the on Yom Kippur. The actual story is the one out of foxes, like the foxen, are walking around, like the foxes just walking around everywhere. We're going to have to get desolation. So the wicked can't cry. I will not attack the next actually. This is why I laugh. Let me tell you why this is. This is one of the most beautiful generations. Now, even there, money, as in the whole that's the fire than you about the year. So it has to say like this. That's the Shire. And the group of witnesses, Uri of the Kohen, and the Navi Zechariah. That we must understand. You know, the Jews, not even Uri is Zechariah. Uri and Zechariah were not contemporaries. They were contemporaries. Uri of the Mikdash Rishon, Zechariah of the Mikdash. Let's say, right, Uri was the first case on Mikdash, and Zechariah was the second case on Mikdash. So why does the Navi Yeshayahu bring them together as witnesses? Ella, Kala HaKosam, they will also show Zechariah, and they will also show Uri. Right? When we're trying to go outside, the Navi goes ahead and literally blinks. The prophecy of the prophecy of Uri, nothing in the ground then, Sion Sadeh Keflash. Unfortunately, Uri was going to prophesy that Sion, that Yerushalayim will become like a cloud field. Like a cloud field. And what happens in a cloud field not only is very destruction, but in a cloud field, ultimately, again, any form of trace of what was there is also destroyed. And what happens? So the Gemara says, is a Hayyitzid, oh, this is the kingdom is the king of the Republic of Yerushalayim. And I was like, what does the Hayyitzid say? The Hayyitzid is one of the most beautiful, beautiful images. And this image says, oh, it will happen again. Right? The Korah Hashem Tzavakos, Hashem says, oh, Yeshua is the kingdom is the king of the Republic of Yerushalayim. There will come a time of rebuilding, and there will come a time of redemption. So ultimately, again, old men and old women will sit together in the streets of Yerushalayim. The Ish Nish Anton the Adam and Lord Yemen. And people will grow old together in Yerushalayim. In other words, they'll come back. Everything was lost. But the Rabbi says, the Rabbi says, everything will be rebuilt. And people will grow old gracefully and beautifully in Yerushalayim. So it's yours like this. Actually, this time will also show Uriah. Hayisi Yisyarim shows this time will also show Zechariah. So he keeps saying, I'm to myself, like, those prophecies are like Yeshua making them. So in order to get to the Nebuah of Zechariah, of the rebuilding of Yerushalayim, so Yerushalayim himself will become totally desolate. Now I see desolation. Now I see a thought turn out of emotions. No greater desolation than that. And when I see the fulfillment of the prophecy of destruction, I now know, actually, from this time out, will also show Uriah, now that I see the fulfillment of the prophecy of destruction, Yadua, and will also show Zechariah. And it's been the word Zechariah is going to come true as well. Now that I see this, now that I see literally again the thoughts running out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, I know with all of my heart that prophecy for rebuilding will come true as well. That will say once again, that was a Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva wasn't in mind. You know, there's a concept in psychology called toxic positivity. Toxic positivity is where someone is, I'm having a difficult time. I share with someone, I'm really having a difficult time in life, and they say, don't worry, it's going to be okay. But generally, if you're on the receiving end of that, what do you say? What do you say? What do you say? The loose translation is shut up. Like, stop this positivity. Like, always like, sometimes like, I need to mourn and I need validation in what it is that I know it'll be okay. Of course it'll be okay. That's not Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is a Rabbi Akiva is this profound and deep, Davidic life anticipatory simcha. Things are so bleak, but I also know that because things are so bleak in the future, they're going to turn around. And I can reach into that future, grab some of that simcha, and bring it back to the here and now. To do that. And if you can reach into your future and bring back some of that future simcha to a dark and bleak present, that's the only way you get through it. Because the only other alternative is to lose yourself in the suffering, is to lose yourself in the sadness, is to lose yourself in the darkness. Rabbi Akiva teaches us ultimately how to reach into the future, which is going to be beautiful and bright. Take hold of some of that brightness, bring it back into a dark presence. The Lord comes out, and they said to him, Akiva nekantanu, Akiva nekantanu. Rabbi Akiva, you have sold us the idea of this. And I will say, those words are not just simply true. For that particular episode, I will say, these words are Rabbi Akiva. I think this mindset, this approach, this mahalo has been a source of consolation for Klal Yisrael throughout the ages. What gets us through the harshest periods of darkness is the ability to be like Rabbi Akiva, to reach into a future that we know is going to be beautiful and bright, grab some of that brightness, grab some of that light, and bring it back with us here to illuminate a difficult present. Akiva nekantanu, Akiva nekantanu. Rabbi Akiva always come through for us. And he always does tell his brother, we sleep on the surface. Not this outside, straight out the mouth. All right, everyone, Zoom. Have a good day, everyone. Mazel tov, Shabbos. We celebrate all of our future in the second forgetting Shine.
We did an extra episode. We talked a lot about some inflammatory things. So if you want to see that, join the Patreon. We think maybe you're going to move towards extra episodes instead of stand-up specials, because stand-up specials are killing us slowly inside. They're funny, but I think you guys probably, the people that are interested in Patreon, you probably want to hear us talk more than just watching Nate Jackson talk about. I don't even remember what he said before. But anyways, that's not why they're here, right? No. They are here to watch Timothy. You're here. You idiot. You're not a roster of white dudes. You're here to watch.
All right, so it's like good morning. Let us begin.
Alrighty, so before we
Begin
get
by
started,
thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Our annual comic cover sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the streaming talk shows for this year. As is the host, the resource public to all of our Israel. And cover sponsors for the month of Iyar Habadim Yokova, Shmuel Rabbi Grafki, Nation of New York as a Shmuel's father. Mr. Leonard Karaskin, Nipa, Ben, Nepeska, Tony, and Kusana Rafa, the American Art Comic Cover, all of the Shama Stopping our Rio, the families in the Kama. So let's say, of course, we dedicate our learning today in this host of being able to celebrate however one chooses to mark this particular day. Speaking about this every year, although there's so much controversy over what to say, how to say it, halal, no halal, with a bracha, without a bracha. It's important to always remember those are details. Those are details, important details, but details. The bigger detail is for us to go ahead and have Shabbat and Hodah. For us to have tremendous gratitude, a tremendous sense of gratitude to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for what He has given us. That we are Zokah to live in minds in which we have access to Eretz Yisrael, in which Mir Hashem is not just in us, but our famous words of Harabayis B'Yadeinu. That we're under on Yom Yerushalayim. It's not just Harabayis B'Yadeinu. It's Eretz Yisrael B'Yadeinu. But ultimately, when we have Eretz Yisrael, as I mentioned in Shia for Yom Yisrael yesterday, there's no one standing at the airport telling you which Jews to come in, which Jews can't come in. There's no one standing at the ports. Like with cohorts, a number of people who come in, we forget this because we've taken for granted a little bit of the miracle that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us with the founding of the state. Is the state perfect? Far from it. Is there
Could
work to
current
do?
viewers guess what happens
Absolutely.
as a
But
punishment?
in life, just
We go back
because
to
something is
yeah,
not
this
perfect
is what
doesn't
you
mean
see.
that it's not absolutely negative.
This is what
So
you
maybe
see.
perfect.
All right, the
So how do
sound,
you
that was
know?
a
You
good
go
guess.
to the sound,
Could
walking
happen
to the
too.
airport,
Yes.
and you
It depends on
find
the mood I'm
that
in. Remember,
larger than life muses are that I think you have the second largest muses
yeah,
at
you're
the
under mind
entrance
control.
of the
That's
airport.
what I want to say.
Right, you find that larger than life muses
Let's go
waiting
back
for you.
to close.
So
Now you really close.
if you have the space to walk in and be able to put your hand on that muzzles as you enter into the sacred waters as well.
You fucking asked for this shit. Don't
Guru will come, but they say English will come, that'll be even better. But just because it's not exactly as it should be, does not mean for a moment that it's not absolutely magnificent. You know, my grandfather from the Rabbi was a survivor of the war. Whenever anyone would say something critical of the government of Israel or something about Eretz Israel itself, he would always go ahead and silence it. He would always shut down the conversation. I just understand it. It wasn't, my grandfather wasn't wearing blue and white and maximum and engaging in Babylonians for more, alright? It wasn't, as a survivor, he understood what it meant not to have a Jewish homeland or not have access to a Jewish homeland, and then what it meant to live in the world with access to a Jewish homeland. His truth in life always was, whatever your problem is, figure it out or be quiet. So don't run around talking about negative things or difficulties or problems with our beautiful homeland. Because whatever problems may be, it tells
It's like,
okay, so here we say how some Rabbi will say it, won't say it. Again, it's a detail. It's a detail, an important detail, but it's part of the detail. The ikar is that on this day, you must find your way to express what the kind of gratitude to God for the salvation and miracle that He has given us. The idea, we're building Baruch Hashem, we're building a Sarah community, so Yerushalayim, who would have thought? Who would have ever thought? And I'll tell you what this, a grandchild of survivors, having a hand in helping to build a new community as we watch. That's 100 years after our ancestors were put into gas chambers and ovens and systematically annihilated. Almost that Baruch Hashem, even if we can contemplate solid community, where you can contemplate this person take it and go, where we send our children to learn, we go to learn, we go to vacation, we go to spend your food. However, if you don't see the miracle in that, you need a new prescription. Because you're missing it. Because you just missing it. How do you choose to mark the miracle? That's up to you. That's up to you. How do you choose that? So we can contemplate that. We're living in a time where we can contemplate Aliyah. Whether you're making Aliyah or not making Aliyah. Just understand, you can think about that decision for 2,000 years and do it as an ongoing great character to serve. Listen, really? You want to live with the Ottomans, you want to live with the Turks, you want to live with the British, you want to live with this, you want to live with that. Now, it's a decision. Whether it's good for you, not good for you, that's your decision. But you can think about it. Understand the miraculous nature of being able to contemplate that decision. Something that for 2,000 years our ancestors did not have. But we did. If you can't see the miraculous nature in that, once again, you need a prescription. It's not just the footsteps of Mashiach. Like the footsteps, like the footsteps. It's like that. If you listen carefully, you can feel like a pattern. Yes, with the coming closer. A pitter patter.
You were like 30 minutes early, so. Oh, okay, I was still.
Yeah, around the corner. The Uber is around the corner. Like you said, holding in front of us each and every day.
That's just like
There's nothing less than a great, spectacular miracle. The miracle is not complete, and there's no question that many things are still in a state of imperfection. We are so much closer to that. So this thing we're spent on this day, we celebrate the founding of the modern day state of Israel, which for many of us is absolutely unequivocally not a start of the beginning, not the beginning of Kulo. Kulo began the moment that the English was set ablaze, but an important step in the continuity
all
of
right,
the
well,
progression
and if you guys
of
don't like the
we
video,
daven for one thing. And that's Hashem, the Gula should keep
we're
evolving.
gonna be very upset,
The
but also
Gula should keep
yeah.
unfolding. And that's Hashem, our hostages should come home. Our soldiers should stop having to deal with their lives for Am Yisrael, for Eretz Yisrael. These are things that Hashem, the fathers, the sons, the brothers, the husbands. The Gula started many years ago. Davening of the state was an important step that propelled us forward.
Listen, I hope you guys like these news sound effects. I personally, this is
The evolution of the Gula.
one of the most
As
amazing
result
things
of
I've
Hashem
heard.
Yeshana Haba, Yerushalayim Habaniyah, with Am Yisrael together, with Eretz Yisrael rebuilt, with Eretz Yisrael
Yes, I
reunified,
agree that
we
Akash,
lived
like,
through
that's the
Yerushalayim,
greatest
and
community
we
I've ever
built
seen.
the Beis HaMikdash from Hera
Pretty cool.
Let's say, so today's daf is Chav Gimel, 23. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Chav Beis and the Beis, a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem.
Head coach of Old Miss.
We are picking up the two dots, about 5 minutes after the 21 get one. We go over a bunch of things. No, sorry, that's last short part, sorry, thank you. So the Mishnah says as follows. So remember again, the Mishnah had a very interesting case. Let's say again they assess that Ruben is capable of getting 39 office, for argument's sake. Right? And then what happens? They start reflecting him. And they realize, you know, he really can't take the full 39. So what's the halacha? He's got whatever he got, and that's that. Yeah, there was nothing more that happens. And once again, as opposed to what? As opposed to saying, okay, let's take a break, right? And blocking the rest later on. We don't say that. So there's a local in, a local alone. But let's say they went ahead and they took judgment that they revised their assessment. So in that case over here, halacha l'maisa, we would go ahead and give him the full set. So the Gemara says, so or minimum. Gemara is the kasha. I'm doing a kavod bar and tells you about Angushin Yachol kavod bar. If let's say again, based on assessed that he was capable of getting 39 office, and then what happens? And then they changed or they revised, they updated their assessment and said that he can't. So what's that? What? Doesn't get anything. So the Gemara says, I'm doing a kavod Shmona Esrei. The chayv of Angushin Yachol kavod arba is interesting. Let's say the original assessment for 18. Because remember again, these numbers are not random. Why are we choosing these numbers? Because remember again, the way it works in Marcus always has to be divisible by 3. So again, that's why I'm just using large numbers, small numbers. So 18. And then so no, you can really go ahead and stand 39. Patrus, I love those days, Patrus. You must say what that sounds like is, if they change the assessment, even if they did not begin fraudulently, he's still Pater. So how do you let this out? I'm going to say no contradiction. Hadda Amdua Yomi, Hadda Amdua Yomachar Udiyoma Ofra. So what's the word is very interesting is, the word says like this. Everything depends on when the second assessment is occurring. If the second assessment occurs on the same day as the first, and the way the halakha views that is, the first one was a mistake, the second one is the real one. So in other words, because things can't change that quickly on one day. This right, so if on Thursday, based and said, Ruben is tied 39, and then that same day they revised and said, only could stand 18. So the way the halakha views that is, they were mistaken about the 39. That was a mistake. So essentially, we scratch that one and go with the second one. If, however, let's say they made an assessment on Thursday, right, 39, and then on Friday they said, you know what, you can only go ahead and stand 18, and you look at that second assessment as correct. Why? Because things could change in a more dramatic way from one day to the next. That's how you want to reconcile these two ideas. We take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, so Mishnah is dealing with the case where halacha l'maisa, the second assessment was done that same day. Lekabel mem or Shmona Esrei. Because of Ba'adur Bol Bayom, Shinyaka Lekabel or Yoko, if one missed the Omet Shalahem, no higher clue. Able to go by your Sasri Hamash Amdu, Shahari Zemer, Nishtana, Lokakish, Bishos Mu'at. So let's say, so again, so I love this interesting, right? So if the second assessment occurred on the same day as the first, then you look at the first assessment as mistaken, second one as correct, because Rashi just points out, it's not possible that things change that materially within one day. Right now, possible that it went from a guy who could take 39 office to a guy to take 18 office in one day. So it wasn't the first one is mistaken, and therefore we go to the second one. On the other hand, if you look at the next Rashi, again, there's more here, but just giving you the point. The bright side of doing the Maka or the Omok, right? You have Anka, the guy that told me, Shayaka, I know, Shayaka, also Yom Kafka, not Ellen Mishtana, the Hitish, Ilva, Yom Gloria. Ad Yom Kishige Yom Tony, Undo, Shayaka, Omed Rishon, Omed Gama. This is interesting. A lot of myself, so the case outside, yes, so in the second case where we did an assessment on 39 on Friday, on Thursday, and then did the second one on 18 on Friday. In that case, you have to correct myself. In that case, I left for myself. The first assessment sticks. Now, the reason why the first, in other words, we don't view the first assessment as being flawed. Why? Because things could change from one day to the next. So on Thursday, you could take 39. Something like that. I've only got told you got something, on Friday, you can only go ahead and do 18. So the first assessment stands. Now, what does that mean? So we're going to give 39 malchus. We need 39 malchus when base thing that says on Friday, you can only take 18. No, so that's what it actually says over here. And therefore, Potter, Papa Pishlomaka. In that case, interestingly enough, he'll be Potter, you won't get anything, even though you do not get any Malchus. Why? Shari is Gaza, but also Obed. Because he was already degraded. Now we're going to see, by the way, we haven't touched on this fully about this, but shortly, a lot of what Malchus accomplishes is degradation. And the kapara itself of Malchus comes through with degradation. So the Gemara suggests the following. When he got an assessment for 39, right? And then the next day got an assessment for 18, that first assessment for 39 was correct assessment. Okay, something happened now that we don't give it and it gets the 18. The degradation of having been assigned 39 and now being downgraded to 18, that degradation suffices to accomplish the punishment that we're seeking to impose upon him. And therefore, Allah he's Potter from all Malchus. So that's a fascinating idea. So let me just zoom out a little bit. So essentially what's happening over is as follows. What happens when Beijing initially gives one assessment of Malchus and then revises their assessment? You might suggest that in 2 cases. If the revision takes place on the same day as the original assessment, then obviously the original assessment was flawed, therefore scratch it, and therefore only go with the second assessment. When the second assessment happens on a different day than the first, then you assume essentially they're both correct. Right? Assessment number 1 is correct, assessment number 2 is correct, and then what Rashi's pointing out over here is, in that case, interestingly enough, he'll be Potter, because we assume that again the degradation occurred just simply through the higher Malchus allocation of day 1. Fascinating. I will say there was one important caveat to this, but the important caveat. If at any point in time that Malchus started being administered, and then in the middle of Malchus, Beijing says, okay, we made a mistake, we can't take 39. You only do 9. What's the halacha? You stop obviously, and that's it. In other words, we do not make you recover and then give you the rest of his Malchus. That's the caveat to this. All of these discussions is where Malchus has not yet begun to be administered. Okay, good. It happens to be that the halacha of my son is a little bit different than how the Gemara is highlighting it, but if we have time, we'll come back to it. That's the Mishnah. That's the Gemara. Mishnah. So what's what happens when a person violating that video that has 2 lavin associated with it? So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, so what's this? Here's the issue. A person went out and did something and now they are liable. Rashi says over here, this goes back to yesterday's Mishnah. I'm plowing with an ox and a donkey, and I'm also plowing Kilayim. So again, I'm plowing now for plowing with an ox now. Sachs and Shabbat, right? I'm sorry. Sachs and Shabbat, and I'm also planting Kilayim. So I've done one act which results in two lavin. So I'm liable to 2 sets of Malchus. So I'm here and I look about that. So I look for myself. Let's say there's one of the basin. The basin assessed me 1 set of Malchus. If that's what they did, if they kind of judge this case as one lavin, give me 1 set of Malchus. Okay, that's it. I get my set of Malchus. Now, but they not look at the Sfate, the close of the look. If not, If the case was adjudicated as two distinct lavin, then halacha l'maisa, again, I get my first set of malchus, then recover, and then get my second set of malchus afterwards. Says the Rabbi, but we learned elsewhere, we're going to write that what? That halacha l'maisa, you can't do one assessment for two lavin. In other words, if I violated two lavin, the legal system should judge me independently for two lavin. We can't do one assessment or one verdict for two lavin. I'm not sure if it's kasha. Hada amduah le'arba'in b'chadra, hada amduah le'arba'in b'parti. This is very interesting. Let's say one case is talking about where Beis Din adjudicated the judge me liable to 41 lashes versus 42 lashes. So let's say what's the top of here? 42 is 39 plus 3 is the minimum amount of lashes that you can administer to someone, right? Because again, it's divisible by 3. That's the minimum amount of lashes. So basically, therefore, again, if I get my 39 and then I get my 3, those 3 essentially constitute a second set of muscles. Second set of muscles, and that's it. And I get this in my 41 is really just viewed as one set of muscles. If that's the case, then halacha l'maisa, those additional 2 would not constitute a legitimate second set of muscles, and therefore would be liable to an entire second set of muscles. So I'd heal from my first set of muscles, and then ultimately afterwards be liable to a second set of muscles. If you look at Rashi says over here, I'm doing the arba'in b'chadal. כל מה שעומדים עליו עד 39 כשביעים ראשון חד עליו, וכך הגיעו למלכוס הבא וחסר אחוז, עד עד אחוז, כאילו הסיפור עליו אפילו 3 לחוז, תמיד הארבע, וכך חשיבים 3 עומד ללב האחר, ולאו הסיפור על השלישי, מקוס תלו הבא 4 מחד, לא כ-3 בעצם משום לאו האחר, ומסתכל בפוזי ולא כמקוס אין לי ששת, אז that was just that. But if it's 42, so you would ultimately again as 39, second 3, identify and satisfy the second law, and I love 4, but if it's 40, but if it's 41, that's only an additional 2 don't count for anything. I get my first set of malchus healed, I get an entire second set of malchus. What the Gemara is suggesting is, you will get 2 sets of malchus. You will get 2 sets of malchus. Just depending on how the Beis Din adjudicates it, if the Beis Din doesn't want to throw the book at me, they can make me liable to 42 malchus. And the beauty of that is, that's 39 and 3, that satisfies both levels. If Beis Din only gives me 41, that's kind of throwing the book at me, because then essentially that's 39, heal, get a whole second set of 39. Incredible. Mishnah. Russ is fascinating Mishnah. Kings of the mountain also. Let's see, how do we give a guy notice? What's the process? So let's say, apparently there's a pillow. And what we do is we tie the guy's hands to the pillow. Right, so he's tied to his hands are tied to the pillow, one hand on each side. The Chagrat says, please to the Rabbi. Let's say, by the way, just before we go on, I meant to mention, in the Gemara's distinction before, because it's a tremendous aspect. The Gemara's distinction before, to remember again about where Beis Din gives multiple assessments. But you see, if they give 2 assessments on the same day, what was the halacha? First assessment is flawed, second assessment is correct. 2 assessments on 2 different days. First assessment is still correct, second assessment is also correct. The first assessment still remains correct. Why? What was the logic? Logic was things can't change that dramatically in one day, but individually do change. So we'll say it's such a profound insult for us. Right.
Because she's a gold digger and he
things can change on a dime. Things can change on a dime. And at times, they do change very quickly. Generally, it's not the way things happen. Whether it's change that we want in ourselves, or whether it's change that we want out of life. Change absolutely could be effective. The issue just is, you have to be patient. What is that? I use that says patience is a virtue. But good things come to those who wait. Good things come to those who wait. So by the way, it's not just true. It's not just true. It might be clear in life also. The most telling us is that dramatic change doesn't happen every day. Change can happen one day to the next. And this is so incredibly important because sometimes we want to accomplish great things and we just want it now. And we become so impatient, and when it doesn't materialize now, we give up. Because that is teaching us, although dramatic change could occur in one day, generally it doesn't happen that way. Change takes time. in yourself, in your life, in your home, with your family, in your career, whatever it is that you want to do, if you want to affect real change, you have to have that level of patience. Okay, back to you. So anyway, back to the color. The point we're tying into a color. The Chazan HaKnesses opens the big.
Chai should avoid tea because they
is the flock is standing behind. He keeps holding his he pulls it down. We have to administer lashes rather than holding on flesh. It just holding tears, okay? You know, it's actually without us people until his heart is uncovered. That reminiscent Russian of the Sosa. So almost literally seeing the exact Russian of the Sosa. Actually, that makes me don't. Right until you assume an afro, there's a platform. There's a platform behind the guy who's getting out. This the Chazan is only that love. And again, the Chazan princess in this context is the guy who's being minister for the mouth. He stands on the platform behind the flaggy, or let's call it Ruvain, behind Ruvain. Right? You should be alone, after the Arba. And the whip itself is made out of calf hide. Now, again, we're going to discuss that made of a couple of hides. Calf hide, and the strap is folded into two and then folded into 3 yards bar. And there are traditional straps of donkey hide that go in Tabach. Urachava Tabach, and the whip is one Tabach. Losha Magas a peak queso. And the top of the whip has long enough that it gets to his stomach. Now, what's like? There's an interesting machlokas about how a person gets whipped. In other words, across the whip. So in other words, essentially, is the whipper, is he standing behind Ruvain and whipping him like this, and Ruvain standing right in front of him, and the whip goes on his back, and the top of the whip goes down like this, or no, he's standing a little bit to the side of Ruvain, flogging him like from the sideways, so it goes across the whip of his back, with the straps coming around this way. Rashi understands the latter. It's the latter. And Ruvain gets whipped along the whip of his back. So therefore, again, the Chazan HaKnesses stands a little bit to the side, and he doesn't whip like this, he whips like this. He whips like this, so that therefore, the most thing like this, the top of the wrist has to wrap around the ring to come to the beginning of the stomach, to the side. Okay? So the Gemara goes like that. So the Gemara says, you get 1/3 of the lashes on the front of your body, 2/3 on the side, 2/3 on the back of your body. And again, the flaggy is not standing, is not sitting, but rather again, he's hunched over when receiving the milk. The Chazan HaKnesses is missing the malchus. He brings down the whip with one hand, not 2 hands. The chokocho, and with all of his might. So this is interesting, right? This is not a ceremonial flogging. This is this is flogging, right? So it's a malchus. So and the obligation is for him to do it with all of his might. That holding those sishma lasos, driflatos, makosta, that's not those. The first week to us, amikra, ishmael is to have this as us. So it's interesting. This is whole restitution, right? All these psukim are being mentioned along the way as well. The Chassid, Kurakum Yichaper often, and how does he end? He ends ultimately again with the pasuk, Kurakum Yichaper Avon, he who is compassionate, ultimately again will atone for your sin. I will say, a very profound way to close out the Malchus also, recognizing that the goal of this punishment, of course, is what? Is restorative. Is rejuvenative, and it's to the chappers to atone. The Chosar Tvesh Hanikra, and again, I want to say, obviously, we'll see, depending on the number of malchus you get, depends on the number of times you have to recite these procedures. Okay, this calco, being delayed and right, let's say I will say that the person getting malchus soils himself. Because you can imagine what happened over here. We could be causing just like Christ of the malchus, or ultimately, again, maybe anticipation of the malchus. Right, so what's the halacha over here? How did I skip? Sorry. We may start us with no Potter. Now let's say again the Chazan HaKnesses is flogging Ruvain. He even dies, he has a heart attack, but he dies. So shall the whole Potter. Now again I want to say Potter because he's administering the ruling of the base. Now interestingly enough, when is he exempt? only if he gave the prescribed number of malchus. If he decided to, as everybody likes hummus, right? If he decided, especially when there are other people, right? So if he decides to go and give an additional lash here and dies as a result of that, then again, that's called accidental murder, and the Chazan HaKnesses will go to Davos as a result of this. Again, whether it's the defecation or the urination, and again, whether we're going to discuss if it's because of impending fear of what is going to occur, or because the malchus itself will discuss both of those cases. So ultimately, again, this comes from any further degradation. And let's say, now, what's the logic outside? Any further malchus. What's the logic? Find out what actually the Nikra telling Nikra. Because let's remember again, what's the point over here of malchus? What's the point of malchus? The Nikra. Malchus is supposed to be embarrassing. Malchus is supposed to be humiliating. So if the guy shows himself, ultimately, again, this is part of the malchus. And that's really thinking if you're like, that's what we're talking about. Right? So just do that. Right? So just do that. Okay, just understand. Malchus is a public thing. Malchus is a public thing. There's something to be said when you're in public. Think it like that, right? Like, do not get, because if you're the guy who sells himself, trust me, that's probably following you, right? That's probably when you walk into show that Shabbos, right? I don't think you're getting after Yoda. I'm just saying, like that. It's a mistake. The degradation type of that is pretty significant. So that sounds like, hey, that's a fantastic get out of jail free card. Over here, just literally, just make that happen. Right now, just go home and be happy. I can't also just understanding the public nature of everything. It would be quite degrading. Okay, so let's top of Chakula. Let's go. Send email. Sorry, I keep on skipping. Rabbi Omer. Sorry, Rabbi says, Rabbi Omer. I'm sorry. Okay, thanks on how you saw yourself. A man with this has been accomplished, done. And Isha, a woman who's obviously is covered, is a little bit more sensitive, even if she saws herself through urination, ultimately, again, it pops up from any further more. Stop at 23. My time up. She looks like yours is interesting. No one knows what to do with this line in the Gemara. No one, it's my time up. My time up. What? You must see Shum Nikla. Okay? Just you show us Melazaya. How do we know that the whip is made out of cat skin? So it's just the pasuk says you get 40 milkers. The son of label saxum shabadisha. And juxtaposed to that is don't muzzle an ox when it thrashes. Okay, so the juxtaposition says it's a cat skin. How do we know that you I should say you guys might drop up. You guys, and now we're going to have no children. Look at this surviving brother shit. Especially shit is covered head to toe boils. Head to toe boils. Right? And yes, obviously it's not fair to make Ruffle. It's not fair to make Ruffle go ahead and marry him. So how do you know that you don't compel Ruffle to marry him? So the Gemara says, Dixit, lo saxo, shar, bidisho, usamech le, yeshu achim yachta. So what's interesting enough, the juxtaposition of lo saxo, shar, bidisho represents, like in this case, making the animal do something muzzle. So to speak, we don't muzzle the Yavama, so to speak. We don't silence her protestations in an effort to not up to the Yavama. It's clear that this is a compromise. I'm not sure. I'm sure what I was going to say. Coming Razes Hamoadim, she will open up all these other. So again, she said, and anyone who goes ahead and degrades the margin, will be described as the unemployment. She will open up all these other. She's worshiping idolatry. It's Elohim Masecha. First of all, the pasuk says, "You have to make for yourself graven images." The son of play is Kagamatos Tishman. So juxtaposition between Yom Kippur and Avodah Zarah is to disparage the unemployment. Ultimately, if you worship Avodah Zarah, this is incredible. Is not beautiful, but incredible. Anyone who speaks Lashon Hara or accepts this is Lashon Hara, or anyone who gives false testimonies, wow. Should be thrown to the dogs. Should be thrown to the dogs. They said, La Kelef Hashlichon also. The pasuk says by a treifa, an animal is killed by another predatory animal, you can't eat it, so throw it to the dogs. And right afterwards it says the son of play, lo sisa shema shav, which literally, again, we normally assume means that don't go ahead and take the name of God in vain. Lo sasi, do not cause negative things to be accepted. So what does that mean? Speaking of listening to Lashon Hara, that once you think to yourself, this sounds like a very strong statement. I get it. I got it. Lashon Hara is bad, right? We all know Lashon Hara is bad. But the same if I speak Lashon Hara or if I accept Lashon Hara, it'll be really intense. So let's say if I have to sing it like this, the parts about like helping keep themselves together, a treifa, right? They're just a practice. Lashon Hara represents the abuse of the greatest gift we have. Like, the thing that makes us human is the power of speech. The power of speech. Like, Vayikach, okay, Rabbi, the pasuk says Hashem breathed into us, right? Vayikach Pa'apah, when the Hashmach breathed life into us, and it says Ruach Memam, means speech. Speech is what makes us a seven-year-old kid. Speech is what gives us life. If a person abuses the power of speech, essentially, just a carcass. Just a carcass. But throwing it to the dogs is not a punishment. It's descriptive of what I am if I abuse my power of speech. A human being without the power of speech, essentially, is in a velo. And what do you do with an velo?
Like everything I say is so amplified and hyperbolic because it's so like incongruous to who I'm actually.
Animal carcass. What do you do with an animal carcass? You feed it to your dog. Not a punishment, but descriptive of a state of being. Incredible. So Moses, remember again, the Mishnah then said, also the Gemara teaches that the whip is partially made out of the hide of the donkey. The Gemara showed the law, I think like this, the why do we have donkey hide? So the Gemara says it is. The pasuk says, Yada shar kohen, v'chama avos ba'alav. So literally again, the shar, the ox, knows its owner, knows its owner, and the donkey recognizes the truck of its owner. Now, the Rabbi over here, remember again, the Rabbi over here is describing Rabbi Yishaya is describing how animals, how Hakaras and Tobin understand who their beholders are. Remember, the rest of the pasuk is Yisrael lo yoda amiva bisponat. The Hakaras and Shavim Shuvah. But ultimately, again, so what the pasuk says over here, the Rabbi learns that Kalisha doesn't know, right? The donkey knows whose truck he eats out of. The donkey knows whose master. But somehow, values of the Jewish people, we always forget that we are subservient to our Kodesh Baruch Hu. So the Gemara says, I'm not going to talk to Yavam Mishamakir Avos Babu, Yipar Mishaino Makir Avos Babu. So literally, let the one who recognizes the truck of his master, the donkey, come along and go ahead and exact punishment from the one who has forgotten whose truck he eats from. Which I would say, to think about it, is really profound. What is sin? Sin is a lapse of God awareness. About Angelites, right? It's a lapse of God awareness. But if I have God awareness, I have everything. But the moment I lose God awareness is unfortunately when every negative thing becomes possible as well. So let the donkey that at least appreciates, which itself is an agricultural animal, but itself understands who its master is, come an exact punishment from the one who forgot who his master is, and as such is in this situation. The other kabak, as again the handles of kabak, Rabbi is running off, the chas v'chamet from Gadea, so it says, so it sounds like over here is based in must have like a custom whip. Right? Because remember again, the whip has to be long enough to go around the side and come to the front of the stomach. So obviously every person has different proportions. So everybody must have had a custom whip. So you want to sit on the left, I don't know, we get to take it home. Well, if that's the case, then David's going to have a lot of whips. It doesn't make any sense. And it was an adjustable whip. As an adjustable whip, it had like a ring. And the ring, usually what the ring was there was to go ahead and either shorten or lengthen the straps themselves. Okay, the Gemara goes back to Malkinos. So we're not having this. So what's this? So remember, you get 1/3 of the Malkis on the back, 2/3 on the side. 1/3 on the front, 2/3 on the back. Where do we get that from? That's what I mean. I'm not kind of the Hebrew Hashem, we call the front of Kedei Rishaso, then the Kvar. Risha Achas Milapana, so it's actually getting one Risha on front, which is 1/3 on the front. Shtei Rishiyos Milachot, 2/3 of it. In Malchino, somewhere up this side. How do we know that the strap itself is doubled over? So the US says, might be repeated. As the Pasuk says, when you do that means you bend it over. One second. Why am I going to say? When you get here for somebody else, where we never use regular in Mishnah for, that when the minister Malchus, even is not standing straight, but rather again, he's hunched over. So that's how you repeat it for. Which means it says, Inti lift up Yachtihu. The Pasuk could have said, literally again, they will bend him. Might if Hebrew want to use that washing, smelling that target, two things from it. Number one, that relay, when it gets the Malchus, is bent over. And number two, the strap itself is doubled over. Now, Shaka not to be up. Let's remember again, the miss of lashes is done with one hand. So remember again, the idea if I would just sort of stand with one hand, let's see. So let's engage to the Ima Chazan and Ela Kasirika needs to be Sire Mada. Now let's say, you know the floggers? The floggers are people, by the way, who are generally very smart and very weak. Very smart and very weak, right? I want very smart so that they know how to do the Malchus, and very weak, right? Why? Because he says it has to be coach, right? It just has to be Malchus. But he says, no, I think it has to be Sirika, which is not true. Even those who are not very smart, but are very strong, we also use it for Malchus. I don't know, that's what we use that, right? But we didn't do this correctly. Sit, because the Pasuk says, well, Yosef, and Yosef. Now it's interesting what it says. The Torah has to go out of its way to say, do not add on any additional marks. Whatever the Beis Din says, don't add on any more. Now, you might say this. So if you, that means that the chassid could even be someone who doesn't have das, then it makes sense that the Torah has to go out of its way to warn him and say, don't give any additional malchus. And again, if it's smart people who are doing this, do smart people have to be warned after again? If the chazir is smart, I tell him that ruling gets 18, he only give 18. But so therefore, again, we read this as the fact that there's a warning indicates to us that you don't have to use the smartest guy to win, right? But rather, use anyone. You want to say, but Rabbanon is fascinating. Aiden Zarzan, Adlin Zarzan. It only makes sense to warn people who are careful. As well say, warnings only have an impact on people in general who are diligent. Which I say is such a fascinating idea. Reckless people generally don't listen to warnings. Right? Who listens to warnings? Careful, diligent, or vigilant people are the ones listening. So again, when the Gemara says, let's Yosef, who's it talking to? Somebody see das. Someone who's listening. Okay, so if I'm listening again, this is why you can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped. This is in general in life, right? You can't help someone become better if they're not interested in what it is that you have to say. Because hadracha, in general, we'll call it, what do you want to call it? Counsel or advice or warnings only work for people who are interested. Only work for people who are open-minded to that. But if someone is closed off, you can talk, you can be espousing the greatest wisdom in the world, will make absolutely no difference, which is why in life, one of the most important needs, one of the most important needs is just what Chazal say, is Chacham, Hazon make me call Archam. Who is wise, one is able to from every person. What does that mean? What does that mean? What that means is to be the kind of person who is receptive. Like, most of us are not really receptive. I don't want feedback. I don't want constructive feedback, deconstructive feedback, nice feedback, caustic feedback. I don't want even compliments. Like a little bit like look askew at that. What is that? Most of us are closed off. Like, I don't want to hear anything. One of the most important needles in life, just feel it. Feel it, because if I'm open to things, and I can hear the warnings, and I can hear the advice, it's so much to be done. It's incredible. So much time can shima dia magin shiyada, can shima dia magin the asas, when the whipper goes ahead and the Chazan process raises the whip, he raises the whip with two ends, but when he throws the gun, he brings the gun with one hand. Because obviously when you whip with one hand, that's much stronger than doing it with two. Okay, incredible. I'll go through the other parts, but here's the process. The greatest of the Dayanim there, the base for this, he reads the Psukim. Hashim Mona, second Dayan, keeps count, Vashtishi Omer Yikol. the third guy says strike. Now, so what's interesting is the Chazal Chesas, he's the one who's going ahead and doing the flogging. He's not part of the baby, right? He's an additional guy. It's an additional hire, right? So greatest of Dayanim, he's saying the Psukim, second Dayanim is counting, third Dayanim is saying strike. Bizman Shemak, yeah? Sorry, Bizman Shemak. Good. Bizman Shemakim Eruba Ma'arif, Bizman Shemakim Mu'ates, the concept, so what's interesting enough, so the halakha is that with the psukim themselves, when there's a lot of malchus, so the reader reads very slowly, right? When there's two number of malchus, he reads very quickly. So the idea over here is we want to match up the recitation of psukim to the duration of the malchus. I have a hard 99, holds it to us on the drop. So we learned in the Mishnah that it's okay, even if you finish, just repeat it again. So why the need to measure the recitation of duration of the malchus? Mitzvah Yitzam saying, below it's saying, holds it to us on the drop. If possible, it is best to align the reading of the psukim with the actual malchus being administered. If that's not possible, okay, so you'll read it as many times as you need to. Maki Rabbi, Adam Yakenu, or Yosef also Alela, Maka Rabba. So Torah says, do not add on to the decided number of malchus, because if you do so, you're going to create a Maka Rabba. Much Maka Rabba, in the other Maka Rabba. Maka Mu'adash Dinai. So say, all I know is that I can't go ahead and give you an unnecessary Maka Rabba. How do I know that I can't even give you an unnecessary Maka Mu'adash? That's Tamilomar, no Yosef. Right, you want to say, so you're going to put Maka Rabba, means like, you can't add on another 10 lashes. But if you add on another one, it's not such a good deal. No, you can't add on anything. So why does it have to say Makarabba? Ultimately, the teacher knows that the initial malchus are done as a Makarabba. What does that mean? That when you flog with all of your might. Right? When the whipping is being administered, not being administered, Chazak Knesset does that with all of his might. This Kalkel. So it says, remember, last part of the Mishnah dealt with the person being flogged, soiled themselves. So under those circumstances, what happens now with the malchus? It says the Gemara, and there it says that again, serving oneself with defecating is enough of a degradation. That's it, mission accomplished, and no further malchus unnecessary. And the next minute, this is no Aish Berai, Aish B'mayim. It says amount of defecation. And if you're a nation, the Chum say, Echad Ish V'Echad Isha, Bein Berai Bein Mayim. The Chum saying no, it doesn't really matter. Defecation, degradation. If you saw yourself as a result of malchus, that's a degradation, and no further punishment is necessary. I about kind of legal. Echad Ish V'Echad Isha Berai. Rabbi is contradicting himself, right? Because Rabbi is stating elsewhere as saying, Rabbi was saying was, both men and women are the same when it comes to defecation, namely that will exempt them from any further office. I'm not sure. Let's say they tied them up, and to the pillar for malchus, and what happens? And he went ahead. Ultimately, again, he's potter. Rabbi said, what's the logic over here? The logic seems to be that I'm also on my side, the act of being tied up yourself to the pillar is the degradation. So essentially, degradation has been accomplished. So somehow he manages to escape, he doesn't get noticed. So they say, where is the kasha? Kala, being very shona, being the shnia poaching himself, if Reuben soils himself, like that's how it's like Nikolai. He soils himself, whether it's as a result of the first lash, second lash, he's potter, right? Potter ready for the office. Nifsika, let's look at shnia poaching himself. But he's showing for himself, so this is interesting. Let's think about the market. Let's give him honest. And the whip breaks. So if the whip breaks after the first lash, he's done. He's done. If the whip breaks before the first lash, he's not done. Then he's just getting new whip. So you might say, but why is that? You know, they say, I might, but how big grass? But again, if the whip breaks before the first lash, why should that be any different than a guy who runs away from Bezdin? It's just like if a guy runs away from Bezdin, about Hashem is punching anything else. Why can't somebody together? Would you whip break before the first lash? ultimately again is like running away. To which the word says there is a big distinction. Hasam rots, hachalol rots. There's a big distinction. When you ran away, you ran away. Here you didn't run away. What says one understands over here the act of like running away with your hands tied, your clothing torn, and running out of bathing. That's embarrassing. There's an embarrassment in that. Because the embarrassment factor is there, therefore the punishment has been strict. Incredible. I'm due off with the shield get kala. So this is interesting. Let's take these in a satisfaction. Let's take these things that Ruben is turning up to stand whatever, 18 milkers. But he will soil himself the moment that he is flogged. However they're able to assess that. Right? The halacha is potter. Potter, ultimately again, then he'll be potter from milkers. But if she eats in the days, Kala, not also. If they say they're going to leave days and he's going to soil himself, not as a result of the milkers, then he's still flocking in that case. Now, just like if the soiling comes as a result of the milkers, then that's grounds for exempting him from the rest of the milkers. If he's just soiling himself, I don't know, nerves or whatever else, very good milkers, just leaving days, then we'll still flog him. Hello, he'll color the Tila Markino, so Shemar, the color, the Mikla, the Moshe Lokov part of the days. Furthermore, again, it's interesting. The Gemara said not only that, but even if Halacha L'maaseh he saw it himself, will still flog him, right? Why? Because Halacha L'maaseh says Bahikov and the Moshe Lokov part of the days. So, in other words, the idea over here is the only time that soiling exempts you is when it's a result ultimately of the Malchus. But if he saw himself before the Malchus, that doesn't exempt him from getting Malchus afterwards. Okay, Mishnah. I'll say now, what if I got from now to the end of the second year, Hashem, some great halacha, magnificently beautiful, I got it. Magnificently beautiful, I got it. He's going to take us just in Malchus. Go ahead, you choose Shalako, Nikturi, Diktuso, Kusasa. So the Shemar, the Nikla, Ifalena. So this is incredible. Any person who's Chayv Karis, this is dramatic, any person who's Chayv Karis, once, now remember, for Karis, you get Malchus. At least according to, we'll see, now everybody agrees with that. But again, Tanakama says for Karis you get Malchus, and once you get Malchus, Malchus absolves you of Karis. It absolves you of Karis. Why should I not? The Nikla Achicha Melmel, your body will be degraded in front of your eyes. The Gemara says, Kishiyuke, Haruke Achicha, Given Rabbi Ben Gamliel. Once he is fought, he is once again your blood. The punishment itself of Malchus restores him to the status of your brother, and therefore Halacha L'maaseh again is restored. Therefore he's forgiven. It was very dramatic. This is Rabbi Hanani ben Gamliel. Rabbi Hanani ben Gamliel. Ma'im ha'over avera achas notona nafshala. So Rabbi Hanani ben Gamliel. If you know, a person could do one avera, and one avera can make you chayiv nis. Like the averas that have a chiv nis associated with it. One avera can make you lose your life. Also, mitzvah achas alachas kama v'kama shetinasim le'nafsho. So if a person goes ahead and does a mitzvah, alachas kama v'kama v'kama mitzvah. Right? It's an avera can make you lose your life, and how much a mitzvah could restore your life. What a beautiful word. Shimon Shimon this says, v'kama v'shem the nifrasu and the fashos ha'osos. The pasuk says over here that ultimately, again, whoever engages in these abominations I was talking about, they will suffer curse. And the pasuk says, "On the days, asher yasa osa adam b'chayba." So we'll say, so listen to this interesting enough. Then the pasuk says, if a person b'shmaitim eskuch osai this mishpatay asher yasa osa adam b'chayba ani Hashem. So we'll say, so again, he's speaking not in direct juxtaposition, but in the same paragraph. So again, one pasuk talking about if you go out and you engage in these tribals, these abominative behaviors, Nisa, and then it says if you keep my halachas, ultimately again b'chayba. Now, there's an interesting juxtaposition. The Gemara says, what do you see from here? Ha, that the juxtaposition says like this: if you abstain from performing an avera, you get schar as if you performed a mitzvah. Those are also is profoundly dramatic. Sometimes the greatest accomplishment we have in life is abstaining. Again, the goal in life is not just simply abstention, but we all know this. When I have the Yitzhar to do something and I overcome the Yitzhar and I don't do that, that abstention takes all of my strength, all of my power. So therefore the Gemara says over here, what are we talking about over here? So the Gemara says sometimes just sitting and not doing an avera ultimately, again, it's like doing the mitzvah. Incredible. Then we're talking about that. Rabbi Omer, for example, so the pasuk says, be strong and don't eat blood, for blood is the life source. Torah is telling you not to eat blood. I will say generally most of us don't struggle with blood consumption, right? If you do, let's schedule time to speak. Right? So it says so again, so it's also associated, right? And yes, the Torah says there's such rewards for that. But I will say that's the only I don't ever struggle with that. Yes, Arayos. So I'll say that's immorality, which everyone desires. Everyone desires. Says, what an amazing Gemara. If there is chaos when not eating blood, number one, we should be abstaining that, which again, really takes absolutely no willpower. Right? But yet again, I get schar for doing it. So you imagine the schar for gezel, for theft, for aras, which all of us want, all of us desire. If to go ahead and summon up the willpower to abstain, that is a source for me, for my children, for my grandchildren, and for all future generations. The source of finding the willpower to abstain from engaging in immorality and theft and general sin fuels myself and all future generations. Because therefore he gave us much Torah many mitzvahs. So what's that? The Chaim Menachem was talking about over here is that Allah B'nai, so why 6:13? Come on, let's consolidate. Let's make this a little bit easier. And the Chaim Menachem said, it's probably this a kova. Why? Because he recognizes that although we are obligated to fulfill all mitzvahs, not all of us find religious or spiritual fulfillment in everything. And therefore, again, I want to be clear, I have to do everything, whether I like it, don't like it, fine for me, don't like it, that's irrelevant. That being said, there's a beautiful, magnificent spiritual smorgasbord from which to find spiritual fulfillment. Everyone's going to see this all the time. Some people Torah does it for them, some people Chesed does it for them, some people like London, some people like Chassidus, some people like this, some people, everybody likes different things. Again, you got to do it all. Again, there's no picking and choosing. I have to do it all, but Kishwaku gave us all of these different beautiful outlets, all these different beautiful ways, so that I could find what speaks to me. Shenamar, Hashem chafetz l'mansito yad yod Hashem ultimately again desires to go ahead and do good, not to the Torah of the ideal, will literally amplify Torah and ultimately declare. So you answer this call. I was like, with that, let's start everyone. Tomorrow is our last stop of the Sefes Matos. Really fantastic. It'll be incredible. What a tremendous journey. Everyone. I know, that had to end with that Mishnah. She did that, it's true.
Well, I'm just thinking like my own husband. While I'm like doing it. Wait,
No! She's hilarious, bro. That was fun. Oh my god. I could never. She just said she could never think about a basketball mastermind. If that's true, I don't want to.
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. To thank our annual calendar sponsor, the Johnson Shbach Emergency Social Services, all the show and drug shows this year, as is the first for the summer travels for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Iyar Abba will tell Shmuel Rabin Karatkin, in commemoration of the Yahrzeit of Shmuel's father, Leonard Karatkin, Nipa, Ben Yecheska HaKohen, as the Kohen of Rafa. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud in the Shomor HaMelahiyah, the family in the Chama, all of those who need a Jewish gathering together with Kol Chol Yisrael. We brought Moshe Hashem, bring home all of our hostages, allow our holy soldiers to be successful with Chol Maaseh. Jews. And of course, on this day of Yom HaZikaron, we remember the tremendous price that Klal Yisrael has paid. Since the establishment of the state of Israel, over 25,000 precious soldiers, victims of terror, that have given their lives at Kedushat Hashem Ha'am Ba'aretz. You know, when a little boy comes into this world and he has his grace, we say in the fascinating grace, we say in Va'amalach B'damai Chayi, Va'amalach B'damai Chayi. We will tell you that through your blood you will live. That's such a strange thing to say. Welcome to the Jewish people. B'damai Chayi, you will live with your blood. And through your blood. Which is one of the realities that we know as a people, is that anything that we want, and anything that we want to hold on to, anything we want to achieve, only comes with tremendous self-sacrifice. ROTHSCHILD is about the power of the self-sacrifice of Klal Yisrael. That what we will do for each other, and what we will do for our people, and what we will do for our world, knows absolutely no limitations. Think that, I think up until October 7th, for so many of us, Yom HaZikaron was something that really reflected historical events, reflecting perhaps people's individual losses here and there, and all of that changed since the start of this war. So we have seen so many precious, young, idealistic, committed soldiers willing to run into battle, willing to run to the fight, willing to go ahead and literally put everything on the line. Why? For you, for Ani Yisrael, for Eretz Yisrael, for Torah Shepherd, for the sponsors, religious, not religious, all kinds of different people, just be willing to sacrifice everything for Jewish eternality, for Jewish destiny. That's Yom HaZikaron. That's Yom HaZikaron. So it keeps us on this day. You know, whatever it is, we speak of this every year, whatever it is that we, you know, with our particular political or hashkafic ideas or associations, so many that is, so much of that is just simply for love. Yom HaZikaron is a day in which we remember that we live in times where young men and women, victims of terror, all that requires us to have tremendous sacrifice. And that requires us to make sure that their sacrifice is worthwhile, that we are maximizing our opportunities, our lives, given the fact that they are willing to pay the ultimate price. That the outcome is over. Their preciousness cherished that Maria. The merit of our coming to our Nef Hashem. As you mentioned before, Holy Soldiers should be successful in Kol Amasi Yudayim. In the merit of our Torah, Nef Hashem, we should shower on Yisrael and Earth so the sense of peace. Remember on this day, when you go in there, if you want to know it's not the Yom HaZikaron, the Pasuk says, In Bayis Hashem Shamus. Everyone has a feeling to this day. Everyone has a feeling, whether it's an immediate relative, an extended relative, everyone's going to the cemetery for someone. Everyone's going to the cemetery for someone. It's important for us just to be able to participate, at least emotionally, spiritually, in that sacrifice. We look at the merit of our Talmud Torah, the precious Hashem Sheva, the merit of our Talmud Torah, Hallelujah, Yes Hashem, Shira Navas, B'Shuv Hashem, Shira Se'ayim, Kifoli. All of the losses, Mashiach comes, Chazal tells us that all of the losses will be like the Jew. All of the losses, all of the pain will simply evaporate. And Hallelujah, to be there from Yes Hashem to see that day in Rabbi Yadin. So with that, let us begin. A lot to do today, but Hashem, today's Baptist of Kings 22. We are picking up the Lord Hashem on Amrit Amrit 21. We left off a little bit at the beginning, so I'm going to be about our Yosef, Potion Belovish, Nanish, Baki the Reference in Yosef, Base Yad, Punta Sham. So when we speak about the idea, that if you are shackles the entire day and receive multiple warnings that you could be held for every individual act of wearing shackles, so we want to ask a very interesting question. How do you define an act of wearing shackles? So obviously, if I put on shackles, take it off, you get warned, put it back on, take it off, it goes out. and would be separate individual acts of where shatnez, and therefore there would be liability. Here's the other question: what happens if I don't fully take off the goggles? Let's say I just remove my sleeve. Right? I just take my arm out of the sleeve, and then again get out straw, put my arm back into the sleeve. So the majority of the bag is still remaining on me. I'm doing an active removal, and then an active dominant. Does that count to individual liability or not? So one is a fascinating answer. The Gemara says, "Machli le'acha ve'idladika." If we gave back the day, so that say no, it's got to be taking off and putting on. In other words, if you're keeping the garment on, even if you're just slipping out of steam, at the end of the day, that's still called wearing, and therefore there can be individuated liability for a consistent act of wearing. So it has to be you're removing the garment and putting it back on. The Mashal, not necessarily. Afilu Roshah, Alec, the day which shows the little Roshah. So this is actually quite fascinating. So Rashi responds, Rashi says, not true. Even if you never physically took off the garments, but rather if you did this, if you got a straw, you put on the garments. That's obviously again is liability. Let's say then Ethan come along and they say, by the way, you're not allowed to wear shatnez. And I still keep the shatnez on. I still keep the shatnez on for the amount of time that it would take him to take off and put back on the garment. There's additional liability for that as well. So let's say this is quite dramatic. So the Ashi does not require it. We're looking to see how do you see a case of individuated liability for a sustained act of shatnez wearing. Right? For shatnez, we're looking to find out. So the simplest idea would be you put on your take off, the separate has trouble for each. The Rashi says even if you keep it on, but even consistently show say, by the way, you're not allowed to shatnez. If you're shatnez, you try to melt this, and I still am going to keep the garment on long enough for the amount of time to have taken it off and put it back on. There's liability for that as well. Individual liability for that as well. Quite amazing. All right, let's go back there. Each Chodesh times, we got this interesting part of the Mishnah. The Mishnah said for one act of plowing, you give you chayiv for 8 different lapim, 8 different prohibitions. Then the Mishnah went through those different prohibitions. Says we know already, right? The Chabura Nimnu, in our Chabura, Nimnu V'Gamru, it was decided. Now Rashi points out that what's this Chabura? Rashi says in the third white line, Mira Ili, Yom Asifa or Yom Vad Ayolahem Shekorin Chabura. This Chabura was more like a Yakikala, where they learned, right? In other words, right? So what's that? So it was Yakikala, it was where they got together for a day, right? Rashi says it's very interesting. Yom Asifa, a day of gathering, or Yom Vad. Yeah, they're gathering where again they got together to discuss issues, and they decided upon an idea. I hope that the kilayim look at that if one covers kilayim, you're looking. I will say, what does this mean? What's the classic case of planting kilayim? Right, classic case of planting kilayim. You take 2 dissimilar seeds. Right, what do? You dig a hole in the ground, you put it in the ground, and then you cover it. That's kilayim. That's kilayim. Okay. So it says, so what about, let's say again, if the seeds are already in the ground? Let's say they're already there, and then what? I cover the seeds. So I do not put them in the ground, but I covered them. Is there liability for that? So the Rabbi says, we decided in the Chabura that even covering, even going ahead and covering the seeds is kilayim you get malchus. I don't know how to do it. Lab Mishnah saying with these. Rabbi Yochanan says, Rabbi, calm down, because that's such a big chiddush. That's our Mishnah. Right? What did the Mishnah say? Listen to this. Yesh chodesh, we won't know what's in the Mishnah's case. Yesh chodesh. Sometimes you can plow one furrow and be liable for 8 different lapim. What are they? What are the 8 lapim? I'm plowing with an ox and a donkey, so that's again kilayim of animals. They're consecrated. Kilayim bakerem. And again, I'm planting a forbidden mixture. So the Gemara says, by the way, what's the case, ultimately, again, of plowing, which makes you liable to kilayim? It must be that what's really happening over here is that as I'm bringing animals with the plow is actually covering the seeds with dirt, right? Because if you think about it, you can't plow and violate kilayim. Like the act of kilayim is planting for big mixtures. Plowing is going ahead and making a hole in the ground. So how can I plow and violate kilayim? What's the answer? The answer is if I'm as I am leading the animals, which are pulling the plow, ultimately again the dirt covers the seeds. Then that's going to be an act of kilayim. So what you see from here, that even covering seeds ultimately again is kilayim. So these Rabbi Yochanan says, Amalei, so this is great. So the answer is Rabbi Yochanan, okay, Shkaya, Ilav did Yuloi Lecha, Chaspa Mimishka, I'm sorry, Iloi Yuloi Lecha Chaspa, Mimishka Chasma Denisa, to say, this is a good expression. So the answer is Rabbi Yochanan, had I not lifted up the shard, would you have discovered the jewel? In other words, remember the discussion over here? Adriana said we decided in the Kabbalah that even if you cover up kilayim, ultimately I can't be liable for kilayim. But the Yochanan says that's not such a chiddush, it's a Mishnah. It's a Mishnah. That's the case of plowing where you're liable to kilayim. So Adriana said the only reason you're interpreting it that way is because of my statement. Had it not been for my statement, you would not have known that particular reality. They will say it's such a great line. Had I not removed the pottery shard, we would have never found the jewel. So let's say so many times in life, we accomplish things, we see things, we discover things, we understand things, and we often think it's our own accomplishment. What we sometimes fail to recognize or fail to realize is that the accomplishments of the present are only due to the Mesiras Nefesh and to the sacrifices of the past. Only because someone came before me and lifted up a pottery shard do I have the ability to discover the jewel. And I was like, we just spoke a few moments ago about this idea that you think about sometimes you see all of the workers that happens in Israel. Like all of them are focused. Again, sometimes it's hard to know from the news. What's real and what's not. In general, whenever you follow the news, you seem that the sky is falling. But when you go ahead and you sometimes look at the news about Israel, and it feels like Shalom Lo Avinu Rahman Al-Islam is going ahead and bringing its ugly head. And just today alone, Route 1 is closed today, and so because of wildfires that are burning. And it's almost like sometimes it also sends us these messages that there are too many fires burning in Eretz Israel. There's too many fires. I'm not talking about Hamas, I'm not talking about Hezbollah, I'm not talking about the Houthis. The Houthis, I still can't figure out who the Houthis are. You have to be someone significant to start off with the Jewish people. Right? You can't be some guys who just a bunch of powers and just, anyway, so there's so many, not those fires, there are too many fires inside cloudy soil. Too many fires inside cloudy soil. And it's almost as if our response is sending us this message that extinguish the fires. Extinguish the fires because you're taking for granted what you have. Eretz Yisrael, what we have in Am Yisrael today is such a pearl. Why do we have the pearl? Because those who came before us, so many of those forbidden wars, on Yom HaZikaron, came and removed the pottery shard. So we work hard to remove the shard so we can enjoy the pearl. And too often we squander the pearl with so much infighting and so much unnecessary machlokas. But in life in general, it's good to think about the pearls you have in life. Who are the people who removed the shard so you could enjoy what you have? Who are the people in your life who have sacrificed, who have given, who have worked, so that you can enjoy the brachos that you benefit from? Sometimes we just see the pearl like, look what I found. No, you didn't find it. No, you didn't make it. No, you didn't discover it. Someone else in your life. Either someone alongside you or someone before you, someone generations before you, worked hard to remove that shard so you could see the beautiful luminescent brachos that you have in your life. Overwhelming.
In that podcast,
Elav the Kilsaf Gafler Rabbi. So this is this. So Shlomo said to Rabbi Yochanan, had not. And he brings it to great man. How about me that must need some money? I would say, who would bring our Mishnah? Who's the greatest our Mishnah would be reflect? Rabbi Akiva. This is fascinating. What did Rabbi Akiva say? The Amar Hanekayim Kilayim Loka. So Rabbi Akiva says, fascinating. We'll say, so remember, how did we start today? Rabbi Yana came along and said that even if you just cover Kilayim in dirt, you are chayiv. And what this is in the tradition, right? Before the Omer, I would have thought that Allah for myself, I would have thought that in order to buy Kilayim, what do you need to do? What do you need to do? Read the Torah. Right? So comes along Rabbi Yana says, no, even if you just cover it with dirt. The Gemara says, the truth is, had we not had this discussion, I would have actually thought that I was going to view of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva goes a step further. Rabbi Akiva says, even sustaining Kilayim is liability. Let's say, what does that mean, sustaining Kilayim? I haven't seen it. Concerned about it. I leave it there. I don't uproot it. Liability is even just for sustaining the existence of Kilayim. So the Gemara Rabbi Akiva would see that he's saying that, I mean, not each of the Hamasaka Kilayim, so again, if one reads around Kilayim, remember, what is reading through? Facilitates growth. So if this Kilayim going, I read around the Kilayim, so I facilitate the growth of the Kilayim, or Menachish. I'm sorry, Mechata. Or I go ahead and cover the seeds. Look at, you get more, because that's called planting Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva, this is Ahamakayim. Rabbi Akiva says, even if you just sustain, i.e., fail to remove Kilayim, there's liability for that as well. You know, like in my time, Rabbi Akiva logic, he signed up Satcha Nosizra Kilayim. The Pasuk says, do not go ahead and try to get Kilayim. Amy Elazaleah. I only know that the prohibition is to seed, is to actually plant. It's the plant. So, you know, it says, Mekayim, how do I even sustain Kilayim is biblically problematic. Kilayim Satcha. So what's that? So it's interesting. Rabbi Akiva notes the juxtaposition of two words, even though again, the pasuk is not really read this way, right? The pasuk is read. She writes in the Gemara says, Satcha Nosizra Kilayim. The Megid Kilayim Shabbos. So right, it's three Kilayim. Don't intermix animals. Don't go ahead and intermix seeds, and don't go ahead and wear wool and linen together. But it's interesting because there's a juxtaposition of two words of Kilayim Satcha. Even though that's not how it's read, Rabbi Akiva knows the juxtaposition. Kilayim Satcha means there can't be Kilayim in your field. Meaning, don't even sustain Kilayim, because sustaining Kilayim by definition is a biblical prohibition. Incredible. So like that. So again, so that's fine. So therefore, just this is an important nugget of information. Just halacha l'maisa, again, not only am I liable, at least it's halacha l'maisa, not only am I liable ultimately for actively planting Kilayim, I'm even liable for covering Kilayim seeds with dirt. And again, Rabbi Akiva goes so far to say that I'm even liable for going ahead and sustaining it and failing to remove it. Incredible. Let's go back there. So what's this from Nachman? Why stop at 8 levels of liability in the case of the Mishnah? We have additional levels of liability. What are they? So we were looking at Rishon, Zolea, the Yom Tov. Why don't you go ahead? Remember, why not go ahead and also set this up as a case where is all this happening? It's happening right. It's for seeding on Yom Tov. On the way, kind of a shear. You could add that one in also, but the kind of didn't include every single liability. We're just giving a lot of examples of joint liability. I'm like, I'm a kind of issue. We can't say that. See, I'm say, if the Mishnah would have said you could do one act and be liable multiple times, that's one thing. When it kind of gives a number, once you give a number, what the number indicates is what? What the number indicates is that halacha l'maisa, that's a specific list. So once it's a specific list, then we see to say whatever is included is included, whatever is excluded is excluded. On Rabbi, yesh chiluk malachas b'Shabbos and chiluk malachas b'Yom Tov. Here's the difference. Rabbi says there is a distinction of liability. In other words, you could be chayiv for multiple malachas done at once on Shabbos, but that concept does not apply to them. So Yom Tov, if a person will say yes, when one hell on the one lapse of awareness does multiple things, there's only one liability. For that matter, again, there's the same act multiple times, only one act of liability. But by Shabbos, that's different. By Yom Tov, you can't be chayiv for both Chorish and Zolea, for both plowing and seeding at one moment. Okay, so Rashi says over here, look at Rashi, it's about 4 lines up at the bottom. In Kilik Malachos B'Yamtiv, in Asa Shtayim L'Shalosh Malachos B'Helam Echad, or Asa Malacha Shivish B'Shtayim In Echayv El Achas. So this is an interesting idea in general. Again, we're not getting into all the halakhic distinctions for Shabbos as Kilik Malachos. Yom Tov does not have Kilik Malachos. Okay, so the Gemara says, is that true? Kilik Malachos B'Yamtiv, is that true that you can't be liable for multiple liabilities, for multiple malachos on Yom Tov? Done in one lapse. Is that true? That's not a word. If a person goes ahead and cooks the gid hanasha in milk on Yom Tov and then eats it, and then you eat it. Look at how much ultimately you get 5 cents a malchus. What do you get malchus for? So look at Mishum Orchid. So number one, you've gone ahead and you get malchus for eating gid hanasha, right? Number 2, look at Mishum Levashal Yom Tov, right? You get malchus for cooking on Yom Tov for non-ochal nefesh purposes, right? For you're allowed to cook on Yom Tov, it's your ochal nefesh, but cooking something that's prohibited for consumption is illegal on Yom Tov. So you get malchus for going ahead and eating gid hanasha, right? Malchus for cooking on Yom Tov in an illegal way. Right? And remember again, there's liability even for cooking basar b'challah. But then you'll get malchus for eating basar b'challah. But look at that days, mishum havara. You also get malchus for havara, for kindling. Remember, now technically speaking, what is allowed to kindle on Yom Tov? Technically, as long as it is with sorech ochal nefesh. But because once again, this is not ochal nefesh, because this entire act of consumption is illegal, therefore there is liability. I said the Gemara ben Isa, mishum havara l'mechayiv, the mishum. So listen, 1 second, you just said that on Yom Tov, you can't have multiple liabilities for one act. So if that's the case, I can't be hired for both havara and for bishul. Right? So the Gemara says, you're right, take out havara, and instead put in liability for gid hanasha of the bishul. I got to the tira, lo tishtayim ha'achilasa, shalosh al bishul. So the Chia said you get 2 acts of malchus for consumption. Right? One for gid hanasha, one for basar. You shalosh al bishul, and 3 malchus liability both for bishul and havara, which we're going to get to each multiple sets of liability for one act, even on Yom Tov. Then Isa, shalosh al achilasa v'chayiv, al apik havara, v'ayir atse ashera. See right where it says take out havara, and instead put in the atse ashera. Well, in case we are using wood of an ashera to fuel the fire. So therefore, then the use of a whole zara, ultimately again, the liability as well. Okay. And ultimately again, and the Ashara, the warning will be from here. Okay, fine. So let's say set this way. So let's say we're back. We're asking, Gemara's going to ask a series of questions that are all the same basic question, which is, why does the Mishnah states, right? Why limit it to 8 acts of liability? After I can give you so many other forms of liability that could create additional liability. Only that comes from Rashi. The look that you should make subject to Eva. So let's say, so what about the following idea? Why not go ahead and get malchus? Ultimately, against this prohibition, do not bring an abomination to your home. Ella Hakamas, what's the case over here? The case we're doing over here is we're actually the cooking wasn't done. The cooking wasn't done actually. The cooking wasn't done with wood of ashira, rather it was done with wood of etuv. Okay, Basarasha Mihacha, the Ashirei, sorry, this is still back in the other case, I apologize. Basarasha Mihacha, and the wording is Shamir, the Ashirei, Tisruf and Baish, okay, fine. See if I will say again, what comes out of there is that again. So first of all, numbers different halachas when it comes to Kilayim, those halachas we just saw, and also when it comes to Shabbos, there could be multiple levels of liability for multiple acts. Even if you perform multiple acts in one hell of one lapse of awareness, there could be individual liability to no pivotal law. Okay. incredible. Let's go right there. The lecture is supposed to say we're back now. We're back to finish this case where the Mishnah said you could do one act of plowing. One act of plowing would be liable 8 different times. The Gemara was just simply going to ask. He was going to say, why not add on additional prohibitions? So, for example, the Gemara says, Master Rosha, election nami, Hazorea, Benachal Esan. Very interesting. I could add on a night. What's the night? Where this act, the Mishnah, what's the Mishnah's case, right? The plowing with the ox and the nami, the hectare. That's out of the night. Where's the plowing taking place? Where you do Edgar Allen's front. What's the halacha Rabbi saying? What's the halacha? The halacha is ultimately again. The halacha is that you're not allowed to plow in the area. You're ever supposed to be plowing. So say now I'm plowing. The plowing in front of the place. I'm sure that you're not going to use it. Let's keep it up there. The lecture nami hamochek es Hashem ba'al chosef. I'll give you another case. Let's say someone had the name of Hashem here, and I ended up going ahead and erasing that name of Hashem with my plow as I pulled it. So as I'm plowing, I erase the name of Hashem. Another liability. That's also a help. And again, the warning against erasing the name of Hashem is in the following process. You shall destroy the name of idolatry. Do not do the same to Hashem your God. So we're just trying to figure out how you can add on additional levels of liability to this plowing case. So let's say as I'm plowing, I also go ahead and remove my saras lesion, which is a very local prohibition. That's also an alcohol. Rabbi is not a kasha. The left shop now is interesting. Hamazia hakoshe me'al ha'ifod v'hamasir b'adei haro. Let's see what I mentioned. Remember, it indicates the Mishnah. The guy in question was a Kohen. Let's take it up a notch. Let's see where's the Kohen Gadol. And what did he do? He went ahead and he was wearing the big ruler, and while plowing, actually has a different discussion over here. While plowing, before plowing, after plowing, during the plowing, he moved the potion. The potion is the breastplate. He moved the potion from the apron. How long is that the potion itself is attached to the apron of the Kohen Gadol? There's a couple of prohibitions to move the potion. Let's say he did or he removed the poles of the arrow and used those in the plowing process. That's that. The point of the Rabbi is we're just trying to show how you can add on additional layers of liability beyond the Mishnah makes it sound like 8 is the maximum. We're just trying to show, obviously, again, these are exaggerated cases, but we're just trying to make a point that Allah you can add on additional layers of liability should you choose to do so. That's how it's in the alcohol. Although he's like a kosher, maski for Rashi, the lecture nami, hakolish ba'aron, ultimately again was Asya who were about to tree. Those excellent plants made out of Ashira. I'm using Avodah Zarah in the actual body of the that's what's in the alcohol. Maski for Rashi. Let's see, I know let's say in the act of plowing, I end up cutting down perfectly good fruit trees. I'm not saying it's being healthy other trees. But also the citrus. I'm going to so the Rabbi, some money. Sorry, I'm going to Rabbi Zila money. The lecture now. I had another one to go. Shvur shelo achrosh biyom. Let's say again, this guy in question. So again, what I'm trying to show is how you can add on even more prohibitions. So here, Rabbi Zila is listening to everybody. Maybe we're talking about a guy who made a shvur. Coming track to he made a shvur. He swore, I will not plow on Yom Tov. Then when he ends up plowing on Yom Tov, in addition to all the levels of liability, what else has he done? He's transgressed his shvur. Not liability. He's going to say, no, that's not it. I'll tell you why. That shvur actually does not work. Why doesn't that shvur work? And also there's a concept of mushra ba'omid. Mushra ba'omid means, and again, this is the second shvur, if you are already obligated to do something, slaughtering, ultimately, again, an additional shvuah does not devolve upon that act. Like, for example, let's say a person swears, I'm going to put on tefillin this morning. So, according to this approach, that shvuah sometimes is functional. Why? I'm already obligated to do so. That's called mushra ba'omer. I'm already obligated to do so. So therefore, taking an oath that I won't plow on Yom Tov, and then plowing on Yom Tov, I'm liable for a lot of things. I'm not liable for violation of the oath. Why not? Because I'm already a jerk. So if you're already obligated to not plow on Yom Tov, that shore is in consequence of Amalei. To go down and learn. So we'll say first of all, I can go down. Shore neither the Kala Yeshua B'Chol, Kala Alei Nam B'Yom. Someone says, so again, this is already triggering the Shua. So what's the case? The case is where I swore I'm not going to plow during the week and on Yom Tov as well. We'll say now, there's a concept we'll see that since the Shua is Chal on the weekday component, it's also Chal on the Yom Tov component. Okay? So whereas again, we'll see all of the mechanics of that when we get to Shvuos. To which the Gemara says, no. Maybe the Isi B'Sheila Lo Katani. Whereas we're not including anything ultimately again that could be. But ultimately, again, can have Sheila. Sheila means that you can't revolt. So therefore, again, or a no, I should say. You have a no. So any prohibition that would be a no is not included in this list. Is that true? Below the heart hektish, I would hektish be a no. Right? If you go ahead and you make something hektish, you can have that valid no. You can have that safe to be transferred in certain circumstances. The Bukhara. The hektish talking about is if you're using a Bukhara. The Bukhara when it says you shasing in its sanctity again is in Giro, and therefore it cannot be annulled. I have a Hari Nazir, or Nazir can be annulled, and again, when we finish the Mishnah, plowing was taking place in a cemetery, and the guy in question was appointed a Nazir. That sanctity again can be annulled. But Nazir Shimshon. So it's actually interesting. If you want to look back at Nazir Shimshon, what is a Nazir Shimshon? A Nazir Shimshon is literally again a Nazir in Europe. Right? Shimshon was made a Nazir by the Malach Hashem while still inside of his mother. So a Nazir Shimshon, does not have repetition. That is an eternal status. Emergency, 1 second. Another Shimshon, but it's Muyadness. Here's the issue. Another Shimshon might be a status that means forever, but there's no provision to become Taminase. Another Shimshon doesn't have to space. It doesn't have a prohibition to space. Again, your Mishnah, clearly, one of the liabilities coming from Kathis going into a cemetery. Have a high time of this Kolo last night. Rather than say this Kolo does not go ahead and get involved with what we call a Isser Kolo. So let's say, remember again, Isser Kolo refers to person makes a shvuah that I won't go ahead and plow on the weekday and Yom Tov. So the logic is, since it goes ahead and applies to you, it also develops upon Yom Tov. Does not subscribe to that portion. Okay? So the say again, the breaking is just what's the takeaway from all the words? What's the takeaway? Takeaway just is, even though the Mishnah said 8, and usually when a Mishnah says a number, usually what's the role of a number? The role of a number is to say this and no more. That doesn't apply to you. It doesn't apply to you. And halacha again, if you want to construct the case of even additional levels of liability, you could potentially do that in this scenario. Okay, Gemara ends off by Oroshia. Hamazir Shabchin and Exhaustion Motia Schneider. So let's say this is very interesting. So Roshia says, if you go ahead and leave a Shabchin and Exhaustion. Now take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Hamazir Shabchin and Exhaustion, first by Shenif that Akiva Amina Loga. So let's say, so if you have, for example, let's say you have an animal that was a carbon. The animal became disqualified for whatever reason. Right, for whatever reason. So the halacha is now, you can redeem that animal. Animal development more. You can redeem that animal. And I said that means it's a lot when it comes to a redeemed carbonic animal. It still retains some of its sanctity. So, for example, you could shecht it and eat it. Well, let's say, for example, you can't use it for shooting. So you're allowed to use it in certain ways, not allowed to use it in other ways. Because of that, a redeemed carbonic animal is looked at in halacha as almost having two different identities in one. It's looked at as two animals in one animal. it's on one hand it's Hegdish, on the other hand it's Chol. We get back to Rashi. Rabbi Shapshir question Rashi says over again. Shnifta afilu amino lo get sharikut echad v'asal hakasav shnei gufim. Even though it's one animal, it's almost as if it's really two animals in one. The Torah schooling, the Torah is touching each other. On one hand it's a human animal, and on the other hand it's a Kodesh animal. Torah schooling shema Torah afilu like michutz lepasach olam kilu lo hodesh leolam. So on one hand it's human. Why is it human? You can check it and you can eat it. And where can you check it? Where can you eat it? Anywhere you want. Anywhere you want. On the other hand, the Torah is touching Shasar B'Giza Ba'avod. On the other hand, it's doing things some of its carbonic sanctity. In that, you can't nafshika. So let's say, so skip down a little bit in Rashi. Right, Hilcha, last two lines of that Rashi. Hilcha, Asr Laharbiya, I feel it. So listen to this. So therefore, if you have a short split of Rashi, so let me just explain this case because it's actually really quite interesting. So I have an animal that is set aside as a carbon. The animal develops a more. As a result, it has to redeem it. What the Gemara is pointing out over here is this animal has a dual identity. On one hand, it's still considered hektish, so you can't work it, you can't shear it. On the other hand, it's considered to be chulin, because what can I do? I can eat it. This animal therefore is considered to be two animals in one. Therefore, if you mate this animal with another animal, it's kilayim. Even if it's the same species of animal, right? Why? Because this animal is considered to have this dual identity, and therefore, again, if you mate it, well, you can't mate it with a haggish animal, because that's just a haggish, but even if you mate it with a chulin animal, that's considered to be the mating of two dissimilar species. Now, the Kiddush over here is that two different statuses are the equivalent of mating two different species, which is interesting. So finish up that Rashi. So Rashi says over here, also, therefore, you can't eat it even with its own species. You should kill it. Shema bia chulin al kachim or kachim al chulin. So it says that's talocha. That's talocha. You can't go ahead and make seed. So short sword Russian, you can eat it, but you can't work it because or you can't shoot because it's hectic. You can't move anything else because that's kilayim. Back to the Gemara for just a moment. We're not finished Rashi yet. Similarly, Rabbi Yitzchak Hananim b'shotzu and Mikdash look at Sharikuf Echadu Vasal HaKosef Tishnei Gufin. So travels and so too. You can't even leave your plow, right? You can't even plow with that animal. Not only can you not go ahead and, not only can you not plow with that animal with another animal, but you can't reach another because that's kilayim. You can't even plow with the shark animal, but even if you were to do it, that would be tantamount to what? Plowing with two different animals. Essentially, both sides of shark reduction, a redeemed, disqualified carbonic animal has its dual identity. So because that the Gemara says, number one, you can't mate it with any other animal, as that is called kilayim because of dual identity. And you can't even use that animal to pull your plow by itself. Because that animal is the equivalent of two animals. And if you're using that animal to go and pull your plow, ultimately again will be an issue of kilayim as well. That's what Rashi ends up. He says, okay, Hamanik, afilu manik in mino, afilu manigo b'tze'atzmo. That's why even if you put the same type of species under the plow with that animal, or you eat that animal itself, it's still kilayim. He says, so what says the bottom line, what's the takeaway from this? The takeaway is that a shark sword impression, a disqualified carbonic animal, has a dual identity. Because it has a dual identity, therefore you can't use it to pull your plow. Again, you can't use it to pull your plow anyway, because you're not allowed to use that animal for work. But if you were to use it to pull your plow, not only would you be engaged in illegal use of consecrated item, but it'll also be kilayim. And if you try to mate it, even with its own species, also called kilayim. I will say this is one of the most inspirationally beautiful Gemaras we come across. Why? I will say because remember, I will say if a shark, right? A shark has this dual identity. When you hear this, what does it remind you of? What does it remind you of? It reminds you of the second Hamikdash. His short on one hand, I will say on one hand, it was Kodesh Kadashim. It was inside the Beis Hamikdash, ready to go, fantastic, inspired, ready to fulfill its shlichus, ready to do what it's supposed to do. And what happens? What happens? What happens? It developed the moon. And what happens with that moon? what happens? That moon casts it out of the Beis Hamikdash. That moon removes it from the Mizbeach. And now it's kind of just walking around outside, right, feeling all dejected, right, feeling like an abysmal carbonic failure. And then what happens? Messiah stops, things come along. What does it say to the Shar? What does it say to the Shar? Shar, don't worry. Don't worry. You're still Kodesh. You're still Kodesh. Right? There's still Kedusha inside of you. Okay, you're not the same as what you once were. But let's look for a moment that won't divest you of your Kedusha. It can be nothing further from the truth. Once Kodesh, always Kodesh. Once holy, always holy. No matter what the name is, you never remove your Kodesh, your Hektish status from the side. And I will say, what an inspiring and life-affirming Gemara. Because you will say, how many of us have had those beautiful moments where like, yes, I'm doing exactly what I need to do, how to do it. I'm in the big prison of this Hamikdash. I'm by this bear. I'm fulfilling my shlichus. And then what happens? Then what happens? Don't look at me blankly. You know exactly what happens. Right? What happens is you pick up a wrong. I make a mistake. I make a wrong turn. I do something I'm not supposed to do. I indulge something I'm not supposed to indulge. And suddenly again, I'm like thrown out. I'm cast out. Suddenly all of that glow comes back again. Suddenly all of that beautiful movement and all of that beautiful position seems to have dissipated. And I'm just walking around aimlessly in life, looking from the outside in, longingly at that beautiful Beis Hamikdash, a personalistic spiritual accomplishment. And I feel so forlorn, and I feel so rejected, and I feel so empty. And that's what I'm going to say, I do not. Eventually, a sharp soul of the the human in life, the mistakes of life compromise us. And yes, when we make mistakes, we distance ourselves from our personalistic spiritual goals, from our personalistic life. Unless you think that's your goal, robs you of all of your potential. Unless you think that with every win you're back to starting to square one as an empty vessel, is nothing further from the truth. Even the sharp soul of the even after it develops its womb, still retains its residual kedusha. And if that true form of shar, an ox, an animal, and alakas kabos, alakas kama b'kama, even when we develop our meaning in life, how much we retain our residual kedusha as well. What an inspirational and overwhelmingly beautiful Gemara to be mechazes us as we recover from our meaning in life. Now, there's one big difference. What's the big difference? What's the biggest difference? The shar, once it has a woman, it will say, what's the halacha? It's done. All of the nidcha. The way it works by karbonos is, once you develop a mum and you're out, you are out. Herein lies the greatest distinction between man and shar. I develop a mum, and while I have that mum, alright, I'm outside of the mikdash. But even when I'm outside of the mikdash, I still retain my kedusha. But I can heal. I can regenerate. I can fix my woman and get right back into the mikdash of personalistic attachment. Incredible. Mishnah. Kalamalkin also. We read this Mishnah the whole time. Right, Malchus. All about Malchus. Now let's get into Malchus. I'm so excited. Here's the Malchus also. Our very Chasrach. Our Malchus by our boy. We should so about that. Let's have the Malchus. Maximum number 39. But the Torah says 40. Torah says 40. So the Mispar our boy, a number like 40, which means a number close to 40, but not 40 itself. 39. So 39 is the maximum number of Malchus that a person could go ahead and get. The Buddha says, no, our bunch of over. That's true, not true. You get 40 Malchus, so we'll see that in the Holtz in the Gemara just a little bit. The Heichel will get. So let's say, so by the way, the Heichel will get is how you say it. Now let's say we're going to see that the Yutze and the Tanakama both agree with where you get Malchus. According to Yehuda, there's a 40th. According to Tanakama, there's a 40th. So Yehuda, where do you get that 40th latch, right? And where does that go? Big Sefer. Ultimately, that goes between the shoulders. Again, we'll talk more about that in the Gemara. First, I'm going to say, when assessing the number of Malchus, you only get a number divisible by 3. Right? Always a number divisible by 3. Okay, we'll see why that is. So the Gemara says, the Heichel will get. I'm sorry. I'm doing the Kabbalah Arboim. the local us. So let's say again, Ruben was trying this. I said I was getting about this, and originally we said he was capable, and of course they had it worked out. So it worked out. There's a first position, amazing position. So they did his physical. They assessed he is able to withstand 40 knockers or 39 knockers. So what happens? All days, the ambition of the title are more important than what's what ended up happening. What ended up happening is let's say originally said he's going to get 40. And then it turns out the ambition of the title are one. And then it turns out that our local also they assessed that he can't go ahead and get the full 40. We stop Potter. He gets what he gets, and that's it. Everything else, is the ambition of the title Potter. Even his stance of amazing block at SAS, Sanger the Hockey. About look at a boy because of the ambition of the title lo Mr. Taylor Shirley Grab with America Apple's nice. But I mean, so the mission is interesting on the hub. Let's say Bateman decided moving, even if he gets 39 knockers. They start lashing him, he has a negative reaction to the lashes, then he can't take anymore. So I said, that's okay, we stop. And whatever we got, and we don't make him get the rest. That's not what okay. And do the Cabo Shmona Esrei, and Shamaka Andushiyako, the power our boy Potter. Similarly, let's say they assess that he's only capable of getting 18 novice. And then what happens? And they start flying and like, hey, this guy holds up well. Right? He is capable, right? He is capable, much more durable than we thought. He's capable of getting more markets. We don't do that. In other words, whatever the initial assessment was, that's what we stick to. But the finish over here is that if he had initial assessment, then once we start the flogging, they recognize that if he can't maintain that, we don't go ahead. We give him what he got, and that's it. And that's it. Now we'll say, now, Rashi points out, let's see the Gemara. Let's see the Gemara. So it says, first of all, we have the Gemara focus over here. First thing time and Rabbi Huda. How many markers do you actually get? Kama says 39. Rabbi Huda says 40. So what's the matter focus over here? My time up. Now one second. Now the truth is, there's not a question on the Huda, as the pasuk says, "Our boy in the Akenu." The pasuk says 40. Right, 40. So the Huda kind of shy and kind of come up. Ultimately, again, why do they get? Why do they say 39? So my time up. So the one says, Iksiv Arboim. Sorry, Iksiv Arboim the Mispar, Avamina Arboim the Minana. So again, if the Pasuk would have said Arboim the Mispar, 40 in number, I would have said that about Arboim. But it's interesting, the Pasuk uses a different Lashon. Lashon of the Pasuk is the Mispar Arboim, in the number of 40, which sounds like what? Medium to Sokimus Arboim. Some, a number that is close to 40. Mispar means like a number close to 40. Therefore, again, Chazal interprets that as, or Tanakh interprets that as 39. Okay, that's how we pass it. Like we pass in 39 markers, not 40. Amar says a beautiful Gemara. Amar says, "Kama tipshai shalishi." How foolish are the tiny becoming Sefer Torah? They stand up for a Sefer Torah, but they'll tiny becoming Gabra Rabbah. But they don't stand up for Tamid Chachamim. Oh, what's the shot? This is incredible. You look at Sefer Torah, Sefer Boy, because in the Sefer Torah it says you get 40 knockers. And the rabbis came along and saved you from one of the lashes. So, don't say, so what does this mean? So, Rabbi says, you see how great Chazal are. People stand up for a Sefer Torah, but people don't stand up for a Talmud Chacham. Thursday time you get 40 knockers, but Chazal came along and interpreted and saved 30 knockers. So, say, what's the shot? Look at the things like this. I will say, a lot of times, we look at rabbinic law as an additional layer of onerous responsibility. And it goes through our minds, right? I think everyone's had this thought at some point in time in the evolution of their Judaism personality is don't the rabbis had better things to do at their time than add on additional layers of prohibition. Right? Come on, so it's complicated. You know, Allah is complicated enough why we all do this. We're saying the simple as understand. But the whole notion of rabbinic law is there to save us, is there to help us, is there to actually facilitate our self-actualization. Yes, sometimes we're adding on additional protective layers so that we don't make egregious mistakes that can compromise our spiritual standing. Because rabbinic law is never there to make life more difficult. Rabbinic law, without rabbinic law, we would be lost. Without Chazal's interpretations, we would be lost. Chazal ultimately, again, provide us the lifeline to ensure that we are successful in our Yiddish could not make things more complicated. Chas v'shalom. So go ahead and Eretz Hashem, hopefully, make our Yiddish text more accessible and make it easier to succeed. It's most manifest over here. Torah says, you get 30 dollars. Came along and removed the lash. Remove the lash. Unless you say to yourself, oh, remove the lash. And by the way, before the guy getting flogged, I guarantee you, when they get up to 38, and you realize there's only one more and not two more, you are supposed to represent this idea that sin will actively remove an obstacle, so to speak. You actively remove a lash. This is what Chazal means by it removes stumbling blocks. It removes difficulties. We look at it as onerous, additional layers of nonsensical things. It's not true. It's because we are limited in our understanding and we are limited in our appreciation. But if we understood what Chazal truly did for us, our appreciation of Talmidei Chachamim, our appreciation of Chazal, our appreciation of Torah Shabbat, our appreciation of Torah Anon would skyrocket because they are there only to help us, only to facilitate our growth, and never necessary to add on additional difficult layers. So beautiful. And you done our bunch titles. Right time you read them. Watch them read this out. Every read this pretty good. You said,
because if you think it's not going down, then it's going to be you think it's just the NBA, UFC.
Not as much as wide as Rabbi's league of whole, and our local legend is 40. 40 is intuitive. That's interesting enough. So what about that 40 lash? That's because the built in the shoulders. What's the shot with that? So what's the easy on this puzzle? You know this puzzle from Zakaria. What are these maybe like that was between your shoulders. So it's Omar Ashari Casey Basma Guy. I have been flogged, I've been hit by my loved one. By my kids that come about. In faith, are there for what purpose? Are there for love? Are there for love? Are there for instruction? Someone say, so again, because these movies of a lash, he's talking about a lash, that the lashes were not really done between the shoulders. Right, so what's that lash between the shoulders? That must be the 40th one. Right, that must be that additional lash. Okay, for Rabbanon says, no, what is the fucking referring to? Ultimately, again, that's actually talking about the flogging of kids. Okay, let's put that in context for a little bit. And so again, obviously, you've seen it in the Gemara. There's a different code of discipline. So physical discipline, right? Physical discipline was clearly very effective. So that lash that you're referring to, that's the lash that we know when you get to the Talmidim, ultimately, again, to keep them in line. Not that additional lash. Okay, it's not referring to Malchus itself. Even on the Malchus had to leave us. So you might say, so remember again. So interestingly enough, the halakha is where the Mishnah said that we assess how much a person could take lash-wise. Right? How much a person could take. So you might say, right? I'm doing the Kabbalah, but look at it. So remember, the Mishnah that had two cases. Case number one is we assessed that we were going to get 40 minutes, or 39 office. And then we started, and then ultimately we couldn't withstand anymore. We stopped and we said, okay, you've received your punishment, we're done. So the verse is very interesting. You know, it says, okay, so let me at least start with saying, I'll pick up this tomorrow. Let's play this out. Moving the subject to 39 Malchus, right? We accept them perfectly healthy now, non-smoking between the ages of 20 and 60, right? So he's capable of going ahead and getting 39 Malchus. We start flogging him, and what happens? He goes ahead and he starts to buckle. We're 18 in. So there are two approaches we can go over. Right? Approach number one. What's approach number one? What's the more intuitive approach?
You can't hide this stuff.
Right, take a break. Let's break for a few, right? Go get some lunch,
Somebody's doing
right?
some shady
Come back,
shit.
and let's
It's
let you
gonna
do this
come out.
foggy later on, right?
There's no way you can hide in this day.
Tomorrow,
It's done in the
or
dark.
the next day, take a long weekend, come back afterwards, drink a flog on Monday. Right? That would have been the logic. You're lying about this, right? The city, by the way, if I steal, and let's say again I stole $1,000, I only have $100 to repay, fine, okay, we paid $100, then we'll have to turn in $900. It's a debt. So like the city, interest is a debt as well. You can't pay it now, but 5 years later on. Interest and limit, that's not what the Mishnah says. What the Mishnah says is instead to flog you, and since you can't take anymore, we're done. We're done. So we're going to stop with the demo. So we'll pick up next one with this command tomorrow. It's quite interesting. So we're going to see there are times where you have to make up the malchus, and times where you simply are quote unquote guilty for what you received. When we apply each of those, and the answer is no on the side.
I don't want to see this guy's face, but yeah, I don't like it. I'd way rather have a cleaning guy. Terrifying.
All right, Scott, I'm doing it. I'll be everywhere.
Remember the sweet, sweet nectar? You hated when he said that.
Oh my god. He got so happy. What was he saying about
Whiskey.
Oh, he's smiling slowly. He's like, he was so sad that he had to rise his happiness level.
This is watching change. This is the feeling it gives you.
Oh, that's right. He's so happy.
Oh, I forget this too. My
I forget this too. My CD.
All right, come on, say good morning, good morning.
You know,
Hey,
not
this is full dish, everyone.
necessarily.
Full spark, I should
But he
begin.
wants to be
It's
in
only
the crowd.
another year. I'm already
When
with
it comes
Toba.
about shots,
Beautiful and selfless practice. Begin by taking all
Yeah,
of our
Rabbi.
today.
That's the real
Our
thing.
annual Conference for the fourth Topshin Day, the Total Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, to dedicate all the Sherman Joshos this year as a support to the soul troubles for all around Israel. From the Torah sponsors for the month of Rabbi Karapkin, in commemoration of the Yorkshire of Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Karapkin, Yitzhak, Daniel Peskel, Apois, and Benjamin Yachal, the ultimate merit of our California, the summer of Aliyah, the family in the Pama. Still opportunities, and here's our share before. How was our sponsorship for the month of the year? Tremendous month. Tremendous Zilla sponsor on the Torah in the month of the year. Doesn't have anything else associated with respect to God, the only hope. Because of that, we really add additional pieces of the ideas from the Torah, Hashem, tremendous back each and every day, something like the sponsor. We have to remember our time of our question, we let Hashem come home, our results to be successful with all Amasi. Let's do that, let us be. We have some incredible humanity today. Today's about 20. We are picking up on Chaf Amud Days 20B at the two dots towards the not the last two dots, not the second to last two dots, the third to last two dots. Says the Guinness. Hamakir Pasha. Remember again, one of the things we say, that's the literally translated if you round out the corners of the head. So again, there's no this. That's obviously what he's saying. Well, let's see. Tell you what. Okay. We're gonna. These are some very important. So here's something that has to do with hair cutting and shaving. I'm making sure I have some good visuals that I'm going to put on the chat and here's Hashem today as well, so you can see a little bit more of what we're referring to. So right now, I'll just go through the sugi. So Paras Rosho. What does it mean that you can't shave off the corners of your head? Now, I said, this is what we classically call the application of payas. So what does this mean? What does it mean, the corners of your head? So here's the image. If you can imagine, I'm going to run a person to illustrate this, but if you can imagine someone with a hairline. So remember again, if you can imagine, essentially going from your hairline, and taking the swath of hair between your hairline and between your temple. And imagine for a moment going ahead and shaving that back. That area over here, really between your hairline and the temple, that's what we call the payas. There's a different halacha about the obligation to maintain what we'll call sideburns of payas going down. Often when we think about payas, it's interesting that often what we see is that's the area from the temple, there's an obligation to maintain a certain amount of hair from the temple down, that falls under the obligation of not, quote-unquote, destroying your beard. And we'll get on the visual later on. The idea of maintaining your hair means this area of hair, the between the hairline and between the jawbone, right opposite the forehead, cannot be shaved because it cannot be shaved in a quote-unquote constructive way. What that means is an interesting discussion. So clearly, here's what I know it is. I can't take a razor to this part of my head. I can't take it to this part of my head. Not only that, everything, even if I'm not using a razor, it's only so short that I permit to cut this area of my hair. How short? We'll get into it. But that might get past Roshan. Because the book said, by the way, one thing for this prohibition, what is this? And so Sefer Chinuch actually brings down that this is the way priests used to go ahead and cut their hair. They still have it, so you still see this kind of haircut. Essentially, again, sorry. No, not our Kohanim. Yeah, we call them Kohanim. That's why we call them Kohanim. Yes, that's not our Kohanim, correct? But if you notice again, the way the haircut they used to have was they would essentially shave the hair, really again, between the hairline and between the temple, and we keep like this hair on top. So order that to emulate the haircuts of the priests ultimately as well. We'll talk about this. What was that? You know, just I'm trying to tell you that this stuff, I'm going to knock you off and I make up look at. It's very interesting. Now, you know what I'm saying? So stop it. Whether the person who's giving the haircut or the person who's receiving this illegal haircut, both get malchus, which is fascinating, right? So if I go to receive the haircut, say to the barber, shave off what they call the calyx, right? The area between my temple and my hairline, and just take that all the way back. I'm liable to malchus. And again, if it's a Jewish barber, he's liable to malchus as well. So you might be I mean, like, man's off the tummy ba'adila, lucky, the treachery and one dates out of a bowl should get malchus. So this is the expression that, what's the issue eating dates out of a bowl? What's the issue? None. There is no issue eating dates out of a bowl. So this is the expression that's often used is, you did nothing wrong, you should get malchus. What is that? What is the barber? Right? I'm sorry, what did the haircutty do? Right? What did I do? I'm sitting in the barber chair and I'm getting a haircut. I didn't do it myself. Here's the thing is, Rabbi Yehuda, can I laugh shave by myself? Okay, answer number one. Rabbi Yehuda, what does Rabbi Yehuda say? Even a laugh shave by myself. Even allowed without an act or without any dynamic activity, you get malchus. That's one answer. Rabbi says, but not just the act small. Oh, what's the case over here? I'm giving myself a haircut. So because I'm giving myself a haircut, therefore, of course, it's going to be liability. But Rashi says, the Messiah, who's giving that call, Rashi says, no, let me just go answer over here. Messiah, what's the Messiah? I'm getting a haircut. So on one hand, the barber's doing the work. On the other hand, I'm assisting. How am I assisting him? What it is, I'm saying, cut a little bit over here. Cut a little bit over here. I'm motioning the haircut. So if I do something to assist him in the haircut, then Halacha L'Reisov is going to be joint and liability. Incredible. But mashchis has zikaron. So a person goes out and destroys his beard. What's the definition of destroying his beard? Pas Sikano, Sof Sikano. So Pas Sikano means the ends of his beard. Sikano, one is considered to be Sof Sikano. Shipol, that's Sikano. So we saw that earlier in the Mishnah. There's an interesting amount of machlokas as to what exactly, which areas are prohibited over here. For the beard, we'll just go with the classic understanding that the beard, the prohibition of the beard, really is comprised of 5 parts, right? 2 temples, 2, it's called jawbone, right? Jawbone area over here, right? So below the ear, the jawbone, and the chin. Now what that means is, those areas cannot be shaved in a destructive way. Now what's the definition of a destructive way? So you might have noticed that by the Chassidim don't shave. Chassidim don't shave. Why don't the Chassidim shave? Because again, there's an understanding that any form of close skin shaving will be problematic, including a shaver. I don't know, great. So we call it don't pass that way for many of us, which is why we shave. But what you definitely can't do is you can't take a razor to those parts of the face. That is not focus, right? So again, you cannot shave with a razor on the temples, jawbones, and cheek. There's a whole bunch of focus about every other area in between that. So because of that, the Shulchan says we do not use a razor anywhere on the bearded area of the face. What that does allow for is technically to use a razor on the neck. right? So we have a back off the neck. On the bottom, you have one full head, but anywhere on the face, a razor would constitute potentially a biblical prohibition. Everyone agrees that biblical prohibition on the 5 spots, because that's called, again, it's the same with the razor and same with your electric razor. That with the razor itself is considered to be destructive. That's destructive. As evidenced by the fact that it's much closer shape. There's getting in there. As opposed to an electric razor, which is often a little bit still off the skin. That's why you have, I point out, there's all these focusing, like the lifting cup, all these different things. What's considered the use of a razor? Again, it's not our topic. Not our topic for today. Well, I guess it is our topic for today. Right? But then I said, that's the main part of it, but just to be clear, although technically speaking it's the 5 spots, because there is much halachic dispute about what constitutes the 5 spots, Shulchan Aruch says no razor on the face. No razor on the face. On the head, sit it now. You use a razor on your head. Where can you use a razor on your head? Like on the top of your head and on the back of your head. Where can't you use the razor? Anywhere again in the paya area over here. And that's not just the razor, by the way. That also applies to getting a very close haircut. Again, there's a lot of discussion about this, isn't it? Number 1 and number 2. Okay, like I said, Hashem, this is a good shit to have because this is very nice, but that's the idea. I still like it. Says the Gemara, a lot more to say, but not right now. Says the Gemara, so next. So now remember again, we're up to Srika. Srika means creating a laceration over the dead. Right? Remember again, this is not just, in general, one is not permitted to inflict harm upon themselves, right? That we know. This idea of Srika is not the laceration as in display of mourning. That's what this is. So now, this Sarah, this Sarah got based on Shinach Batina, so she's covered a young, like what the most thing that you might have thought. Let's say a person passes showing the over the since carry all the cargo, like business, recess laws, or passes showing persons spelled down. What happens if a person is so distraught over the financial loss that what they do, they're actually themselves. So you might have thought that that's the biblical prohibition. On the Romar, we didn't know that. So therefore, the Torah goes out of this means to say what type of laceration is the seret and the nefesh, particularly the sarah. Sarah nefesh is only laceration over the dead, like any laceration over the spirit of mourning that is truly halakhically problematic. So much of time over the nefesh, any kind of allowing is built on. Only kind is the laceration as a form of display for mourning for the dead. Remember the side coming to those on this echo. How do you know that if you lacerate yourself 5 times over one death, let's say a person loses someone they love and they're so distraught that they lacerate themselves 5 times over one person, how do I know that I'm kind for every single laceration? I will know where the seret. These phrases are in the singular. L'chayiv al kol srita v'srita. Say that I'm kind for every single laceration. The big OC on the 9 inside srita achas al-mixin. Shichay achal achas v'achas. How do you know that even if you lacerate 1 time over 5 deaths, right? The person is mourning 5 deaths with 1 laceration. How do I know that halacha l'maisa again? I am chayiv l'chayiv al kol srita v'srita. How do I know that I'm chayiv for every single laceration? I'm sorry. Talomar with nefesh. The chayiv alcohol nefesh. The Torah says the seret la nefesh. Every person who you lacerate for, even if it's 1 laceration for 5 people, you chayiv 5 times. Incredible. 1 second. Va'fikse l'beso shenafal. The nefesh. I'm sorry. Va'fikse l'beso shenafal. 1 second. You just used that already. You just used the nefesh to teach me that what? That there's only liability if you lacerate as a display of mourning for the dead. But to exclude the fact, let's say somebody's mourning over their lost boat, or their lost home, right? Lost finances. Ultimately, again, we just use the nefesh to teach me that I'm not chayiv for a laceration over financial loss. How can you use it over here? Top of Chapalit, 21. Kasar Yossi, Srita Ubida Achasi, Uksiv Hasam Womes. Remember again, what I want to point out is as follows. The Torah uses two expressions over here. That the seret la nefesh lo kitnu and lo tisgodedu. So there's some ambiguity as to what these things mean. Rabbi Yossi holds both tisgodedu and seret la nefesh are the same thing. They both refer to laceration. So because they both refer to lacerations, and both of them discuss death, so one of them ultimately, again, could be used to teach me that I'm chayiv for every single dead person I lacerate for. Even if it's one laceration over 5 people, I'm chayiv 5 times. And the other one teaches me that halacha so I'm only chayiv for laceration. It is a display of mourning for regret. But if halacha again is a display of mourning for financial loss, there is not biblical liability. Again, I must say, there may be other liability because the person can never engage in any kind of self-harming or shmartim moment after the same time. You may be in violation of it, I'll say, but not in violation of this. And the site between chayiv is written from Shmuel says, if you lacerate yourself with a key, with the utensil, there is a liability. So the Gemara says over here, Rashi points out that the scientifically cited, so I'll say this is very interesting. So this goes back to what he said before. There's a little bit of ambiguity, a little bit of machlokus. Exactly what is srika and what is gedida? What's interesting is Rashi's pointing out over here that it could very well be that the distinction is not as much about, they're both lacerations. Rather, the distinction may lie in how the laceration is performed. Rashi points out over here that gedida has an inference of being done with utensil, and srika has an inference of being done by Yad. So Shmuel comes along and says, I'm sorry for Kritai, where is the passion this way? Sweet though, the Afasi, sweet and Gedida, really the same thing. They both refer to lacerations over the day. Hello, sweet of the Yad, Gedida, the Kli, the sweet is done by hand, and Gedida is done with utensil. So whereas the Gedida of Rabbi Yossi, also what's Gedida Shmuel says Rabbi Yossi, 20 times coming Rabbi Yochanan, Amis, being the Yad, being the Kli, Chayiv, out and Chayiv. So as I say, listen to this, and we talk about the following. If you lacerate over the dead, whether that laceration is done by hand or that laceration is done with utensil, there is difficult liability. Okay, that's very important to understand. What happens if one lacerates themselves as a form of worship for Avodah Zarah? So what's halacha? Yad chayiv b'kli potter. Ultimately, if you lacerate by hand, you're chayiv. If you lacerate by kli, you're potter. I said to you, but you learn just the opposite in the pasuk. What does it say in the pasuk? By Yiskogidu, Kimishpatam, the Charbos over Amakim. Pasuk over here, we're quoting this pasuk from Malachim Aleph, and it talks about idolatry, and it says that they were lacerating themselves in accordance with the laws of their idolatry with swords and with spears. So it sounds like for idolatry they were going ahead and lacerating. They were lacerating with utensils. Ema biyad potter quickly chayiv. Rather by Avodah Zarah, what's this distinction over here? By Avodah Zarah, if you lacerate by hand, you are potter. By kli, you are chayiv. What's the logic over there? By Avodah Zarah, you're only going to be chayiv for laceration if it's done in the normal form of worship. If you do something, remember how it works by Avodah Zarah? No, of course not. How would you remember, right? And so how does it work by Avodah Zarah? By Avodah Zarah, you're only chayiv if you worship the idol in a quote-unquote relative way. Now, there are certain forms of worship that will always be prohibited, right? Prostration is always prohibited, right? Kneeling is always prohibited. Karbanos are always prohibited, right? Offerings, libations, things like that are quote-unquote many forms of worship. Even if the Avodah Zarah is not worship in that way, you're still liable for that. But then when you have unique practices, right? So unique practices are only liable if you do them the way the Avodah Zarah does. It's a laceration. It's not a way that you worship a God. That's why Avodah Zarah is absolutely included. So the Kli is going to be chayiv, but the Yad you're going to be potter. When it comes to laceration as a form of a mourning practice, you're chayiv being beyond being the Kli. Doesn't make a difference whether you're doing with your hand, utensil, there is liability. Incredible. Chayiv ala rosh. Next, one is chayiv ultimately again for creating bald spots on the foot. So not to that Shishas, they Irusha. So Shishas went ahead and pointed out over here, again, that's also pays as well, by the temples. We mentioned before by here. 2 spots, right? 2 temples, 2 jawbones, and a cheek. And a chin, that's the areas of liability for destructive shooting. The Gemara says, Makshid of Shish has been busy before. So Shish has demonstrated this again by looking at the different parts of the beard, by certain different parts of the beard. Right? in that one. So the Rabbi says that halacha, the Rabbi is saying Mishnah. And the Rabbi says, in Naslan Kulan Ka'achas in the Chayiv Elachas. And the Rabbi said, if you were to remove the 5 spots on the beard at once, the Rabbi says, remember again, let's use to go ahead and to destroy the 2 temples, the two jawbones, and the stairwells, right? That could be that the Kolotar case, right? Kolotar case, right? You put it all in your fingers, and you go ahead and you touch all 5 spots at the same time. So the Rabbi says, you only chayiv once. Only chayiv once. Now, why is that? The Rabbi says, Kasavar had latu. He holds all 5 spots are considered to be 1 lot. The Eno Chayiv actually fell in the card, and his only liability is to remove it with the razor. Because let's remember again, the issue over here is not quote unquote shaving as much as it is destruction. So that's why again, the Gemara understands over here is that the shaving with a razor that is considered to be destructive shaving, and that's where there will be a biblical liability. So turn out on it. Pass the Zikhanam Goyigalehu. The Torah says, look again, the corners of your beard, you shall not shave. And Yigalehu Rabosai is a lesson of shaving. Shkiluach. Well, that's the case. Even if I shave with scissors. What's the habit of shaving with scissors? Obviously, you're not going to be close to shave with scissors. Right? So I'm going to thought again, if that's the idea, that this is a prohibition on shaving, then halacha l'maisa, there should be liability even if I shave with scissors. Yechai kamalomar lo sashkis. So we'll say that's what's interesting over here, right? There's two different expressions over here. On one hand, there's when yikru v'karcha b'rosham u'pa'as zikanam lo yigalechu. Right. So on one time, the law says, "You shall not shave the corners of your beard." A second pasuk says, "Lo sakifu pa'as rashchem, v'lo sashchis es pas zikanecha." So there's 2 prohibitions. There's don't go ahead and shave your beard, and don't destroy your beard. So again, based on that says don't shave your beard, I would have said even scissors should be problematic. Downward lomar lo sashchis. Therefore, the Torah says, don't destroy your beard. Don't destroy only a type of shaving that is destructive in nature. I'm going to call it by, I don't know if this is the right expression, but planed my beard, right? Took a plane and planed my beard. I would have thought that I would be chayiv for that. So which says, Tamalomar, you only chayiv for shaving. So let's say, since it's a very unique idea, the Torah is expressing what type of shaving is the biblical liability for? It's a type of normative shaving that is destructive. What's the type of normative shaving that is destructive? What's the type of shaving that is destructive? The type of shaving that obliterates the facial hair. What is the type of shaving that obliterates the social hair on the surface of the face? So you understand? That's a razor. So it's the interplay between these 2 lines. On one hand, tells us you can't shave your beard. It sounds like everything. But then it says, so you know what is the biblical liability for an act of shaving that is destructive in nature? What's the type of shaving that is destructive in nature? A razor. Incredible. So the Rose says, use a plane. Like to use a plane to go ahead and shave that you should be chayiv. Manashach. So you must understand how does he arrive at that conclusion? He come at zero shabbat, he's by car. He's not come at zero shabbat, he's by nuts. I don't understand. If Rabbi Eliezer is accepting the drasha that we just made before, now the drasha when he's calling zero shabbat, already it means the interplay between hashchasa and gilua. If he accepts it, then that is that it's only a razor, not a plane. If he doesn't accept the interplay between the drashas, then again, any form of shaving should be prohibited as well, including scissors. Which the Gemara says, no, when Eliezer accepts the Xer Shabbat, believe what we just made before. So he happens to hold that shaving with a plane is considered to be a normative act of shaving as well. Which I will say, by the way, the plane was conceptually, it's the same concept. Like conceptually, what is it? It's shaving with a blade. Shaving with a blade It's just people don't normally shave with a flame that shows like smooth out wood. But conceptually, it's the same idea. It's the same idea. So that means that's what my focus over here. So it's really just the technical issue is shaving with a flame considered to be a normative act of shaving or not? But conceptually, everyone is on the same page, which is any type of shaving that ultimately again results in a hashkasa. So again, it has to be a normative act of shaving, but that is destructive. What's the definition of destructive? Destructive means to totally smooth out the face. There's no like no recognition of facial hair there. I'm not going to that would be a biblically prohibited act of shaving. Incredible. I was going to say catcall, tattooing. Incredible. Going from shaving to tattooing. A lot going on over here. Kosi subas catcall. So they say the person goes ahead and tattoos themselves. So that's the typical expression for tattoos, sobes kakal. Now, Rashi puts out here, and I will say, what is the etymology of this expression? What is it mean? What does it mean? So we look at Rashi. Rashi's in the wide lines, third line, sobes kakal. Hosik tila abasar on the side of the sikra. Yachaka mikakea abasa the mahat of the second. The nichnas hatseva bin ha'or lebasar. The niravo kol yom mikakal. Ba'asar lichtov shum tzila olam. First of all, this is fascinating. Apparently, Rashi understands over here. This is a machlokas as well. How do they do tattooing? Tattooing is the following way. You first draw something on your skin. Right, draw the image. Afterwards, what they would do is, so the ink would be there, or whatever they were using, the dye would be there. Then they would put the skin afterwards, and the ink would seep in and form a permanent image on the skin. So it's interesting because there is a raging machlokas. When I say raging, there's no hyperbole in that. Raging machlokas as to whether or not order matters in this biblical prohibition. Because the way it is being described over here is ink first, I don't know if it's printing or perforation or incision, right? Incision on the skin second. That's what I'm trying to say. So you have the image over here, then you go ahead and prick the skin, and then the image will seep in. I don't know how you do a tattoo parlor, at least. I don't know how modern tattooing works, right? But the makes it quite fascinating. So that's how it's done. And again, to make it in Russian, so that means writing. Kakal means pricking. I don't know if that's a word, but like the perforation of the skin. Right, that's the perforation. And that's why, interestingly enough, Rashi understands very just the biblical expression itself. You begin to see the order. First the writing, and then ultimately again the perforation of the flesh. Fascinating. So let's go to the Mishnah. Kakal six subas kakal. So it says, so first goes in and tattoos themselves. Kasav below kakal below kasav. So let's see you just right on your skin, right? They'll say, if you're a person to get a tattoo, right? Whatever, you get like fruit on your skin or a stamp on your skin. So that's not the biblical prohibition. That's the biblical prohibition. And I don't know that Jews should do that, right? But when I say it's not the biblical prohibition, kasa below kakal, or kakal below kasav, or ultimately again, or if you pick the skin, but did not right. So in all of these cases, in a kind of ashmito, v'yikakea biyado. Right? You're only liable, obviously, tattooing, which is what's important. So a person, quote-unquote, tattoos themselves, but it's just an image that sits on top of the skin. Right? There's no perforation of the flesh. That's not the biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is only if there's ink, and then again, perforation of the skin. The Gemara says, furthermore, furthermore, it's only the biblical prohibition of tattooing if you use a dye or an ink of permanence. Right? If it's non-permanent, then it's not a biblical prohibition. Rabbi Shimon Omer, שם es Hashem, שנאמר כסובס kakal לא תהיו בוחם אני Hashem. So this is very interesting.
alternate universe.
Now, the way this reads and what he actually means. The way it reads right now is what it sounds like is Rabbi Shimon is saying that halacha l'maisa, you're only chayiv if you write the name of Hashem as a tattoo. So you decide, right? You decide. You know, sometimes people get inspired and they want to do all kinds of things, right? Shadis Hashem Lenegdi Summit, they take it quite literally, and I just call a big UK buff on my arm, right? Right, so let's say, so now it sounds like the Shimon is saying that's the biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is to tattoo the name of God on you. So we're going to see, Rashi points out, well, let's leave it for later. So let's go back to it. So let's say, so essentially, what do you want to say? The typical prohibition of tattooing really requires three things. Number one, ink on the flesh, and again, a pricking or perforation of the skin to allow the ink to be absorbed within the flesh, and use of some type of permanent dye for it. Right? According to the Shimon, fourth criteria, the biblical prohibition of tattooing only applies if you tattoo the name of God on your body. Says the Gemara, I'm going to back up very Rabbi Rashi. Ad yichtok ani Hashem mamash. So Rabbi Rashi is the Lord saying that literally again you're not tied until you literally write ani Hashem, whether it's because that's Russian of the pasuk. Uksoves kakal lo kedulachem. Sounds like it's very interesting. Sounds like the Rabbi Eliezer is reading the pasuk like this. Uksoves kakal lo kedulachem. You shall not tattoo yourself. What's the biblical prohibited tattoo that you can't put on your body? Ani Hashem. You can't tattoo on your body Ani Hashem. So the Gemara says that. Is that what the Rabbi Eliezer is saying? So the Gemara says, I'm going to write low. Tani bar kapra inu chayim ashyichto shem avodas kochavim. No. So see, I actually going to leave it like this. The biblical prohibition is to tattoo the name of idolatry on God. That's the biblical prohibition. Shenamar uksoves kakal lo titnu bachem ani Hashem. Don't tattoo the name of another God on your body. Ani Hashem v'lo acher, because I am Hashem and no one else. I will say that the way we have to trust is that halacha l'maisa, the biblical prohibition of tattooing is whatever you're tattooing. It doesn't really matter what you're tattooing. The only issue is if you tattoo the name of God on your body, you have bigger issues. Like there are bigger issues that come in, like walking into a bathroom, right, with that tattoo uncovered. But leaving that aside, the biblical prohibition really applies to all forms of tattooing. The word goes like this. So I'm going to knock you, I'm going to add my Abba. Also, Lord Yadam. Shiyite Ephraim Makla Agabe Makasa. So this is very interesting. This is actually quite interesting. Now that we've established that really any form of tattooing is problematic, Rav Malkia said as follows. A person cannot put Ephraim Makla. We'll say Ephraim Makla is ash. Now what do you do if you have a fire, right? And then again, at the end of the fire, you have like soot. So apparently again, that soot.
You see someone moving
So
around
if you
like
have
that
an open wound, it was telling you to go ahead and put that soot on your wound. So now when Malkia comes in and says you can't do that, why can't you do that? The Shemiras Kiksoves Kaka.
He just approached the club. It's quite interesting. He likes bars. He says he likes jokes. He likes
the residual soot would still be there, and it would look like a tattoo. Sheep was in the US was a sex of Malkia. Now, if you want this character, there are two different rabbanim. One is of Malkia, and one is of Malkiyo. So this man just pauses over here to say, and what from Malkiyo say. Two different opinions, two different people. So watch this. So the Gemara says, Amar Rav Nachman said, Rabbi Shibud Shvachos the Gumos Rav Malkiyo. Malkiyo was the opinion that said Shibud. Now Rashi points out all of these cases. Shibud actually says, both say it's in the white lines. In the white lines, about 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, about 8 lines in Shibud. The parent in Southern Shibud should some of Babasa Asla Talto. Other Shomte, Manicha Bekaren Zans. If you have a stick that was used to roast meat, also if you're on Shabbos or on your buff, now let's say on Shabbos. So before Shabbos or roasting on Yom Tov, that stick becomes muktzah after it's used. Because it's gross, right? It's unclean, so therefore it becomes gross. That was one halach. And next, shvachos. So what's it discussing? Look at that sheet. Mishnehi. Let's remember again in Sulas, they spoke about the obligations that a wife has in her household. So there was a discussion, what happens if a wife brings in a domestic staff? So again, the more domestic staff she brings in, so that's personal responsibility that she has. So the Malkiel is of the opinion, that even if she has a whole domestic staff, it's important for a person to be busy because idleness leads a person to all types of negative behaviors. That's the case of shlokas. And gumos, Rashi says over here, so what gumos was normally the existence of two pubic hairs and it's pronounced with the other adulthood. So Malkiel was of the opinion that even two pores represents is enough. Is enough of adulthood. Because we assume that there are two pubic hairs that were there, but they just fell out. Those are three things of Malkiel, right? Shipot, Shvachas, Lumos. Beloris. So we'll say what's the case of Beloris? Rashi says over here, in Ma'amidin, Ba'avol Zara, the closest is Beloris was their haircut design. It was you would grow out like a long strand of hair, like a ponytail. But it wasn't like a ponytail where you got all of your hair. It was just like one.
But I will say the one where
one zah, right? One strip of hair. It says the halach is this was a form of idol worship as well. This was associated with Ogya Avodah. So if you were a Jewish farmer and a guy and a Gentile came to him and says, you know what, give me a beloris, right? You're just making a nice beloris. You're not allowed to do that. Not only that, but also can't cut within a certain area of the beloris as well. Okay, that's the case of beloris. Even a Jewish farmer has to be careful with the beloris. If they're makra, of course that's our case. If a makra is always, if a makra is our case, where if you have an open wound, you can't use the soot to go ahead and use it as like a medicinal salve, because it'll leave a permanent mark afterwards, and it looks like tattoo. And last case was so Gina is that you can't eat the cheese of non-Jews. Right? Gina Sako. Rashi points out over here, Gina is non-Ibrahim, meaning the Tani Mishnah, Gina's case for that as well. There was a whole discussion about cheeses of non-Jews. Often they would smear them, they would coat them with different forms of animal fat. Okay, so point over here, both say is of Malkiah and is of Malkiah. And the Malkiah happens to be the Malkiah is the author of, again, it's good to know, Shiput Shvachas Gumos, and Malkiah is Beloris, Eper Makla, and Gevina. For our purposes, why we're doing this, we're doing this because you can remember, Eper Makla is our case of tattooing. The Papa must be seen, must be saw, the Malkiah. The Papa says, whenever you find the Mishnah or a dry saw, that is of Malkiah, Shmai Sissa, but other rabbinic discussions of Malkiah. The Simona, Masnisa, Malkisa. Remember, this is a Mishnah, is Malkisa. Okay. Might be nail.
It's also funny because of how much
It's a little bit of focus over here. It's a little bit more focus of the attribution of the case of Shvachas.
It's actually, they go, plumbing and groundwork. This guy,
so was it back to tattooing? So Rabbi was makbid even ultimately again with putting soot even on a blood letters piercing, right? So there was blood letters all needed like a pick up the needle, even putting a little bit of soot there, he was makbid not to do it because he could go ahead and leave a mark. Rashi Amar, Komokum Sheish Sham Makasa Mokiachalo. So once it says, Rashi says, this is all incorrect. The prohibition of tattooing is a prohibition of tattooing. Anytime that it is clear that what's being done on your body is for medicinal purposes, right? For treatment purposes, so there's no particular purpose you have with a certain form of chemotherapy. Where there sometimes is a residual, almost like tattoo mark that could happen as well. So Rashi says, that's not tattoo. That's not tattoo. That's clear that was done for a purpose. Anything done for medicinal purposes is not the biblical definition of tattooing, and that's all that's what I see. If I turn out is if you have a person with an open wound and you want to put six bed for the wound, even if the wound leave a residual, it is still not a problem. Mishnah, let's go. Notice we actually just had this Mishnah yesterday. Nazir, a Nazir who was drinking wine the whole day. Everyone has a day like that. I'm just saying, right? Everyone has a day like that, right? Nazir was drinking wine the entire day. Ein chayiv elachas. What's it special? He's only chayiv once. He's only chayiv once. Amano atishta Rishonsa. But it said, right? If they give him a hasra and say, don't drink those waters, which means they give him multiple hasros, then what? Chayiv al kol achas v'achas. Then he will be chayiv for every single individual act of drinking. Chayiv the time of the mason fund. So again, if you have a Nazir, and the Nazir keeps going to the cemetery.
It makes sense.
It's just great happens, right? That
Just
day.
because you have grades doesn't mean that everything
I don't
makes
know if
sense
this
to
is with
everyone
the
else.
wine or without the wine, right? You know, but the nice thing is good
And
with
I'm not
grades
even
great.
standing up for
Same
you.
with Chayiv so there was either from repeated acts of ritual defilement, he's only going to be chayiv once. I'll teach that's the individual hasra for each act, then v'lumatame, chayiv al kol achas v'achas. Okay, same idea.
If you're
Chayiv
aware
megaleach
that,
kol
I guess,
hayom. Let's see, I have a Nazir again. We're shaving the whole day. And remember, Nazir's not allowed to shave. Eno chayiv ala achas. He's only chayiv one time. Amulo al tigalech v'hu megaleach. But if they say to him again, don't shave, but he shaves, chayiv al kol achas v'achas. He will be liable ultimately again for each individual act. If he was wearing Kirayim the entire day, so let's say he's very interesting. Let's say a person was wearing shanis. Let's say he was wearing, remember, shanis, woman linen. I'm wearing a jacket, I know it has shanis in it. Person wears Kirayim the whole day. Ain't no chayiv ala achas. He's only chayiv once. Al tilbash. If they tell him, don't wear shackles, and it sounds like for the Mishnah, he takes it off and he puts it back on, ultimately, again, he will be liable for every individual act of wearing shackles. How many days? So I said, it's very interesting. Yish Horish Kalam Echad, the Chayiv Allah Mishon Shmor Alav. So liable violating 8 blavim. Right? One part of a blavim. They're going to be growing something good. HaChoresh b'shar b'chavar. So right, I'm flying with an ox and a donkey. So ready again? That's typically prohibited because you're not allowed to plow with 2 different animals. You're right, hooked up to one yoke. So shar b'chavar, that's number 1. The aim of production, hammer hektish. Number 2, use of hektish items for unconsecrated purposes. Kilayim b'shar b'misei. Right, prohibited mixtures. Right next, that's Shvius, and it's Shmitier for Yom Tov, and it's also Yom Tov. Now I find Yom Tov. Right, Kohen 6, the Nazir 7. So like again, the base on Tumah in the graveyard. Right, the plowing is taking place in a cemetery, and the guy is going ahead and plowing is a Kohen and the Nazir. So let's say ultimately you put all of that together, and you get 8 prohibitions associated with one act of plowing. Interesting. And let's say only one's just trying to what do you do? What is this? So again, what was the topic of the Mishnah? The topic of the Mishnah was multiple liabilities for one act. That's much just showing, by the way, just interesting to show another case of how one act of plowing ultimately can result in 8 distinct liabilities. And I even tried to know, right? By the way, I can make it 9. How can I make it 9? The guy who's plowing is wearing shackles while he's plowing. Right? So in addition to all the plowing, he's also in shackles. I mean, no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Why? Don't say that. The reason why that doesn't work is because if he puts on a shackles jacket, that has nothing to do with the plowing. Right? In other words, they were trying to show that for one act of plowing, you can violate 8 prohibitions associated with the plowing. Throwing on a shackles jacket. Say it, by the way, you don't say, I can make it also, and also. While he's plowing, he's shaving with a razor, right? So again, while he's plowing, he's having relations with a married woman. You can throw it. Some people can multitask. I just say, like, I'm just pointing out over here, like, they want to say, you could throw in as many different prohibitions, but that's not the point. The point over here is we want to show multiple prohibitions associated with one act of plowing. So the act of throwing on, the act of throwing on a shotgun's jacket, that doesn't count. I'm on that. What are you talking about? I'm Nazir elimination. But I don't like to say that. You're saying that the guy is liable because he's a Nazir. What does being a Nazir have to do with plowing? So you are throwing on additional prohibitions already. So if you're going to throw on additional prohibitions, I'm going to throw on additional prohibitions as well. Okay, more about that than you about. Let's both the case just a moment. I'm not even going to say, point to the Lovish Mamish. Oh, we were Magnus and mostly the this is very interesting. Shot in his case, he wants to shot in his case. Right? So he wants to just a song. If I were the person who was shot is the whole day, right? And right because he was one after the other. The way they used to phrase it was, right? If I say, I'll still watch the culture of the Lovish type. The way they used to phrase it was, if I'm wearing shotness, right? And now I take it off, I put it on, and every time I take it off, they tell me, don't wear it. I put it back on, ultimately again, liability back. You know, we'll say, you know what, we're going to stop with this case over here. We're going to pick up a red session. We're fine. We are absolutely fine. We're right on target. And red session. When we get much longer towards the end. No, but it's a short off. Last stop. I want to say, Shkek, we'll stop over for dinner. I want to rush this last case. Give us some minutes, get ready for davening. Shkoya. I'm doing the phone dish.
I don't think the squirrel pussy is jokes. I mean, I do kind of need this since I was a kid. I think I probably did flying circles at age 5 or 10. And, you know, they just got different. Yeah, dude, well, I scored you. I think I won that argument. No way.
You had somebody to that. You had somebody to that. You're saying now it's
the polls also say no.
Is it that?
What would you, I mean, there's no making a point. Geraldo just likes to think about squirrels. Falsely confusing people. Now I'm confused by the comments because it says I voted yes.
All right, good morning. Everyone. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentary sponsor, Natalie Wilson, today dedicating the share in honor of his wife's birthday. Incredible is the gift that keeps on giving. Hashem, beautiful for birthdays, anniversaries, Bizaros levels for all Lam Yisrael, whatever it is. Thank you for this. First of all, this tells Hashem, yes, Hashem, a very happy birthday. Yes, Hashem, thank you for a year filled with mazel bracha, simcha, hatzlacha, and the Sarah's time was for her and her entire mishpacha, and every essence shadow of Tovos. Our commentary sponsors. Last day, for the month of Nisan, about Ling Tovos. All part of the celebration of Nisan birthdays. His wife Kathy, granddaughter Tikva Esther, and birth of his grandson Yosef Menachem. Thank you for the sponsorship. And now the sponsorship and the source of symbols for all of our children, and for Nisan to be the month of Geulah for all of Klal Yisrael. Avram Shem become in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah and Baina Bas Yoshua Heschel, Zichron Lebracha. This yahrzeit was actually yesterday, the 29th of Nisan. We look at the merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Yisrael Slavim Aliyah, the families in the Talmud, all of those who need to have and give a call for the Yisrael. The Shmach Shem Yerzeh all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Pardon, allow our holy soldiers to be successful with all of Nasa Yadayim. But with that, let us begin. A tremendous thank you and a shayach to Josh Ellis for giving sheer yesterday. We actually put up today's Baptist talk. I actually want to put up Josh got a little too far for my liking. On one day, so he's going to hold that. Ridiculous. So actually, I know that Josh got up to the last couple of runs to Mace today. I just want to back it up just a little bit so we get the sugya this entirety in the third wide line. It's 2, 4, 6, 8 runs up from the bottom, same sugya. So I'm going to be asking, I'm going to be open. Nice or shimmy, you say Hayav and Allah. So let's remember again, the Mishnah said, if you're going to eat nice or shimmy, outside of Yerushalayim, ultimately again we get nitrous. So I asked the Gemara, so at what point exactly is there liability from exchange? This is actually a fascinating Gemara. But if you're not learning Gemara, you actually have absolutely no idea that there is this construct just when you're in the psukim. So watch this. The Gemara says, this is what you open on. You show up and have a pull. Listen to this. There is no liability, biblical liability, for eating Ma'aser Sheni out of Yerushalayim, unless, of course, Ma'aser Sheni first has come into Yerushalayim and then it's been removed. So the biblical prohibition of eating Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim only occurs if Ma'aser Sheni is first brought in, then taken out and consumed outside of Yerushalayim. So that's in my time. What does this mean? As Rashi says over here, look at Rashi 6 times over about it. Rishir Pnei Choma. Rashi says over here, as I say, even the word Yerushalayim Pnei Choma, the Chutz the Choma, the Nasnisim, Hani the Ayalei, the Afghan. And therefore, Mishnah said that you get Malchus for eating Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim. What that means is, you brought the Ma'aser Sheni in, and then you took it out, and then consumed it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim. Incredible. So the Gemara says, who would have thought my time? John McGraw was like, I just want to point out, again, before you say this Gemara, you assume what does it mean to eat Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim? What does it mean? I separated my shame from my produce, and now I have two choices. What are my two choices? Either bring the produce to Yerushalayim and eat in Yerushalayim, or redeem the produce onto money, bring the money to Yerushalayim and spend it on food in Yerushalayim. But again, the assumption for us, you understand that the prohibition of eating my shame is in that initial stage. I separated it out, and now again, I failed to bring it. I didn't. The says no. The says no. That's not what happens. The only time there's a prohibition, ultimately, again, is when you bring it in, and then you bring it back out. Fascinating. My time up. What is, says the Gemara, what is the reason for this? My time, it says, before Hashem your God, you shall consume it. The Greek said, you cannot eat Ma'aser Sheni within your gates, within your own community. Wherever you have a fulfillment of before Hashem you shall consume it, i.e., whenever the Ma'aser Sheni has already been brought in front of the Beis HaMikdash, or I should say within the walls of Yerushalayim, only once the Ma'aser Sheni has come before God, i.e., in the walls of Yerushalayim, is there a prohibition to consume the Ma'aser Sheni within your own confines, within your own gates. The look coming in the national capital, but perhaps the Ma'aser Sheni has not been brought in the walls of Yerushalayim. Lo Karina Bay, Masuka Lefo, the Sharafa. We do not go ahead and say about it that you cannot eat it in the confines of your own community. That was incredible. This, I don't know, past, 4 minutes. This is like, so this is overwhelming because again, it totally changes the construct of when you think about Ma'aser Sheni. So again, up until this Gemara, I would have assumed the limited consumption of Ma'aser Sheni is separate out of my produce. I fail to take it to Yerushalayim. I eat it in my backyard. That's the biblical prohibition. Rabbi says, no, it's not the biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is, I brought it to Yerushalayim, then I brought it back out and consumed it outside of Yerushalayim. That's the biblical prohibition. Says no, they say, is the Kasha, it's also very interesting Gemara today. They say, Rabbi Yosef says, listen to this, coin shall also be on the Te'ina shall paddle. So a coin has in his hand a fig of paddle. Paddle means, again, remember, untied produce, an untied fig. So what does he do? So he says as follows, Amar, Te'ina zu, so let the truma portion be on the orchids, on the stem part. You can stretch out towards the bottom of the fig. Nice solution, I must say now. He's doing something over here. We've seen this concept before about designating Ma'aser with order. I say designating trumas and Ma'asers without actively separating them. So he's saying let the truma be on the bottom stem part of the fruit. Okay. Nice solution with soda. Let the Ma'aser portion be in the northern part of the fruits. Ma'aser Sheni the drama. Ma'aser Sheni be in the southern part of the fruits. The Hishnas Ma'aser Sheni will be Yerushalayim. And let's say, for example, we're dealing with remember, different times apply different times, different years of the Shemitah cycle. Let's say, for example, in this case over here, it was a Ma'aser Sheni year. And let's say the coin was in Yerushalayim. Or over Ma'aser Ani, or it's a Ma'aser Ani year, for Hubik Zulin.
in my work.
That's our Yerushalayim. Remember again, you never have Meiser Sheni and Meiser Sheni the same year to alternate. So like for our purposes of our example, let's just go that it was a Meiser Sheni year. So all of this is happening inside of Yerushalayim. So again, Cohen is standing with his fig, and essentially he designates all the different Shumas and Meisers while staying in Yerushalayim. And it is a Meiser Sheni year. Okay, so what's the rest of the halacha? Now he ate it. He ate it. So what is the halacha? He ate a cup of love. So look at Abbas. He gets one set of malchus. I will say, interesting enough, even as he did everything, there was one type that was not separate. It was Shumas Meiser. Shumas Meiser. So because Shumas Meiser was not designated, therefore we get malchus for consumption of Shumas Meiser. Okay, the Zan Sha'achah, but if a non-coin ate the same thing, Wolkenstein, ultimately again, so I say, so because, so just understand, what is he getting, what is the coin getting malchus on? Because the pig still has the status of Teva. Remember, the status of Teva is only removed if all sides are removed. If you have one side left unmoved, so then the produce itself is still titled or still designated as Teva. So therefore, the coin in this case was an excellent effort. He got almost everything. And because Shumas Meiser was separated, therefore again we get malchus, one set of malchus for consuming Teva. If a non-coin ate it, the non-coin will get two sets of malchus. Why two sets of malchus? Number one, Teva. Number two, Shuma. Haiti is consuming Shuma, which of course is pretty Rashi says over here. So the word says, Shilu B'tchila, Achla Ino Roke Ala'akas. Interestingly enough, what's fascinating about this case is, had the coin not designated, or had anything not been designated, there would have only been one set of malchus for Teva. Right? So it's fascinating. In other words, that the coin went ahead and designated all of these things, failed to take care of Shumas Meiser, so therefore it still has the status of Teva, but at the same time there also has been a Truma designation. So now when the non-coin consumes it, he's going to get two sets of malchus, one for Teva, one for Truma. Had the coin not done any designations, and the non-coin consumes it, he would have only gotten one set of malchus for Teva. Okay, so once I say, I remember, what we're focused on over here is the Meiser Sheni. Remember again, what did Yimar say? Yimar said the coin is going ahead, staying in Yerushalayim with his fig, right? And he's designating Meiser Sheni. Okay, so now Kaimah, he's in Yerushalayim. So interestingly enough, the reason why now when he goes in and consumes it, that he's not chayiv is because he's standing in Yerushalayim. Interestingly enough, had he gone ahead and taken this fig out of Yerushalayim and then consumed it, lo keshalosh. Ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa would have gotten three sets of malchus, one for consumption of Meiser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim. The Apagav the Lav Loach Mechoma. So let's take a look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi Slaki Garsino. You see that it's like a Divrei Anaska in the middle of Rashi. It's almost right across from the Gemara. Time with the Meiser Sheni Yerushalayim Meiser Sheni Bigulin. How Meiser Sheni Bigulin Lokesh Shalosh. So what you see over here is as follows. The reason why in this case over here there's only two sets of malchus and not three sets of malchus is because for Meiser Sheni he's consuming it in Yerushalayim. The inference from this would have been, had it been, let's say again, had it been a Meiser Sheni year, and all of this was happening outside of Yerushalayim, there would have been three sets of malchus. Right? Why three sets of malchus? Let's go with the Zah. Let's look at that going. Right? Number one, for Teva. Number two, for Truma. And number three, for Meiser Sheni out of Yerushalayim. What do you see from here? That there is a biblical prohibition for Meiser Sheni, even if the Meiser Sheni never came into Yerushalayim. That's the Raya. So this is a scheme. This is a contradiction. Remember again, Rabbi Yochanan said the only time you are liable the only time you're biblically liable for consumption of Meiser Sheni in Yerushalayim is if it was brought into the walls and then taken out. What we're inferring from this case over here is the case that the way we were set it up is the guy is eating the pig in Yerushalayim on a Meiser Sheni year. That's why he's not getting Malchus for that. To only get Malchus and non-coin design, we'll get Malchus for Tevel and for Truma. But the inference from this is, if this whole thing was taking place out of Yerushalayim, he would have gotten 3 sets of Malchus. One for Tevel, one for Truma, and one for Meiser Sheni, even though the Meiser Sheni never came within the walls of Yerushalayim. What do you see from here? You get Malchus for Meiser Sheni consumption, even if Meiser Sheni never came within the walls. That makes it be open. Jerusalem says, no, maybe not. We're talking about a case where Meiser Sheni thing is brought in and taken out. Okay, Jerusalem says, well, that's the case. My remember. Then what's the Kiddush? What's the Kiddush? How come I'm asking about something very interesting? This is fascinating. How I'm asking on? You're going to illegal dictate writers. No, the case over here, this is quite fascinating. The case over here is the pig was brought in, but the pig was brought in or the produce was brought in a Tevel state. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi just a little bit further down in the still in the short line. The Ivy B'Tivlei, the Nitein of Yerushalayim, they call 2 of the features from Meiser Sheni Ha'asid Litshram Minah. So let's say this is quite limited. You might want to suggest the following: that the case over here is where the fig was initially brought into Yerushalayim. Now, when it was brought into Yerushalayim, it was brought in as Tevel. It was brought in as Tevel. One wants to suggest that perhaps the way halacha used tithing is, we look at tithes that will be designated, even if they have not yet actively been designated. What does this mean? Now, when I bring a fig into Yerushalayim, the halacha recognizes that at some point in the future, part of this fig is going to be designated as Meiser Sheni. So we view that Meiser Sheni designation as existing already now at the time the fig was brought in. You know what? It was not actively designated. We view it as if it was designated, and therefore, halacha myself, this is considered to be Meiser Sheni that was within the walls and then taken out. And therefore, again, in our case over here, if one was to subsequently eat this fig outside of Yerushalayim, there would actually be liability for the Meiser Sheni. Incredible. The Gemara says, "Bekasavar matnos shalohenu kamisha v'mudana." That's even tithing designations that have not actively been designated are halachically used as if they were designated. So let's say, just want to point out how profound this is. So what this means, just saying what this means, is that halacha l'maisa, if you take we'll just use a fig, because that's the word, example, you take a fig, a tevel fig, into Yerushalayim. Right? So now, you might suggest that over here is, since we know that you're going to have to separate out Meiser Sheni from that fig, even though you have not done so now, we view that fig as already having a Meiser Sheni designation. So that when you bring it into Yerushalayim, that Meiser Sheni has been within the walls of Yerushalayim. Therefore, if you take it back out, or when you take it back out, if you were to eat it, there would be biblical liability for that. Even though, again, at the time you brought the pig in, there was no active designation, but since there will be a designation, you view it as if the Torah is actively being designated. Fantastic. Versus, 1 second, is that true? Is some Rabbi Yossi Matos Shlomo looking shown down? Does Rabbi Yossi really hold that way? After all, what about the following case? What about the following case? Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda, Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda says Rabbi Yossi, here we go. We'll Rabbi Shimon After Shon Migmur Lachtan, V'Av Rabbi Yerushalayim, so Beishan Israel do not argue in the following case. In other words, they agree in the following case of Peros Shon Migmur Lachtan. Roots that are not yet fully processed. The simplest example would be of this, unripened fruit. That's the easiest way to look at this. Unripened produce, or unripened grain, or just grain that has not, let's say, been what's it called? Okay, yeah, unprocessed, or whatever it is, right? Unprocessed, right? Whether it's produce, whether it's whatever it might be, it's not fully finished. So there's really so watch this. Let's say I bring in unripened produce into Yerushalayim. Everyone agrees that when I bring that produce back out of Yerushalayim, what could I do? I can go ahead and redeem my Meiser Sheni onto money, and go ahead and bring the money to Yerushalayim. I both say, just use something. We actually saw this reference before as well. So look like this. If I'm about to Yerushalayim, and I have also a lot of produce, I have Meiser Sheni. What am I allowed to do? What am I allowed to do? I can redeem the Meiser Sheni into money, bring the money to Yerushalayim, use the money to buy food. However, if you bring produce to Yerushalayim, once that produce enters into the city, you are no longer allowed to redeem it onto money. That's the halacha. We're going to touch on that. Now, where the halacha is from just a little bit. But again, the Gemara is saying like this: everyone agrees. You bring in unprocessed produce into Yerushalayim, and then let's say take it out. You could still redeem the Meiser Sheni onto money. Now, what's the logic behind that? What's the logic behind that? Makes a lot of sense. Why? Because since it's not fully processed, since it's not complete, it's not subject to Meiser Sheni. So because it's not subject to Meiser Sheni, therefore again, there's no problem with redeeming it, even after you take it out. Listen to this. So what's the focus? Aman nechnaku. What's the focus about? Let's say you bring in fully processed produce into Yerushalayim. So now again, I'm bringing in a basket of fully processed produce. So now, what is that all about? Shemei Shammai over Yachzir Meiser Sheni Shel Yerushalayim. Shemei Shammai says. The Shammai says that halakha l'maisa, right? The produce the Meiser Sheni must be consumed in Yerushalayim. Once that produce has been brought into Yerushalayim, you cannot take the Meiser Sheni out and consume it anywhere else. So Beisila says, Yifkan Diokal. Beisila says, no, not true. Since the Meiser Sheni wasn't active, designated. Therefore, you can remove the produce from Yerushalayim, still redeem the produce from Yerushalayim. So let's say, so now, what's the machlokes over there? So the Pashtus, what it sounds like is in the scholars. The Shammai holds, Matanos Shalom Hormu, Yeshuvim Dan. The Shammai holds that when you bring in fully processed produce into Yerushalayim, we view those tithes as actively being designated. Now remember again, the only tithe entry into Yerushalayim matters for is what? Is Meiser Sheni. Right? That's the only one that it really matters for. According to Shammai, when you bring fully processed produce into Yerushalayim, we view the Meiser Sheni as if it has been within the whole. Once it's been within the whole lot, there's two things that happen. Number one is a biblical prohibition to bring that Meiser Sheni onto money. But Beisila disagrees with this. Beisila says no. Beisila says not true. Not true. Meiser Sheni is only designated when Meiser Sheni is designated. Right? There's no such thing as Meiser Sheni being designated until there is an active designation of a Meiser Sheni portion within the produce itself. Incredible. These are like Matan Shalom to be Shalom Daniel. And if you think it's true that everyone agrees that Meiser Sheni designation is as if it's been made, even though it has not been actively designated, because I'll cut to a mechitzos. So again, if the mechitzos, the walls of Yerushalayim absorb this produce, if that's the case, how is they still allow for the subsequent redemption of that Meiser Sheni onto money? Rabbi says, no. Mechitza le'achol daraisa, mechitza liklot drabanan. So this is very interesting actually. So Rabbi says really there's two different halachas going on. There's a halacha that once produce enters into Yerushalayim, the Meiser Sheni can no longer be consumed outside of Yerushalayim. That is a din daraisa. That's a din daraisa. The idea that once Meiser Sheni comes into Yerushalayim, it can no longer be redeemed onto money. That's a din daraisa. That's a din. That's a din daraisa. Okay, and therefore again, Rabbi wants to make a challenge ultimately again between those two separate halachas. You know, he does Rabbanon, and when other Rabbanon goes there, so only when halacha the Meiser Sheni itself is active. Designated. However, Gemara says, he does Rabbanon, the Tivlei lo gaz Rabbanon. However, again, when the produce itself is still Taval, ultimately, again, the Rabbanon not goes with that. And that's how you explain Beisila's position. So Beisila was agreeing, Beisila was effectively agreeing that even Matanos Shalom that even though you are not yet actively separated, Meiser Sheni is as if it's been separated. And therefore, once that produce enters into Yerushalayim, you can no longer consume that Meiser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim, but you are still allowed to redeem it onto money. Why? because the concept that being within the home prevents redemption itself is extant. But if the Shini is not being designated, then the rabbinic prohibition or rabbinic obligation does not apply. Fascinating. So what Rabbi is if the Rosh Gidon did not give the conduct. So as it's used to. Rabbi says, no, what's the case? The key here is around carrying my carrying. How am I carrying? What says yes, exactly. How am I carrying it? On a stick like they have, like cartoons, right? So you have like a stick and you have like a little paddle tied on the end of the stick, right? And what happens, remember again, I walk into Yerushalayim, and again, but my tackle is outside of Yerushalayim. I think it was outside of Yerushalayim. So what says, remember the Gemara in Rabbi says, what's the halacha in that case? The halacha is since your person entering into Yerushalayim is considered to be as if what? As if your Ma'aser Sheni entered into Yerushalayim as well. Okay, fascinating. The Gemara says, by the way, once you do that, should buy it Rav Papa. This will answer the question of Rav Papa, because Rav Papa Mamish had this exact question, right? What happens if the person enters into Yerushalayim, but the tackle that he's holding ultimately again remains outside of Yerushalayim? So now we see what's that law. When you enter Yerushalayim, your tackle, by the way, just as you appreciate what beautiful, like, just metaphorical significance that has. But in general, I actually go through life. All of us carry a tackle. Right? We all wear a lot of stuff that or some of us have a lot of it. Everyone in life carries baggage. With those big things like the stuff, all this stuff. But we all have it. The interesting part about people and their baggage is that we often try not to deal with it. Right? We often try not to deal with it. The imagery of kind of carrying your tackle, not in your arms, but on a stick extended behind you. I think that's metaphorical for people not really wanting to have to deal with that. What does the Gemara seem to tell us? The Gemara says, once the whole shaila is, if you enter into Yerushalayim and your body's Yerushalayim, does your tackle come with you? Does your tackle come with you? So now it seems to be that Allah the Gemara suggests that once your person enters into Yerushalayim, your tackle comes with you as well. It gives us a beautiful it's the most beautiful part about Mashiach. It's the most beautiful part about entering Yerushalayim is that Mashiach doesn't just take care of your body. He doesn't just take care of your soul. And Hashem, all the baggage comes with you also. And whatever the baggage there is, whatever difficulties there are, whatever challenges there are as well, once you enter into Yerushalayim, Hashem, all the baggage come along with you. And just as you are uplifted upon entering into Yerushalayim, all of that baggage gets dealt with as well. Another reason to daven for Mashiach, another reason to yearn for Geulah. So let's get back to the halacha. So how do we pass it here? Because this is big stuff. So first of all, in general, do we accept this precept about Ma'aser Sheni? So first of all, the Rambam passes in Ilchos Ma'aser Sheni, Perek Beis halacha Kol. So the Rambam said very interesting. He says, "Ein elokim me'atorah ad she'yoflenu ad she'nichnas." I'm sorry. In a look at the Torah, actually, Akar Shenichnas l'chomos Yerushalayim. So it says, first of all, this is how he passed it. He passed it out of the Ma'aser. There is no biblical prohibition for Ma'aser Sheni consumption, unless, of course, Ma'aser Sheni to Yerushalayim first, and instead removed. So this, this undoes everything you've known in Shas up until this point. We always thought that the way it works in Ma'aser, I'm a farmer, I designated Ma'aser Sheni, I have one of two choices. Bring the produce to Yerushalayim, redeem it onto money, bring the money to spend it on food, but if I eat that produce outside of Yerushalayim, that is D'oraisa. That is false. That is false. The way past is that halakha, and then ultimately taken out. Now, there's an issue Rabbanon to consume Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim, even if it has never come within the walls. So that's halakha Ma'aser number one. So what about my ocean of woman? So as I said, ultimately again, the Rambam passes it. It says, Ma'aser Sheni shenichnas Yerushalayim. I think it's Ma'aser Sheni shvar katom lechitzos. There's our problem. We can't say Ma'aser overall, Shiyat Mishkan. We does mechitzos, midivrei, and afilu Ma'aser Sheni l'chumsha. So what says the way we pass the halacha l'maisa also, the Rambam says, is that the walls absorb Meiser in the Drabana. Therefore, again, once you bring in Meiser to your signage, you are no longer, let's say you're doing produce, you are no longer allowed to redeem that produce onto money. That is, we casting that way, but that is a din. Okay, incredible. Alright, we'll say brand new sugya, and this is a fantastic sugya, the nicest sugya. But here we go. Mishnah. Person creates literally again a bald spot on his head. Now, why is someone doing this? So Rashi points out over here, second line of the Torah, we're going to see there are two prohibitions for this. One for Zarim, non-final, one for Bahanim. The idea of Molikiku Karka, I'm not making a bald spot on the head. This was a morning practice. People would go and lacerate themselves, pull out hair from their head, out of a morning practice. So again, and that's very important because the biblical prohibition only occurs if one does this in the context of mourning. So again, a Horech Karka, one who creates a bald spot in his head, pulls out his hair over mourning for the dead. Shaving off your face. Shaving off your face. And it's a little again, the way that it's framed is rounding off the corners of your head. Damash is to ask is a kernel, or one who destroys literally again the corners of his beard. We're going to see this refers to shaving with a razor. Now again, I want to point out over here, these are different prohibitions. Korech Karka Barosho was Dafka a morning practice. Like shaving off your face, Makif Ta'as Rosho, going ahead and rounding off the corners of your head, that ain't nothing to do with mourning. Okay? Or Mashis Asakano, destroying the corners of your beard, also nothing to do with mourning. So this is back now to mourning. Or one who lacerates himself, as if this way of mourning for the dead, Chayiv. Ultimately, again, one is high for this. Very interesting. So let's say a person went ahead and lacerated himself. One laceration over 5 people who died, or 5 lacerations over 1 person who died. What's the halacha? Chayiv akora has the achas. One is chayiv for every laceration. We'll get more about that later. Hararosh, shtayim b'shtayim, achas mikan b'achas mikan. Rashi points out that the head essentially is divided into 2. Right? So essentially, again, we'll get into this more specifically. It's talking about shaving off of the payas. So there's 2 distinct provisions, one for each payah, one for each corner of the head. Avazakan for the beard, shtayim mikan, as we will see all of this on the beard. There's essentially 5 areas of liability. One is by the temple, right? So with 2 temples on each side. The other 4, and then the 5th is the chin. The 5th is the chin. So again, those are the areas where one quote-unquote calls Rabbi Eliezer Omer, the Rabbi says, if somehow you would you would only be chayiv once. And this prohibition of destroying the hair, whether it's the face, right, or ultimately again on the beard, is the razor. The Rabbi says, even if you went ahead and you cut off hair with like some type of planing instrument, right, that you would use to plane down the wood, which sounds excessively painful, right? But if you were to do that right with that type of instrument, halacha l'maisa, that would be the biblical prohibition as well. Incredible. All right, the Moses, that's the Mishnah. There's certainly a lot to unpack over here. So Gemara, Tanakh. So Torah says you shall not go ahead. Now Moses says, points out to you, there's 2 psukim over here. The pasuk I think Gemara's quoting is a pasuk by Kohanim. Do not make a bald spot on your head. Do not go ahead and shave the corners of your beard, or give salam or yisr to salafas, and do not make a laceration on your body. That's by Kohanim. Now, what's the passage by God's Klal Yisrael? What am I going to do? So that I see you carve up saying so again, we'll see what love is up between your eyes over the dead. So same prohibition mentioned by Yisrael by Kohanim. So now here we go. Says the Rabbi, will be careful. Now the passage by Kohanim says, do not make a bald spot. So the Gemara says, "Yo, because I'm not like even if you make 4 or 5 bald spots, you only try it once. You try once, Therefore, the process says, every bald spot that you make out of mourning for the dead ultimately generates liability without shouting on your head. Since the father of the Lord is going to I'm going to feel that there's only liability if I really do it between my eyes. Whereas in the Rabbi's color, how do I know that there's liability for creating this bald spot anywhere on the head? Therefore, the pasuk is on the head. The Rabbi's color, anywhere on the head, there's liability. Now again, I don't know that it's by Kohanim, because I have a community Kohanim again, so I have a lot of differences. That's what is liability. How do I know about Yisrael? Nemar kan karfa, v'nemar la'alan karfa. Says karfa over here, karfa over there. Not la'alan chayim, I call karfa karfa. Just like over there, you're chayim on every bald spot. The chayim alalosh could be given a chayim on the head, just like by the eyes. Chayim al karfa, the chayim alalosh could be beautiful. Okay. And as we said before, the interesting idea about a karka about creating a bald spot is the biblical prohibition is only associated with the mourning practice. Incredible. So that's what I have. So first of all, essentially we're making this shava between the pasuk by the Kohanim and the pasuk by Yisrael, and it comes out with 2 halachas. Number one is obligated pulling out hair anywhere on the head. Let's say, Bein obviously wasn't talking about the pull out like I would. So I'm trying for closing the car anywhere on the head. But again, every karfa is its own biblical prohibition, and it's only liability that's done in mourning practice for the dead. Okay, so that's where it says, how many thousand make 3 for safety done? So remember again, the Mishnah brought down the interesting case, right? The Mishnah made a case ultimately again that the person goes ahead and does 4 or 5 pupils, right? Goes ahead and does 5 bald spots at once. You can only technically be once. What's the case of that? How many thousand make 3 for safety done? What's the case of 4 or 5 bald spots? Even if it's that, and the Kamish Hasrals. So if again, I'm making 4 or 5 bald spots successively, right? And each of them has their own Hasral, then Pshita. Then obviously it's going to be individual liability for each of those. Ella, listen to this. The Chada Hasra min Chayim, for which there would be individual liability. So what's the case? If you're talking about bald spot too, obviously there's going to be individual liability for those things. So again, if I look at myself, Ella, you know, it's the Chada Hasra. If it's one Hasra, like one Hasra, I'm going to make 4 or 5 bald spots. I should only be Chayim once. Why is not better to take it? So high would you be high individually? That's how we do this. Nazir Shahaya Shosei Yayin Kolayo.
Akash was saying,
so right? So the Nazir is not just making a Lachayim, like he's all in, right? So he's drinking wine, he's higher day. So what's that? So what's that? Ela Chayim Ela Akos. He's only going to be Chayim once. He's only going to be Chayim once. So the Nazir says, however, on the law, Al-Tishta, but if they kept giving him individual Hasras before every cup, Nazir don't drink this, don't drink this, then he shows them, Chayim Akolachas V'Achos. He'll be Chayim once. What's the reason for that? One Hasra before multiple repeated acts only yields one liability. Multiple Hasras before multiple acts yield individual liability. So what's the case of 4 or 5 bald spots? So you must listen to this. Look, the sucks punish Etzba Osaf Nasha. Was will the das achas? This is fascinating. I say, what's the case? The case with the guy called Nasha. Rashi points out over here, Nasha, Hirush, Sam Shemish es Hasear, Dasach Mimeno Eno Tzomech Sear B'Gufo. So what happens? The case over here is he takes a cream, a hair removal cream. He puts hair removal cream on 5 fingers. And what does he do? He applies the 5 fingers to his head all at once. So 5 individual acts, done simultaneously. This could be a case for halakha myself. There could be 5 individual liabilities. Ultimately, again, the Hasrat accounts for each and every activity. Look at Rashi. Rashi goes, so again, the guy takes the cream on 5 fingers, puts the cream on his head, or puts his fingers on his head at once. My chazas the chayim hasra high. It's both same high. So it's very interesting. So essentially, over here, you got one hasra that is given for the 5 acts. That one hasra devolves upon each of the acts because there are 5 separate fault spots. So one hasra working to devolve upon 5 individual acts, yielding 5 individual instances of liberty. Okay, now you want to see, by the way, the conversation how much is the ball spot? How much is the ball spot?
He's trying to remember
how to give a Shira Mero show. Rabbi says, you pull out enough hair, which you can see your scalp. Okay? Rabbi Yochanan Mishum Rabbi Rabbi Shimon, keep grapes. Size of a grape. Again, which was is the size of a small lemon. Small lemon. Kirtanai, Kamashikis, Achiron, others say, Kedish. Okay, so what says the Lord is written my focus tonight. Some say figures, some say they have to see the scalp. I'm going to read that. Kadiba, Figi, but plus it's tonight. My focus is tonight. How the word figures? Where it says the size of the small logo. The Chad, the word is Shia Mirosho. Others says this is the to see the scalp. The Chad Omar Kishti Saros, and one says like 2 hairs. 2 hairs, that's a bald spot. The Ikit the Matic Shti Saros, on the island of Hadasha, and one removes and says, no, there's no position that says 2 hairs, and instead inserts in there this Kigis, Michi the Hadasha. So this is the way to remember it through the laws of Sarah. I don't know. I've never met anyone that used the mnemonic from Sarah to remember everything. Okay, but I guess by touching the Gemara as well. Right? Abaharas, which is a problematic discoloration is the size of the wrist. And a mithia, which is a healed burn, which is not Tame's Kadosh. Okay, so let's say that idea is my focus. My focus, how much is a bold spot? How much is my focus? So B'Shab is Chayiv. Interesting, let's say, if you go ahead and you remove a scissor chayiv or the chayiv for gozes, right? One of the 39 malachim is gozes, which means shearing. Shearing is the act of removing any type of hair from the place where it grows. So in order to create the curtains of the Mishnah, right? But again, the application of this could be a person pulling out the hair from his head on Shabbos. So I look away from again. If you were to pluck out hair, that would not be the rights that be the Rabbana, right? Because the way that hair removal would
oh my God, never look at those kids in that car.
So that you says, I don't come over here on Shabbos. If you remove a scissors worth of hair on Shabbos, that is the liability.
Remember about Flipper and
I was how much is a scissors worth? And then you got 2 hairs. I got kind of a Karkashstein. I thought we were elsewhere. Therefore, bald spot is 2 hairs. You're right. The aim of the Karkashstein. So just like by Shabbos, the shear of prohibition is 2 hairs. So to again for a bold spot, for Carnival, it's 2 hairs as well. Hang on, Rabbi says. Support and also Moloki as the Shabbos Chayiv. One removes a scissor's worth of hair on Shabbos or Chayiv. They can't have a Moloki Azul. How much is a scissor's worth? Shtaim. Well, it's good because the local Shabbos will be also remove the scissor's worth of hair. You'd like for that. But the Lezor Achos is very true. The Lord says even the removal of one hair. The Lord says that's pretty wild. Right? Now again, what the target of removal of 2 hairs? Remember, for Hilchos Shabbos, in order to be in violation of a Malacha, you have to do something of substance. Has to be something substantive. So like at least most basic unit of substantive type has to be reached. So again, therefore the first thing is like 2 hairs, but the Lord just says even 1 hair, not as easy as it is. The more you come to the Eliezer, then the lucky of Laboros become Sholos. Now, the ordinary type of Shabbos is if you remove 2 hairs, with one exception. If a person is back for removing white hairs, right, so if you're removing white hairs, even the removal of 1 white hair will be a malacha because that is a significant act. Because shukayim. Now, let's say now, why is that? Because remember again, that's what malacha is not. Only the removal of 1 hair is significant. But again, when one is actively weeding out white hairs, then again, even the removal of 1 hair is considered to be a significant act, and therefore there would be Shabbos liability for that as well. And by the way, the Davar Zaki will recall also. For men, the removing of white hairs is going to be prohibited even during the week. Why? Shnamar, Lo Yobash, Geber, Simlas, Isha. Because the Pasuk says, a man is not permitted to wear a woman's clothing. Now, this prohibition of cross-dressing, like this prohibition of wearing women's clothing, doesn't just refer to clothing, but refers to the fact that a man is not permitted to engage in any practice that is uniquely feminine. This would refer to, let's say, shaving hair on certain parts of the body men don't normally do, that women might do. Right? Or, for that matter, pulling out white hairs, which is considered to be an act that women do or men do. Or by extension, by the way, coloring hair. Right? Coloring hair, which is a practice, a feminine practice, again, usually especially in the posting, about whether or not it's conditions for men to engage in that as well. This is a discussion, but the point of it was to clearly say that Allah Almighty removal of white hair is a feminine practice, and therefore again a man. It's interestingly enough, on Shabbos is going to be prohibited because Allah Almighty removal of 1 white hair is significant. But even during the week, it'll be prohibited ultimately out Simasi. I can say, Shkoyach, so I'm not talking to the Karek, Chef, so I new package more tomorrow. Excellent. A lot of good halal for us and halal as well.
Watch our Patreon, we're going to review Flipper. It would be funny, yeah, like, because I've talked about Flipper this much, a bunch of people leave. My subscription is canceled. Reasons, Flipper talk. On live.
It's such.
Flipper's so much better. I wipe my ass with a guitar.
Cock behavior on the. I'm not saying these other comedy podcasters have to die on the hill and defend their boy, but what you're not going to do is come on my podcast.
The exact is
at the mothership. People throw jabs at close friends.
Sponsorship for today. We have our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Pilsen Family of the Swiss Philip Am Yisrael. The Talmud Torah sponsor for the Bud Nissan. Paul Pop, the celebration of the Nissan birthday of his wife Kathy and his granddaughter Esther Paula and Stein. Her grandson, the Jeremiah Hollis of Indianapolis, Indiana. We have an anonymous sponsor who was first influence for all of our children and for these things to be abundant, the Ula Shem of Israel, and Aaron came of Aaron's mother, so Barnabas and Shua Heschel. His yard site is on the 29th of Nisan. Son should have an Aliyah. There are other spots for Zionist. I apologize, I don't know if they're good. Sponsorships.
Friend of mine.
Okay. So we'll pick up. The last line of this pass on the base.
I don't give a fuck. You know, it's not happening. Go on someone else's platform.
Very well
But when she sees all this backlash, there's so much. Part of it is some of it's your own doing. The way you handle home loss, that's fine.
So we asked, we were talking about before that for Zach, a non-Kohen eating the Purim, he had Kriz with Shemayim. We said, when is exactly when is the point where a non-Kohen eating the Purim will become Chayav? It has to be only once the Purim had already seen and already gone into half the threshold, and therefore they have this Kedusha, and only afterwards do they, somebody with a non-Kohen if he had a few weeks. So say, and what do you know about the Yaltan and the Tanya? The other Omer, the Kurim, the Sasam, the Fruit, the Sasam, and let's say you have the Kurim that are partially, that we carry the partially over the threshold and partially still outside the threshold. The Shem of those parts of the Kurim that are still outside are in Kurim, the Kurim. And the folks understand it's not, sorry, the brand, it's not actually Kurim, it still would be an answer, but it doesn't have the visa, so it's still considered Kurim from that perspective. The Shem of and those that have already crossed the threshold are able to head before the brand. They already are now treated like high. So we see here that depending on once the fruits cross the threshold, you only want the shiur of them. Okay. I'm not sure. So now we go back to something we've been discussing over the past couple of days. When the two parts, or two main components, are placed on the side of the Mizbeach, and they're also a series of psukim that need to be read with the mitzvah. So Shoshes comes on and he says, the Purim, Hanacha Maka, and what is Maka, what is essential to the mitzvah of the Purim, would be to go and place them next to the mitzvah. However, the reading of Psukim, it's something that you're supposed to do, part of the mitzvah, but if it's not done, it doesn't invalidate all of the mitzvah.
Watch yourself falsely confused, watch it.
So come on, the reason is the thing, right? The other time, so you bring a price up that supports this view. You'll see on there. The Bryce is talking about Yossi brings down three different numbers from three different cicadas. And Rashi points out it's a longer Bryce, so we're not going to quote all of them. We're only going to quote, which I think is actually the third number that is relevant to our discussion, which is the name of the story. It's not Omer, the Ryan, the Yochel. I might have thought that nowadays we don't have a base mitzvah, and still the Meister Shady can be brought inside of the walls. And still be eaten, even though there's no Beis Hamikdash, maybe the din of Ma'aser Sheni would still exist. We'd still be able to bring it into Yerushalayim and eat it. That's how we do that. For Tanavas Makom, the Ma'aser Sheni Tanavas Makom. We make a connection, make a hackation. Their mitzvah before requires bringing it to the same place. So before, it has to be right actually inside of the stuff. And Ma'aser Sheni also has a designated place that has to be brought, which is namely inside Yerushalayim. And since they both have this idea of halacha that they have to be brought to a specific place to be eaten, to make the connection, so you say, well, not before, either the mitzvah of
I think
before is only going to be known when the Beis Hamikdash is standing. Ma'aser Eino El B'Shnei. So to Ma'aser Sheni, we're only going to know it when the Beis Hamikdash is around. And at this point, Rabbi Shmuel taking for granted that we know it's Gemara's later on going to question that or ask where that source is. But for now, the assumption is we know that before only is knowing when the Beis Hamikdash is, and we're going to learn from before to Ma'aser Sheni that it's also only going to be knowing when the Beis Hamikdash is there. So now the Gemara asks, or Brachon continues to bring down, well, we can't necessarily learn straight before to Ma'aser Sheni, because this is not before, they came Matan Dam, they knew him, got him his bath. So before has something that is a stringency, right? That the before can only be brought when you have, the before requires sprinkling the blood on his bath and taking and the maximum on his bath. So we see that before has a story that just because before requires the Beis Hamikdash to be built in order to bring it, that Ma'aser Sheni has this. Because you know, Bikurim is well, okay, fine, you can't learn it from before, but Bikurim will just do this because Bikurim do not record, they don't have blood on Bikurim, and there isn't a requirement to burn anything on the bath. So Bikurim
in a slum, I get things.
That just like Bikurim will only be brought when there is that's so Ma'aser Sheni. You know, so the Gemara says, no, Bikurim gives you a hanacha. But Bikurim have a stringency of their own. Now, what do they need? They need to be placed next to the Mizbeach. We'll see where the proof is coming from, but we'll continue to quote a little bit before we get back there. The Talmud Lower instead, so how do you learn out that the din of Ma'aser Sheni that it's only knowing when the Beis Hamikdash is functioning? Because we say the Akal Connection Lokefah. The pasuk says the Akal Connection Lokefah b'makom asher har. It's changed to a sum. And what is the list of what you can eat only in front of the Beis Hamikdash? Masa v'galva yoshami haravu v'chorat v'karka v'tzana. So we see that both Ma'aser Sheni and the Chor are included in the pasuk. Use the same questions, the same haircut that we had before, because the pasuk is showing us that there's a link. So we have more leeway in terms of connecting them to our halachos, even if there are certain differences, because the pasuk now put them together. This is the language where they can that the pasuk connects them, and therefore just like the form requires to Ma'aser Sheni requires to be formed to be no, Ma'aser Ma'aser, of course, Ma'aser Eino Elo of the highest, Ma'aser Eino Elo of the okay. Now we go, that's the point we spoke from Bryce. Now we come with our proof that we brought this originally to teach us that the din of Rishon that Hanacha, right back up, we put Hanacha back on it. We were talking about Ma'aser Sheni and before, but we brought it down. The Hanacha, the placing next to his bath is Maki, that's essential, but the Kriya of the Psukim is not essential. And so what's the proof? If it was the case that not only is placing Bikurim essential, but also reading the Psukim, we tried to bring Bikurim in as a proof, and we said, Bikurim is different because the Hanacha is the Hanacha next to the bath. So then if not only the Hanacha is essential, but also the Kriya is essential, and look up Ma'aser Sheni to get the only Kriya of the Hanacha. And it should have said,
What's the difference with Bikurim? Bikurim require placing the next vessel's back and reading the Tukkim. The fact that the Brisa only goes down that it was Hanafa that is something that's differentiating by Bikurim. Sure, the Hanafa is only the sentence. Rashi is another argument. Why? Even Kuva, Leva, even according to both opinions, right? Even according to Korea is not Ma'aki by Bikurim, he still holds that there's a mitzvah of the Korea of the Sukkah. He doesn't hold that that's not part of the mitzvah. It's just that it's not an essential part that's Ma'aki mitzvah of Milako. So the Brisa shouldn't be Bikurim because both of them get at all even why this is happening. He could be Bikurim and bring Bikurim. So let's see. So that case, that's the reason why the Brisa didn't bring down the discussion of Korea, Sukkah, and only excited. Okay, so now we go back. Now, the scenario deflected, well, we said there's not going to be a proof to our cases opinion, but now we're going to go back and break down a few parts of the Brisa itself. So, if we look back, when we started, when the Brisa tried to bring a proof of why you may bring Meiser Sheni, that it needs to only be brought when there is a base synagogue. So first, we tried from before, unsuccessfully, then so we're going to ask, what our usual pattern, if we say we try to bring proof from A, and get the bracket, we say, okay, what about B? B just proves it. What's the next logical step that the Gemara usually brings down? Okay, let's try to bring A and B together. Right, so it's on a Shabbos. So the Gemara asks, we have there, well, we have the Dina to bring down and say, okay, we can't learn it straight from before. We can't learn it straight from before. Let's learn it from before and Bikurim together as it's on a Shabbos. Because you know, we don't make up now it's on a Shabbos, so then Shekin, Yish, and Tzadik back. You know, that wouldn't have been, because even though they each had different stringencies, they each had some connections to the back. Whether it was a connection of having the sprinkling of the blood or burning on his back or just placing next to his back, both of those had a connection to his back, and the Shekin doesn't have a specific connection to his back, but just Yushalayim as well.
I get it. I get what you're not, but you're that.
And now, so now we're going. So now the question we talked about originally was Rabbi Shmuel had assumed, or I take it for granted, that obvious that before to bring before you have to have a pacemaker. So then I ask, well, myself, why is this so obvious? What is the old? Because of our fiduciary showing kitchen and the kitchen also love, right? If we hold that the original fiduciary showing, right? My point we have authorized jobs, whether when the Midrash shows up and the funds originally sanctified, does that fiducian now last forever, even though we don't know the does the fiducian still remain? Or do we say that once it brings to the soil, that fiducian ended, and we need a new Midrash to reinvigorate that fiducian? So that if we follow that so therefore the fiducian of Yisrael is still intact. So then, up to you before, Russia is still intact. Then, the bringing of the before should still be allowed because the fiducian is still left. So why not bring why we call the fiducian still sit? Why we or we can say that the fiducian is no longer there, and therefore because the fiducian is no longer there, we had a question: if it's not there anymore, we can't bring the Meiser Sheni, or maybe the Meiser Sheni doesn't require the fiducian of the mizbeach, and therefore it can still be wrong. That was the question. That's why we want to show you the question. It should be obvious to us from before. Before should have the same question: that does before necessarily
require the Kedusha to be there, and therefore no Kedusha, no before, or if before something was pretty broad, even though there's a Kedusha that one the low Kedusha. So really we hold that the Kedusha is no longer there. And so why was it obvious to him that a before cannot be brought, right? What we brought down is before everybody knew it's obvious cannot be brought without the basic stuff. You said we have a specific case here. How come the side description? We have a very specific case here where the before was brought. The blood was sprinkled, there wasn't as bad. There wasn't as big. And then the destruction that happened in between the sprinkling of the blood and the bringing the so therefore now what do we have? We have a before the blood was sprinkled on the Messiah because the Messiah was around. And now it's sitting there. There's no more Messiah, but you have a before that needs to be eaten. What do you say? Where the hekesh from the basa of the to the dam, just as the dam was sprinkled, not dam. Once the dam was sprinkled on the dam itself, opposite of the dam. Now the basa requires the dam, and therefore it can't be eaten. So it's obvious in this particular case that you can't eat this before, because since the blood was sprinkled on the dam, it's not connecting entire animal to the Mizbeach, and you can't eat it. So it's obvious for the before case, and then we never learn to makish mice before. Once we know before getting eaten, then we do the hekesh we have to question that before as well, that mice as well cannot be used without the Mizbeach. So the Gemara asked on this. If he double a lot of the hekesh, close it, and they lami the hekesh. Once we have original lima from hekesh, in this case we said we would makish the dam to the basar of the before. And once we have the principle in kachin, then we move to another lima. And therefore, once we make the hekesh from dam to basar, how can we then go and make the hekesh? Here it goes. My say double included. Right? The principle of not making hekesh and hekesh only is in kulin. Unless you're shooting the schooling, and therefore we can make one hekesh, and then another hekesh is making it one within kachin, then the next one within two. We say, how do you this makes sense? I understand this answer. Based on the opinion, it says we go by the sword of being learned too, right? In any hekesh you have the sword or the milamid and the lama. So if you're talking about the secondary swords, which in this case is Moshe Sheni, okay, then we only have kachin in one end, and we have Hula on the other end. However, Elamandam or Basim and Lamed are given. But if we're saying that when we categorize the hekesh, we look at where the leader is coming from, well then we have dam. Basar on the board, which is kachin. Those are the two, and then we have kachin and kachin. We shouldn't be able to do hekesh and another hekesh. And then we have this. Then we still have that issue. So, Michael, remember what you say. I'd rather you say down the basar chavidosi. So we have to say that the principle when we say hekesh or hekesh applies when we're talking about two different things. So let's say you learn from before to another set of kachin, totally different something with a kachin, and then want to learn again, that's when we're not able to. But in this case, it's both before. So we're not considering that like a separate entity. It's one, and then only one hekesh from that full entity, the dam and the basar together, and we're making that we learn to my kachin, and therefore it will be allowed. Now we're going back to analyze the kachin, the list of and this will start with kachin. We're actually going to talk about let's say even Meister Sheni you would get before. And when I tell you my kachin, you have Meister Sheni or Hendrix, so if you get Meister Sheni or Hendrix that was not, so then you eat it, it's the Malchus. So why do we need to teach this plug in? Why do we need to add Meister Sheni to the list once more? Oh, good. There's two different cases.
social.
It might
Good time. Go there, and it's a
being the
concert. It's
secondary,
not
this
really
case that
worship.
we
It's
got
more
down
like,
our latest
let's
mix.
go there, I'll
We're
hear a
talking about a
great
case where
sermon,
we have
and then you'll talk.
nice and shame
And
that
then you
is
hang out
Funtar,
afterwards.
a person
They got
that
coffee,
is
they got
Funtar,
snacks.
and
Texas
it's
is a
also
Christian.
push the phone.
Texas is a
But
Christian
you're
country.
eating it outside of the wall of Yerushalayim, and that's the instance that we're talking about here. So later, the first instance we got the Mashashini, it's on the Mashashini. Now we're talking about when we had a problem with the Mashashini or with the individual. One of them was Tame. They could also let be Yerushalayim, and that's the case. Even if you're eating Mashashini properly within the land, it's a knock because either the Mashashini itself was Tame or the person was Tame. Even though both cases of Mashashini, they're different cases.
He asked him if he gives
So what I asked him, no, like, the Machayv allowed. Well, how do we know that Mashashini would decide not to in the case of Mashashini where there's a tumor involved again, whether the tumor is within the Mashashini itself or the tumor is with the Gavra. The time we were right, so the Shimon Omer, we have the Lashon of the Hebrew Meister, maybe out in many the time. So when we went part of the video Meister that said, for example, I didn't destroy it, in this case, destroying is eating, but we actually let it become, I didn't do a lot of this Tame. And that's being Shani Tame, you saw it, being Shani Tame, whether it's a case where the person was Tame and the Meister Shani was Tame, or the based on the viewing, and therefore that's where we see the source of Meister Shani, and that's where we see that there is an issue of Meister Shani eating the tumor. So that, the base on Motzar al-Achila, how do we know, where do we see the source where the Achila is? So the Bible says, I don't know. I don't know what that is. So I'm going to ask, like, Tumas Hagul, authentic Steve. Tumas Hagul is really straight out. We get took to us that if somebody is coming and we might say that is cover, that they would be higher. What's possible? Now that's a shit. The person that touches sort of the tummy, your tummy into the evening, so it's coming to function. You can't eat from it. So we see from the pasuk that we have, clear indication that if you have a person who is tummy, you can't eat Mashashini, which is tummy. Ella, Tumas Asra Minayin. Okay, fine. So that gives us the source for when the person is tummy and the Mashashini is tummy. What about the opposite is power? And here, we have a pasuk that tells us, "V'sucha le'achol b'sharecha masa tiganos v'v'siyashcha b'sharecha v'chol v'chol b'sharecha v'chol b'sharecha v'chol." We see the pasuk talking about Mashashini, you can't eat it. Rabbi Omer, but then we have a separate, different pasuk. The sharecha to'orecha, a person can eat together. So in that case, what's happening? And then the third person is going to be eating basa tameh, and we see that is prohibited. However, but that is permitted. The shachar tokala, you're allowed to eat it, but we juxtapose that with the case of Meiser, which says lo tzucha lechol b'sharecha, and therefore we see by Meiser it's not allowed. Even though in other cases it is allowed to have a tameh and a person eating them together. The time is very small. I feel tameh b'tzar. use the lesson either or, but able to learn both halachas, both that you can hold it just outside Yerushalayim for Meiser Sheni, and you can be posed inside Yerushalayim for Tamer Meiser Sheni. Either one is acceptable for this year. Not yet.
And saved it. I'll put the first one out.
You also got to the